Welcome to Storm the Gates, Book 3 of the Rogue Gods Trilogy by Melinda Kucsera.
Chapter 1, What I Wished. When the light receded, Rand stood next to his uncle on the remaining section of the library floor. Darkness surrounded their island, but light shined down on them from the cluster of lumer crystals set in the ceiling high above them. So they were still under Mount Eredrin, but this wasn't where they were supposed to end up. I think something went wrong with my wish, because this isn't where I wanted to go, and that perplexed Rand. His wishes rarely went awry, so why did it happen this time? What was different?
I didn't think it was. So what now? We can't stay here until this area crumbles away.
Uncle Mirren glanced around for inspiration as he scowled. I can try wishing again, but do I try the same wish even though it didn't work the first time? That sounded silly to him. Why repeat something that didn't work the first time? This was a new problem, and Rand didn't like it at all. Light blossomed in the darkness to his right and grew as Rand stared at it. What's that? It can't be someone coming this way because the floor collapsed, and anyone coming toward us would need a floor to walk on unless they can fly, but I don't know anybody who can fly. Rand padded to the edge of their ragged island, still supported by the columns on the level below that were also still standing. He studied the growing light. Although Rosalie and Avarian both flew through a wall, so maybe that light is just them returning from wherever they went.
Don't you mean whenever they went?
Uncle Myron asked, but he didn't approach the edge since he didn't like heights all that much. Heights didn't bother Rand one bit, but he might have inherited his love of heights from his father, along with his green eyes, his dark hair, his facial features, and his tall stature. But not my personality or my magic. They're all mine. Rand waved away his uncle's comment because he didn't want to think about people traveling back in time and messing around with timelines, even though that was Rosalie's plan. I still think she's crazy. Her plan was frightening to think about, so he just put it out of his mind until she returned to tell him about it. While he wool gathered, the light grew until it was as tall and as wide as a person. Maybe Rosalie and Avarian would pop out of it. If they do, I'll need to catch them somehow, but my arms aren't long enough to reach that light from here. Well, he could wish for longer arms, but that might be painful. Or he could wish that his friends fell forward and flew across the gap between the light and the remaining section of the floor and landed at his feet where he could grab their hands. Yes, that should work perfectly. Satisfied that he now had a plan in mind, Rand reached into his pocket to pull out another lumer crystal to hold his wish and the energy to manifest it. But a silhouette appeared in the light, and he let the rock fall back into his pocket when the shadow jumped. Rand backed away so the shadow didn't slam into him, because he couldn't help anyone from the ground. The gray-clad person landed on the edge, but they weren't Rosalie or Ivarian. Their gray hood and robes reminded Rand of Papa's friend Shade. But Shade died when I was little.
Who are you?
Uncle Myron asked as Rand backed into him. The robed person pushed back their hood to reveal horns on their head and a scaly face that ended in mandibles like an insect. They studied Rand as their scaly skin flowed like wax and reshaped itself into a copy of his face. Hey, that's not fair. That's my face. You can't have that. Give it back. Rand shoved the creature hard in the chest and it fell backward into the darkness surrounding their island. The creature windmilled their arms as they plummeted into the deep hole, plunging into the earth.
You did the right thing, but I still want to know what that creature was.
Uncle Mirren squeezed his shoulder. Rand peered over the edge to make sure the demon was gone. Darkness met his gaze, but he kept searching in case the creature sprouted wings and returned to menace them again. I don't know what it is. I've never seen anything like it, but I'll bet that creature is some kind of demon since they had horns.
It was,
said someone else as another silhouette appeared in the light, still floating in the darkness.
Who are you? What do you want?
Uncle Myron stared into the light like if he glared hard enough, it would go away.
Thank you for getting rid of my supervisor. I don't mean any harm, and I don't want any trouble. I just want to find somewhere to hide this crystal where the adversary will never find it.
The person-shaped silhouette extended a gloved hand out of the light, and indeed a crystal sat on their gray gloved hand. What kind of crystal is that? Because it looks like a Lumiere crystal. Rand couldn't tell anything other than that from 6 feet away.
It might be one, I don't know. I just know that the adversary wants us to collect all the time crystals and bring them back to him. If he wants them, then I don't want him to have them.
Who are you?
Uncle Mirren asked. But that wasn't as important as how the demon arrived here, and how did the light float like that? When Rand opened his mouth, a different question popped out, but it was no less important. Why don't you want him to have them?
If he wants something, then it's best not to let him have it because he won't do anything good with it. That's for sure. As for who I am, that's complicated. I'll just say that some angels screwed around with mortals way back at the dawn of time, and my kind resulted from that.
Can you also change your face? Rand glanced over the edge again, but there was no sign of the other demon.
Yes, I can change my whole body into whatever form I want. That's why the adversary sent my kind on this mission. But as I already said, I'm here to do the opposite of what he ordered. So, will you help me hide this crystal?
The demon held it out again. Sure, toss it to me, Rand shrugged. It was an odd odd request, but no odder than that time Rosalie asked him to wish she went back in time, like I would ever do such a thing.
Do you promise to keep it out of the adversary's hands? Because if you don't, then I failed, and that's not something I want to happen.
Yeah, he can't come here, and even if he did, I'd just kick his butt like my dad did back when I was a kid. I don't think the adversary would mess with me again. I'm much bigger, stronger, and far more magical now than when I was little. Since he couldn't get to me then, I don't think he can get to me at all now. Ran extended his hands to catch the crystal if the demon ever threw it.
He can't physically leave hell.
Uncle Mirren said, and that was true.
He keeps finding ways around that, and I really need to get back, because I'm trying to spread around the crystals he found before he returns. So here, take it somewhere one of my kind will never find it.
The silhouetted demon tossed the crystal. Rand caught it. The crystal looked like the one Rosalie had before she disappeared. I wonder if it's the same kind. Without Papa here to identify it, there was no way to tell.
Just promise me you won't let it fall into his hands,
The nice demon said as his hand withdrew into the light. Sure, I promise. Rand turned the crystal over on his palm.
What are your kind called? Are they all working against the adversary or just some?
Uncle Mirren stopped beside Rand and glanced at the crystal.
I suppose it can't hurt to tell you that. We're called Versati, and no, not all of us are working against the adversary. I wish we all were, but we all have to make our own decisions. I know some are working against him, but I don't know how many because we can't talk about it openly. Now, I really must go, and you should hide that crystal.
The silhouette faded from the light, but the light didn't go anywhere.
How do we know if we encounter one of your kind in the future if they're working for the adversary or against him?
Uncle Mirren asked, hopefully in time to get an answer.
You can't know that just by looking at someone. You'll have to judge them by their actions. If they attack you with this, then you can assume that they aren't on your side.
A gloved hand reached out of the light again and held a wicked-looking knife with a gray crystal on its hilt. The time crystal tried to fly toward it, but Rand closed his fist around it. How can that knife attract the time crystal?
I don't know, but the adversary gave us these blades to help us find them, so anyone with them is not on your side.
The glove hand retracted into the light, and the blade stopped pulling on the crystal.
Remember your promise. I'm counting on you to keep that crystal away from the adversary. Don't fail, or something bad will happen.
The light shrank until it winked out, leaving unbroken darkness behind. Well, that was weird. Rand tossed the time crystal from hand to hand.
Are you going to hide it?
Uncle Mirren pointed at the crystal in question. You ask that like you have something else in mind. What do you think we should do with it? Rand stepped away from the edge.
Well, you promised to hide it, so don't you need to do that?
Uncle Mirren followed him back to the middle of the island. No, promises aren't any more binding for me than they are for you. Rand examined the crystal.
Well, when you put it that way, I thought we could check on Rosalie and Invading. I have this bad feeling that something went wrong. They might need help.
Uncle Mirren rubbed his chest with the heel of his hand. That's true, but I don't want to travel back in time. I already ran into the younger version of Papa once already, and that was weird enough. I don't want to do that again, and I might if we go back in time. Rand didn't understand why Rosalie didn't care about running into a younger version of her mom.
Do you think we can go back? Would we use that time crystal?
Uncle Mirren tapped his index finger on it. Maybe. I don't know if I could wish us back in time. I've never tried that, but I've never wanted to either, and Rand still didn't want to.
Would you try it? I think they might be in big trouble and we're just standing around, staring at darkness and waiting for the floor to collapse, when we could do something.
Uncle Mirren took the crystal from his hands. And you'll feel bad if we don't go. Rand folded his arms. Why did everything keep circling back to time travel? This is all your fault, Rosalie.
Won't you feel bad too?
Uncle Mirren turned the crystal over. Yeah, but I still don't like all this time travel business. Why can't I wish them back here? That sounded like a great idea. Rand rubbed his hands together, ready to get started on that.
Would that hurt them? After all, we don't know what their situation is.
Uncle Mirren held the crystal out to him. Rand walked away from it, I don't know, because he didn't know. He couldn't wish for that. Rand sighed because his uncle already knew that. You know me too well. Rand took the crystal from his uncle.
Well, I helped to raise you, so I should know you better than you know yourself.
Uncle Mirren smiled. Why didn't the idea of time travel bother him? All right, I'll wish us to go wherever they are, but if we run into a younger version of Papa, you're dealing with him, not me. After all, he's your brother and it'll be less weird for you. Rand glared at his uncle.
All right, I can agree with that. Let's go before the floor collapses. I really don't want to find out where the rest of the library went.
Okay. Rand tossed the time crystal into the air and thought of his friends. But he didn't know Ivarian well, so only an image of Rosalie sprang to mind. I wish to see her again so I can tell her how much I hate the very idea of time travel. Before the world whited out, he caught his uncle's hand to make sure the wish included him because he refused to go back in time alone. Hopefully, he wouldn't have to time travel at all. I really hope Rosalie was wrong about time being all messed up, but from everything he'd seen and experienced over the last few months, he knew she was right.
Chapter 2, Dragon Problems. Come on, you're an archangel. You can fly faster than a lightning bolt, Daniel told herself. The purely mental pep talk worked. She found the energy to flap her wings faster, and she extended both arms over her head and steepled her hands, so she cut through the fog like an arrow if arrows had golden halos and large white wings. The denizens of the Grey Between didn't like anyone to mess with their realm, so the elephantine creatures worked overtime to puff out enough fog to blanket their herd and hide everything, including the landmarks she needed to make sure she flew in the right direction. I hope I'm still flying west, because she couldn't tell anymore with the gray clouds above and the dense fog rising like it wanted to cover her too. Whose side are those elephants on? Probably not hers. Those ornery creatures needed to quit making her task harder than it needed to be. I'll do more than give them a piece of my mind if I don't reach help in time to save my friends. Daniel scanned the fog for anything that might be a ridge or hill. Natalie and Argeniel counted on her to gather the angelic cavalry and bring it to them, but she'd settle for just Azrael if she couldn't find anyone else. That archangel could pack a wallop, and that's just what her friends needed right now. Pain stabbed her right between her breasts as an invisible hand punched her in the chest and sent her reeling for a moment. Daniel righted herself. Come on, shake it off and keep flying. The adversary only wins if you let him, so don't let him. She spread her wings and glided while she tried to throw off the disorientation. The pain spiked as a hard point pressed against her muscles. The adversary was trying to steal her time crystal. Damn it! I need that thing to stay where it is. And that motivated her to flap her wings faster as a rainbow arched down from the sky and dyed the top of a grassy hill poking out of the fog in every color that light came in. That's the mortal veil! I'm almost there! Daniel cheered in her head since she couldn't spare the breath to do it out loud. She gritted her teeth against the burning pain in her chest as the crystal strained to break free. With a desperate burst of speed, she shot over the hill, and the fog ended on the other side like someone cut it with a knife, revealing a sandy beach and the hammered metal of the sea that separated the Grey Between from the lowest level of heaven. Technically, more than water divided them, since the Grey Between was in a different realm from heaven, so anyone except an angel would find it difficult to reach heaven unless they were meant to, but that technicality didn't apply to angels. So Daniel flew over the beach and the sea, growing lighter and brighter as she shed her physical body, and it faded away because she didn't need it anymore. After all, angels were made of spirit and light, and heaven was a place for the soul. The pain vanished, too. As she put more miles between her and the Grey Between, her time crystal settled back into its accustomed place where she could no longer feel it. A fireball flew past her face, interrupting a pleasant flight, and Daniel veered to avoid a dragon rising out of the sea. The purple dragon spread its giant arms to block her path as water streamed from its jaws and back spikes.
What are you doing?
The dragon glared at her with burning violet eyes. I'm hurrying to get help. What does it look like I'm doing? Daniel tried to fly around the enormous beast, but the dragon spread her wings, and she almost collided with one.
That's the wrong answer. You know the rules, and this is a no-fly zone.
The dragon plucked her out of the sky and raised her to eye level so she could glare at her. But this is an emergency. Surely you can make an exception just this once. Daniel planted her hands on her hips and glared back at the dragon from where she sat on the dragon's scaly hand.
No can do. Flying isn't allowed, and that rule went into effect after the last war, which you were around for, so you know why that rule exists.
The dragon glared harder at her and narrowed her purple eyes to slits. Maybe she thought she could stare her into compliance. So what? It's a silly rule. Daniel rose effortlessly, since she was just a spirit now, and stood on the dragon's palm so she could glare back at her.
Oh, really? Tell that to the angels who ceased to exist when they fell from the sky and shattered their bones.
The dragon closed her eyes and squeezed out a tear. That can't happen anymore. We don't have bones that can break when we're in heaven. We're just spirit and light now. Daniel swept a hand down her white robes that were more dress-like and belled out considerably more since they were illusory versions of the formal robes she used to trip over a lot in days gone by. Thankfully, working angels had shorter hemlines and the option of switching out the skirt for trousers, so they had one less trip hazard.
But that light can still snuff out, so no, I can't let you fly or swim across the sea. You'll have to wait for the boat to return like every other soul.
The dragon walked towards shore with her hand extended. Does she actually think I'll stay put for the entire walk? Apparently she did, but this is urgent. Can't you make an exception just this once? Danielle walked up the dragon's arm, using her head-sized scales like stairs.
No, you'll have to wait on the beach for the boat to return. It'll be back in a while. Surely, your errand can wait a bit.
Nope, it really can't. When Thaniel reached the dragon's shoulder, she jumped and landed on the dragon's head. Thaniel gripped the dragon's horn and pushed on it until the dragon's head turned. She was probably trying to see her.
What are you doing?
The dragon stopped and tried to glare at her again, but her eye ridges made that impossible since Thaniel stood behind them. I'm turning you around because you're walking in the wrong direction. Thaniel glanced at the shore, then at the sea, and estimated the dragon's head pointed roughly in the direction she wanted to go. Forward! Forward, march! She flapped her wings and pushed on the horn, jerking the startled dragon hopefully toward the farther shore where heaven waited. Somewhere in the middle of that sea, the realm of the Grey-Between gave way to the realm of heaven. But Thaniel couldn't see the border between them from here, so she must not be close to it. Hold on, Arginil and Natalie. I'm trying to get help as fast as I can. Thaniel reached down deep inside her and harnessed her inner strength for one almighty shove.
Get off my head and stop pushing on my horn before you knock me over. You're unfairly strong for an angel.
The dragon staggered a few steps, then ran to regain her balance, but she headed in the right direction at last. A silhouette of a boat appeared on the horizon like an answer to a prayer. Oh, thank God. I don't need to push this beast all the way to the other side, just to that boat. Thaniel grinned as she pushed on the horn again. Not until you take me to the boat. I don't have time to wait for it to come back now. Chop, chop. The sooner you start swimming, the sooner you can get rid of me.
Ouch. That horn is connected to my head, and it hurts when you push on it.
The dragon swiped at her with her claws retracted, because she couldn't hurt her, not on heaven's doorstep. That was against the rules. Daniel flattened herself on the dragon's head, so her hand passed right over her. Sorry, I really don't want to hurt you, but you're not leaving me much of a choice. My friends are in deep trouble, and so are a lot of innocent people, and the help they need is over there. Daniel sat up and waved at the farther shore. It wasn't much closer.
I could just eat you. I always wondered if angels tasted like chicken.
It's the wings, right? You wouldn't wonder that if I didn't have wings. Daniel wrapped her arms around her knees and leaned against the dragon's eye ridge. She didn't want to hurt the dragon to get to heaven, and not just because the gates might not open for her if she did. The dragon was just doing her job, and she didn't deserve to suffer just because Thaniel was in an awful hurry. There must be another way to reach heaven. If there was, Thaniel couldn't think of it.
It might be. Shall we test the theory?
The dragon asked, but she must be joking. No, not unless you want to explain why you slowed me down long enough for the adversary to win. I'm sure the creator will want to hear all about that. Daniel hugged her knees. She was an angel of action, but even she must follow the rules.
What are you talking about? He's in hell. How can he win anything?
The dragon stopped. No, he's not in hell, and that's part of the problem. He's currently in the Grey-Between, doing things that are bad for all of creation, and I need help to stop him. So, will you ferry me over to the boat so I can get some angels to help me, or will you let him win? I don't have all eternity to debate this with you. Daniel hoped it wasn't already too late.
If you ride on my shoulder instead of my head, then I'll take you to the boat. I can't leave my post long enough to take you all the way to heaven, especially if what you say is true.
It is true. I'm an archangel. I don't lie. Daniel rose and hopped off the dragon's head. So what if she landed a little harder on the maddening creature's shoulder than necessary? She had some anger to burn off.
Thank you. Now, let's catch that boat. You better cling to me with all your might because we need speed right now.
The dragon's violet eyes sparkled, but so did her scales, and that was all the warning Thaniel got before the dragon shot out of the water and into the sky. Thaniel whooped with joy because flying was awesome no matter whose wings had the wind in them. Let's catch that boat. Onward. Thaniel gripped the dragon's shoulder ridges, even though it wouldn't hurt if she fell. Besides, falling was the least of her concerns right now. She feared failing her friends, and that fear clenched her in cold hands that dimmed some of her glow and snuffed out the exhilaration of clinging to a dragon, cutting through the air like a huge winged spear. I'm coming, Arginil and Natalie, and I'll bring every angel I can grab. I won't fail you.
Chapter 3. An Offer and a Lady.
Free me, and you shall have vengeance,
A woman said as Ivarian blacked out. He clung to that promise when the world flickered back into view. Where am I? A gray fog covered him, and he peered through its tattered shreds at a gray sky. Vengeance. The word echoed in his mind. Every fiber of his being cried out for it, but not just vengeance for himself. Yes, he needed vengeance, but vengeance on who? Christina? His uncle? Ivarian squeezed his eyes closed, but it was no use. He couldn't banish the image of glowing white lines shooting out of his mother after she saw him. That future knowledge, forbidden to her, broke her just as it cracked the icy arrow of time, and he couldn't stop seeing that either. I destroyed the past. I didn't mean to, but I did it because I couldn't say no to Rosalie. I should have listened to Aunt Faye and stayed where I belong. The future and the present couldn't remain when their foundations cracked and broke apart, shattering just like Rosalie did when a fragment of green magic struck her in the head. That image replayed too. We failed. We didn't save the future. We damned it. Someone must pay for that, too. Ivarian sat up, and that need for vengeance fired him up until he threw back his head and shouted a wordless cry for it. The fog swirled around a nearby spot as 7 women shimmered into existence before him. They stood in a ring, hands clasped but facing outward. Their eyes were as dark as their dresses, and they were all curiously transparent, like they were projecting their presence from somewhere else. 6 of the sisters faded until they were barely visible as the middle sister stepped forward, still holding her sister's hands. Who are you? Ivarian Ivarian rose, because it wasn't polite to sit in their presence.
I'm one of the 7 truths. I govern actions, but that's not important right now. Do you really want vengeance?
She stared at him as if she were reading his mind, and her 6 translucent sisters peered over her squared shoulders. Since they were all beautiful, poised, and had that same aura of power that his aunt and the other ex-gods had, these 7 sisters were probably from the same fallen pantheon. I do want that. But he just couldn't decide who should pay for everything that was wrong in the time left to him. Ivarian dropped their assessing gazes. Why did you come?
Our mother is the goddess of vengeance. If you free her, then you shall have vengeance upon anyone you desire. Be they mortal or immortal, no one is immune to her power. She can call them to account for their actions against you.
The lead sister extended her hand, and there appeared a clear star-shaped crystal with green and red lights moving around inside.
Get the crystal, and we'll help you take vengeance on all your enemies.
This sounds like a story Mom told me about the old days when her pantheon ruled over mortals. Ivarian examined the image of the crystal, but this quest didn't sound hard. So where was the catch? Where is this crystal located?
It's in the Library of Forbidden Knowledge. We're not sure where it is exactly in that place, but we can help you find it once you're inside.
The lead sister clasped her sister's hand again, and the image vanished. It's in a library. What's it doing there? This sounded easier rather than harder the longer the sisters spoke to him. Ivarian still didn't see the catch, but there must be something or they would have already fetched this crystal.
The head librarian likes to collect powerful items, but he's not at the library right now.
The lead sister shrugged like that was important, and it probably wasn't. I fought demons, so one librarian won't give me much trouble, but that was with Rosalie, and pain stabbed his heart when he thought of her. Ivarian rubbed the spot. Where do I find this library?
I'll show you the way.
The lead sister turned and strode through the knee-high fog, and her transparent sisters winked out as they followed. What's your name? Ivarian hurried after her until pain slammed against his ribs. It felt like something moved inside him and a hard point bored into his hand when he shoved it under his tunic.
I'm Morgana. Hurry, we don't have much time.
Morgana staggered like something hit her from behind, but there was no one there except them and the thickening fog creeping up his body. Ivarian staggered after her. What's happening? It feels like something is trying to drill its way out of me. As he pushed against that hard point, yelling sounded in the distance.
I don't know, and I don't care, because it can't affect us where we're going. Hurry!
Morgana ran through the fog with her arms crossed over her chest, and she flickered like a guttering candle as she faded a little more with every step. Where are we going? Ivarian ran to keep up with her, but there was nothing here except fog and distant voices, and the lightning striking the ground far away and lighting up the fog. The pain eased as someone shouted something that sounded like a speech, but he couldn't make out the words. The lightning stopped too, and a shiver ran down his spine, but Ivarian set his jaw resolutely because he was no match for Pristina. But a goddess of vengeance with 7 daughters who were all full goddesses in their own right must be more than a match for that mad-time goddess. The dust shifting around underfoot gave way to something that crunched. When the fog thinned, Ivarian gasped. He stood on layers of bones.
We're almost there, come on.
Morgana hiked her black skirt up and ran on, but she wasn't corporeal, so her bare feet didn't make a sound when they struck the bones. Ivarian grimaced at every crunch and cracking sound, but he followed her. Rosalie would want me to sick a more powerful goddess on Pristina, and that would have to suffice unless he could find the man whose magic killed Rosalie. Perhaps one of Morgana's sisters could tell him since they were goddesses of truth, but he could look into that possibility after he got revenge on Pristina. Ivarian coughed as smoke wafted into his eyes. It seemed to come from a doorway that looked like it was on fire. Where does that lead?
It leads to hell, where the Library of Forbidden Knowledge is. You must go through that door to find it, and get the crystal to free my mother.
Morgana pointed at the door-shaped column of smoke. You've got to be kidding. I can't go through there. Ivarian backed away as he coughed from the smoke, making his eyes sting and water.
Yes, you can, because you're only half mortal. Your demigod half will protect you long enough to get to the library, take the crystal, and go back through that door.
Morgana pointed at it. Up ahead, an elephant materialized from the gloom, and its trunk swayed as it trotted toward them. Ivarian froze as its massive head swiveled towards him, and intelligent eyes studied him, then dismissed him.
You do not belong in this place, half-breed,
said a deep, rumbling voice as the angry elephant approached them.
Leave this place. The gray between isn't for the living. Go home.
He's leaving right now.
Morgana reached for him, but he didn't need her help. The word home struck Ivarian like an arrow through the heart. He had no home anymore. His time was overrun with demons and eavesdropping mages who could just wish for something and make it so. He knew he was being unreasonable, but a powerful anger ignited at the thought of Ran back under Mount Eredrin, the master of his home. Ran was good-looking, fun-loving, and powerful, and he had a useful gift, unlike mine. Ivarian stared at his hands for a moment, then clenched them. All right, I'll go to hell and fetch that crystal. How do I find the library?
No, you need to go that way and walk through the mortal mortal veil. That's how you go back to the mortal veil.
The elephant raised its trunk and pointed in the opposite direction, where the voices came from earlier.
I'll help you find it. After all, my name means seeker of truth.
Morgana curled her fingers in a come-hither gesture, but the look in her eyes was determined, not sultry.
No, you can't do that.
The elephant raised its trunk and trumpeted a call for help. In the distance, more lumbering shapes emerged from the fog edging the boneyard that surrounded the doorway to hell. Before the rest of the herd arrived, Evarian clasped her hand and charged into the smoke and through the portal to hell hidden inside it. The stench of brimstone overwhelmed him as Evarian tumbled through an orange sky. A rocky landscape spread out below, and strangely enough, it included a city and an imposing fortress-like structure just outside the city. I'm half immortal, but I don't think that will save me from certain death when I crash land and break every bone in my body. I need to avoid that. But how? I can't fly. As Evarian plummeted, the wind screamed past him, and he felt like screaming too. The wind screamed louder. Was it responding to him? How could it be? Evarian windmilled his arms, and his hands tingled as he remembered his magic could do more than take him to the arrow of time. Could my magic save me? It was worth a try, and he had nothing to lose, so he willed the air currents around him to slow his fall. The wind shear increased, plastering his tunic and trousers to his body. I think it's working. Evarian concentrated on that cold tingle in his hands, and the wind swirled around him, slowing his fall and angling it toward the glowing yellow dome over the fortress. One didn't shield unimportant things, so that fortress had something valuable inside it, and a library of forbidden knowledge sounded like something that should be under such powerful protections. Sweat poured down Evarian's face as he fought to shift his trajectory, so he'd land closer to that fortress, but not inside the city. But he must not have slowed his fall enough, because he hit the sun-baked ground hard and stumbled a few steps to regain his balance. Then he glanced around. Morgana.
I'm here.
She appeared beside him, but she looked no more solid than she was in that gray place. Where were we before we came here? Evarian breathed in the hot air for a moment as he took stock of himself. Nothing felt broken or sprained. Maybe he could walk off that landing.
We were in the gray between life and death.
Why was there an elephant in the gray between? Evarian took an experimental step to prove he was okay.
That was a memory eater. We should go. I don't know how much time you can spend here, so let's not tarry. The Library of Forbidden Knowledge is over there.
Morgana pointed at the fortress under the shield. How come I can see through you? Evarian hoped that question didn't sound as rude out loud as it did in his head, but he needed to know.
I thought that was obvious. I'm trapped too. Hurry.
Morgana increased her pace until she ran ahead. Grimacing, Evarian ran after her. At least the ground was flat. Too bad it was rocky. But he fixed his gaze on the library and headed for it as he wondered how to get past that shield. It looked impregnable. Maybe Morgana had a plan because he didn't. I hope she has a plan. He'd find out when he reached that glowing dome, because he had no breath to spare for questions as he chased her across the cracked plain.
Chapter 4, not the library again. When the light faded, darkness surrounded him again, but this time it wasn't all-encompassing. It was soft-edged because the moon shone down on him, and maybe Rand imagined it, but it looked like the moon smiled at him. Its face was kind of blotchy, like it had craters or something, but he probably imagined them too. Enchanted trees stood a good distance away, and they ringed the snowy clearing. Some trees stood in the middle of the clearing too, but there was no snow under them. Well, that's weird. At least the trees confirmed he was still in Shayari, but he could be anywhere in that country because enchanted trees covered most of it, except the few places that they didn't. But none of those places had a long boulder that kind of looked like an altar if you squinted at it, and someone drew a lot of symbols in the dirt around the big rock. Where are we? Rand asked no one in particular as he spotted the time crystal and picked it up. A golden violet glow to his left caught his eye as he pocketed the crystal, and he turned toward it. Uncle Mirren wouldn't know where they were since he arrived when Rand did, and his uncle stood to his right getting his bearings. The gold light shined from a halo floating above a woman's head. Her eyes glowed violet, so that explained that, but not who she was. This woman definitely wasn't his aunt or any of the other angels he'd met through her. In fact, Rand was pretty sure he'd never seen her before he circled her. Hey, do you know my Aunt Sovan? She's also an angel. And I know not all angels know each other, but she seems to know a lot of angels, so I wondered if you knew her. Rand dropped to his knees when he saw who lay across the angel's lap. Why is Rosalie lying there bleeding? Shouldn't you do something about that? After all, you're an angel. Don't you have some kind of healing powers you could use on her? He clasped Rosalie's cold hand and rubbed it to warm it. He didn't know if that would help, but it couldn't hurt. Doing something was always better than doing nothing, according to Papa, and he was usually right.
Who are you?
The tanned angel asked, but she didn't look away from Rosalie. Maybe she thought staring at her helped? Rand didn't really know much about angels other than his aunt because she liked to talk about her adventures, but he was pretty sure every angel had some kind of power. I'm her friend. Who are you, and why is she bleeding? What happened? Uncle Mirren rested a hand on his shoulder and leaned on him as he lowered himself to the ground to sit beside him.
You're a mage. Can you heal her?
The angel stared right through him, and it was unnerving. I could try to to help, but I'd have to be really careful about how I word the wish, so I don't do more harm than good, and I'd have to qualify it so that it doesn't go awry, because if I were to just wish that she doesn't die, then she still might die when the wish ends, since I can't maintain a wish forever. Do you see how complicated it can get? Rand squeezed Rosalie's hand again, but he didn't reach into his pocket for a Lumiere crystal.
Just do what you can. We must save her if we want to have any hope of stabilizing the timeline. So if you want to have a future, start wishing.
The angel clenched her fists.
Wait a moment, that might not be a good idea.
Another woman said, and she sounded kind of familiar. Rand glanced around for her and finally saw a petite black woman wearing red armor that looked like it was made of large leather scales, kind of like the ones on a dragon's back. But that wasn't the only thing that made her look fierce. She fixed glowing red eyes on Rand, and again, a frisson went down his back as she looked through him. Why do people keep doing that? Rand shivered and hoped the warrior woman didn't want to fight him.
Well, would that be a bad idea? He's brimming with magic.
The angel glared at the warrior woman now, and the warrior woman transferred her fiery gaze to the angel. Rand tried not to sag in relief. A white-haired man towered over the warrior woman. For some reason, he wore garish robes that someone embroidered all their ideas on without checking to see if they actually went together first. A white-haired woman lay across the warrior woman's lap. She and the man were pale, whereas the warrior woman was very dark-skinned, but all three had similar features. Were they related? Who are you people? Rand turned his head when a flash of bright green caught his eye and demanded his attention. Oh no, I don't want to deal with that right now. He almost shot to his feet and bolted, but the man coming toward him with green eyes looked like the warrior woman and two people with her, but this man was very tan. Was he related to the other three?
That's not important,
the newcomer said. Oh, yes it is. If you want me to help you, then you'd better explain who you all are and how my friend got stabbed in the chest. At least that's what it looked like happened to Rosalie, since there was a hole right between her breasts. Thankfully, her breast leaned away from the hole, so the ripped bodice of her dress hid them. Otherwise, he might have a lot of explaining to do if she woke up and saw him staring at the wound. Was it closing as he stared at it? Well, Rosalie had some weird magic of her own. Maybe she could heal herself. Now that I could wish for it, since it's a nice and contained wish that's limited in duration. Rand reached into his pocket and pulled out a white rock.
What are you doing?
Uncle Mirren grabbed his hand. I figured out a wish that might help. Rand squeezed the rock and sent some magic into it. He didn't have to toss it around to charge it, but he liked to do that because it distracted folks and bought him time to go over the wording until he got it just right.
Let him do it. The future's just shifted, and this has the best chance of working,
said the warrior woman. That didn't convince Uncle Mirren, so he held Rand's hand.
What will you wish for?
I'll wish that Rosalie heals herself. She's got some magic, and it's already trying to help, so my wish will just encourage it to work faster. Rand tugged his hand free and bounced the rock on his palm as he repeated the wish in his mind and played with the wording. He needed to get it just right for this.
Are you sure that's a good idea?
Uncle Mirren studied him, but that wasn't necessary. Rand wasn't a closed book with big locks and a keep out sign like his father. No, Rand was an open book that welcomed all readers and never closed because he didn't want to hide anything. The warrior woman said it's a good idea, and I don't argue with people who have glowing eyes.
You argued with your dad and his eyes glowed.
Uncle Mirren folded his arms. Yeah, but he asked for it sometimes. Rand tossed the rock into the air, but he didn't send his wish out yet.
How do you know we can trust her opinion?
Uncle Mirren had a point there. Rand almost missed the rock, but he caught it at the last moment. What if Uncle Mirren was right and the warrior woman was lying to them? Well, I asked who everyone was and how they knew Rosalie, but no one answered. The hole in Rosalie's chest was definitely shrinking, but it was taking its sweet time about it.
Okay, fine. We'll do a quick round of introductions, then you do your thing.
The warrior woman glared at Rand until he nodded. I already told you who I am, so this is my uncle, Mirren. Rand waved to his uncle, and Uncle Mirren nodded.
Great. I'm Faye, the ex-goddess of the future, and that's how I know this will work.
The warrior woman glanced away from him finally.
This is my idiot brother, Heathaglir, the ex-god of history, and he somehow started this whole mess.
Faye pointed at the white-haired man in gaudy robes, and he scowled, but he didn't look at all repentant.
This is our sister, Istiana, the ex-goddess of the past, and she's dying because of our brother.
Faye hugged her sister, and a little more of the white-haired woman faded away.
And I'm their other brother, Guerren, the ex-god of memory, but I assure you, I had nothing to do with what brought us all here today,
said the man with glowing green eyes. He was the only one dressed for the weather. And who's she? Rand shivered as he pointed at the angel. The damned wind cut through his green tunic and trousers. They were fine for wandering around under Mount Eredrin, but they weren't heavy enough to do much as the temperature dropped. The angel glared at him with glowing violet eyes as the wind blew her dark hair away from her tan face.
If you save her, then I'll tell you. So if you want to know my name, you'd better do something fast because she's dying.
Okay. You don't need to be so mean about it. After all, she's my friend. Rosalie's mom was scarier than this angel, since Robin knew where he lived. She also knew his dad, too. Rand checked his wish over for flaws, found none, and gave the rock one last charge before tossing it into the air. I wish Rosalie's magic would heal her and save her life right now. White light would have blinded Rand if he hadn't closed his eyes, but he did because he knew the flash was coming, since he overcharged the wish just in case Rosalie needed a magical boost. He caught her hand and squeezed it. and his uncle captured his other hand and squeezed that too. Come on, Rosalie, the rest is up to you. Don't leave me hanging here. Your friends aren't nice people.
Chapter 5, Not a Pleasure Cruise. Hello, boat. I'm coming aboard. Daniel waved as the dragon stomped up to the four-masted vessel that had a square rear section full of souls staring and pointing at her. They probably said all kinds of complimentary things, but she couldn't hear anything over the petulant dragon's loud splashing. No one could give her permission to come aboard, but that was a small matter she could clear up when she found the captain somewhere on that rather large ship.
Here's the boat you wanted to catch. Now get off me before I can find out if angels really do taste like chicken.
The dragon stopped next to the boat and glared at her. As the dragon licked her lips, I've heard humans make chicken taste like all kinds of things, so you could probably make it taste like me, but not today. Thanks for ferrying me. Daniel saluted the dragon, then jumped across the gap. Since it was only about 6 feet wide, she didn't bother to spread her wings. Look out below. Souls scattered as she plummeted toward them. Danielle landed on the deck as the dragon harumphed loudly, then rolled her eyes and dove back into the sea, sending a wave to crash into the boat's side and rock it so hard it nearly capsized.
Whoa, what was that about?
Asked the captain of the boat as he fought to keep the boat from tipping over.
Someone's not having a good day,
said another dragon as she grabbed the side part of the ship and righted it. I suppose that's my fault. I broke the rules. Daniel strode through the gap her fall created before the souls on this deck could approach her. She didn't have time for questions right now.
You rebel,
the captain said. He stood on a raised deck up a flight of stairs from the main deck. With his back to her and the wind pulling at his robes, he could be any black angel. Her friend wasn't the only one to sport the gold band at the hem and cuffs of his white robe that every archangel wore. This muscular captain could be another angel. After all, angels came in a variety of different skin colors, and lots of angels liked the clean-shaven aesthetic so much they went bald. But then the captain shook his head and laughed, and Thaniel froze mid-step. I know that belly laugh and that deep, resonant voice. Her shoulders sagged, and her steps dragged as she mounted the stairs toward her doom. Why did I have to run into him now?
Why did you break the rules? Come up here and tell me what you've been up to lately. I bet you've got a great story to tell, and I could use some entertainment.
Azariah glanced back at her with amused, glowing violet eyes. I'm in trouble now. How do I tell him an angel we both thought was lost thousands of years ago not only still exists, but he's on the other side of the sea fighting the adversary? You owe me big time, Argeniel. Daniel trudged up the steps like a condemned prisoner. I didn't sign up for this.
What's wrong? It's not like you to drag your feet.
Azariah let go of the wheel. Do you need to steer this thing? And what's with the masts? Why don't they have sails? Daniel turned so she could sweep her hands across the deck and the objects in question. It also bought her a few minutes to compose herself.
They have sails, but they're furled right now because we don't need them. So that's why you don't see them since the dragon is pulling us. But I can cut down on the resistance if the rudder is aligned with the direction the dragon is going. So yes, I do steer.
Azariah turned the wheel to make his point. I didn't know. Since you're engaged in such important work, I'd better go hang with the passengers so I don't distract you. Daniel spun on her heel and started down the stairs until he caught her arm and stopped her.
Hey, wait a minute. Did I do something to upset you? Because you're acting weird and it's not like you. So fess up. Tell me what's the matter.
He squeezed her arm. No, you didn't do anything wrong. I've just got a lot on my mind. Daniel wondered if she could break his grip. They were both warrior angels, but way back when they were created, most angels were classified as warrior angels. A lucky few were classified as heralds, and then there were the choirs. Anyone who wasn't chosen to be a herald or to sing in the choirs of angels became a warrior angel because there weren't any other options. That created problems for angels like Argeniel, who didn't fit either of those classifications. Thankfully, there was now a wide range of paths an angel could pursue, but many appeared after a terrible war in heaven and a mage war on earth that almost turned the place into a lifeless cinder.
So tell me about it. I'm just standing here steering a boat. I can do that and listen to you at the same time.
Azariah let go of her and turned the wheel again. His good humor pulled her thoughts away from the past. Are you that bored? Daniel stepped back up onto the short deck he stood on. It probably had some kind of nautical name, and she could ask him for it, but that would just stall things even more. I might as well tell him. He'll find out anyway, and this sort of news is better from a friend. Daniel leaned against the short wall surrounding this deck and stared out past the pointy end of the boat, at the purple and blue scales of the dragon paddling along like a happy dog. Most of that dragon was underwater, but he kept his pointy ears above the waterline. All the better to overhear their conversation. Dragons were too curious for their own good. Since she already told one dragon what was going on, she might as well tell another one, in in case the worst happened, and the biggest loser in history paid a visit.
I might be. So where have you been? What have you been doing? Tell me everything and don't leave out a single detail.
Azariah glanced at her the way her commander used to when he waited for a report. Where do I start? Because just thinking about the whole thing that she got involved with gave her a headache. But she could use the practice, since she needed to figure out something to tell the other angels soon. The shores of heaven would appear on the horizon soon, and she needed to get her story straight before then.
You should start in the usual place at the beginning, otherwise I'll have trouble following the story.
He grinned like that was the punchline to a joke, but if it was, she never heard it before. Okay, here goes nothing. Daniel told him about overhearing Azrael boasting about a recent trip to hell and the strange girl she ran into in the gray between when the council sent her there to check out some strange things happening there. What did that girl say? At the time, she dismissed her story as a hallucination because lots of things could cause a mortal to do that, but now she wondered if that girl and the adversary's plot were somehow linked. Anything was possible with that creep. While she wondered that, she lost track of what she was saying until he grasped both her arms and shook her.
He still exists.
Azariah stared at her like he could read the truth from her memories, but she didn't think he had that kind of power. Ez wasn't a mage, but Arjaniel was. Yes, he still exists, but he's got this martyr complex, so I don't know how long he'll continue to exist if I don't get help to him, and fast. Thaniel tried to recall if Arjaniel was like that way back when he still lived in heaven. He was a little pessimistic, but not everyone could be sunny all the time.
Then let's go help him. Where is he?
Azariah gripped the wheel as the dragon raised his head above the waterline, confirming he heard every word. Arjaniel was in the gray between when I last saw him. He planned to stop the adversary, and I don't think he intended to survive that conflict. But he wasn't alone. A mutual friend, someone you don't know, was with him, and I trust them to keep him from doing anything that might destroy him. Thaniel crossed her fingers. It was a habit she picked up from mortals, but it was comforting to think that a gesture could somehow bring her friend some luck. Azariah let go and spun the wheel hard toward whatever one called the side of a ship she wasn't standing on. The ship leaned hard enough in that direction that Thaniel almost collided with the wheel. What are you doing? She gripped the barrier thing between her and the sea far below, even though a fall wouldn't hurt her. It would just wet her wings. But she didn't want to deal with yards of wet feathers right now, not when they were on the boundary between the realm of the gray between and the realm of heaven. Matter and spirit interacted oddly here, so who knew what that water would do to her if she fell in? No, it would be better if she remained on the ship until they passed through that boundary.
We have to go back. I didn't save him then, but I'm not failing him now. Turn the ship. We're going back.
Azariah tried to turn the wheel, and something groaned as he stuck something between the spokes to prevent the wheel from turning back in the other direction. To be fair, I didn't know he needed saving back then either. I thought he went off to brood. What are you doing? Daniel followed him as he descended the steps to the main deck.
What does it look like I'm doing? I'm turning the ship around.
Azariah hurried to a rotating thing in the middle of the deck that had rods sticking out of its central axle. Ez grabbed a rod and pushed it to turn the axle, and a splash sounded as something plunged into the sea. What did you do? Daniel stood nearby, unsure of what to do since she knew nothing about boats.
I'm turning the ship. Look, it's turning.
Azariah grunted as he pushed the rod and turned the axle some more.
You can't do that. You need to take these souls to heaven. Then we can go back,
said the dragon, straining to stop the ship from turning so it could pull the ship forward. Arjaniel is pretty tough. He never had a warrior's spirit, but he had the same training as us since he was in our class, so he knows how to throw a punch and how to dodge one. Plus, he's got powerful magic, and he's damned good at wielding it. Arjaniel will be fine for a little while. Daniel hoped that was true as she glanced overboard and regretted it. The water around the boat shimmered like it was deciding if it still existed, and the boat shuddered like it was thinking about not existing too, but that would be bad for them if it made the wrong decision. A weird area separated the two realms, but that boundary usually wasn't visible during the few seconds it took to cross it. Unfortunately, it became more visible the longer they floated here, stuck between the two realms. The boundary was no place to tarry, as the loud creaks and pops coming from somewhere below attested. We can't stay here. Let's go to heaven. We're closer to its shore than to Arjaniel, and now you're just wasting time we could use to get to him. Daniel grabbed a rod thing and pushed in the opposite direction, but that just stymied him. She couldn't push hard enough in this quasi-spirit form to overpower him, but he had the same problem.
What in the name of heaven are you doing?
Azrael asked at the top of his lungs as he plummeted onto the deck. He did that thing where he crossed his arms and hovered over them, so his hair and robes dramatically billowed in the non-existent breeze. Maybe the wind was still deciding whether it wanted to affect the rest of the ship or just spend all its energy on making Azrael look impressive. In case that wasn't enough, he dialed up the illumination on his glowing violet eyes and the halo floating over his head and the blinding white aura surrounding him, as if they needed any more light right now. Azrael loved to make an entrance. lights. Could you tone down your body glow to a less blinding level? Daniel let go of the rod so she could shade her eyes.
Fine.
Azrael sighed like it was such an inconvenience, and his aura faded as his gold sandals touched the deck. But he must have just shined them because they reflected the glow of his eyes and his halo. During the light show, he must have put his wings away because they were nowhere in sight.
Now, will someone please tell me what's going on here and make it snappy? I've got things to do.
Azrael snapped his fingers a few times in case once wasn't enough.
Someone's impatient,
Azariah said. But Azrael's arrival distracted him, so he stopped turning the vertical axle in the middle of the deck. That was probably the Archangel's plan all along, since the Council frowned on fighting within the ranks of angels.
You would be too if you had a dragon fly over and complain to you about someone I thought was my friend.
Azrael glared at Thaniel like she did something to offend him, when it was the dragon she offended. I didn't know she'd go complain to you, so you can't blame me for that. Thaniel raised her hands to show she was innocent. Since when were you the Department of Complaints? That seemed like an odd fit for someone like him. But Thaniel didn't understand most of the decisions the Council of Angels made, so why would this one be any different?
Look, we can sort out Daniel's dragon problems later. Right now we need to go back to the Grey Between. Arjaniel's in trouble.
Azariah turned the vertical axle thing the other way, and it sounded like it winched up something metallic, like a chain. Did he drop the anchor before? Was he now pulling it back up? Why did he drop the anchor? That seemed like an odd choice, but what did she know about sailing? Maybe that rudder thing he mentioned earlier needed help? Daniel couldn't figure out how an anchor could help in that situation, but she was just a passenger on a shaking boat. Is the boat supposed to shake like that? Daniel asked as the deck shivered, and it didn't do that because Azariah strode right up to Azrael and got in his face.
And you can go back there after you bring these souls to heaven. You know the rules.
Azrael jabbed his index finger into Azariah's chest, pushing the younger angel back a step. Then he turned so his robes could flare out dramatically behind him, while he waved to the souls staring at them from the stairs leading below decks and the rear part of this deck. Lovely they had an audience for this. Daniel suppressed a groan. She didn't want another mark against her, but that was inevitable now, since every soul on the ship had a guardian angel watching over them, and those angels watched from the back of the crowd, since they were taller than all the souls aboard. Unfortunately, none were from her generation of angels, so she didn't know any of them. Darn it. At this rate, the Council will order me to guard a haven for a few hundred years or do some other boring task far away from them. Danielle would have sighed, but she needed to sort this out in a way that left her audience with a favorable impression of her if she wanted to have any hope of ever doing anything interesting ever again.
But this is Arjaniel. I haven't seen him in thousands of years.
Azariah ran a hand over his smooth scalp.
And you can wait a little longer. He won't expire.
Azrael planted his fists on his hips and adopted a stern look on his chiseled face. That's not true. He could actually expire if the Adversary takes his time crystal again and we don't find one to replace it with. Daniel studied the vertical axle. How far did one need to turn it to raise the anchor? I supposed I should turn it until it doesn't turn anymore. She grasped the rod still sticking out of the holes in the top of the thing and pushed it until the axle refused to turn.
What are you talking about? There's no such thing as a time crystal. They're just a rumor.
Azrael tapped her shoulder with his index finger.
Hey, I'm talking to you. Stop ignoring me.
Sorry to disappoint you, but they're not a rumor. I saw one with my own 2 eyes. Daniel let go of the rod and pointed at her glowing eyes. This arguing was getting them nowhere. She caught the dragon's eye and motioned for him to just pull the damn ship to heaven already so they could go back to the Grey Between. Arjaniel could wait a little longer so some deserving souls and their tired guardian angels could reach their final destination. I'm counting on you, Natalie, to keep him from doing anything too crazy. He knows he can't take on the Adversary on his own. He must wait until I return with help. The dragon got the message, and the ship lurched forward as cracks formed on the deck. The instant they passed the boundary line, the cracks closed, and the ship stopped groaning like it wanted to break apart. Danielle let her shoulders sag in relief. That was one disaster successfully avoided, and I didn't need to find out what happens to an angel who falls through the boundary line.
The Adversary is in hell, and so is Arjaniel, so what's the hurry?
Azrael folded his arms and glowered at her like she did something to cause this. Actually, they're both in the Grey Between, and an army of demons and fallen angels are there too. Danielle strode over to the stairs leading to the half-deck with the wheel, and sat on the 3rd step from the bottom. Azrael followed her.
That's not possible. You'd better explain how that happened.
How can you say he'll be fine against an army?
Azariah followed and he looked about as happy about the news as Azrael did. I beg to differ. I went to hell to check out his story. Daniel paused so she could gesture with both hands to Azrael. I found Arjaniel and teamed up with him. Since then, I lost count of how many armies we encountered, but we walked away from them all.
See? I told you he'll be fine.
Azrael nudged Azariah with his elbow, and the captain wisely stepped away to put some distance between them. This next part would shock Azariah, but there was no help for that because she needed to see Azrael's reaction. There's something you should know. Arjaniel Arjunil didn't fall. No one sent him to hell. He's not fallen. He's just like us, but more magical. Daniel stared right at Azrael, but his eyes didn't widen with surprise. He just nodded like that was his assessment too. Danielle shot to her feet as Azariah stammered in shock. She got right in Ez's face and jabbed her index finger into his chest with every accusation. But they were close to heaven now, so neither of them was corporeal enough to feel anything. You knew, and you left him there. Why did you leave that awful glamour in place? You could have broken it and told him he wasn't fallen, but you didn't. So I had to do it. Why didn't you tell him?
He wasn't ready to hear it, so I planted a seed of doubt. Oh, don't look at me like that. I planned to go back and break it to him slowly. I just didn't get the time to.
Azrael half turned to include their audience in the conversation. Daniel glanced past the pointy front end of the boat at the pearly gates, drawing nearer every moment. Good. They were almost there. She slipped past Azrael and tried to hug Azariah, but the incorporeal thing allowed him to walk through her, and that was not a pleasant sensation, because the light inside of them clashed because their natures were more similar than they were different.
Sorry about that.
Azariah rubbed the bridge of his nose as he stumbled from the shock of occupying the same space as her, but Daniel reeled too, so she just waved that apology away. Do me a favor and never do that again. You're just as fiery inside as I am, and I think I just got burned in places I didn't know I could burn. That was the downside to being made of spirit and light, but the gates were so close, Daniel could stand on the forwardmost tip of the boat and touch them. Since she could feel the sandals on her feet a little, she was now mostly incorporeal, but a small part of her was corporeal enough to avoid such intimate collisions, and that was a relief. The dragon pulling the boat rose out of the sea, revealing the harness and the thick ropes attached to it that connected it to the ship. Without a glance at anyone, the dragon swung the 3-story tall gates open, and he sprinted for the curving beach in front of them. He probably wanted to get away from them, and she didn't blame him one bit. The passengers looked eager to disembark too, so it shouldn't take long to get them offloaded. Their angels would lead them to their next destination anyway, so there was no need to hang about. Sorry for the delay, Arjunil, but you know how obsessed our fellow angels are with the rules. I'll be on the way back to you soon.
Chapter 6, Tugging on Timelines. Morgana didn't slow as the shimmering gold dome over the library grew closer. Maybe she planned to run through it. She was an ex-god, so maybe she could cut through the shield like it was nothing more than a pretty glow surrounding the library. Or perhaps not, because she skidded to a halt a pace away from the shield and extended both hands until they touched it. But neither hand could penetrate the barrier.
Can you do something about this shield?
Morgana kicked it, but it didn't budge. No, I can just stare at it and wish it wasn't there. Ivarian kicked a rock and sent it flying into the shield, but it bounced off. Too bad Ran isn't here. He could just wish the shield away and it would disappear. But Ran wasn't here. Ivarian touched the shield and it didn't electrocute him. In fact, it didn't seem to do anything except block access to the library towering over them.
Well, what can you do?
Morgana leaned against the shield and studied him. I can do a little wind magic, but not enough to make a dent in that shield. Ivarian leaned against the shield too. It made a good backrest, weirdly enough.
Can you do anything else?
Morgana turned her head to keep him in view. I can go backward in time, but I don't think that particular gift is useful right now. Can you do anything with your magic? Ivarian stared at the glowing orange sky, but there was no sun, just a constant glow that blanketed the sky. It was strange. He'd always thought hell was a place of eternal darkness. A black speck appeared amid that vast expanse of luminous orange, but he probably imagined that.
Nothing that could help us get through this shield.
She pounded on it with her fist as that speck in the sky grew until it looked like a man tumbling end over end. Did he go through that smoky door in the gray between two? Ivarian stepped away from the shield as the falling man sprouted large black bat wings and arrested his fall. Who or what is that? He pointed at the man gliding toward them.
That's trouble, and we'd better get inside the shield before it arrives.
Morgana pushed off the shield and spun to face it as she tapped her lower lip in thought.
No shield can stand forever, right?
I don't know much about shields. Why do you ask? Before she could answer, Ivarian realized where she was going with that question. You think there was a time before this shield existed?
Exactly. If we could go to that place in time, we could enter the library, and we'd get away from here before the adversary lands. Trust me, you don't want to be within a mile of him when he does.
Who or what is the adversary? Ivarian heard the term before, but the way she said it, the word had layers of meaning. What did she know about him?
He started out as a rebel angel with a cause, but somewhere along the way he changed and became a nightmare. Maybe his power twisted him. Maybe it was this place. I just know he became the enemy of everything and everyone, but we don't have time to discuss his origins or his transformation into the biggest and baddest villain of all time right now.
Morgana tapped on the shield shield again.
Can you take us back to before the shield existed?
Could he? That was the question, but what was the answer? Ivarian didn't use his time magic much before meeting Rosalie, and when he used it, he just went to the Arrow of Time. Does that place even exist anymore? Maybe I should check if I can reach it from here. Since they had no better options, Ivarian squared his shoulders, but just thinking of the Arrow of Time punched a hole through his heart because he learned of it from his mother, and she was now dying all because of him. And time was also messed up for the same reason. What if I don't need to go to the Arrow of Time? What if I could manipulate it from right here? After all, when his mother died, the past died too, unless Morgana or her sisters or her mother can do something to help her. It was a slim hope, but he clung to it anyway. Right now, time was broken, so he didn't need to be careful. Ivarian remembered the currents of time he sensed in that place of ruins after his uncle delivered an ultimatum. They brushed against his fingers like cold feathers, and he grasped them. Maybe I can use them to find the timeline here. It might not be the same one that governs the mortal realm, but that might be a good thing. Stay close to me, Ivarian said to Morgana, even though that should be obvious. Morgana stepped so close, the top of her head brushed the underside of his nose, and her nose pressed into his chest as she put her stiff arms around him.
Is this close enough?
She asked into his chest as the rest of her pressed against him. That might be too close. Ivarian tried not to fidget as she stepped back and put some space between them.
Is this better?
Morgana looked up at him. Yeah, just stand there and don't move. Ivarian pulled on the currents of time and hoped that would bring the timeline for this place close enough to grab. That was where his brilliant plan ended because he didn't know if he could move along that timeline. It wasn't the one he was born into. Maybe he shouldn't think about that right now. The currents were invisible, so he couldn't see how they flowed. At home, they flowed in curving lines from east to west, right through anything in their path. But this wasn't his home. He yanked first the right side, then the left, and the shield flickered on the left side. So that was the past in this world? Ivarian let go of the right side of the current and hoped he held part of this place's timeline. He pulled only on the left side of the current like it was an invisible rope. Cold chilled his hands as the current ended, and he grasped the timeline generating it. A rope made of ice appeared in his hands that had no beginning or end. It faded to invisibility 6 feet away from him, and time rewound as he tugged the past toward him. His breath misted as the temperature dropped. Morgana froze, and ice crystals formed on her long lashes. She's a goddess or something very like one. She'll be fine. Ivarian pulled harder, and the shield flickered until pieces vanished. Silhouettes raced out of the library and picked up pages. Each one had a single symbol scrawled in lavender ink. Then the silhouette raced back into the library, probably to return the paper to whoever drew the symbol. I need to go back further. Ivarian yanked the timeline until the shield vanished and no one else entered or left the library. It's now or never. Ivarian stepped back, but Morgana remained where she was. Damn it, she was still frozen. Well, the timeline was a freezing rope here, not an inflexible arrow made of ice, so he wrapped it around them until he could hold it with one hand. Then he took one hand off the timeline and dragged Morgana across the space where the shield was. Once she was across, he let go, and the icy rope slid away from them as time fast-forwarded to the present moment. Ivarian pulled her away from the blur of the demon running back and forth into the library to get the glyphs that created the shield and dropped them in a ring around the structure towering over them. The demon didn't see them because they stood outside time, and so they weren't part of his timeline until the realm's timeline slid back to the present and disappeared like it was never visible at all.
Well, that wasn't what I expected.
Morgana backed away and ran her hands down her dress, even though it wasn't wrinkled and not a single dark hair was out of place. Me either. Shall we go inside? Ivarian waved to the library. It looked even more like a fortress from up close since there were no windows, but it had a door that was probably barred from the inside. Should we knock?
No, I've got a better idea.
Morgana caught his hand and hell vanished into a bright light. Of course, she could teleport just like his uncle. When the light faded, they stood in a dim chamber with floor-to-ceiling shelves of books. More books stood on the shelving units, separated by narrow aisles that wound through the space. Why didn't you flash us past that shield? Ivarian jerked his thumb at the wall behind him.
Because I can't do that. I'm not powerful enough to teleport through someone else's magic, and that includes shields. Come on, let's find that crystal before someone notices we snuck in.
Morgana spun on her heel and stalked toward the first aisle. Why didn't you teleport us from the gray between to hell? Ivarian ran after her and reached for her arm, but she snatched it away and glared at him as she walked backward.
Because I can't teleport through things like that. Look, the most powerful X-gods were the first ones. I'm not one of them. I'm like you, third generation. But unlike you, both my parents are X-gods, and I'm lucky I can teleport at all. So shut up and follow me. I can feel the spells on that crystal. It's close.
Morgana spun around and marched down the aisle like a woman on a mission because that's what she was. A woman determined to find the crystal that trapped her mother so she could free her, and he respected that. So Ivarian did as she asked and shut his mouth as he followed her through a dizzying maze of shelves and books. Voices spoke from somewhere, but Ivarian couldn't tell from where until Morgana turned back and pressed a finger to her lips, motioning for silence. When she ducked behind a shelving unit, he copied her, and just in time, too. Two creatures who might be demons passed by on the other side of their hiding spot.
Do you think he'll return? I wouldn't blame him if he didn't,
said a demon with a husky voice.
He'll return because the library is his home,
said a demon with a high, sweet voice meant for singing.
You sound sure of that,
said the first one as his voice faded. If the second demon replied, Ivarian didn't hear it because they passed out of earshot. Morgana shrugged when he looked a question at her.
I don't know who they were talking about. Let's hurry so we don't find out.
She rose and peered over the shelving unit. When she motioned for him to rise, Ivarian pressed onward. The aisles twisted and turned like the walls of a labyrinth, but Morgana either didn't notice or she didn't care because she never hesitated at an intersection. She hurried on as if she were an arrow flying straight toward a target. Maybe she was. She never explained what her powers were. Morgana stopped in front of a bookcase that looked like every other one.
This is it. The crystal is behind this thing. Help me move it.
She grasped one end and heaved until her face reddened. Ivarian grabbed the other side, but it didn't budge. Are you sure it's behind it? It feels like it's bolted to the wall.
It can't be. There must be a way to move it.
Morgana grabbed books from the shelves and threw them on the floor behind her.
None of these books must trigger a mechanism to move it aside. We just need to find it. Help me look.
You're making a mess. Shouldn't we avoid that so no one knows we were here? Ivarian picked up 3 books and shoved them back on the shelves.
I don't care if they know.
Morgana reached for another book, but a grating sound made her stop and step back as the bookcase slid aside, revealing a doorway.
Come on, it's in here.
Morgana rushed through the doorway before he could stop her. Ivarian followed her into the darkness, and she cursed.
Do you have a light?
I might. Ivarian slid both hands into his pockets to check. He should have something since Lumir crystals were ubiquitous in Shayari, and Ran wandered around with his pockets full of them.
Never mind.
Morgana held up a star-shaped crystal, and its glow lit her smiling face.
We did it. We found the soul trap.
Morgana hugged the crystal to her chest like it was a child she must protect at all costs. How do we get out of here? Ivarian waited for her to come to him, since he couldn't see much with her arms blocking most of the crystal's light.
I can flash us outside, but I can't teleport us through the shield. Can you repeat what you did before?
Morgana climbed over a long, thin rock with symbols carved on it. When she reached him, the dark chamber vanished in a bright flash. The light faded, leaving them in the rocky area outside the library, just steps from the shield. But Morgana didn't step back. She stayed by his side.
Now you do your thing.
Then what? Where do we go from here? Ivarian felt around for the currents of time to help him locate the timeline again.
We go back to the Grey Between, and then wherever you want. I promise we'd help you get vengeance, and we will, as soon as you free my mother.
Morgana hugged the crystal like she was hugging her mother. I guess that's as good a plan as any. And just maybe, with Morgana and her 6 sisters' help, he could fix what he broke and salvage something for Rosalie. She would want me to do that. So would Mom. With tears burning in his eyes, he traced the currents to the timeline. It was time to reverse time so they could get past the shield.
Chapter 7. You're back again?
Did it work?
The angel with an attitude asked, but she looked at Rosalie with worried, glowing violet eyes and cradled her. I think so. Rand forgave her impatience since he felt it too. I used to get scared when Papa or Uncle Mirren was sick or hurt. In fact, he still didn't react well to that, even though he was grown up now. But that ugly wound in her chest looked smaller. He already wished it would close up faster, so he refrained from wishing that again because a second wish for the same thing didn't always help. Sometimes the second wish canceled out the first one, and he didn't have unlimited energy to spend on this. Who knew what Rosalie would want him to do when she finally woke up?
While we wait, why don't you tell us who you are and how you know Rosalie?
Uncle Mirren rubbed his knee. It must hurt. Rand didn't wish it didn't hurt because he did that once and his uncle overdid it because he didn't feel the pain warning him to slow down. Then he was in even more pain. That was a tough lesson to learn, but Rand wouldn't repeat that mistake anytime soon.
I'm a friend of your friend, and that's all you need to know.
The angel rocked back and forth and her lips moved like she was praying, but no sound came out.
What about you? How do you all know Rosalie?
Mirren glanced at the ex-gods.
It's a long story,
Faye said as she hugged her fading sister. A light appeared in his peripheral vision, and Rand rose to investigate it since no one wanted to talk to him. The light grew until a glowing doorway appeared 6 feet away from the ex-gods and Rosalie. Not this again. Rand pulled another rock from his pocket.
I hate those things.
Faye pointed at the portal, and a fireball shot toward it. Wait, we don't know if the demons are friendly. We should find out before we throw fire at them. Rand held his palm out in a stop gesture, even though he probably couldn't stop an angry goddess, and he didn't want to try. That sort of intervention could lead to an early grave.
I'll save you the trouble of checking. They're not friendly. Destroy anything that comes out of that portal on sight if you want to have a future that's not overrun by demons.
Faye cupped her hand, and another fireball formed. Did she have a never-ending supply of them? I hope you never get that mad at me. Rand dodged the fireball she lobbed at the portal.
Our corner of the world is already overrun by demons.
Uncle Moren rose stiffly, probably from sitting on the cold ground. We don't know if it's that way everywhere. They might just have come to our mountain. We attract weird things. Rand hoped they weren't went everywhere. But he didn't have a way to find out unless he wanted to wish himself all over the country. But that just sounded wasteful, and he wasn't even sure if he could wish himself to somewhere he'd never been unless someone he knew was there. That was something to think about later, though. Faye jerked forward and thrust her chest out like something was pulling on it. That would have been weird enough if all the ex-gods, the angel holding Rosalie, and Rosalie herself weren't doing the same thing. The time crystal in his pocket strained against the material to break free as a demon dressed in gray from head to toe stepped out of the portal holding a knife. It had a gray rock in its hilt, just like the one the nice demon showed him. So the demon wasn't friendly after all. Is the demon trying to steal your time crystals? Is that why you're all leaning forward like that? Rand slapped a hand over his pocket to keep the time crystal from escaping. Well, not everyone was affected. Rand didn't feel any different, and his uncle didn't lean forward, but they probably didn't have time crystals inside them. Why did the ex-gods have them? That seemed like a strange place to keep a crystal. Two angels flickered into view, and they clutched their chests and each other. The angel on the left Rand recognized as his guardian angel, Isaiah, and that angel glared at him like this was all his fault. It kind of was, much as Rand hated to admit it. If he and Uncle Mirren hadn't come here, then their angels wouldn't be affected by the demon's knife and the spells on it. Isaiah's glowing violet eyes made that quite clear as he glowered at him. Either his lighter-skinned angelic companion had shiny skin that reflected the glow of Isaiah's eyes, or his guardian angel glowed a lot brighter when vexed. It was probably the latter explanation. Isaiah had some magic too, but he would never say what it was, no matter how many times Rand summoned him and asked. Isaiah really shouldn't get his white robes in a tangle. I didn't know that the demons would show up here. Illyriel, Uncle Mirren's guardian angel, was a powerful mage. Rand found out about that when he was just a kid. Since he wasn't supposed to know, he didn't bother sharing that information with the ex-gods. Uncle Mirren knew too, and he stayed quiet about that as well, confirming that Rand made the right decision. Hey, Illyriel, can you do something to stop that demon? I know you're not supposed to get involved in human affairs. In case you haven't noticed, this isn't a human affair. This is demons and magic crystals and ex-gods, and even you can agree that this isn't a normal situation. Rand waved to get the angel mage's attention. Illyriel could be aloof sometimes, but he reluctantly got involved in more conflicts with demons than Rand wanted to count right now. So he stood a good chance of convincing that angel. The same couldn't be said for Isaiah, but Rand had threatened to report him to his aunt on multiple occasions just to get the angel to appear and do what he wanted, so he could understand why Isaiah blamed him for this. It must look to the angel like he engineered this to force them to appear and get involved, but that just wasn't true. Now, it wasn't the right time to point that out, so Rand settled for a pleading look, but the whole widening of the eyes and quivering of the lips thing worked better when he was 4 years old. I could make my eyes tear if that would help. Isaiah narrowed his luminous eyes like he knew what Rand was doing as he held Illyriel up. The angel mage flickered alarmingly, like he couldn't remain visible, and his violet eyes fluttered as their glow winked on and off. Maybe he couldn't help after all.
Clearly he can't help right now. Why don't you do something? You're young and magical, and I'm the only reason you still have a future. Unless you want that to change, you better stop him from taking our time crystals.
Now Faye glared at him too. Why was everyone ganging up on him?
Could you do something? You've done a lot of wishing over the last few days.
Uncle Mirren asked, but he looked at Rand with worried eyes. Did he think that earlier wish taxed him? He probably did. I might not have explained that Rosalie's magic is actually doing the work from that wish. Rand squeezed his uncle's shoulder. I'm fine. Really, I am. But that concern made his heart fill with warmth and love for his dear uncle.
Well then, get on with it. Our flesh is tougher than yours, but it can still tear and our ribs can break. Once that happens, those crystals will shoot out of us, and I don't think you want to witness that. It won't be pretty.
Faye said as she conjured another fireball. Who did she plan to throw it at? Rand let go of his uncle and squeezed the rock in his hand. In that case, I wish you and your knife would just go away. He repeated his wish twice more in his mind. After he charged the rock with his wish, he threw it at the demon holding the knife. As the rock flew toward the portal, the demon and his knife vanished. Everybody relaxed, and the time crystal stopped trying to break out of his pocket. That was good, because a crystal shouldn't do things like that unless Papa was around.
Are they gone?
Asked a familiar voice from inside the portal. It couldn't be the same demon that gave him the time crystal, but it sure sounded like him. We've got to stop meeting like this. Rand shook his head at the coincidence as he strode over to where the rock landed. He picked it up and reabsorbed the magic left over from his wish before sliding it back into his pocket for the next time. Lumer crystals were awesome like that. Not only could they hold magic, but they could anchor spells, and once used, you could easily remove the magic and put a different spell in it. They were as close to zero waste as one could get when it came to spellcraft, and Rand loved that. Thanks, Dad, for introducing me to them.
Look, I didn't know you'd be here. I didn't know where they'd send me next.
The demon said from inside the portal, and he was definitely the same one from earlier who was creating these portals. Rand didn't blame him. He'd have stayed inside the portal too, just to avoid one of Faye's fireballs. Another one floated above her hand, waiting for a target because she had no one to throw it at yet.
No one, you know. I've already said too much, and I need to return. Will you take this time crystal and hide it like you did the other one, so the adversary can't get it?
The demon extended a hand through the portal, and a walnut-sized gray lumer crystal sat on his palm like an offering. Faye didn't throw the fireball, but she glowered as she crushed it, and smoke curled up from her hand hand. At least she was listening. Perhaps she now believed this demon was friendly. Sure, I could do that favor for you, if you'll do a small favor for me. Rand glanced at Rosalie. She lay as still and as stiff as a corpse, but she was a fighter, and the wound was a little smaller than the last time he looked at it, so she was still alive, just comatose, while she healed.
What do you want in exchange for this crystal?
The demon poked his hooded head out, but his veil still covered everything except his eyes, and they were a clash of pinks and blues like a sky at sunset after a storm. Can you help, my friend? If you can change your shape to look like anyone, can you change somebody else's body to fix their wounds? Rand hoped for a yes, and he crossed his fingers behind his back. Hoping was a lesser form of wishing, and sometimes, even if he put no magic toward it, he could nudge things along in the right direction. But that only worked if what he hoped for was possible, and the people involved were already inclined to do the thing he hoped for.
Oh, you mean healing? Yeah, I can share my shapeshifting ability with someone to do that, but it might hurt. That's an unfortunate byproduct of the sharing. Who needs healing?
The demon glanced at them, and Rand finally remembered what the demon called his kind, Versati. Rand glanced at the spot where Isaiah and Eluriel stood during the time crystal stealing knife incident, but they must have vanished when the knife-wielding demon did. They were still around somewhere, watching, but they were invisible, and they'd probably stay that way on principle to make up for those few minutes where they were visible. Oh well, I found a better option than pestering them for a miracle. But I would have done that if the demon wasn't so amenable. Rosalie's too young and ornery to die, and I'm not explaining her death to her mom. No way! Robin of Larkspur would make mincemeat out of anyone who harmed a hair on her daughter's head the instant she found out about it. He didn't believe she was dead. Yes, Rosalie believed it, but her mom was too tough to die. He doubted there were any illnesses brave enough to infect her. Robin of Larkspur was the fiercest and most determined person Rand had ever met, and Rosalie was turning into a woman just like her. She needs healing, and so does she. Rand gestured to Rosalie, and he was surprised the standoffish angel still sat there, holding his injured friend like she might disappear if she let go. Maybe she wasn't a guardian angel, but she sure was possessive. Rand waved to Istiana next. Faye cradled her sister. Unlike Rosalie, Istiana was aware of everything happening around her.
I can help them both. If you promise you won't disappear me or destroy me when I leave this portal. Do you promise?
The demon asked, but he looked right at Faye since she was the most likely to throw fireballs at him. Rand glanced at everyone until they nodded, accepting the bargain. Yes, I can guarantee no one will harm you.
Who needs help the most urgently? I should start with her first.
The Versati strode out of the portal, and his long gray robes billowed in the chilly breeze. Rosalie needs help first. Rand accompanied the demon to his friend's side, then backed away so he could watch the ex-gods and make sure they kept their promise. They were easier to look at since they didn't remind him of his father's long-dead friend. Shade used to dress similarly, but they weren't a demon. Shade had something else going on, but Rand never found out what, and now he couldn't ask because Papa was on another timeline where he couldn't talk to him. Even if I could talk to him, there's no guarantee that Papa would tell me what happened to Shade. Uncle Mirren might know, but he might not because he was only a teenager then, and Papa liked to keep secrets from everyone, even if there was no logical reason to.
I've done all I can. She should wake up soon. I just don't know when. Where's the other woman who needs help?
The Versati rose from where he knelt a moment before and glanced around. Istiana waved a nearly transparent hand, warding off the Versati.
I don't think you can help me. This is no mortal wound, but thank you for the offer.
I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you find a remedy.
The Versati bowed to her, then held up the grey time crystal.
So, who'll take this thing and hide it for me? I did my part, now it's your turn.
Toss it to me. I'll hide it. I'm really good at hiding things. Just ask my uncle. Rand extended his hands to catch it.
Actually, you'd better give it to me. I've got an idea, and it might save my sister's life.
Faye waved to get the Versati's attention. What will you do with it? Rand had a feeling he would regret asking that, but curiosity demanded he find out. What could an X-time god do with it? She already said she protected the future. Could that crystal help stop the demons from taking over the future? Rand hoped so. It would be nice to return to Mount Eredrin and find it free of demons with all the damage repaired, so he didn't need to explain why there was a giant hole in the middle of the library. That would be ideal, actually.
You'll see.
Faye winked a glowing red eye, and it looked like there was an inferno where her eyes should be. That creep ran out so much he backed away from her. But Faye didn't notice because she squeezed her sister and spoke only to her now. Everyone else might as well have disappeared for all the notice she paid them.
Sorry, sis, this will hurt, but I think it'll help in the end.
What are you planning?
Istiana met that fiery gaze with an icy one of her own.
I'm gonna find out if your time magic comes from the specific time crystal inside you, or if it comes from some other part that is intrinsic to you. If it's the time crystal, then if I swap it out for this one, you should stop fading, and that should buy us some time to fix things.
Faye extended her hand to the Versati.
Will you give it to me?
The Versati looked at Rand, and he shrugged. I already have one. I don't need another. In fact, Rand didn't want the one he had, but he kept it in his pocket anyway, in case he needed it to get home. No one answered any questions about where they were, and that sent fear skittering through his veins, because the reason they kept quiet might be because he and his uncle weren't in their correct time. The signs were all around him, even covered in snow. The enchanted trees standing at the the edge of the clearing didn't look dead or dying. The trees nearest him were green and thriving, despite the snow covering their friends. That was weird. Why was there no snow in a 100-foot circle around the X-gods? But outside that area, snow piled up knee-high in places. Rand shut down all thoughts about where or when they might be. He didn't want to know if they were in the past. That was information he could live without right now because it would just make him worry about somehow running into his father or a younger version of himself, and that just gave him the heebie-jeebies. The Versati tossed the time crystal to Faye, and she caught it one-handed like the thing was always meant for her. Maybe it was. She was a goddess after all.
Better go.
The Versati hurried back to the portal, and as soon as he crossed its brilliant threshold, it vanished.
But that won't save the timeline. The past needs a goddess. If not me, then who?
Istipiana asked, like nothing happened. Maybe demons and portals winked out all the time where she lived.
Well, you have kids, so I volunteer the one who caused you to fade to take your place. And don't say it, it'll still balance because there will still be 2 women and 2 men as time gods.
Faye clenched her fist around the time crystal. Jannar cleared his throat and folded his arms.
And what about me? Am I just chopped liver?
You bear a striking resemblance to it.
Faye teased, and she smiled to make it clear she was joking, but her smile vanished as quickly as it appeared.
Where is he, anyway?
Istiana glanced around. Where is who? Rand asked because he just couldn't leave well enough alone. He regretted asking the instant Istiana glanced at him, her eyes dimmed to soft gray like a cloudy sky as she said the one name he should have guessed.
My son, Ivarian. I saw him, then I didn't, and now I don't know where he is.
Rand's mouth dropped open, and maybe the ground shook or something, because he needed to sit. Ivarian was the son of a goddess? What did that make him? Rand sat on the ground between the portal and Rosalie and rocked as he tried to make sense of what he just heard. How could Ivarian be a demigod?
Chapter 8, Drama on Deck. Daniel watched the souls run down the ramp thing onto the beach, like they couldn't get away fast enough. But their guardian angels lingered instead of accompanying their charges to their final reward, thus ending their assignments. Some glanced at their charges' retreating backs with regret in their violet eyes. Some watched her pace the deck, impatient to leave. She could guess why they remained. Not all guardian angels were also warrior angels, but many were, and the angels stayed on board because they felt a battle looming on the horizon, electrifying the air. Daniel shivered in anticipation, and she wasn't the only one. The remaining guardian angels craved a fight against evil just as much as she did, and by God, they'd get one as soon as this tub got underway. Is the last soul off the boat? Daniel asked as she passed Azrael for a 5th time. He stood, arms crossed, beside the top of the ramp like he was guarding it. At her question, he turned and cast his glowing eyes over the deck.
Yes, that was the last soul. Help me raise the ramp.
Azariah hustled past her and bent to grab the plank-looking thing and slide it back into the groove that stored it somewhere below this deck. Sure, she might as well work for that fight. Daniel bent to grab the other end, but Azrael slammed his big, sandal-clad foot down on the corner.
You're not going anywhere.
Azrael stomped onto the top of the ramp and glared at everyone. Now what got his robes all twisted up?
Like, hell, I'm not. Get out of the way.
Azariah tried to budge the ramp, but Azrael glowed brighter as he swelled up and took on mass, just to become too heavy to budge.
Stop and think. You're a smart angel, and the whole thing is wrong.
Are you calling me a liar? Daniel shot up from her crouch and would have gotten in his face if Azrael hadn't added 2 feet to his height. She settled for glaring up at him.
Will you calm down? I know you're not lying. You're telling me the truth as you know it, but there's more to this than you know.
Azrael rested an oversized hand on her shoulder and pushed her back a few steps. Well, how do you know that? Last I checked, you weren't there when the Adversary started messing around with time crystals in the gray between. Faniel slid out from under his hand and her sword appeared, sheathed at her hip. She wouldn't draw it, not on a fellow angel, but its presence cooled her anger a little and sharpened her mind.
Look, something weird is going on. Can we all agree on that, right?
Azrael met every angel's eyes on the deck. What was his problem? Daniel nodded despite herself, because as was right, this whole situation was weird.
Good. Then you'll agree that we need to stay here and figure it out.
Azrael raised his hand. When Daniel protested, that jerk cast a silence spell on her, so her protest cut off. That was so unfair. She seethed under the silence spell, but she couldn't say anything until he lifted it.
Right now, heaven needs all the protection it can get.
Azrael glanced at everyone again, but this time, he didn't move on until everyone either dropped his gaze or nodded. When he glanced at her, Daniel glared back, unimpressed. He waved a hand, releasing her, but Azariah beat her to it.
No, we need to go to the Gray Between, save Arginil, and stop whatever the Adversary plans to do with those time crystals.
Azariah rose from his crouch since he couldn't retract the ramp until Azrael allowed it. He plans to destroy all of time everywhere all at once, so we need to go now no, because time's in way more danger than this place is. Danielle stroked her sword hilt. She longed to draw it, but fighting wasn't allowed in heaven, so she clasped her hands in front of her and her sword vanished.
Don't you see? If the adversary is in the gray between, then we can't leave. Heaven needs all the defenders it can get, because he won't stay over there. The minute he's done with what he's doing in the gray between, he'll come here.
Azrael turned and swept his hand across the sun-drenched beach and the purple spires rising into the clear blue sky in the distance. Songs mixed with prayers on the gentle breeze tugging on her hair, and that firmed her resolve. Daniel stepped forward. Will heaven even exist if he destroys time? Will anything be left at all? That was the one piece of this that made no sense to her. But the adversary must think something would remain, or why would he break time at all? There must be an easier way to get what he wanted.
Of course it will. Heaven stands outside of time, beyond the circles of the world. That's what I've been trying to tell you. If he destroys time, then heaven and hell will be the only places left. Where do you think he'll go then? Not back to hell, that's for sure.
Azrael didn't look at her as he replied. He kept his gaze on the guardian angels still aboard. Was he trying to guilt them into disembarking? He raised some troubling points, but she didn't want to admit it because that meant leaving her friends to suffer and possibly cease to exist at the hands of the enemy. What if, Az is right, what if collecting time crystals and destroying time was just a distraction? Daniel stared at the purple spires in the distance. Could she risk it? The other guardian angels must be thinking the same thing because they crossed the deck to the ramp in an orderly line. Azrael shrank down to his normal height and clasped each guardian angel's hand before letting them descend the ramp to rejoin their charges on the beach. Was that his plan all along, to get the guardian angels to go with their mortals into heaven so it would have more protectors? Did heaven really need more protectors? Weren't there lots of angels in heaven right now? Out of all the classes of angels, weren't the warrior angels still the largest group? Something else was going on here. What did Azrael know? She wouldn't find out unless she asked, so she might as well do that now, since the last guardian angel just stepped off the ramp. What's really going on?
How did the adversary escape from hell?
Azrael hopped off the ramp onto the deck. Was he coming with them? The same way I did. He went through a gateway some idiot built between hell and the gray between. He just waltzed through it like it was built just for him. And it probably was by one of his minions because no one else would be that stupid. Danielle crouched to help Azariah retract the ramp, but she couldn't catch his eyes, and he kept his head bowed. What did he think about all this?
Who built the gateway?
Azrael leaned against the railing that wrapped around the deck instead of helping. I don't know. She never thought to ask that. It was there when I arrived. I figured one of his flunkies built it. Daniel slid the ramp into the slot. It was a lot easier to move it without Azrael standing on it.
Think about it. Who has that kind of power?
Azrael still wasn't done being the drama. I have thought about it, and I still don't know. Do you? Because he was acting like he knew something about it. Daniel shoved the last bit of the ramp harder than necessary. I wish he'd just tell me what he knows, but that's not dramatic enough for him. She rolled her eyes.
Who could have built it? A gateway is a magical tunnel that burrows through all the realms in between where you are and where you want to go. That's a significant amount of magic one would need to build something like that, and only a few could command such power, let alone control it without it destroying them.
Azrael examined his nails. Maybe it was one of the X-gods. There's a bunch of them running around in hell and they all have some magic. Danielle rose, but that solution didn't sit well with her. If the X-gods could build a gateway, why did they wait thousands of years to do it?
No, it couldn't be one of them. Their powers were limited after they lost the war and were sent to hell.
Azrael rubbed an invisible speck on his manicured nails. Then who built it? And why is this important now? Danielle folded her arms. Why was she the only one asking questions? Azariah wasn't a shy angel, but she did shock him when she told him about Argeniel. Maybe he worried about what would happen when they met again after so long apart. Well, he shouldn't worry. Argeniel is still bookish and prone to brooding, so nothing really changed there.
Think about it. Who is that powerful?
Azrael let his hands fall back to his sides as he let that sink in. No, it can't be. Daniel staggered to the railing and slid down it to sit on the deck as shock washed over her. But now that she thought about it, there was only one answer, and she didn't like it.
Now you see the problem. One of us created that gateway, specifically an angel mage. No one else would be powerful enough to do that and maintain it for any length of time.
Azrael patted her on the head like she was an exceptionally bright student. Danielle glared up at him, and he removed his hand. Hold on now. I may not have seen Argeniel in thousands of years, but I know him. He didn't create that gateway. Danielle shot to her feet as doubts assailed her. When she met him again after all that time, he was under glamour and convinced that he'd fallen from grace. The gateway already existed when she broke the glamour and the news that he was not in fact fallen. What did you do, Argeniel, before I arrived? She turned and stared at the sea lapping at the shore, but she found no comfort there.
He didn't build it, and right now he needs help. That's all I need to know. So let's go.
Azariah caught her hands and and pulled her away from the rail.
Come on, you said you'd help me.
Until we know for sure what he did or didn't do, you can't bring him here.
Azrael said like he was talking about the weather, not someone they grew up with.
What are you saying? He didn't do this, and he didn't fall, so he belongs here in heaven.
Azariah swung around and shook his fist at Azrael.
Not until you can clear his name.
Azrael shrugged like it didn't matter to him, but it did, or he wouldn't have brought it up.
He didn't create that gateway. I won't believe anything else. Are you going to help me or what?
Azariah tugged her hand. Yeah, because friendship trumps everything else. Daniel wouldn't fail her friends. She could sort out whatever Arjanil did or didn't do later, after they dealt with the adversary. Tell me what to do, and try not to use nautical terms, because I don't know what any of them mean.
Okay, you can start by bargaining with a dragon since the wind is blowing the wrong way to use the sails.
Azariah grinned at her when she groaned. Why did he have to pick that one job for her? After her last run-in with a dragon, she doubted any would talk to her, but Daniel squared her shoulders and walked to the seaward side of the deck and froze when a shape appeared in the distance. Is there another ship scheduled to sail from the Grey Between today?
No. Why do you ask?
Then what's that on the horizon? Daniel pointed at the boat-shaped silhouette on the horizon.
I don't know. I'm the only one sailing today.
Azariah shook his head as he stopped at the rail beside her to stare at it.
Is there another ship at the harbor in the Grey Between capable of sailing?
Azrael joined them.
There might be, but who's sailing it?
Azariah shook his head as this new shock sank in and hopefully unseated the previous thing that shocked him. We should find out, and she was tired of standing around waiting. Daniel grasped the railing and would have jumped overboard, but Azrael shoved her back.
Allow me, since I detained you.
Azrael extended his wings and flapped them until he lifted off the deck. What about the rules? Heaven is a no-fly zone for us, Daniel shouted. And she might have smiled too, because she seldom got to remind a senior angel of mundane things like rules. Azrael didn't reply as Azariah bustled around on deck, hauling ropes and doing other mysterious things required to cast off. Neither did Azrael fly all that high before a dragon with pink scales rose out of the sea and planted herself in front of him. Daniel sighed. Poor Azrael. The rules apply to drama queens like you too. Such a pity. She leaned against the railing and enjoyed listening to his protestations and reasons why the rules really shouldn't apply to him. Sorry, bub. You're not special. The rules apply to all angels.
Chapter 9, From the Grey to the Green. Ivarian staggered as the timeline shattered and vanished as the pieces slid through his fingers. At least the shield was back over the library and silhouettes weren't running back and forth from a side door on the main building to the shield. Did we return to the time we started from? That he couldn't tell. God, he was so tired, but he couldn't stop now, not when he was so close to getting revenge on Pristina for everything she did. Ivarian stifled a yawn. We must hurry, because that ex-goddess intended to destroy time, and part of it was already broken. How much would it take to break the rest of it? He didn't want to find out. Morgana scanned the sky instead of answering. Was she looking for the adversary? Ivarian tilted his head back to check too. If he was in imminent danger, then he needed to know so they could do something about it. But the sky was an unbroken expanse of luminous orange again, with not a speck in the sky. Either the flying man with bat wings already landed somewhere, or they'd returned to a time before he appeared. I hope he landed. I don't want to run into him in the Grey Between. He looked and sounded like a scary guy.
Are you ready to go back to the Grey Between?
Morgana hugged the star-shaped crystal to her chest. Yes, let's go. Since she didn't let go of the crystal, he grasped her arm. He didn't know if physical contact was necessary for her teleportation spell to include him, but he'd rather not find out the hard way and end up stranded in hell. Since she didn't shake his hand off her arm, then she didn't mind his touch, or she needed it to teleport him.
All right.
Morgana closed her eyes, and hell vanished into the white light that sprang up around them. When the light faded, that gray place surrounded them, but there were no bones, just an elephant steaming toward them. Fog curled out of his trunk, and he trumpeted to summon his herd.
Come on, I don't want to deal with the memory eaters right now.
Morgana spun on her heel and stalked through the knee-high fog toward a hill. A rainbow alighted on its grassy summit as she headed for it.
You can't be here,
the elephant said as Ivarian ran to catch up to Morgana. Only a goddess could run without lifting the hem of her black dress or tripping over it.
That's why we're leaving. That's the mortal veil in front of us, and we're going right through that as soon as we reach it,
Morgana said over her shoulder. She didn't even make sure he followed her. Unfortunately, the memory eater stomped after them, shaking the dusty ground.
You're not supposed to go through that either. Why don't you just teleport out of here? You're an ex-goddess. You can flash yourself back to the mortal world as easily as you can snap your fingers.
Because time doesn't work the same here as it does in the mortal world, and it's less confusing and stressful to just go through that veil, because it handles the time dilation for me. If I teleported us, I'm not entirely sure when we'd end up. You know, the shield around this place messes with that kind of thing, and I'm not as powerful as my parents, so it can really mess with my teleportation spells.
Morgana sped up the hill like she had an unlimited reserve of energy. Silence fell as Ivarian digested her explanation. He didn't like it, but what choice did he have? None. Pristina took all his choices away when she embarked on her mad plan. The dust gave way to springy grass as he ran out of steam and walked up the hill. Behind him, the elephant stopped at the base of the hill as if he was also thinking about what she said. Maybe her argument was enough to convince the memory eaters to let them go because the elephant didn't follow them up the hill, or maybe the elephant just didn't want to lumber uphill. Is what you told it true? Ivarian asked as he stopped to catch his breath.
Yes, it's true. I'd have teleported us if I could, but I'm not entirely certain we'd end up where you want us to. If we go through the mortal veil, then we have a chance of ending up where we left off. But it all depends on how much time we spend here and in hell, because as I reminded the memory eater, time doesn't work the same in either place as it does in the mortal world.
She didn't mention the timeline he manipulated while they were in hell, but that probably also had some effect. What are you saying? Ivarian hurried to catch up.
I'm just preparing you for the possibility that we may not arrive back right after you left. Some time will have passed, but I don't know how much.
Nor did that bother Morgana as she strode toward the end of the rainbow at the top of the hill. What if time is already messed up in the mortal world? How will that affect our return? Ivarian stumbled the last few steps to her.
I don't honestly know. We could return years after you left. Anything is possible.
Morgana stopped finally and studied him. Perhaps this was just a thought experiment for her, but it was his life they were talking about. Although what life could he have now if Arian put that dark thought out of mind? Morgana and her sisters agreed to help him, and he clung to the hope that they could help his situation. What about before? Could we go back to a point in time before we left the mortal world? That would be ideal if it were possible.
That's not how it works. When you leave the Grey Between, you always end up back in the mortal world later than when you left. It's always later, never earlier. You can never return before you leave. There's some magic here that prevents that.
Morgana turned and trudged the rest of the way to the rainbow. But I am a son of a time goddess. Could I take us back to before we left? Ivarian stood there, caught between hope and fear.
I don't think you should. There's magic here that's beyond my comprehension, and it's set up this way for a reason. We shouldn't mess with it, especially if time is already messed up. Let's not stress it any more than necessary.
Morgana stopped a foot away from where the rainbow met the hill, and it billowed like fabric.
After all, I promised to help you, and so did my sisters. Once you free my mother, I'm sure she'll help you too. With that many of us on your side, I don't think you have anything to worry about.
She winked at him as she stepped into the rainbow and vanished. Wait for me. Ivarian reached the top, and the rainbow slammed into him, knocking him back. No, I don't want to return to that weird gray place. As he fell, the world darkened. When Ivarian opened his eyes, he lay on the leaf-covered ground, and enchanted trees towered over Morgana. She sat beside him, still holding the star-shaped crystal like it was the most precious thing in the world. The trees were green and growing, and the air didn't hurt his face or his lungs. The ground wasn't cold either, and the snow must have melted away. There was no glowing shield, no ex-gods except Morgana, and no haven. How long were we gone? Ivarian sat up, and no dizziness assaulted him. Neither did exhaustion. Perhaps that rainbow restored some of his energy. Anything was possible when it came to magic.
I don't know. I'm not as tethered to this world as you are, so I don't even know how to find out.
She shrugged like that was of no consequence. I do. Ivarian remembered Rand saying something about living under Mount Erdren his whole life. I need to find someone. Rand was so chatty that he'd tell anyone his age, if asked, because it was something to talk about, and that's what he wanted. Where was Mount Erdren? It shouldn't be too hard to find, since it was on the Nerfall River just outside of the capital district. He just needed to find the Nerfall River, and anyone sailing on it could tell him if he was east or west of it. Then he could just take the ferry, but that might take a day of hiking or more. Did he want to spend that much time doing that? Was there an easier way? Ivarian studied Morgana, but she didn't look tired or spent, so perhaps all that teleporting she did already had no effect on her. Can you teleport us to Mount Eredren?
I don't know. I've never been there. It's hard to go somewhere I can't picture. If I could see it, or if you had something from there that I could use as a sympathetic link, then I could try. Without that, we're better off walking.
She tried again, like she didn't really care where she went now that she had the crystal. There was still the arrow of time. He could take her there, and perhaps the images in the ice crystals would give her enough of a picture of the place to teleport them. But he remembered it breaking apart on his last trip. No, it's better if I don't stress it. Besides, I can figure this out myself. I learned some forest craft at my father's knee, his human father. Ivarian rose and checked the enchanted trees for the blue-green moss that grew on the trees within a mile of the river. When he found it, he waved to Morgana to join him.
What did you find?
She rose and dusted off the back of her skirt before padding over to him. Something that will lead me to someone who can tell me where and when we are. Come on. Ivarian wound through the foliage under the trees, finding bushes and grasses that like to grow near water, and they confirmed he headed in the right direction. Ivarian stood on a cliff so high above the broad expanse of the river he could see only tiny dark shapes on it, but not what they were.
What's down there?
Morgana peered over the edge, then backed away when she saw how far down the rocky shore was. I hope that's the river Nerfall. Ivarian Ivarian tried to estimate its width and gave up when he could barely see the other side. It must be the Nerfall. It's the only river in the country that gets that wide, and the current flowed west to east under a sunny blue sky, just like the Nerfall River. But were they east or west of Mount Eredren? When one goes through that rainbow thing, do they end up where they were before they went to the Grey Between? He hoped so, because that haven was somewhere close enough for Rand's father to hike to it from Mount Eredren.
Yes, mortals do, because just their soul goes to the Grey Between. So when they go through the mortal veil, the rainbow, they return to their bodies. But you and I are immortal, so we can physically go to the Grey Between as if it were another city. So we return to somewhere close to where we left the mortal world, but we could be miles away from that spot.
She shrugged again, like none of this still bothered her. Maybe it didn't matter to her. She might be so used to this by now that it didn't faze her. After all, she could be thousands of years old at this point, not a woman in her early 20s like she appeared.
Do you want to go down to the river? I can flash us there in an instant. It's no problem.
Morgana nodded to the cliff, but she didn't approach it. Maybe she didn't like heights. That would be great, thank you, because there should be plenty of boats sailing past, and he could hail one and ask where Mount Eredren was, but that won't work from up here.
Sure, it beats climbing down and risking a broken bone.
She snapped her fingers like the memory eater suggested earlier, and the cliff disappeared. When the light faded again, they stood on the rocky beach. Ivarian crouched and cupped his hands to scoop the cold water into his thirsty mouth.
You can drink straight from the river?
Morgana sat on a low boulder and rested the crystal on her lap so she could dip her fingers in the cool water too. Yes, it's fresh water, and there are plants in the river that keep it clean. Ivarian drank some more water from his hands until a reflection on the water caught his attention. He straightened and waved both hands to get the fisherman in the boat to notice him. "Excuse me, do you know where Mount Eredren is?"
"Yeah, it's just a few miles down that way."
The fisherman pointed eastward.
"Could you take us there?"
Morgana rose and cradled the crystal in her arms again.
"We'd pay you for your time, of course."
"I don't have any money." Ivarian glanced at her in surprise. Could she manifest coins out of thin air? Maybe she could. After all, she was a full goddess.
"I do. Will this be enough?"
Morgana juggled the crystal so she held it in the crook of one arm, then plunged her hand into her pocket. When she removed it, gold coins rested on her palm, and she offered them to the wide-eyed fisherman.
"For that, lady, I'd row you to Jacora."
The fisherman shook his head as he rowed toward them. "That's okay, we just need to reach Mount Eredren." Ivarian grabbed the side of the boat and pulled it closer before helping Morgana aboard. She was as good as her word and handed over the coins before sitting on the bottom of the boat since there was no bench for her. Ivarian shivered as an icy wind struck the back of his neck. "I just need to find Ran and everything will be fine," he told himself, but the cold fear that he was too late to make a difference gnawed at him. As he sat between Morgana and the fisherman, there was no spare oar, so he spent the hour trying not to think about anything.
Chapter 10. Where will you lead them? Guerren hummed a marching song, since he couldn't remember the words. Maybe it didn't have words. Not every song needed lyrics, but he did enjoy a rousing chorus. Perhaps this song had words, and he'd forgotten them. After all, a long time passed since his days of leading a march. But what days those were. Ahead, the army ran like they had somewhere they needed to reach right now. I guess her speech was more rousing than I thought. It certainly fired them up, and they showed no signs of slowing as they ran through the never-ending fog covering the ground. The Grey Between couldn't go on forever, so it must have an end somewhere. Why did that end have to be so far away, though? A tangled forest appeared, but thorny vines wrapped around trees bearing sharp leaves, and none of the demons or fallen angels fell out of line to enter it. The creepy forest ended, and a field of bones appeared, also on his left. Nothing appeared on his right, but the fog was thicker over there, and piled higher, like it hid something. What could possibly exist here that was worth hiding? Guerren couldn't think of anything, as his legs grew tired and complained about all the running he did since listening to the sleeping angel. I wonder what became of her. I haven't heard from her since I went through the gateway. Was she even real? Maybe I imagined her. She could be a figment of my imagination, created by the ex-goddess of fate or chance, just to push me along on some plan they had. Well, he could find out if he ever went back to hell, since he only saw her there. How much further will they run before they rest? Because I could use a rest right now. Guerren wished he was in better condition, but he was in hell for a long time without his powers, stuck in a cell and subject to whatever the fallen angels wanted to do to him. That wasn't conducive to maintaining good physical conditioning or stamina. Before the fall, his magic kept him in perfect shape, and he didn't know how to build his stamina back up without it. But there must be a way, since other beings were in great shape too. They must have done something to achieve that. Well, not the angels. They were made to be strong in mind and body, so their physical condition couldn't change, because it was part of their intrinsic nature. Guerren almost tripped over his feet when something finally appeared in in front of him, besides a long swath of fog. A dark, rounded thing poked out of the fog, and a bunch of short things rose from its top. From here, they looked like hair, but that's probably not what they were. Please tell me there aren't any giants in the Grey Between. If there were, he'd never heard of it, but he didn't pay any attention to the stories about the Grey Between before he ended up there. Now that he saw it, he wouldn't seek them out either. I don't recommend this place. It's too damned foggy and gray. Even the sky was gray and looked on the verge of a downpour that never fell. Those heavy clouds just lingered like the fog, spreading dark vibes. Abandon all hope, all those who enter here. They should write that on a sign and stick it where you enter. The army charged up the rounded thing, so it must be a hill. A rainbow began at the hill's top and arched through the thick clouds, but its other end wasn't anywhere in the Grey Between. I wonder where that rainbow goes. Maybe I'll find out.
You need to run faster if you want to catch that army.
Natalie said, but the Versati wasn't behind him. Unless they were invisible, could their kind cast an invisibility spell? Who says I need to catch them? They're already mine. They just don't know it yet. Guerren glanced around, but there was still no one around, just the army about a mile or so ahead. I hear you, but I don't see you. Where are you?
Look up, we're above you.
Indeed, the Versati was. Nor were they alone. You brought Uriah with you. Guerren didn't know what to make of that. Uriah could return to Hell whenever he wanted, so why did he stick around? Hell was his former home. Before it became Hell, Arginil followed Natalie and Uriah, but the angel didn't glance at him or wave hello. If Guerren didn't know any better, he'd think the angel was preoccupied. Was he wondering what he'd find in heaven? Probably. I would wonder if I were him, but Guerren wasn't him. So instead of wondering about heaven, he wished the army would slow down or stop for a minute, but they didn't. They ran up the hill and disappeared over its top as the rainbow rose until it just ended in the middle of the sky. Maybe it didn't like demons or fallen angels. Anything was possible here. You could give my legs a break and carry me. Guerren stopped to catch his breath.
I could do that, but I'm already carrying someone.
Natalie flew past him. Okay, so they couldn't pick him up. What about the angel? Arginil didn't say anything, but he extended his hand as he slowed. Guerren seized that hand and held on for dear life as the angel lifted him off the ground. Well, hello to you too, your pensiveness. Guerren reached up and grabbed hold with his other hand too, and he grinned when his boots cut through the fog. At least he wasn't running anymore. But his arm ached, since it wasn't meant to hold his weight, as he dangled by it. Arginil didn't notice. He just flew onward, but his grip was firm. Guerren pulled his knees into his chest as the ground rose toward the top of the hill. Hey, Grey Between, to Arginil, could you fly higher? Arginil finally glanced at him and nodded as he angled upward. Guerren let his legs dangle above the hilltop, then his heels touched down on it. Are we landing? Guerren asked, even though that's what it looked like. Natalie also stood on the grassy hilltop with Uriah.
What are we looking at?
The Versati waved their gloved hand to take in the white sandy beach and the blue water that stretched into a shimmering line in the distance. We're looking at a beach. I thought that was obvious. I'd like to know why we stopped. Guerren looked back and forth between his friends, then settled on Natalie, because they were doing all the talking right now.
I landed because the air felt heavy and it made flying harder, but I might just be tired from using too much energy.
Natalie lifted both hands, then let them fall, like it didn't matter to them which it was.
Heaven lies on the other side of that sea.
Arginil pointed at the shimmering line and the giant shadow moving toward it.
Is that a boat?
Uriah peered at the shape as it reached the shining line.
Yes, there's only one boat, and it's not here.
Arginil stared at that boat like it was a sight for sore eyes, and it probably was since he grew up in heaven. So, you're saying that Lionestra and her army have nowhere to go? Guerren rubbed his chin and thought. The stop made sense now. They gathered here to plan their next move.
Unless they want to double back and run through the Grey Between, yes, that's what I'm saying. But that's what we need them to do because there's a doorway somewhere around here that leads to hell. I just don't know where it is.
And that bothered Arginil enough to put a twist in his robes. The poor angel. How do you know it exists? Have you seen it? Guerren shifted his weight. He wanted to go after that army, not stand here and talk tactics. I should just go. I don't need any help to claim an army. Once a war god, always one. So I just need to go take command. The right words and deeds would occur to him at the right moment, as they always had. That was his nature, to command, not to stand here and speculate. His friends could do that well enough on their own. They didn't need him for that. Why should I remain here?
I could feel it. There's a place in the sky where the barrier over hell thins. I didn't know what it was then, but I know now. That thin spot is a doorway, and the door must be here because of the nature of the Grey Between.
Arginil said as Guerren walked down the opposite side of the hill.
Where are you going?
Natalie Natalie called after him, I'm getting my army, but you should find that door to hell while I do that. Guerren whistled a jaunty tune as he hiked down the hill.
What will you do with that army after you take command?
Arginil appeared in front of him, forcing Guerren to stop or plow into him. The angel was handsome beyond all reason, but he was also as moody as hell, so Guerren stopped. I'll lead it, of course. That's what a general does, and once he claimed that army, he'd be a general again.
Where will you lead it?
Arginil folded his arms and planted his sandal-shod feet. Not even the breeze stirring his dark hair or his white robes could soften his scowl or his demeanor. I'll just lead it. Guerren ran a hand through his equally dark hair.
You'll lead it to where? Answer me.
Why do I need to answer that? I don't have the army yet, so I don't need to figure that out. Guerren tried to go around Arginil, but that damned angel stepped in front of him again, and he'd already lost one fight to this angel. No way would Guerren repeat that without an army at his back, especially not this close to heaven and the source of Arginil's power.
If we find the door that leads to hell, will you lead the army through it?
Natalie skidded to a stop and faced Guerren. Would he? Guerren stared at the demons in the last row as they vanished around a bend in the shore. I need to catch them and turn them to my leadership.
Will you do it?
Arginil grasped his upper arms and shook Guerren, forcing him to look at the angel in his glowing violet eyes.
This is important. I need to know you'll do the right thing.
And if I won't? Guerren stared at the angel's nose, so he wouldn't be drawn into those eyes. All angels could gaze into one's soul, and some were powerful enough to bring you along for the ride. No, thank you. I know what's in my soul.
Then you'll become my enemy.
Arginil released him.
But we'll avoid that, right, Guerren? You'll lead the army to the door to hell and encourage them to exit the gray between so we can all remain friends.
Natalie clapped a hand on his shoulder and one on the scowling angel's shoulder, too. Of course I will. I was just joking with you. Guerren forced himself to grin, even though a storm brewed inside him. Hell was the last place he wanted to go, and he'd fight anyone who tried to send him there.
There you see, he agreed. So, how do we find the doorway in question?
Natalie patted his shoulder, then removed their hand.
You ask someone who knows,
said a woman, as an elephant marched toward them, puffing gray smoke out of her trunk.
Who are you?
Natalie turned to regard the newcomer and took their gaze off him. Arginil stepped aside as well and strode toward the elephant.
She's a memory eater. Her kind protects and maintains the gray between.
Guerren backed slowly down the hill until his friends fell into conversation with the elephant. Then he turned and sprinted for the beach. The hill seemed longer on this side, but he finally stepped on sand and skipped toward the outcropping behind which the army disappeared not that long ago. I'm coming to get you. Wait for me, my new comrades. Together we shall conquer.
Chapter 11. A Lecture to Remember.
He left.
Natalie whispered when the elephant paused their lecture about how demons and ex-gods didn't belong in the gray between. At least the memory eater confirmed the doorway to hell existed before launching into that speech. I know. Arginil suppressed a sigh. He knew Guerren would leave the moment they took their eyes off him, so that wasn't a surprise. Neither was the location of the portal to hell. He didn't need the memory eater to tell him it was in that boneyard they passed. He smelled the brimstone and saw the smoke rising from within it, and it was an appropriate place for such a portal. I'll take full responsibility for them for as long as they're in the gray between. Arginil cut in when the lecture went on and on without an end in sight.
you take responsibility for the one that left?
The memory eater stomped her feet. Did he want that responsibility? No, but this creature wouldn't stop haranguing them until he agreed, so he nodded and hoped that promise wouldn't come back to bite him in the end.
Will we have to fight him?
Natalie asked as she edged away from the elephant. I don't know. Do you want to? Arginil didn't want it to come to that, but he couldn't let an army sack heaven. They can't reach it. Heaven is safe, but the irrational fear that they could somehow go there lingered like a foul taste in his mouth.
At first I did, but thanks to him, I've had a grand adventure and made some new friends along the way, so I guess I don't want to smack him anymore.
Natalie gave the elephant the side eye, so perhaps that goodwill didn't extend to memory eaters.
You're not listening, so I'll cut the lecture short. Hell is that way. If you know what's good for you, Angel, you'll take your friends to the door and toss them out.
The elephant pointed toward the boneyard in the distance, confirming his guess. Then the creature stomped down the other side of the hill and left them alone. Thank the stars. I thought that pompous creature would never leave. Uriah stretched his arms over his head. He looked better, so perhaps Natalie recharged his magical reserves.
Me either. Let's go before she returns with her herd in tow.
Natalie looped her arm through his and towed him down the hill.
Where did our army-obsessed war god go?
He probably went around that bend in more ways than one. Did you hear how crazy he sounded? Seeing that army did something to his mind. mind.
Uriah pointed at the rock formation in question. Maybe his natural instinct surfaced. That could also explain his hyperfixation. Arginil hoped that's all it was. If it wasn't just his nature asserting itself, then they might have a bigger problem. I guess we'll find out soon enough which it is.
Where's Thaniel?
Natalie glanced around as they stepped onto the sand. I guess she crossed the sea already. Otherwise, we'd see her. Arginil glanced at the silhouette of a ship on the horizon, but all he could see was its boxy hind end as it transitioned through that shimmering line and disappeared. That line must be the border between the gray between and the realm of heaven. Who else was on that ship with her? A name hovered on his lips. Are you on that ship too, Azariah? I hope you are, so you don't see me or the wretch I've become. Arginil fixed his eyes on the rocks ahead and the narrow strip of sand that wound around them, and he stared so hard at them he ignored the brown object in his peripheral vision until Natali turned and pointed at it.
What is that thing?
Natali patted his arm to get his attention. Arginil didn't want to stop and look at anything, but Natali dug her heels in and refused to give him a choice. He turned and closed his eyes for a moment, not wanting to see, but he steeled himself and then he stared too. What in the name of heaven is that?
I think it was some kind of boat, but not one I've ever seen.
Uriah shook his head.
I didn't think they made them that large.
Me either. Arginil shook his head too, but denying what he saw didn't change it. Clearly the demons, the fallen angels, and the ex-gods pooled their power to change the boat because it was 10 times larger than it should be, with more decks than he'd ever seen before. The ship's superstructure towered over them until a giant wave slammed into its rear, and the ship shot forward far faster than something that size should move, especially with its decks crammed with cheering passengers.
Where did they get that thing from?
Natali slid their arm free and padded toward the water. I don't know. I didn't think there were any more boats. There was only one when I was here last, and that one ship only sailed when Azariah did things to make it sail. Arginil couldn't remember the words for those things, but he remembered Azariah hauling on lines and doing things to the sails so they caught the wind. But Azariah's boat was 10 times smaller than the one the demon army commandeered. As he stood there, he saw Azariah wave, then sail away from heaven on some errand for some angel. I watched until you vanished into the spot where the blue sky met the blue sea, and I never saw you again. That memory was as sharp and as clear as a glass shard. After that, his memories grew dark and distorted until a voice broke through that darkness and told him to build a library and put all the dangerous things inside it. In his next clear memory, he laid the cornerstone for the library's main keep-like structure.
Hey, are you okay?
Natali touched his shoulder gently. Yeah, I was just remembering something from before. Arginil carefully folded up that memory and placed it in a box in the back of his mind to look at later. Right now, he needed to focus, not pine away after lost friends.
So are we just going to fly after it?
Uriah stepped into the surf, then backed away and scowled at it.
Yeah, that's the only plan we've got right now, but I'm not sure how we get all the passengers off the boat and over to the portal back to hell. Anyone have any ideas about that?
Natali glanced between them. We'd have to turn the boat around and get it back to shore first. Then we could work on herding them toward the portal. I wish we had help. Arginil glanced around, but there was no one else on the beach except them. Somewhere in this strange realm, a herd of memory eaters went about their work, but he couldn't think of a way they could help or an argument to convince them to try. Unfortunately, the Gray Between didn't exist as a separate realm before he went to hell, so he didn't know if there was anyone else here or how to find them.
Me too, but we crossed a large port of this place and didn't find anyone except Guerren. Where's that ex-war god?
Uriah rounded the rocks that had tumbled down onto the beach some time ago and peered at the beach beyond them.
He's not there. Did he get aboard?
Must have if you don't see him. Is he a passenger or their new commander?
Natali extruded a set of wings from their back as they gazed at the ship speeding away from them, but they were feathered like his own. Let's not worry about that right now. When we catch up to that ship, we can figure that out. Arginil walked to the edge of the beach and let the water wash over his sandals. It was an odd sensation as the cold water slid between his toes and the sand sucked at his sandals.
Right, they're getting away and we need to stop them. Come on, it's time to fly.
Natali extended their hand to Uriah.
Do you want to ride or are you planning to hang out on the beach while we do all the work?
Their veil covered most of their face, but the Versati's glowing pink eyes crinkled like they were smiling.
Sure, why not? I'm enjoying my trip so far to this strange gray place. Why not extend it?
Uriah clasped her hand. Natali pulled him close and wrapped an arm around him.
Are you ready to go?
Yeah, let's get this over with. Arginil flapped his wings and lifted off the ground, but he took one last glance at the beach and the hill where they lost Guerren, just in case the ex-war god missed the boat. But Guerren didn't run out and demand a lift. Instead, one end of the rainbow lowered until it touched the top of the hill again, crowning it with every color imaginable, and it shimmered like a portal. Where do you lead? Somewhere in the gray between, there was a portal to the mortal world. Was he looking at it? Arginil shelved his curiosity. Who cared where the portal to the mortal world was? I'll never go there, so I don't need to know. He just needed to fly. So he turned toward heaven and chased that ship of demons until the air shimmered and a shudder ran through him. Light burst from his fingers and toes as he fell toward a black chasm that appeared in the sea below him.
Arginil, what's happening? Are you okay?
Natali shouted, and she probably swooped toward him, but he couldn't speak. Light slammed into him. Then he struck something large and scaly. Light poured out of every piece of him, turning him into a man-shaped sun, and still more light crowded in until he felt like he'd burst. A deep, rumbly voice said something about a no-fly zone as he lay there, blinded by light. Maybe I can't cross the boundary after all. Maybe I really am damned. He had no more tears to cry as the world turned black.
Chapter 12, Not Dropping Any Eaves.
I'd like to see him one last time,
Istiana said, and she sounded so sad. Bran shut his mouth and put his shock aside and stared at the trees dropping leaves on the grass, then beyond them to the enchanted trees standing beyond them at the edge of the snowy field surrounding this spot. This was a strange place indeed, and that was saying something since he lived in a country covered in enchanted trees. How did a circle of green trees and grass land in the middle of a clearing covered in several feet of snow? The truth probably wasn't something simple. It never was when magic was involved. As the son of a powerful mage who liked to keep secrets, he spent a good portion of his childhood in a state of shock, surprise, or confusion. But so did Papa. Istiana must love a Varian as much as Papa loves me, and that Rand could understand. But he didn't know how he could help. Papa could find people with a thought and a wave of his hand, although the hand waving wasn't necessary. But I don't have location-based magic. In fact, his magic didn't care where he was.
I don't know where he is, but I can find him after we make the swap and find out if that saves your life, because right now, that's my top priority. You're my favorite sister, and I don't want to lose you.
Rand still couldn't wrap his mind around that revelation, nor did he glance at her. He didn't want to see what she was doing, so he kept his back to her in case she already started the crystal swap.
I'm your only sister right now since Pristina is gone.
Istiana coughed. Bran opened his mouth to ask who Pristina was and what happened to her, then he closed his mouth. One shock was enough. He didn't need to know about any other ex-gods.
Yeah, but you were my favorite before that, too.
Faye said, and she sounded sincere. Ren still didn't look. He could stand the sight of blood without fainting or doing anything dramatic, but he didn't want to know what color ex-gods bled, or if they bled at all. No thank you, I can live without that information. Besides, such information could be bad for his health if the ex-gods decided they didn't want him to have it. I should go far away from here so that won't happen.
I think it could work,
said the angel holding Rosalie.
I anchored the present to Rosalie by shoving Pristina's time crystal into her chest. Since he didn't cease to exist, I assume that worked.
So that was how Rosalie got that wound in her chest. But if he was understanding their conversation right, and that was a big if at this point since shock still fogged his mind, then what did that make his friend? Is Rosalie a goddess now?
She's immortal, if that's what you're asking, so I guess that makes her like a goddess.
The angel looked at him with compassion in her violet eyes.
Then I'd better get to work. Anyone got a knife?
Faye asked, and it felt like she glared at his back. Did she expect him to wander around armed? Well, she had the wrong mage, if that was her assumption. Besides, I don't need weapons. Rand didn't turn or glance at her. The ex-goddess could stare at his back all she wanted, but that wouldn't change the facts. Before you cut her up, I need to go. I came to help Rosalie, and she got all the help I can give her. Rand rose and walked over to his too quiet uncle. Can someone tell me how to get us back to where we belong? Now he had to turn around because he asked a question, and he needed to see the reaction it produced.
What's the hurry? You're awfully handy to have around given the rare type of magic you possess.
Faye studied him like she was figuring out where to slot him into her plans. Uh-oh, that wasn't a good sign. We had some unexpected visitors, and they damaged some stuff. I should go home and clean it up. Rand jerked his thumb over his shoulder, even though he didn't know where home was in relation to here. Calling the demons unexpected visitors stretched the truth a bit, but his magic didn't care much about that. It just sat quietly within him, waiting for a wish to make true.
You can do that later.
Faye raised a finger when he protested that now was a fantastic time to get started.
I wasn't finished.
Faye squinted at the sky.
You're currently about 20 years in the past. Unless you can time travel, you're stuck here until I take you home. After all, I'm the goddess of the future and fate too, so you better not make me angry.
The last part left her lips as a growl that raised his hackles. Okay, when you put it like that, what choice do we have? Rand glanced at his uncle, and Uncle Mirren squeezed his arm. They were in this together, and that was comforting. Rand took strength from that touch and pushed on. He needed one thing first, then he could agree to her request. But I need you to promise something.
You don't need anything from me, mortal.
Faye seemed to swell, and her body blurred as she became dragon-like. Was she a dragon, or did she cast an illusion of one over herself? Perhaps now wasn't the time to ask that, so Rand kept his mouth shut. He was in enough trouble right now.
Now who's being unreasonable?
Istiana glared up at her sister from where she lay on the cold ground when she slid off Faye's lap.
And you, sister, you can do him one small favor. What do you need?
Promise me that I won't run into a younger version of my father, my uncle, my aunt, Rosalie's mom, Rosalie or myself. In fact, can we stay away from Mount Eredrin too? I can handle the whole time travel thing as long as I don't need to deal with anything that reminds me that I'm not in my rightful place in time. Rand didn't think that was an unreasonable request, so maybe she'd agree?
I'd like the same promise. Time travel is nice to think about, but I don't want to interact with younger versions of myself or my family either.
Uncle Mirren put in, and that was understandable. But Rand had to get one last dig in. This is because I said you'd have to deal with them, right?
Yeah, the more I thought about it, the less I wanted to deal with past versions of us.
Uncle Mirren squeezed his shoulder again.
Well, sister, what do you say? It doesn't sound like an unreasonable request to me.
Istiana stared at her sister and raised one eyebrow. She must be the older sister since she gave off older sibling energy. The byplay reminded Rand of his father and uncle. They often traded barbed comments, especially when they wanted each other to do something and the other didn't want to do it. Faye shrank back down until she was a lot shorter than Rand and nodded as the scales retracted, making her look human again.
That doesn't sound too difficult. All right, you've got a deal.
Thank you. We'll just be over here where we can't see what you're doing. Rand pointed at a stand of trees near Rosalie and led his uncle to them. Hopefully that would be far enough to avoid seeing anything too unpleasant.
I'd better help you.
The angel set Rosalie gently on the ground.
Will you watch over her while I help them?
Of course.
Uncle Mirren said when the angel glanced at them.
Thank you. Call me if there's any change.
She walked away to join the ex-gods on the dirt. Maybe she had a better way to save the dying ex-goddess.
Now what?
Uncle Mirren asked in an undertone when she was out of earshot. Although, were angels ever really out of earshot? We're not sticking around. I still have a time crystal. I can try wishing us home. Rand pulled the crystal out of his pocket.
Are you sure that'll work? What if she put a hex on us to keep us from doing that? After all, she said she was the ex-goddess of the future, so wouldn't she already know what you're planning?
Uncle Mirren leaned against a tree and rubbed his upper arms. It was getting cold and they weren't dressed for the weather. I don't know. I don't have time magic and I don't understand how we ended up here in the first place, but we must do something. We can't just stand around and wait for the ex-gods to give us orders. Well, Rand couldn't. He probably wouldn't like what they asked him to do anyway. All the more reason to get out of there while the ex-gods were distracted.
Rand, is that you I hear?
Rosalie asked, but she sounded hoarse, like she lost her voice when she acquired that wound in her chest. Yeah, it's me, and Uncle Mirren is here too. Rand shoved the time crystal back into his pocket and crouched beside her. The wound was gone, leaving just dried blood that flaked off her pale skin as she shifted on the cold ground.
I thought so. Why is it so cold? Aren't we still in the Haven?
Rosalie rubbed her forehead, then froze.
Oh right, the shield around the Haven exploded. Everything's a bit blurry after that. Did I stop Pristina from destroying all of time?
I don't know. She wasn't here when we arrived. Who's Pristina? Rand hoped he wouldn't regret asking that question, but he probably would because Pristina had something to do with the ex-gods. From what he overheard, she might even be Faye's sister.
She's the ex-goddess of the present. Help me up. I need to find her and make sure she doesn't break time.
Rosalie grabbed his hand and yanked it. I don't think you should get up yet. You were hurt bad when we arrived. Rand tried to tug his hand free, but she clung to it like his hand was a lifeline.
I'm sore, but I should be since I got knocked around a bit. Help me up.
Rosalie extended her other hand to Uncle Mirren, but his uncle backed out of range, so he must think it was a bad idea for her to get up and shamble around.
You should lie down for a while longer. The demon said you'd recover, but he didn't give us a time frame for that.
What demon, Rand? What did you do?
Rosalie glared at him, and a red liquid flowed over her eyes from her top lash line to her bottom one. Rand shot to his feet and backed away because that just wasn't normal. Why do you think I did something?
Because I know you. So tell me what you did.
Rosalie finally struggled up to a sitting position, and the red left her eyes, returning them to their normal appearance with a white part and a black spot in the middle of her brown irises. Well, why don't you start by telling us what you did? A scowling angel woman said you're immortal now because she anchored the present to you by shoving someone named Pristina's time crystal into you. Rand pointed at the spot between Rosalie's breasts as the last flecks of blood fell off, leaving no trace of the wound that was there just an hour ago.
She did what? Help me up.
Rosalie reached for his hand again. Oh no, I think you should sit there and tell us what's going on. Rand folded his arms and tucked his hands into his armpits to warm them.
You'd better hope she was lying, because if she's not, and you don't help me up right now, I'll make your past a living hell, Randall.
As Rosalie glared glared at him, an opaque red film covered her eyes again. Rand shivered, but not from the cold or the wind. How did you know that's my real name? I never tell anyone it, and I know Papa didn't tell you because he just calls me Rand. Besides, he doesn't usually introduce me. I jump in and handle that because he would avoid giving out his name and mine and let people wonder what our names are.
I think you missed the point.
Uncle Mirren clasped his shoulder and squeezed it. That's possible. I often digress. Rand slipped a hand into his pocket and squeezed the time crystal, then let it go with a suppressed sigh because he couldn't leave now. Things were just getting interesting, and he really did come to help Rosalie. Since she was awake now, that mission was back on track. All right, I'll help you up before you stare a hole through me. Do you have to do that creepy eye thing?
What creepy eye thing?
Rosalie touched the area around her eyes as the red film faded. Never mind, give me your hand. The angel woman is helping the ex-gods swap time crystals. If you want to talk to them, then you'd better hurry. Rand grasped her hands when she reached for him and pulled her to her feet easily enough, but he held on for a moment until she stopped swaying.
Why are they swapping time crystals?
Rosalie planted her feet and locked her knees. That stopped her from swaying, but she still looked like death was deciding whether to claim her or not. Her lips were colorless, and her cheeks too, and that was weird in the cold weather. I didn't understand the reason for that. It had something to do with saving one of the ex-gods. Rand let go of her hands, but she didn't let go of him.
I need to talk to them. Come on.
When Rosalie staggered away, she tried to pull him along in her wake, but Rand dug his heels in. No, thank you. You can talk to them on your own and tell us what you find out.
Are you squeamish? I didn't think a little blood could upset you.
Rosalie tugged his hand. I'm not. I won't faint at the sight of blood, but I'm trying not to see something that could get me into deep trouble later.
We probably know too much already.
Uncle Myron patted his shoulder, then strode past him. What kind of nephew would I be if I let him face the ex-gods alone? A bad one, and I'm definitely not that. Besides, today would be a bad day to quit eavesdropping, and this time he had an invitation to do it. Okay, fine, we'll come with you. But I'm not watching them cut holes in each other. I draw the line there. Rand quit digging his heels in and let her drag him toward the oblong boulder that looked kind of like an altar and the large circle of dirt surrounding it that was covered with symbols and footprints.
Chapter 13. I can't be immortal. And not immortal. Rand must be mistaken. I don't have Pristina's time crystal. Rosalie staggered as an image cut across her vision. In that flash of memory, Layla shoved something at her, then everything went black. What if Rand was right? He might exaggerate and bend the truth a little, but he never lied.
Maybe you should sit down. You can confront them when you feel better.
Rand slid his hands out of her grasp and wrapped an arm around her shoulders to steady her as she rocked backward, unable to believe it. I'm not a goddess. I would know if I was, and I'm just not. Rosalie squeezed her eyes closed and tried to focus on the ground beneath her feet, the grass wilting as the heat from the haven dissipated, leaving it in the cold winter air. When she was steadier, she opened her eyes. I'm okay. I just remembered something that supports your story, but it was still inconceivable. What will Mom say when she finds out? Rosalie hoped that wouldn't happen anytime soon. I'm not ready to explain all this to her. Maybe in a decade or two I'll feel up to that task, but not now. Nope, not happening.
I'd ask what you remembered, but I don't think I want to know.
Rand squeezed her shoulders, then let go. You probably don't. Rosalie squared her shoulders and smoothed her dress. Grass stained the hem, and mud too, and there wasn't much she could do about that now, so she strode toward the large dirt area where the Wild Hunt inscribed symbols in the dirt. There was one person who could tell her what happened after everything went black, and that angel shook her head and threw her hands in the air when the ex-god of history shouted something in no language Rosalie could understand, then dove onto his twin sister. Faye glowered at him, and smoke curled from her lips and her glowing red claws. Jannar stood by, watching all this with a bemused expression instead of helping. Did I interrupt something? Rosalie skidded to a halt.
Yes, but I'm glad you're up and around. I didn't think that demon could heal you, but your friend believed otherwise. I'm glad he was right.
Faye blew on her claws, and the red glow faded as she tried to pry her brother off their sister.
Get off her.
No, what you're planning is barbaric, and I won't allow it.
Hitherglay wrapped his arms around his quiet twin and hugged her. What are you doing? Rand said something about a crystal swap. Rosalie rubbed her arms as the temp dropped. Soon it would be as cold in this once protected clearing as it was in the snowy forest surrounding it. May it take hours to get that cold.
I'm trying to save my sister's life, but my brother just keeps getting in the way.
Faye shook him, but he shook his head and clung to his twin, blocking her with his body. Thankfully, he was thin, so he probably wasn't crushing her.
I won't let you kill her.
She's already dying. I don't think I can make that worse, but I can make it better if this works.
Faye dug her claws under one of his arms and pulled.
What if it fails? Then she'll die immediately. No, the risk is too great.
Hitha Hithaglir dug his heels into the earth and obliterated several symbols that once created a spell circle around that spot.
He's got a point.
Jannar raised his index finger to keep score. Why is she dying? As Rosalie asked that question, dread curled icy claws around her and squeezed all the air out of her lungs. It had something to do with Ivarian. She just knew it.
Are you okay? You went pale, and you're shaking again.
Rand put an arm around her, but he wasn't warm or comforting because he wasn't Ivarian. Istiana struggled to slide out of the pile. She looked so much like her son.
I saw my son, but he isn't born yet. I only just suspected that I might be with child.
Why would that kill you?
Rand asked in a strange tone as his arm slid away from her shoulders. He sounded like a lost child, and his gaze focused somewhere inside him, probably on memories of his own mother. Mirren put an arm around his shoulders.
You still have me, your dad, and your aunt.
Oh God, I forgot he lost his mother when he was small. This must be hitting him hard. Rosalie covered her mouth, so she didn't speak of her out loud. Unfortunately, she was as outspoken as Rand and as prone to speaking her mind without thinking about what she was saying first. That's probably why we get along so well. We both talk first and think about whether we should have said anything later. Faye must have seen Rand's reaction too, because she dropped the red glow from her eyes and gentled her tone.
She's the ex-goddess of the past. Long ago, when our powers were limited, certain rules were imposed, and one of them is that she can never know the future. She can have hopes and dreams for the future, but she can never go to the future or know what is in the future. The past is her domain. Those are the rules.
Faye spread her hands because there was nothing she could do. Rosalie remembered Faye speaking about her own limitations. What limited Hithaglir's powers? I hope there's something. Otherwise, he could get mixed up in another plot like this one. Rosalie made a mental note to ask about his limitations when Faye wasn't busy.
So the rules are killing her. They shouldn't hurt people.
Rand stared at his toes, and in that moment, he was so like his father.
No, it's not the rules hurting her. We made a covenant, and we are bound by it.
Faye draped her arms over her knees, and her claws shrank until her nails were normal-sized, but they were still red. They just didn't glow anymore. If she dies now, then she won't ever give birth to Ivarian. What will happen to him? Will he die too? Rosalie clenched her fists. I can't let him die. He only came here because of me, but I didn't know I was dooming him to non-existence. Faye wouldn't meet her gaze as she hunched her shoulders like she expected a physical blow.
Yes, he'll disappear like all the possible futures that won't come to be because he's gone.
No, we must stop that. I can go back and stop him from entering the Haven. That should do it, right? Rosalie looked to Istiana for help when Faye kept her gaze fixed on the packed earth between her booted feet. If he never comes here, then you never see him, and you don't know the future, right? Rosalie dropped to her knees and waited for Istiana to say yes. That would fix things.
You can't do that.
Faye shot to her feet so fast she might have teleported. Why not? I've spent so much time traveling already. What's a little more if it'll help a friend, especially if it would save Ivarian? She liked what she knew of him, but she thought she'd have years to get to know him, and now that might not happen if she didn't do something. Rosalie got up too, but she had to use her muscles since she couldn't teleport. It took all her willpower not to wince as bruises screamed at her from that time the Haven exploded and threw her to the ground.
Because you took Pristina's place when Layla gave you her time crystal, so you anchor the present now. You're the only reason we have time to do anything.
Faye stepped around her sister and stalked over until she could grab Rosalie by her upper arms and shake her.
You can't do any time traveling ever again. Do you hear me?
Why not? Rosalie struggled, but the petite ex-goddess was stronger than she looked.
Because you inherited all Pristina's limitations and she wasn't allowed to travel backward or forward in time. The present moment is anchored to you now, and that means you need to live each minute of every day. You can't skip it and you can't repeat it. You just have to live like any other mortal. I think that's why she went crazy. She couldn't do anything with her time magic except exist because that's all the timeline needed her to do.
Faye let go and backed away. Well, then Rand can do it. He's not anchored to anything. Rosalie turned to regard him.
No, I can't do that. I'm allergic to time travel.
Rand made a cutting gesture with his hands as he backed away from her. Since when? Rosalie stared at him, caught between laughter and tears.
Since right now.
Rand covered his mouth and faked a cough.
Just the thought of time travel makes me feel weak and woozy.
Rand put a hand to his forehead and wobbled. That faker, he was totally fine. You liar, you're not allergic to it. You just don't want to do it. Rosalie leaned against the altar-sized boulder and laughed before she screamed.
How do you know that? I haven't traveled anywhere in time, so I could be allergic to it. My magic is kind of weird if you hadn't noticed, and Papa's magic had opinions about everything. How do you know mine doesn't too? It might object to time travel in a really painful and loud manner.
Rand folded his arms and stopped wobbling around. I know you're not allergic to time travel because you traveled back in time about 20 years to find me, and I know this because I saw you before I got the time crystal, and you were a baby in your father's arms. arms. Rosalie sobered and just leaned against the altar rock as she gazed up at the dark blue sky above. Night fell before the Haven's shield exploded, but everyone's eyes glowed except hers, Rand's, and Mirren's, so there was plenty of light, and the moon shone down on them too, and Layla's halo glowed as well.
No, I'm not doing any more time travel except back to where I belong. I don't want to run into any younger versions of Papa or myself, or Uncle Mirren, or Auntie Sovan, or your mother. Especially not her. She scares me.
Rand said as a snowflake landed in between her eyes like a frosty kiss.
This is all very entertaining, but you're all forgetting the fact that the past is breaking apart, so nobody can go back to it until it's stabilized. Your only options are to stay here in the present or go forward to the future, and I'm not taking anybody to the future right now, so you can forget about doing any more time travel for a long while.
Faye stamped her foot to make her point, and it sounded like thunder. How do we stabilize the past? Rosalie asked. If there was a way, then someone had better say so before her head started to pound from all the arguing and the worry for Ivarian tying her in knots.
Now you're asking the right question. Unfortunately, the only answer I can come up with is to swap time crystals so my sister survives. Then we give the time crystal that is tied to her powers as the goddess of the past to someone else and give them that job. But we need a relative.
Faye held up a gray crystal, and Rosalie shivered.
Oh no, I don't want to be immortal, and neither does my uncle.
Rand backed away and pulled his uncle along with him.
Relax, I just said we need a relative and neither of you are related to me or my sister. Besides, you're too tied to earth magic, so it would never work.
Faye shook her head and shoved a thin red braid away from her face.
I don't have earth magic. I have wish magic.
Rand patted his chest like he could find this earth magic if he searched hard enough.
Yes, you do. You were born with earth magic, same as your father. The wish magic is stronger and more active because you use it more, but you actually have access to both types of magic.
Faye blinked as if she were clearing her sight.
I don't think you're right about that.
Rand kicked a pebble.
You can think whatever you want, but I've looked at a lot more auras than you have, so I know what I'm talking about.
Faye didn't stick her tongue out because she was too dignified to do that, but it was the kind of statement that deserved it.
None of this solves our problem. To save the past, we need to find Ivarian so he can take his mum's place.
Generard joined Rosalie and leaned against the altar rock too and gazed up at the moon.
Is there no other way? He's not ready for that kind of responsibility,
Hithaglir said, and that was rich coming from him. He was the least mature ex-god out of his extended family.
It doesn't have to be him. He has sisters, but since his error caused this, it would balance things out if he took his mother's place. Don't you agree, sis?
Faye offered her a hand up. Istiana lay on the ground and gazed at the moon too, but she didn't answer or clasp the hand Faye extended to her. She just lay there, bathed in moonlight and looking every inch the fading goddess she was. A light flickered in Rosalie's peripheral vision, and she ignored it until Faye heaved a dramatic sigh and manifested a fireball in her hands. Rand jumped in front of the expanding glow.
Wait, they might be friendly. Don't blast them until the portal opens and we find out.
What's making that light? And what are you two talking about? Rosalie pushed off the altar rock and headed for Rand as a knife poked through the light and stabbed downward at Rand's unprotected back. Behind you! Rosalie shouted, and she prayed it was in time.
Chapter 14, A Bad Bargain. Ivarian stepped over the side of the boat onto a rocky shore, a little way from the dock where the ferry docked and unloaded passengers. No one hurried off the trireme. Everyone stepped down the gangplank in an orderly file while chatting amiably. This must be what Mount Erdrun was like before the demons came. We must still be somewhere in the past. But the winter snow was gone. The smooth stones covering the beach faded into the green field, dotted here and there with flowers bursting out of the long grasses. Rangers in their distinctive green tunics and trousers tramped across the field, heading for the standing stones and the enchanted forest beyond them. Tourists and returning residents both ambled across the meadow to the switchback trail winding up the side of the lone mountain, standing in the middle of all that lush greenery.
I paid him, so we're all square now, as you mortals say.
Morgana stepped onto the beach beside him without help, and he flushed in embarrassment. He forgot about her, and his manners too, it seemed. Thank you. Ivarian stared at Mount Eredrin. How do I find Ran under that mountain? I only saw a small fraction of the city, Ivarian wondered.
Where to now?
Morgana shifted her weight and the crystal too. We need to find my friend under that mountain, but I don't know how we'll do that. Ivarian pointed at it. The Rangers might know Rand's father, but he already had one brush with that man. I'd prefer to avoid him at all costs. Rand's father is scary powerful, so asking the Rangers wasn't an option. Who else could he ask? A dark-haired man around his age moved along the dock, recording visitors in a logbook. When he finished with the passengers, he strolled over to them.
State your name and your reason for visiting, please.
My name is Ivarian. I came to visit visit a friend.
I'm Morgana, and I came to help him find his friend. Do you have a central place for records?
There are registries and records for all kinds of things on the 3rd level in the administration area. Ask for Hazel. She can help you with that. I just have a few more questions. It's a census year, so I have to track everything.
The man rolled his brown eyes like this was a waste of time, but he applied his graphite stick to the page to record their replies anyway. Bruises faded on his face and neck like he recently got into a fight. How seriously did they take the census here?
What is your city or village of origin? How long will you stay in the city under Mount Eredren?
Asked the man after he made a notation on his book.
Will, when you get a chance, there's some papers in the office that the guards requested. Can you bring it to them?
A man shouted from somewhere, possibly the house standing on shore.
I'll take it in a moment. I just need to finish up here first.
Will waved to the house.
Just answer those last 2 questions, and you can go.
Morgana glared at him because she had no answer. Bavarian didn't know what to say either. Before he traveled back in time, he was here at the city under Mount Eredren. But Will was waiting, and the longer the silence lasted, the more suspicious he'd get. We're staying for a week, possibly longer if it takes too long to find my friend. Bavarian hoped that was enough.
Thank you.
Will nodded after he noted their responses.
Enjoy your stay.
He turned on his heel and strode toward the house with a log in his hands.
You should have asked what year it is since you're concerned about it.
Morgana tried to shove the star-shaped crystal in her skirt pocket, but it was too big.
Excuse me, I couldn't help overhearing your conversation,
a woman said as she rose from the boulder she sat on in the shade of a standing stone. The menhirs encircled the mountain and the field that surrounded it, but Ivarian didn't know why. Who are you? Ivarian regarded her as she padded closer. She had a bag slung over one shoulder, but it had no insignia. Neither did her shapeless dress. It hung like a sack on her, and her stringy gray-threaded hair tumbled over the fraying strap of her satchel. But her dark eyes were as sharp as knives, and they stared at the crystal Morgana struggled to hold so its sharp rays didn't stab her hands.
Names aren't really important, but if you must have one, you can call me Beku. Most everyone does.
Beku smiled, but there was no warmth or kindness in that smile, just cold calculation.
That's a pretty crystal you have there.
Beku extended her hand, not to offer it to them or shake their hands, no. She ran her index finger down one of the crystal's rays.
A very pretty crystal indeed. If you're looking to sell it, I know someone who can look at it. He's very knowledgeable about crystals.
Morgana glanced at him. When he didn't say anything, she lifted the crystal so it was eye level with the shorter woman.
We'd love to meet him.
Beku shook her index finger at them.
That's not how it works. My contact doesn't meet with people. He's shy. In fact, he likes crystals more than people, so meeting him is out of the question.
Ivarian suppressed a shudder as Rand's father's accusation echoed in his mind. He had a bad feeling Beku wanted to take this crystal to Sarn. Well, he might as well ask, does your expert have magic?
Of course he does. How else can he identify crystals with the utmost accuracy?
Beku studied him now with those probing eyes. Who was she really? How did she know Sarn? Did she know Rand? Probably not. He couldn't imagine Rand having anything to do with this woman. Ivarian spotted Will as the fellow slung a scrip over his shoulder and strode away from the house on the rocky beach toward the mountain. We should ask him to lead us to this Hazel person, he mentioned. Ivarian turned to tell Morgana they were leaving, but she stood taller and the air crackled with power. Oh no, he'd lost track of the conversation while he was wool gathering. What did I miss? Clearly something important. Morgana stared into Beku's eyes as she held out the crystal.
You will take this to your crystal expert. You won't sell it or give it to anyone else. You will do nothing else except take it to your expert, and you will lead us to him,
Morgana said, and her voice rang with power.
If you do this, I will pay you the agreed-upon sum right then and there. Do we have an agreement?
Yes, we have an agreement.
Beku accepted the crystal, then dropped it into her bag.
For safekeeping. Don't worry. It's just better not to rush about with a pretty bauble out where anyone can see it and lust for it. We'll have less trouble this way. Now come, I've got a promise to keep.
She grinned as she swung around and headed in the same direction Will went. But Will must have run the whole way because he already reached the switchback trail and he raced up it like he had a date with destiny. Maybe those papers the guards needed were time-sensitive. Ivarian shrugged and followed Beku.
See? Things always work out when you have an ex-goddess on your arm.
Morgana slid her arm through his and smiled like she'd just won the bargain of a century.
We needed someone to look at the crystal to find out how to release my family, and you needed to know the year. We can find out the answer to both questions when she leads us to her crystal expert.
I hope you're right, Ivarian shivered as an icy wind blew. He couldn't feel the sunshine or the warmth of the day as the shadow of Mount Erdred fell over them. I hope Beku is right about her expert. Please let her take us to anyone except Rand's father. Although, if he was the expert Beku had in mind, then one glance at Rand should tell him what year it was, since Rand was only about a year older than him. Once Morgana's mother is free, then I can go after Pristina and get revenge for Rosalie. Ivarian clung to that as he strode through the long grasses, because that was worth any price.
Chapter 15. To catch a ship. Guerren cursed under his breath as he ran around the pile of boulders some idiot left on the beach. Why are there so many rocks? Where's my army? He stopped to gasp for breath. While he stood there with his chest heaving, Guerren scanned the beach for the rear guard. A boxy shadow in the distance shuddered and groaned. What is that thing? Well, there was only one way to find out. Why does everything require me to run for long distances? I'm great at sprinting, but this is ridiculous. Guerren trotted on rubbery legs towards the thing growing in the sea, just off the shore. A wooden platform appeared next to it as the beach flattened, giving him a better view. Is that a ship of some kind swelling up in front of me? That's what it looked like, but he left all the naval battles to another war god, so he didn't have to deal with the sea gods. Besides, there was plenty of land from the frozen north to the steppes to the tropical south to conquer. He didn't need to take over the islands off the coast too. They were someone else's problem, and I was happy to leave them that way. The object in question had a boxy rear deck and circular windows sprouted in neat rows as the boat grew taller, and probably longer and wider too, so it was probably a ship of some kind. Lightning struck the top deck and crawled down the side of the ship as it expanded again, adding another row of portholes, and probably another deck too. How the hell are they doing that? For a moment he regretted leaving his companions behind, because maybe one of them could have answered that question. A tiny figure climbed up one mast to the crow's nest, and her lion's head-shaped helmet and blonde hair shone in the sunlight, breaking through the clouds overhead, giving away her identity. I'll bet that's Lyonestra, and she's surveying my army. The nerve of that demon. When she climbed halfway up the mast, Lyonestra unsheathed her sword and pointed out to sea.
All aboard! We sail for heaven, and we shall conquer it!
The army roared with approval as ranks of demons, fallen angels, and ex-gods rushed up the gangplank and stormed onto every deck of the expanding ship. Guerren stared dumbfounded as they crowded onto the ship, towering over him, but it didn't sink. Why didn't it sink from all that weight? What kind of spell could supersize a ship and maintain its buoyancy? Somehow, the enlarged vessel accommodated the entire force, because just the stragglers charged up the gangplank now. They'll leave me behind if I stand here gawking for much longer, and that was unacceptable, so Guerren sprinted for the gangplank and ignored the pain stabbing his side. You can't escape me that easily. I was born to lead you. He'd seize control of that army, even if he had to swim across the ocean. It was his destiny. He could feel it in his bones. If he wasn't gasping for breath, but he pressed on. He was only 100 feet from the gangplank, and there were still a few stragglers striding up it. The ship threw a dark shadow over Guerren as he stepped onto the gangplank at a last. I made it! He felt like cheering after all the running, but he saved his breath and pounded up the gangplank instead. Once I escape hell for real, I need to figure out how mortals pack on muscle and become stronger. Hopefully that wouldn't involve any more running until he regained his superhuman stamina again. I'd better get that back. I earned it after I helped to stop the adversary. A wry smile turned up the corners of his lips as the top of the gangplank neared, and with it, the end of his run. That army would soon see the error of their ways. Even out of shape, an army couldn't outrun me for long. Not bad for a former war god. That thought cheered him up and put some pep in his step. He marched like a conquering hero until a bolt of lightning slammed into his chest and knocked him down. Thankfully, someone supersized the gangplank too, so it was wider than he was tall. Guerren landed on his back. Who hit me? As he sat up, he patted his chest. But his leather tunic wasn't on fire. That was a win.
You're not welcome here.
Arbus, the former alpha hole in charge, shouted as he stepped onto the top of the gangplank. Hey, Dad, nice to see you too. I guess I'm not your favorite son anymore. Guerren rose and rubbed his back. The gangplank had ridges to prevent passengers from sliding back down its diagonal length. How did you get your powers back?
I never lost them. I was a king among gods.
Arbus raised both hands to the sky and probably summoned some more lightning. He always did like to zap anyone who displeased him. Right. So the archangels tossed you into hell like a sack of day-old bread and forgot to take your powers. I don't believe that for an instant, especially since he met those angels and they were sticklers for the rules. I think you lost your powers like the rest of us, but you found a way to get some back. How did Arbus do it? Guerren studied him as the ex-god's long white hair blew in the wind, but he didn't have Argeniel's power to see the truth of things. Maybe I don't need his power. Maybe I need a bit of mine instead. Guerren cupped his hands around the air in front of him and concentrated. Come on, fire in my belly, make me a weapon. Flames shot between his hands, forming a pike, because that was the best weapon when you needed to stab someone from a distance, and he needed to stab Arvis, or, better yet, bop him on the head with the flat side of the pike. Guerren brought it down on Arbus's head as another bolt of lightning sped toward the ex-king of the gods, and Arbus's gray eyes rolled up in his head as he toppled. Sorry, Dad, but this just isn't a good time for a reunion.
What time is it then?
Asked the blonde fallen angel as he hopped over the low wall around the deck onto the gangplank. The halo wrapped around his neck gleamed, and so did his cruel violet eyes. It's conquering time. Didn't you hear Lyonestra's speech? Guerren dropped into a defensive position, in case he needed to stab this wingless perversion. The fallen angel was gaunt, and his dirty white robes hung off him as he strode toward Guerren.
That's true for me, but I don't think you came to conquer the same thing I did.
Of course I did. I'm a war god. I didn't come for a pleasure cruise. Do you honestly think I care what I conquer? As the words left his mouth, doubt seized Guerren like a vice and squeezed his chest until he feared he was having a heart attack. Then he recalled that he couldn't have one since he wasn't technically alive since the fall. But neither was he dead either. He existed in a strange limbo state. Guerren threw off that moment of doubt. I came for the army, not to conquer anything else. He told himself that several times, then stopped because the thought of conquering something made his heart sing. I haven't conquered anything in a long time. I could lead them to victory. Then, of course, I'd give the place back to its rightful caretakers. The fallen angel stepped over the unconscious Arbus as his glowing eyes widened. He batted the pike aside like it was a toy, not a weapon forged from fire and will.
You really did come to conquer. I can feel the desire building inside you.
Well, that sounded creepy, but not creepy enough to change his mind. My warmongering days are just beginning. Guerren tossed the pike aside, and it turned into smoke and vanished in the wind. He couldn't stop thinking about a rematch as he approached Arbus in the deck. Did Azrael still exist? Would he still best me in a duel? Probably not. Azrael was in top form whenever the fall was. Many, many years had passed since then. Probably enough to erode his skill and slow him down. After all, who did Azrael have to spar with after the fall? No one. He probably got bored and lazy. I'll bet he can't even manifest armor or weapons anymore. The gangplank shook as a wave rose from the sea and slapped the rear of the ship. Oh no, you don't. You're not leaving without me. Guerren sprinted past Arbus as the ex-king of the gods moaned and blinked like he was trying to wake up. The ship rocked as it lurched forward. The fallen angel spun and lunged back onto the deck. Sorry, Dad, I have an army to catch. Guerren passed Arbus and leapt aboard right behind the fallen angel. The guy would have left him behind too, since he had plenty of bastards, so he didn't feel bad about it. Behind him, Arbus cursed and thunder rolled.
You're not leaving me here.
Glad you made it. Guerren turned as the ex-king of the gods slammed into the deck and slung an arm over the low wall and heaved himself over it. Arbus landed on deck and lay there for a moment, with his white hair haloed around his head.
No, you're not. You lie like your mother.
Do you even remember her? Or was she just another fling to you? Guerren scanned the deck for a staircase, or a ladder, or some means to reach the upper decks, as he shoved down the anger burning him up inside. Anger was power, and it would just create more fire to use later when it was time to conquer.
She was an uninvited guest, just like you are now.
Arbus laughed as he sat up. Well, I hope you won't try to shag me like you did her, because that would be incest. I don't go for that kind of thing. Guerren summoned a fireball, just in case the ex-king had such things on his mind. I should throw him overboard. But Arbus was stubborn. He'd just swim to heaven and show up at the worst time. No, it was better to keep Arbus where he could see him. Besides, he can't possibly take me in a fight.
Are you two really related?
The fallen angel asked from where he leaned against the wall in between two portholes. He says we are, but my powers don't lend themselves to that kind of thing, so I can't check if he's lying. Why don't you take me to your leader instead of asking me questions about that loser? Guerren jerked his thumb over his shoulder to indicate Arbus.
Sure, I hope you have a plan to wrest control from her.
The fallen angel turned and strode along the deck, hopefully toward a staircase. Guerren glanced at Arbus one last time, but the ex-king of the gods just sat there in the middle of the deck, laughing silently at a joke only he found funny. Let him laugh. We'll see who gets the last laugh when I'm in charge of this ship. Guerren turned around and sprinted to catch up to the fallen angel as the ship lurched forward again, nearly knocking him down. Well, no one said it would be a smooth ride.
Chapter 16. Show me. As Natalie flew as fast as they could and still carry Uriah, the space between the sky and the sea grew wavy and weird-looking. Natalie blinked, but that didn't clarify things. A dark line curved in front of her, like it delineated two spheres. The sea shimmered and split so a transparent mirror image floated above it. What the hell am I looking at? Natalie blinked again, but the reflection of the water drifted further from the real sea. Arjanil cried out as someone argued about rules in the distance. Who was arguing Arguing with who? Light-blinded Natalie. Argeniel, what's happening? Are you okay? Natalie shouted, but he didn't answer. Water sprayed over her as a large pink blur appeared in front of them. Then a large, scaly hand plucked Natalie out of the air. What's going on?
As I was telling the last angel, this is a no-fly zone.
Natalie rubbed their eyes and sat up on the palm of a large winged lizard. Who are you?
I'm the dragon enforcing the rules.
The dragon glared at the angel clasped in his other hand, but that angel wasn't Argeniel. Where's my friend? Natalie crawled to the edge of the dragon's palm and stared down at the sea, but there was no sign of Argeniel.
Who's your friend, and what are you?
Asked the angel. The dragon clutched like he was contemplating crushing him.
Are you looking for him?
Asked a purple dragon as she walked over, her palm extended. Argeniel lay on her palm, but he was unconscious. Yes, thank you for catching him. Natalie hopped over to the nicer dragon and shook Argeniel, but he didn't wake. What's wrong with him?
You didn't answer my question.
The angel squirmed out of the other dragon's grip and landed on the opposite side of Argeniel with his massive sword drawn. Violet flames ran down the blade as he pointed it at Natalie.
Hey, watch where you're pointing that thing. Natalie is a friend of mine.
Daniel appeared in between them and knocked the sword aside.
What is Natalie?
The angel with dark hair and bad attitude disappeared, his sword with a flick of his fingers.
I just told you that Natalie's my friend, so please stop treating them like the enemy because they're anything but that.
Thaniel glared at the other angel for a moment longer, then dropped to her knees beside Argeniel.
Will he be all right?
Uriah asked from where he sat on the other dragon's hand.
Your kind isn't allowed in heaven.
Mr. Bad Attitude, with a halo pointed at Uriah.
I just came to watch.
Uriah raised his hands in surrender.
Will you quit that? If he's with Natalie, then he's a friend too.
Thaniel shot her fellow angel another glare. Who is he? Natalie asked in an undertone when Thaniel glanced at her again.
That's Azrael. You'll have to excuse him. He skipped all the classes about manners.
Thaniel touched Argeniel's forehead.
What happened?
I don't know. Everything got weird and then he cried out. When I could see properly again, there were two dragons and an ill-tempered angel asking me questions. Natalie shrugged, unsure what to make of things.
What happened before that? Where's the adversary?
We sent him back to hell and destroyed his gateways. I'm rather proud of that bit of teamwork. Oh, and that's Uriah. He helped too, and so did Guerren before we lost him. Natalie waved to Uriah, and he waved back.
It was necessary, and I'm glad I could do my part. No thanks are necessary.
Uriah ran a hand through his hair.
I should return. I promise to free my fellow prisoners. Thanks for the recharge.
Uriah placed a fist over his heart and bowed slightly since he was sitting, then vanished into a bright flash. Thank you, Natalie said even though he was gone. Then she turned her attention to Argeniel. What's wrong with him?
Nothing. He's not used to crossing the boundary. It's harder on some angels than others. That's all it is. He just needs to adjust to the differences between the corporeal realms and the realms of spirit,
said the dragon as she lowered her hand until it hovered over a white deck on a ship. Daniel nodded like that made sense.
I didn't think of that. The boundary wasn't here the last time he was in heaven, so he wouldn't even know about it.
Everything was different then,
said another angel with very dark skin as he caught Argeniel's limp hand and pulled the angel toward him. The dragon tilted her hand so Argeniel slid into the waiting arms of the newcomer. He caught Argeniel and hugged him tightly as he carried Argeniel to a hammock strung between two masts. When he reached it, he laid Argeniel down on his side and smoothed some of his dark hair away from his face.
You really do still exist.
Why is everyone doubting me all of a sudden? I don't tell lies.
Daniel hopped off the dragon's hand and shook her head. I don't know, but I just met everyone except you and Argeniel. Natalie followed her for lack of anything better to do. Azrael dropped in front of Natalie and they skidded to a halt before they collided with his chest.
What are you aside from her friend?
He grabbed the corner of their veil as Natalie backed away, one hand pressed to that same veil to keep it in place. Don't. I can look however I want, but my base form does things to people, and I don't want those things to happen, so you're better off not looking at me. Natalie tugged the fabric out of his hand.
Will you stop that? I said Natalie is a friend. That should be all you need to know.
Thaniel stomped over and put herself between them again.
If Natalie's coming to heaven, then I need to know they aren't a danger to anyone there.
Azrael glared at her as light surrounded him, giving him a blinding aura. I'm not a danger to anyone who's not trying to hurt my friends. Natalie kept a hand pressed to their veil to hold it in place while they tried to reattach it to their hood.
Then show us what you're hiding.
Azrael's silhouette folded his arms.
Natalie doesn't need to prove anything. If Argeniel were awake, he'd back me up on that. And will you please knock it off? You're blinding us.
Thaniel shaded her eyes as she strode over to stand with Natalie.
You don't need to show him anything. He's just being dramatic.
Is he, though? It sounds like he's just being cautious.
The dark-skinned angel said as he approached them.
We only have your word on it that Natalie is a friend, not an enemy, and you could be under a spell.
Oh, really? Do you think someone could slap a spell on me without me noticing?
Daniel laughed, but it sounded forced. Natalie stared at the white deck. It was made of something other than wood, unless wood had tiny sparkling white motes in it. The motes seemed seemed to attract each other until they spelled out 2 words: show them. After all, why not show them? I'm tired of hiding. If Danielle really was their friend, she'd still be there after the reveal. A tear blurred Natalie's sight, then ran down their cheek, under the veil as they let it fall, revealing their light gray skin that changed as they rested a hand on Danielle's shoulder and turned the angel to face them.
Whoa.
Daniel stared. Natalie tried not to flinch, as their face reconfigured into a sad copy of Danielle's face. When you cross a fallen angel and a human, you get a mirror capable of reflecting back what they see. Natalie wiped another tear away. Then Danielle wrapped her strong arms around them and squeezed.
You had nothing to prove, not to me and not to Arjanil either.
You're a mimic.
Azrael said like this was a grand revelation.
Are you saying you don't have a fixed appearance?
Asked the angel, who treated Arjanil with such tenderness as he picked up their veil and turned it over in their hands. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Natalie felt strangely lighter after admitting the truth. Shapeshifting was a reflex action and not something they could stop doing unless fully covered.
Well, it's nice to meet you, half angel, Natalie. I'm Azariah.
The dark-skinned angel held out their veil as Thaniel let go. Half angel, I like it. Natalie took their veil from his hand, then shook it. His grip was warm and firm, and he let go when Natalie did so they could don their veil. The moment the veil covered their face again, their face changed back to its resting state and dropped Thaniel's likeness. After all, the world only needed one copy of her.
Well, now that drama is over. Can you please dim your aura?
Danielle glared at Azrael, and he let some of his brilliance go.
Thanks. Now, Natalie, where did you lose Guerren? And what happened to the army the adversary brought with him? Please tell me they went back to hell with him.
They didn't. Somehow they found a ship big enough to transport them. Arjanil and I chased them until we met up with you. Then, I don't know what happened to them. We must find them. Natalie reattached their veil. Thankfully, no buttons popped when Azrael yanked on it. That was a lucky break.
I saw it on the horizon, but then I stopped paying attention to it. I had more pressing matters to attend to, but we would have seen it if it passed us.
Daniel ran to the low wall surrounding the deck and scanned the sea.
Would we have seen it? We were pretty focused on the drama.
Azrael followed her so he could look too.
There's no ship large enough to fit an army in the Gray Between. They must have used magic to increase its size.
Azariah headed for the opposite side, but he stopped when he passed the hammock where Arjanil lay and stared at the downed angel.
If they can use magic to make the ship bigger, why not use magic to hide it from our eyes?
Asked the violet dragon. She scanned the sea too and dripped on the deck when her head passed over it.
We need someone who can see through that kind of magic. Good thing he's aboard right now.
Daniel spun and headed for the hammock. I can see through illusions. Let him rest. Once their veil was secure, Natalie glanced around for the supersized vessel too, but it was nowhere in sight, nor was there any shimmer of a hide-all spell. Did it already reach heaven?
Chapter 17. Doubts and Dharma. Doubts multiplied with every step Evarian took down the dark, spiral staircase leading deep underground. Only Beku had a Lumiere crystal, and it glowed just barely enough for the three of them to see the stairs. Why isn't there a single Lumiere crystal anywhere on the staircase? Mount Eredrin mined tons of Lumiere crystals every year. The Lord of the Mountain could have spared a few to light their way, but he didn't. So Evarian tried not to trip as Beku led them through a portal into a tunnel that was as dark as the staircase. At least it had a high ceiling, so he didn't need to duck. Where are we? Evarian followed her as she turned right at an intersection, then left them right again.
We're in the lower quarters because that's where my contact lives. Now hush. Sounds carry far down here.
Beku strode onward until a pile of rocks blocked her way.
This shouldn't be here.
She shined her light around, looking for a way past the rubble piled up to the ceiling.
Maybe you went the wrong way. Everything looks the same in the dark,
Morgana suggested, but she kept her gaze fixed on the satchel hanging off Beku's arm, where the star-shaped crystal lay.
No, this is the right way, and there should be a tunnel here, not all these rocks. What could have caused these rocks to fall? Why didn't you do anything about it?
Beku muttered curses under her breath as her search became desperate. She turned around and around, frantically scanning everything for some clue until Morgana rested a hand on her shoulder.
Calm down. It'll be all right. My sister will help us find your mage.
Morgana squeezed her shoulder.
How do you know he's a mage? I never said anything about that.
Beku backed away from them as she shook her head until she slammed into the pile of rocks, sending pebbles skittering down it. Evarian stared at her. Was she losing her mind? I asked if he has magic, and you said, of course, if he has magic, then that makes him a mage. That was a few hours ago, but she couldn't have forgotten about that already.
Oh, I forgot that. How do I know you're not using magic to cloud my mind?
Beku pointed an accusatory finger at Morgana. She shook her head as she squared her shoulders.
I wouldn't do that. I'm a goddess of truth, not lies.
Morgana squeezed Beku's shoulder again.
We'll find your mage,
Morgana repeated in a soothing tone as she closed her eyes. A moment later, an identical dark-haired woman appeared next next to her. Morgana swayed, but her sister wrapped an arm around her shoulders and steadied her.
This is my sister Prakasa. She's the goddess of true sight.
Morgana wrapped an arm around her sister's waist as a third woman, identical to the first two, appeared on Morgana's other side.
And this is Dharma, goddess of true thoughts. Together we can help you find your mage.
Dharma extended her hand to Beku.
Take my hand and think of your mage. I need a picture of him, then we can pool our gifts and find him.
Ivarian opened his mouth to ask how she knew what was going on, but then he closed it because they were goddesses. Besides, he had 3 sisters, and he knew how close sisters could be. They probably used their magic to stay in contact. Beku hesitated.
You'll just find him, right? Then you'll leave everything else to me? I know best how to contact him. If you go to him without me, he won't help you.
Dharma glanced at her sisters. Perhaps she wasn't as looped into the plan as he thought.
Yes, we'll just find him, and you can figure out the best way to make contact. And it would be best if he didn't see us.
Morgana gestured to her sisters with her free hand.
Why do you want him? What's so special about this crystal? Why do you want him to look at it, and no one else?
Beku pulled it out of her bag and held it up as she tried to back away, and instead struck the pile of rocks again, sending more loose stones rolling toward her. She hopped aside so they just missed her bare feet.
Be careful. Don't drop it. My family is trapped in that crystal.
Morgana reached for it, but Beku ducked past her, still holding the crystal.
You need my mage to free her.
Beku stopped when Prakasa and Dharma blocked her path.
Yes, will you help us?
Morgana clasped her hands together like she was praying.
You need my mage to trigger something in the crystal. Don't answer that. I know the truth when I hear it, and that rings truer than your story about your family.
Beku waved away the goddess's protests that it wasn't at all the case.
Do we have a bargain?
Dharma extended her hand again.
Yes, we have a bargain.
Beku clasped Dharma's hand. The goddess slipped her hand free a moment later.
Thank you. I've got what I need.
Dharma extended her hands to her sisters, and they each clasped one of her hands.
He's not down here, but he was here a few days ago.
Prakasa pulled them away from the rubble.
Where did he go?
Beku hefted her bag, so the strap sat on her shoulder again.
This way.
Prakasa pulled her sisters back the way they came. Then she climbed up the stairs that they'd just descended, with her sisters right behind her. Beku followed the goddesses, and Avarian brought up the rear as they wound through wide, well-lit hallways lined with doors. Statues stared at them with crystal eyes from where they stood in the middle of every hallway. Lumiere crystal mosaics covered the ceiling, and they glowed in every color of the rainbow, showering them with light.
Stop.
Dharma halted and peered around the bend.
He's behind that door.
She pointed at a door flanked by statues. Well, then let's go knock on the door and ask for his help. Before Avarian could step past the goddesses, Beku stepped in front of him and blocked his path.
No, we do this my way, or we don't do this at all.
She shoved her index finger in his face and shook it at him. Avarian didn't want to ask, but he had no choice because time was running out. How do you want to proceed?
Where's the nearest market?
Beku glanced around, but the statues provided no clues.
That way.
Dharma pointed behind them at the way they came. Why do you need a market? Avarian felt like everything was slipping out of control. Maybe all he ever had was the illusion of control, until Beku ripped that away.
We can't just show up with a strange crystal. That would tip him off that it's a trap, and he'd pitch it out the nearest window before you could stop him. No, that won't work at all.
Beku slipped past Avarian as she shook her head.
We need a pretty box to put the crystal in, so it looks like an innocuous gift. Then we knock and leave it on the doorstep. He'll open it and investigate and trigger the spell because he won't expect it. Not in a gift. That's what you want, isn't it?
Beku spun to face him as she walked backward between two statues that glared at Avarian. What do I want? In his mind's eye, the glowing green spell circle fell again, and a glyph struck Rosalie's head right before she shattered into a million pieces and disappeared. Behind her, Rand's father stood, glowing with power while cradling a baby swaddled in his cloak. Anger burned through Avarian, turning the hallway red. God help me, I want revenge on Rand's father. I want him to trip the spell that captured Morgana's family, and I want it to destroy him. But there was also Pristina, and she must die, and his uncle too, for working with her to change the timeline, thus causing Rosalie to go back to that spell circle.
Yes, we need him to trigger the spell to free my mother,
Morgana said before he could get the words out. She turned and approached him.
That's the only way to free her, and only she can give you what you truly want.
Prakasa nodded.
I've looked at it from every angle, and I can't see any other way to break the soul trap.
Don't look at this if we just leave a random crystal on his doorstep, especially one so oddly shaped and obviously fashioned into this shape by skilled hands. That's why we need to disguise it as a gift. He won't expect a dangerous spell inside a gift. He's too trusting for his own good.
Beku clenched her fists, like that failing was a frequent source of irritation. Who is this mage? Avarian needed to hear his name, even though he was almost certain Beku was talking about Rand's father. That raised an important question, though. Who was she to him?
I'll keep that to myself. A woman never shares her secrets. Besides, you don't need his name for him to do what you want.
All right, let's go to the market, but make it quick before it gets any later. Avarian waved for her to lead on. An hour later, they peered around the same bend at the same door, but this time, only Morgana was with them. Her two sisters disappeared into the market. it. Perhaps they didn't like shopping very much. Morgana used the gold in her belt purse to pay for the box and some ribbons. This all felt needlessly extravagant, but Baku insisted that a gift would get past the mage's formidable guard, and Avarian shut up because he remembered the fierce look in Sarn's glowing green eyes when he met him under this same mountain in his time period.
And you threatened my son and me for something I didn't do?
Sarn said then. Now Biku placed the ornate box on the mat outside the door, then knocked. She hurried around the bend as the door opened, revealing a little boy with green eyes and his father's face. He might be 4 or 5, not the 21-year-old man who befriended Avarian in the future.
Whoa, Dad, what are you talking about? I just met him a few months ago, and he's disappeared a bunch of times, but at no time did he threaten me. I'm pretty sure he's afraid of me.
Ran said 16 years from now when he tried to stop his father.
Where did the knocker go?
Said Ran, the child, who just opened the door in this time and glanced around. 16 years from now, Sarn gestured, and green light slammed into Avarian, knocking him into the stone wall beyond the blankets and the huddled survivors and the shelves of books along the wall.
He showed up 16 years ago and tricked you into picking up a crystal containing an ex-god of vengeance. Then he called her down on us, and you wouldn't be here right now if I wasn't so good at shielding.
The child ran, talked to someone still inside the room behind him, then picked up the shiny blue box Biku left on the mat for him.
You're not welcome here. This is my home, and I won't let anyone inside who threatens my family.
Sarn said in the future as the memory faded away. But the child Ran stood there examining the box, containing a crystal that trapped the goddess of vengeance. Avarian peered at him from around the corner, but he didn't leave the shadows. He didn't shout a warning. He didn't run over and take the box from a boy who would grow up to become his friend.
What did you think was going on?
Rosalie asked, not long before they left on their last ill-fated trip to the past. You know, Ran is... Avarian had trailed off.
Handsome, fun-loving, upbeat, friendly, and powerful?
Rosalie finished his sentence, telling him how she really felt about the mage. Rosalie liked him more than me. I was a fool not to see it. Jealousy ignited the fire in his belly, making his anger burn hotter as he remembered their easy banter. He stared hatefully at the child Ran as the boy took the box inside and closed the door. Avarian stood there and did nothing to stop him. How long do we wait?
Until we get a sign. Mom will make her presence known, don't worry. We'll know when she's free. For now, come away with me. Let's find something to eat and somewhere to rest. I assume this underground place has such establishments?
Morgana caught his hand and tugged him away, and Avarian let her. He didn't turn to see if Biku followed because her part in this was done, but she followed them at least partway since he heard her footfalls. Where she went after that was none of his concern.
Chapter 18, The Gift of Time.
Behind you.
Rosalie shouted, but of course there was something behind him. He jumped in front of a portal just before she shouted that. She really needed to catch up to current events. Just in case there really was something he should see behind him, Rand glanced over his shoulder at the knife stabbing downward and aiming for his back. But he didn't want any holes in his back, so he stepped aside, and the knife sliced through the air where he stood a moment ago. Before the demon realized what happened, Rand pulled the Lumiere crystal from his pocket that he was holding and charging the entire time Rosalie and Faye were getting all dramatic. And he tossed it over his shoulder along with a wish. I wish you'd go away, Rand said as the rock landed at the demon's feet, but the gray-clad stranger already vanished along with his time crystal stealing knife. Now that was good work. Rand spun on his heel and faced the portal as the rock flew back to his hand, ready for his next wish. After all, he was a mage, and he had a reputation to uphold. Is anyone else in that portal? If there is, then you'd better come out with your claws in the air and your time crystal stealing knife in your pocket.
What time crystal stealing knife? What are you talking about?
Rosalie tapped on his shoulder like he had time right now to answer questions. When no one said anything, including the people present for the last demonstration of that knife, Rand sighed. I'd better answer her before she taps a hole in my shoulder. Rand shoved her hand away. The bad demons have a knife, and it attracts time crystals. Unfortunately, those crystals are inside the X-Gods, and you too, since you're now kind of one of them. But you'd better not become weird or crazy because of your newfound powers. Or he didn't know what he'd do. Thankfully, the portal just kept standing there like a glowing doorway to an empty room, so he didn't need to deal with it right now.
Okay, so let me get this straight. The demons create a portal to take them somewhere so they can steal time crystals.
Rosalie stepped forward until she stood shoulder to shoulder with him. That's what the friendly Versailles told us. And no, we don't know who's making the portals. Rand threw an arm out to stop her when Rosalie padded forward. She crashed into his arm and glared at him, but she didn't zap him or throw a fireball at him or do anything really except glare at him. Well, that was weird. Didn't she inherit some new magic with her time crystal and immortality? Or did she just gain the ability to anchor the present? Rand glanced between her and the portal in case someone stood on the other side of that doorway, watching them.
Who's making the portals? And where does that portal lead?
Rosalie pointed at it when he refused to drop his arm and let her pass. She could go around him, but he could just wish that she couldn't. Thankfully, she didn't challenge him on that because he didn't like wishes that affected one's capacity to do anything. It felt too much like coercion, and he brushed against that once when Papa made him promise not to do something. At the time, Papa didn't know how binding that promise was, so Ran worded his wishes to avoid affecting one's ability to do something.
We don't know who made them, but we know the portal goes to hell because the Versati told us the adversary is sending his kind out to collect time crystals.
Uncle Mirren said from somewhere behind them. We don't know why he wants them either. Ran pocketed the crystal and backed away from the portal as he pulled Rosalie with him. She resisted, but her elevation to a goddess didn't make her any stronger, so she couldn't slip through his grip without turning this into a wrestling match that he might lose, unfortunately, because fighting was never his forte. But he never needed to fight because no one was dumb enough to challenge a mage who could wish them away.
I just want to look at it. Come on, Ran. We need to know why the adversary wants time crystals and how many he's collected already.
Rosalie struggled, but he wrapped his arms tighter about her. No way would he explain to her mom why he let her walk through a portal to hell and get lost there, because that's what she wanted to do, not study it from a distance, but enter it, and she'd probably get captured. I'm not going to hell, Ran shook his head. No way, no how. That wasn't happening. Not while he was alive, and probably not after he died either, since his aunt would have a thing or two to say about that.
Why not? This could be the clue we need to fix the timeline. If we stop the adversary here, then the demons might not invade in our time.
Rosalie looked at him with pleading eyes, but her eyes weren't glowing or strangely colored. They were the same brown they were before she became an accidental immortal. Maybe we could, but I'm still not going to hell, and neither are you. Rand glanced at the ex-gods, but they all looked thoughtful, and that was a bad sign. Let them go to hell. From all Rand knew about it, hell wasn't a good place for a mortal like him to go, so he wouldn't go there. Besides, he could just wish himself onto his father's timeline and put all this nonsense out of mind, or he could before his hands grew warm and tingly. Rand let go of her and stared through his transparent hands at the grass wilting from the cold under his feet.
Why not?
Rosalie spun around to face him, then stared as his hands disappeared. What's happening? Rand raised his handless arms as they faded away too.
I don't know.
Uncle Myron staggered over and held out his disappearing arms too. Auntie Sauvan? Rand said as his arms vanished. His feet disappeared next, so he floated there as whatever caused him to vanish slid up his legs and across his shoulder.
What's happening?
Rosalie wrapped both arms around his waist, and that was sweet of her, but Ivarian would be jealous if he saw it. Rand tried to tell her that, but nothing came out when he opened his mouth. Oh great, this fading thing silenced him. That wasn't fair. Faye finally found her voice and used it.
Their timeline is disappearing,
she said, a little too matter-of-factly. Would it kill her to show a little compassion?
What will happen to them?
Rosalie asked as white light gobbled up the world. Rand didn't hear Faye's answer if she answered at all. White light ate the forest and the sky, and Rosalie too. Then Rand fell through the light. Since that wasn't an uncommon occurrence in his life, he didn't panic. Light usually accompanied magic use, so he just enjoyed the experience as the white light darkened. Rand opened his eyes and stared up at a finished ceiling. Someone traced lines in a grid pattern to make it look like they built the ceiling with blocks, but they didn't do that, of course. The ceiling was one big rock, since this room was a cave a long time ago, and Rand wondered what carved it out of the mountain as he lay on the soft mattress. Uncle Mirren lay next to him, breathing quietly as he slept. That was good because it meant his uncle came with him when he faded and the light showed up. I hope Rosalie isn't too worried about us. She sounded really upset. Who's Rosalie? Rand couldn't remember why he thought of that name. I don't know any Rosalies. And why did he think he faded away? Perplexed by such odd thoughts, Rand sat up, but the floor was a lot further away than it should be, and his legs were a lot shorter than they were before. They faded. His hands were smaller too, but proportionally not freakishly smaller. He shrugged and slid off the bed onto a soft rug with a thick nap. He dug his little toes into it as sunlight peeked around the curtain covering the window. Since the window looked out at the meadow that surrounded Mount Eredrin, Rand didn't pull back the curtain. Instead, he opened the door and peered into the living room of Nolo and Inari's flat. Two couches faced each other on either side of a low table, but the room was empty and the soft carpet covered the stone floor here too. Why are we in their home? Rand left the bedroom and closed the door to let his uncle sleep some more as memories crashed over him. 3 days ago, he snuck out of Nalthir's flat with Furball to look for dragons, but he found trouble instead, and Papa got hurt when he came to save me. Rand rubbed his burning eyes as he padded through the living room to a closed door. As he grasped the knob and pulled the door open, his little shoulders fell. Pop lay on the bed, on his back with his eyes closed, but he was alive, and we're back on the same timeline, a grown-up voice said in his head, but the voice faded as Rand closed the door. A knock sounded on the outer door. Rand turned toward it as the knocker knocked again. Should I open it? What were the rules? He was a guest in this apartment, but someone was knocking, and they sounded insistent. It can't hurt to see who it is. I can just tell him to come back later when everyone's here. Rand crossed the living room again, passing Papa's borrowed room, then the foyer where coats and things hung on the wall, to the outer door. He grasped the knob and it turned. Why isn't the door locked? Well, that wasn't his concern since it wasn't his door, but it was curious. Rand opened the door, but the hallway was empty aside from the statues frozen in fight sequences scattered about. They glared at him with glowing crystal eyes, but Rand ignored them because they did that every day. Pairs of halo-wearing statues flanked the door too, but they weren't fighting or staring at him. Those statues just looked at each other, but they didn't knock on the door. Statues couldn't do that. So, who knocked? Rand glanced around again in case he missed something. Bluish light shone down on him from the lumiere crystal mosaic on the ceiling, high overhead, as movement caught his eye. Either a shadow flitted around the bend, or he just glimpsed the mysterious knocker. Even if the knocker ran, could they reach the bend in the hallway without him seeing them? The shadow was small, so it might just have been a cat running away when it heard him open the door. A cat could have run behind the statues, and he wouldn't have seen it. Where did the knocker go? Rand glanced at the woman statue cradling a male statue that would have slid off her lap if he wasn't made of stone. Neither statue answered him. Rand listened, but he just heard a faint echo of footsteps in the main transept. I could go to the bend and look, but that meant leaving Inari and Nolo's flat, and he wasn't supposed to do that without Papa or Uncle Mirren. I won't do it. Papa got hurt really bad the last time I went out without permission. It was my fault Papa got hurt. Rand gripped the door. It was an inch thick and made of the same stuff as Nalthir's door, but it wasn't wood. Uncle Mirren said all the wood in Shayari was enchanted, and that was why the door wasn't made of wood. No one ever said what the door was made of, but it was hard like wood and striated too. Maybe the door was made of stone?
What are you doing?
Neural asked from behind him. He was Inari and Nolo's son, and he was a bunch of years older than Rand and a bunch of years younger than Uncle Mirren, but he seemed like a nice boy. I heard someone knock at the door, so I went to see who it was, but there was no one out here when I opened the door. Rand swung the door wide open to show him. See? Nerul looked more like his dark-skinned father than his mother, but he was more talkative than his dad. Nolo brooded a lot, but he had an important job, according to Uncle Mirren. Inari was always sunny, and some of that sunniness had rubbed off on her son because he was smiling.
I see. What's that on the doormat?
Neural pointed. Rand spun and stared. There was a shiny blue box on the mat. That wasn't there when I opened the door. A ribbon wrapped around the box and someone tied it into a big bow that tickled his fingers when he reached to pick up the gift. I never saw a box like that before. The box shimmered in the lumiere crystal light like it was a crystal, but it would be cold and hard if it was, and the box wasn't like that.
It must be for someone in your family.
That was only logical since Nerul's parents owned the apartment. Who is it for? It's probably not for me. Only a few people know I live here. None had visited yet, but Rand hoped Furball would since Nolthir's flat was just on the other side of this floor. But Furball might be grounded after their little adventure went awry a few days ago. We were just looking for Savine so we could meet his mom and find out what happened to the baby dragon. Rand hung his head. He still couldn't believe an adult dragon lived somewhere under the mountain. But his friend was a baby dragon, so his mom couldn't be anything else because that would make sense. Besides, Shayari was a magical country. If it could have mages, then why not dragons too? I still want to meet her, but Rand shuddered at the thought of descending to the lower quarters again. That's where everything had gone wrong 3 days ago.
Who's the gift for?
Nerul rounded the couch, but he left his door ajar. The mysterious gift was more interesting than finding out what was in his room, so Rand stayed in the doorway, unsure about what to do now. I don't know. I don't know how to read yet. Rand pointed to the card tucked under the bow. Can you read it? Rand hoped so, because otherwise he'd have to disturb Uncle Mirren, and he didn't want to do that. His brave uncle needed to rest and stop worrying about Papa. I'll worry about him since he got hurt to save me. Rand glanced at the door across from Uncle Mirren's, and worry weighed him down. The door was also ajar because he didn't close it when he raced to the front door. Through that gap, light fell, but it wasn't green because Papa must sleep, or his wounds wouldn't heal, so that light came from the window or a lumiere crystal since Papa hated darkness.
Yes, I go to school like your uncle. Let me see it.
Nerul took the gift from his nerveless hands before it could fall and studied the card.
It's for you.
Rand opened his mouth, but no words came out. For a moment, he knew how Papa felt when words failed him. Who sent me a gift? Does it say on the card? Because the only people who gave him things were in this flat, so they couldn't have left it on the doorstep. Besides, it wouldn't make sense for them to leave a gift out there when they could just hand it to him. I only have 2 friends, Furball and Savine, but they wouldn't leave a gift and run. They would have waited until I opened the door and at least said hello and maybe came in for a cup of milk and a cookie. Inari always had cookies. Rand glanced at the kitchen, which lay beyond the couches in the living room and the dining table and its chairs. I don't deserve a cookie. Not when Papa couldn't eat anything but gruel until the wounds in his stomach healed.
Will you open it and see what's inside?
Nerul held the box out. He was much taller than Rand, but that made sense since Nerul was like double his age or something. Yes, but it's a pretty package, so I must be careful. Rand hurried to the couch and left the apartment door open. Nerul closed it, then followed him.
Do you want help with that?
Rand's part of the story continues in shards for his gift, but he'll return later probably.
Chapter 19. Colliding Portals. What will happen to them? Rosalie asked again, since Face still didn't answer. Rand and his uncle disappeared, but not into a flash of light or through the portal. And this fading thing definitely wasn't a wish Rand made. He looked too startled to be the cause. They just vanished bit by bit, like Istiana, but at a much faster rate. And all she could do was stand there and ask questions. I'm so useless. I couldn't even save my friends. Rosalie clenched her fists. She had magic, but she didn't even think of using it. Neither did Rand, though, so she she didn't feel so bad about that. Why didn't he wish for the fading to stop? I can't even ask him. And that was so unfair. In hindsight, she couldn't think of a way her magic could have helped, but she still should have tried something.
Relax. They exist on multiple timelines, so they're fine. Just those versions of them don't exist anymore. But all the other versions of them on all the timelines are fine. But they won't be for long if we don't do something about my sister's condition.
Faye glared at her like she was personally responsible for that. In a way, I guess I am. Avarian only came back here because of me, but we'd all be dead if I didn't come back and take on Pristina. Rosalie stood tall like a woman who defeated a goddess should. I already offered to go back in time and stop Avarian and his mom from seeing each other. I don't know what else to do for her other than that, but you shot that down.
For good reason. You can't time travel, not as long as you're holding the present together.
Faye shook her head as she snuffed out the fireball on her palm. Then what can I do? You're not leaving me many options. Rosalie rubbed her arms to warm them as she paced. Can we move your sister to somewhere warmer? It's freezing now that the Haven's shield is gone, and with it went all the heat that was keeping this area nice and toasty. Now it's just cold. She shivered as the wind cut through her. The tree she rounded couldn't be happy about its change of circumstance either, since it went from a balmy summer day to a freezing wintry evening in the blink of an eye. The portal the demon came through earlier still stood where it appeared between two trees that dropped their leaves, forming a green welcome mat for anyone who came through. I wonder if hell is any warmer than this place. Rosalie padded toward the portal. This time, no one stopped her, since Ran and Miren were gone.
What are you doing?
Jennair called out as footsteps sounded behind her. Was he running to stop her? What will happen if I stick my head through this portal? Rosalie pointed at it.
Someone might cut it off. Do you really want to risk it after all you went through to save all of time?
Faye asked, but she sounded curious, like she might also be thinking about hopping through that portal to take a peek at what was going on.
I'll go. I'm not even sure Crystal Swap will help you. It might speed up your demise, and I don't want that to happen.
Layla said as she appeared next to Rosalie, but she probably meant her comment for Istiana or Faye. Then she stepped through the portal without even a goodbye and disappeared. What will really happen if I follow her? Rosalie stared at the portal. Someone needed to find out why the adversary collected time crystals and put a stop to it.
I don't know. You're anchoring the present right now. If you go to hell, that might disrupt time so much that it collapses altogether. I don't want to witness that. So if you're going, at least give me an hour to grab all the people I care about and put them somewhere safe.
Faye said, but she sounded tired, not angry at her decision. Where is safe? Rosalie couldn't think of anywhere. Not even Mount Eredrin was safe anymore.
The gray between. Time sort of exists there, but it moves more slowly than the mortal world where we are now.
Faye shrugged like she wasn't sure about that.
Could it slow down the fading until we can find a way to stop it?
Istiana asked.
It might. It's worth a try if you want to go there.
Faye glanced away. What about in hell? How does time move there? Rosalie couldn't believe she was talking about going to hell, but that's where the time crystals were, so she must go there to make sure they were never used to break the timeline again. Besides, it must be warmer there than here.
It doesn't move unless that changed.
Istiana rubbed her forehead. If you're right, then we should go to hell and stop the adversary from doing whatever he's doing with time crystals. Rosalie strode through the glowing doorway before anyone could say anything else. I won't sit on the sidelines while my world burns. Hell no. White light blotted out everything as she fell forward. Rosalie crashed into something hard and unyielding, then fell backward out of the light and crashed into a densely muscled chest, then slid down it when her knees buckled. She landed on her rump on the freshly fallen leaves, where the Haven once stood at Jannar's feet like a fainting wench from a bad bard's tale. She blinked to clear her eyes of the after-images, and did her best not to roll her eyes at the irony of her situation. Jannar stammered something that might have been an apology and backed away, so perhaps their collision unnerved him too. Rosalie tried to clear her sight, even though she already knew where she was. She just didn't know why she returned there.
Are you okay?
Layla asked as her hand appeared in Rosalie's peripheral vision. Yeah, I'm okay. Did I crash into you? Rosalie clasped the angel's hand and accepted a hand up. Layla pulled her to her feet.
Yes, sorry I pushed you, but I couldn't let you continue.
Why not? Rosalie yanked her hand away from Layla.
Because I know what the adversary is doing, and you would have blundered right into his goons and given away that we know if I didn't stop you.
Layla squeezed her shoulder, then spun on her heel and kicked the portal. It wobbled around and faded as it lost cohesion. How did you do that? And what's his plan? Rosalie wished the angel would explain instead of forcing her to ask so many questions just to get some answers.
Not here. We'll talk when we're somewhere he can't hear us.
Layla ran toward the ex-gods and nearly collided with Jinnar. The big oaf had no luck today. And where is this safe place? Rosalie chased after her, but she veered to miss Jinnar this time. One collision with a strange and unhelpful ex-god was enough. Thank you very much.
The gray between should be safe from his minions. Faye, can you teleport us? If not, I can fly there and meet you, but Rosalie should go with you.
Layla stopped and offered Istiana a hand up as well.
I could do that, but someone needs to hold time together here or we won't have anywhere to come back to. to.
Faye glared at her brothers, and Jannar had the good sense to skid to a halt and back away with his hands raised in defeat.
You know I don't have that power. I don't think I'd be much help in hell either.
Jannar leaned against the rectangular boulder that looked like an altar.
Nor do I.
Hitaglir folded his arms. From what Ivarian told her, he liked to cause the drama, but not fix it. So his reluctance to do anything except stand around and soak up the drama wasn't surprising. But she was surprised about Jannar. Rosalie snapped her fingers as she recalled something he said before she took on Pristina. Wait a minute. You told me the earth remembers what the trees forgot. That time moves on, but memory does not. In the mind, today and yesterday meet, and we live 100 tomorrows in every heartbeat. That sounds like you can do more than nothing.
She's right.
Istiana leaned on Layla and pointed at her twin.
And you can do something too. You're a time god, the same as we are, and you'd better start acting like it.
Ithaglier winced at her scolding him.
What would you have me do? Hold the past together until you return with a solution?
Yes, since you started this, you should help fix it, and you should help him.
They pointed at Jannar, and a new fireball blossomed on her raised palm. She mimed throwing it at each of her brothers.
Fine, we'll pool our powers and do what we can. But don't blame us if some timelines merge and others disappear. This isn't our forte.
Jannar shoved off the altar and stalked over to his brother and grabbed his hand. They vanished in a green flash.
Well, that was more dramatic than it needed to be. Shall we go, ladies?
Layla held Istiana up as she walked, but the ex-goddess looked thin and transparent enough to blow away in a stiff breeze.
Yes, let's go before they go back on their word.
Faye snapped her fingers and a ring of fire appeared around them. Then the world turned red and very bright as the fiery ex-goddess of fate teleported them to the Grey Between.
Chapter 20. Heavy is the ban. Guerren hurried up another staircase. Hopefully, when he reached the top, he'd finally step out onto the top deck, where Lionestra was. The wingless angel climbed like he felt no burn in his thighs, and his calves weren't complaining. Damn that fallen angel and his stamina. I used to have that too before I wound up in hell. The ship rocked, and Guerren grabbed the rail. Thankfully, this staircase had one. Nor was he the only one who clutched the rail. The fallen angel swayed. So who are you? Guerren clenched his fist around the rail as the ship rocked hard to the other side. I didn't think this would be a smooth ride, but I didn't think it would be this rough either. The magic that propelled the ship seemed to come in bursts, and each burst rocked the ship violently. Perhaps the caster couldn't manage anything else, because they only had a small portion of their former power at their disposal. That thought cheered Guerren up. At least I'm not the only one struggling along without most of my power. He hauled his tired body up the next step, as the ship swayed like the fallen angel from side to side. At least the ship wasn't muttering, but the fallen angel was. Hey, what's wrong with you? Guerren touched the fallen angel's shoulder, and his fingers went right through it like the guy wasn't there.
You are oath breakers, and you are cast out. Leave my presence forever. You are unworthy. All the gifts I gave I take back. All that you stole, drop them into the abyss, for I will not have them in my realm. You are forever banned. Never look upon heaven again.
The fallen angel said with such fervor. Guerren dropped back a step. I guess you're not okay. Guerren slipped past the muttering fallen angel and left him on the staircase. Well, that was weird. I'm glad I'm not an angel. He exited the staircase and stepped out onto another deck, but this time there was no deck above him, just the sky. The clouds faded, and a strange line in the sky. On the other side of that line, the sky was blue, and the sun shone on the water, making it sparkle like diamonds floated in the surf, rolling toward the distant shore. But the line wasn't only in the sky. It curved downward and cast a dark shadow on the sea as it plunged into it. What is that? It kind of looked like a border between two realms. Guerren passed another fallen angel as she fell to her knees and mumbled one word over and over, unworthy. But she didn't say what she was unworthy of. He passed demons standing in groups, and two ex-sea gods stood on a half-deck at the front of the ship, facing the sea. They must be propelling it. A group of gray-robed Versati stood off to one side with their backs to him as the air shimmered around the ship the way it might if that group of Versati cast an illusion on it to veil the ship, like they veiled themselves. How very sneaky of them. At least I can still see through illusions. Guerren mentally patted himself on the back for that as he strode along the deck, seeking Lionestra. Most demons had skin in an array of colors that one would not find on standard-issue humans. So, it should be easy to spot the human-looking Lionestra in that crowd. The ship lurched again, throwing Guerren to the right this time, and he staggered as he tried to stay on his feet, but so did everyone except the kneeling fallen angel. She didn't seem to feel the ship's movement. The deck faded under his feet until he could see through all the decks under this one and the dark chasm opening beneath the ship. Was that a defense mechanism? Guerren stared into that darkness, and it stared back at him the way the abyss did. He shivered in remembrance of that creepy black tar sitting under the Adversary's palace. An invisible vice gripped Guerren in its jaws and squeezed as dread filled him. Something was wrong.
You broke the covenant. For that, you are banished. No more will you lie with mortals. No more will you make war on them. You are banished,
said a voice like thunder. He hadn't heard that voice since the fall. It was so loud it drove Guerren to his knees, and he covered his ears, but there was nowhere to hide from the echoes of "You are banished" as they reverberated inside his head. A lot of things fell into place that probably should have occurred to him sooner, but the army distracted him, so he didn't realize where he was, or where it was going. But he did now. Oh my stars, this ship is headed for the heaven, a realm I was banned from long ago. Around him, demons shivered and moaned as they dropped to the deck, as if an invisible force tried to crush them into oblivion too. Guerren fell forward, and his hands hit the deck. Through gaps in the railing around the deck, slivers of the sea shifted in unsettling ways, like they were separate from the rest of the darkening water. I didn't go into the abyss, but it's coming for me. The demons nearest him wailed in existential terror as the band crushed them into the deck. They need a leader, Guerren grunted as he pushed against the band and tried to rise, but it was eternal, and he wasn't, so it pressed down harder. Silence fell as the wailing and the muttering ceased. Bodies lay unconscious on the deck in a variety of colors, but none wore gray robes. The Versati stood in a circle, keeping the illusion going. Why weren't they affected? Fallen angels and demons alike were affected by the ban, so why weren't the Versati? What were they? Guerren put those questions aside for now, because darkness crept into the edges of his vision. I won't bend or break. That's why you sent me to hell, but I am sorry for my part in the rebellion. I was misled, and I made a lot of wrong assumptions based on those lies, and led a lot of good people to their death while fighting on the wrong side. For that, I am sorry. Maybe it was his imagination, but the invisible force didn't press so hard on his back anymore, and Guerren pushed up to his hands and knees. It felt more like a heavy garment as he stood up, but the weight was bearable now. Oh, carry you, just like I carry all the deaths that result from my decisions. Guerren rested a hand on his heart and bowed his head.
That's all I ask of you,
said that same voice from before, but now it whispered softly enough to touch that secret part of one's soul and ignite within it a powerful desire to correct all the wrongs. Guerren brushed away a stray tear and stepped around the shaking bodies on the deck. This time, I'll try to get things more right than wrong. But no one's perfect, so expect me to make a few mistakes here and there.
That's all I ask of you.
That voice whispered again. Well, that was good. They had an understanding, and he had an army to command. Guerren glanced around for Lyonestra's blonde hair or her shiny armor as the boat sailed slowly past the barrier into the sunny sea beyond. Where are you, Lyonestra?
I'm right here.
Lyonestra leaned against a wheel that had too many spokes. If the ban, or the barrier between the gray between and heaven affected her, she showed no sign as she watched him lumber up the 6 steps between them. Why were there so many steps in this damned ship? Were they all really necessary? Guerren tried not to groan or grimace or sigh with relief when the leaden feeling in his legs faded.
I know what you want, War God, but I think you'll have a hard time taking it from me.
Lyonestra smiled and held up a transparent hand. Her body faded until it was transparent too. Guerren glanced down as his body did the same thing. What new devilry is this? Are we ghosts now?
Sort of. Heaven is a realm of spirit. To travel there, we must become spirits too. The passage strips us of our corporality.
Lyonestra lowered her hand and rested it on the pommel of the transparent sword sheathed at her hip. She had another one sheathed across her back too. And that doesn't bother you? Guerren climbed the last step effortlessly. Maybe there were some advantages to being just a spirit.
No, it's a relief, actually. There's no hunger or thirst here and no pain. We're free, maybe for the first time in our existence.
She turned and stared at the sea as purple spires appeared in the distance. That's good to know, but I want your army. Will you give it to me? Guerren didn't know what to do with transparent hands, but looking at them creeped him out, so he tried to shove them into his trouser pockets. Were his clothes real, or were they illusory? slowly. Maybe I don't want to know the answer to that question. It would probably make his head hurt to think about it.
I can't do that. They've followed me for a long time, and the adversary will punish them if that changes.
Lyonessa didn't turn around or even glance at him over her shoulder. She stared at the gates, materializing out of the sunlight like he wasn't worthy of her notice. How would he find out? He's in hell, and we're sailing toward the pearly gates of heaven. Guerren pointed at them. Although they looked less pearly and more like sunshine, somehow made solid as they shone. The gates stood tall, but they weren't as tall as the ship. Either its guards were veiled by their own illusion, or the gates were unguarded. They can't be unguarded. There must be someone under an illusion protecting them. Lyonessa threw her head back and laughed.
He has agents everywhere. You're a fool if you think he can't reach us even here.
She swept her arm out to indicate the rapidly nearing shore. Are you saying the adversary has spies in heaven? Guerren was glad he wasn't corporeal, because he would have fallen down the stairs in shock. How could the adversary have agents in heaven?
Yes, he has agents everywhere. You're never out of his sight or hearing. Remember that.
Lyonessa spun on her heel and swept past him.
Make ready to land. Our goal lies before us. You know what our leader expects. Give them hell.
Her speech rallied her troops, and the demons and fallen angels picked themselves up off the deck and shakily prepared to storm the gates of heaven. Guerren watched her go. Some things Arginil and Natali said floated back to him, as if carried by the easterly breeze.
What will you do with that army after you take command?
Arginil asked, when they were still in the gray between. His glowing violet eyes demanded an answer. Lead it, of course. That's what a general does, Guerren whispered. But he was wrong, because the army still followed Lyonessa.
If we find the door that leads to hell, will you lead the army through it?
Natali asked back on that hill in the foggy gray between. Guerren couldn't remember what he had told them then. As the ship bumped into the gates, he felt the ban pressing down on his soul like it also wanted an answer. But there was only one answer he could give when he peered down at the decorative top of the gates below. I don't know. The gates shot upward until they stood taller than the boat, and their shadow striped the emptying deck as the demons jumped overboard, following Lyonessa, not him, into battle. Well, we can't have that now, can we? Guerren leaped off the deck too and plummeted into the sea. I can't drown because I'm just a spirit now. It doesn't matter that I never learned to swim. I'll just float back up to the surface. At least he hoped so as he struck the water and kept diving deeper into the sea, toward a crystal-strewn seafloor. What have we here? Guerren dove for the largest and shiniest crystal and forgot about the army and heaven too.
Chapter 21. A long-awaited reunion. Maybe I'm damned. That thought rattled around in his head as Arginil opened his eyes. He lay on something that rocked gently side to side, and the sun sparkled on the water beyond the railing. This wasn't hell, because hell didn't have blue water stretching onto the horizon where the sea met the perfect blue sky. Where am I? He remembered light hitting him from all directions, then falling into darkness when heaven rejected him. But this isn't hell. If I didn't return to hell, then where did I go? Could this be the mortal world? How could I tell? I don't think I ever visited there. There was one other option, but it was too fantastic to be true. Arginil sat up and swung his legs over the side of the hammock, but he never took his eyes off the reflection of the sunlight on the blue water. He'd longed to see that again, and there it was, so close now. Natali ran past him, and their gray robes streamed behind them. That wasn't part of the pleasant dream cast by the sun on the water. That meant this wasn't a dream. Somehow that sun and that water were real. What are you doing? Arginil asked, unable to tear his eyes off that beautiful interplay of light and water in front of him.
I'm looking for the magically enlarged ship with the army. We lost it when your fellow angel got all dramatic.
Natali waved to the sea beyond the railing as they leaned over it and squinted at the horizon and blocked his view.
Shouldn't you do something to help? After all, it's your fault we lost the ship.
Daniel said, but not to him. Who is she talking to? Not Natali, since the Versace didn't turn or reply to her, and that wasn't a question they could ignore. Arginil glanced to his right where Thaniel's voice seemed to come from, and there she stood, glaring at Azrael. He pretended to flick some lint off his sleeve.
I'm not really good at that kind of thing. It's tricky and deceptive, and I'm a straightforward kind of angel. So why don't you just call me when you find the ship, and I'll obliterate it.
Azrael slammed his fist into his palm as he grinned.
If you won't find the ship, then ask a dragon to pull us to shore, since this is a no-fly zone. In case you haven't noticed, there's no wind, so we can't use the sails.
Danielle planted her fists on her hips, and her sword
sword appeared sheathed at her hip, but she didn't draw it. Azrael ignored her and gazed out to sea.
I am doing something. I'm looking for that ship. So why don't you do something useful and get us a dragon to pull the ship? You have a way with them.
Azrael made shooing gestures. Daniel spluttered as she opened and closed her fists like she was thinking of decking the senior angel. I should do something before they come to blows, but I don't know how to find a dragon willing to pull this ship. Where does one even get a dragon from? Do they just hang out in the sea? Where was this sea anyway? Argenio glanced at the white deck, and the white flecks in it sparkled in the sunlight shining down on him. But the answers to his questions weren't written on the deck. That would have helped him make sense of things.
I don't see anything off the port side,
said a voice he hadn't heard in a long time. No, he can't be here. But he was. The hammock dipped as Azariah sat beside him. Argenio tensed and gripped the edge of the hammock so his hands had something to do.
I hoped you still existed, but I didn't know if you did. Not for sure. Not until Daniel told me.
Azariah waved in Thaniel's direction. Thankfully, she found some words and argued with Azrael about a dragon, so she didn't wander over to join their conversation. That was a relief because Argenio wasn't ready to deal with Azrael yet, and he would have followed her. How could he leave me under a glamour? Friends don't do things like that. But Azrael had done that. I'm glad you still exist, too. What should he say to someone he never expected to see again? Argenio glanced at Azariah, only to find the angel staring at him like he was memorizing every detail. Azariah looked much the same, except his robes had the gold stripe at the hem and the edge of the sleeves, denoting that he was an archangel now. That made sense, since Thaniel said something about 4,000 years passing or something like that since he saw Azariah last. What happened to your hair? Argenio reached out to touch the curve of his smooth dark brown scalp, then stopped because that might be rude or misinterpreted. They were angels, and they could change how they looked with a thought. Argenio never cared enough to modify his own appearance, but some angels did change theirs. Before he could retract his hand, Azariah caught it and laced their fingers together.
I decided it was time for a change. Do you like it?
Azariah caught his gaze and captured that too. Yes, it looks good on you. Argenio tried not to stare, but he couldn't tear his gaze away. Azariah's violet eyes were portholes to a vast sea where sunlight danced on the waves.
You haven't changed at all. You still look the same as I remember you.
Azariah touched his cheek, and his fingers slid into the dark hair covering his ear as he cupped Argenio's cheek, leaving trails of light on his illusory skin. Argenio turned his head away and closed his eyes. We can't, it's not allowed. Since he wasn't corporeal, he couldn't cry, but inside a deep longing for something he didn't have words for tore him apart.
The rules changed while you were gone. I can share my light with you if I want.
Azariah said as the ship lurched forward and his hand slid away, leaving a little more of his light behind. The hammock dipped again as Thaniel dropped onto his other side.
You can do that after we save heaven, but you'll have to explain everything that changed and why first. After he's had time to come to terms with everything, then you can talk about a relationship. After all, we've got eternity ahead of us, so there's no reason to rush into anything.
Azariah sighed like a man denied an end to his suffering by an overbearing boss, but Argenio let his shoulders fall in relief. I won't corrupt him. Maybe Azariah didn't care that he was in hell not long ago, but Argenio did. One couldn't spend thousands of years there without it having some effect. I won't let any of hell rub off on my friends. Although it might be too late for Thaniel, some of hell might already have rubbed off on her, but she didn't seem any worse for it as she kicked her feet. Her sandals stayed on, because they were just an illusion. I am still damned. So nothing was possible between them, even if the rules changed. Argenio stared at the deck between his sandal-shod feet as he remembered the light filling him until he passed out. That light was still inside him, but it wasn't doing anything, and that was weird. Shouldn't it pitch me overboard and toss me back into hell?
You're not damned.
You're not damned.
Thaniel and Azariah said almost in unison. Then why did I pass out? There was so much light. Wasn't it trying to cast me out? Argenio rested the hand Azariah wasn't holding on his chest. He was just a spirit, so he didn't have a heartbeat, just a lot of light inside him. But it wasn't trying to destroy him. It just sat there like he did, waiting for something.
Because we're made of spirit and light. When you crossed the boundary, you reverted back to your base form.
Daniel rocked forward and back to set the hammock swinging.
And that's why the dragons don't want us to fly through the barrier. The change affects us all differently, and they don't want anyone to fall through the gap between heaven and the gray between and become lost.
Azariah released his hand so he could wrap an arm around him and pull him closer. Is that where you thought I was, lost in that gap? Argenio shivered at the thought. Thank the Creator that didn't happen.
That was one theory.
Azariah said, so softly Argenio wasn't sure the angel said it aloud.
How did you get a dragon to help us?
Natalie slid past as the deck deck canted, ending the intense moment. Daniel hooked an arm around the Versate's waist and pulled them down onto the hammock beside her.
I told Azrael I'd tell an angel we knew named Misria that he left Arginil here under a glamour, thinking he was damned when he wasn't.
Where is Misria? Arginil expected her to show up any moment now, since he'd already ran into most of the angels he knew best. She was a welcome change of subject, too. Misria trained with them and came up through the ranks with them since she was in their class, and that made her the closest thing to family.
They tried to put her in charge of the warrior angels, but she didn't want the responsibility. So she grabbed the first mortal soul available and became a guardian angel for the umpteenth time.
Daniel shook her head like she couldn't understand that decision. Then again, given her independent nature, she probably wouldn't make a good guardian angel.
Onward, you scaly excuse for a dragon.
Azrael shouted. What was he doing now? Arginil glanced past Azariah at the pointy end of the ship. He vaguely recalled that was the front. Azrael stood on the back of one of the two dragons he roped into pulling the ship, and he pulled on the leads like that would make the dragons swim faster. Smoke poured from the dragons' nostrils as they glared at him from the corner of their eyes. How long before they spat a fireball at him?
Oh, for heaven's sake. I'd better get him back on board before the dragons take a bite out of him and find out if angels really do taste like chicken.
Daniel slid off the hammock and stalked toward Azrael.
That's an oddly specific thing for them to wonder.
Azariah shook his head, but he didn't ask why a dragon might think about such a thing. Nor did Arginil or Natalie ask either. There were some mysteries that weren't meant to be solved, and this sounded like one of them. Besides, the gates rose in the distance, and they grew as the ship shot toward them. Behind them, a city of purple spires appeared, but they didn't get taller. Just the gates increased in height. Are the gates growing? Arginil pointed at them as Thaniel hopped over the rail onto the dragon's spiky back.
You know something? I think they are. I didn't know they could do that.
Azariah shook his head in wonder.
Well, I think we found the ship.
Natalie slid off the hammock and pointed at the outline of a boxy shape in front of the gates. Its edges shimmered like someone was having trouble keeping up the illusion that there was nothing there.
That's what it looks like to me, too.
With another long, suffering sigh, Azariah retracted his arm and let go. Can they go through the gates or open them? Arginil rose too.
I don't know. I guess we'll find out, since we'll reach them soon. So now would be a great time to tell me the plan. You do have one, right?
Azariah glanced at him when Arginil didn't say anything because they didn't really have a plan yet.
The plan lacks some details, but we've got the broad strokes.
Natalie said as they approached the railing.
We get all the demons, ex-gods, and fallen angels to board the ship, then sail it back to the Grey Between, and somehow herd them to the portal to hell and make them enter it. If those dragons will stick around and call some of their friends, that would help a lot.
I thought that might be the plan.
Azariah leaned over the railing.
Hey, Danielle, while you're down there, ask the dragons to help us round up those interlopers and send them back to the Grey Between.
That's a great idea, but someone else should ask that since I'm kind of persona non grata after I broke the rules a few times.
Thaniel ducked as one of the dragons turned their head 180 degrees to regard them, so its neck spikes didn't swing through her torso. It wouldn't have harmed her since she was a spirit, but it was hard to stop thinking like one who was encased in a fragile meat suit.
Where are the interlopers?
The dragon's violet eyes blazed with what Arginil hoped was anger. They're storming the gates of heaven right now. Will you help us send them packing? Arginil asked when neither Natalie nor Azariah said anything. How did I become the spokesperson for our little group? The dragon nodded as more smoke curled up from its mouth.
Yes, you have a deal, Angel. Now get these two annoyances off my back before I change my mind.
We're going. Come on, Azrael. Let's get ready to clobber the baddies. It'll be just like the old days, but with more banter.
Daniel winked at them on deck, then clapped a hand on his shoulder and spun Azrael around.
Fine. Do you know who's leading that rabble, or who's on board that ship? I'd like to know who I'm clobbering.
Azrael jumped onto the deck and landed in a crouch. Thandiel shook her head, then swung herself over the railing and called for her armor in one fluid move. When she landed on deck, she was battle-ready.
We didn't get a good look at them. You'll just have to be surprised,
Natalie said, and their eyes crinkled as they grinned under their veil and enjoyed Azrael's annoyed scowl at that news.
Then I'd better find out.
Azrael jumped overboard again, but this time he shot skyward in an arc that would take him to the ship flickering in front of the gates like the spells that increased its size were failing.
I'd better follow him.
Daniel held her hand out, and the shaft of her warhammer appeared in her hands.
Wait.
Natalie reached for her arm to stop her.
What do we do about Guerren? We last saw him before that ship sailed.
If he fights against us, then we'll have no choice but to fight back. I know that's not what you want to hear. I like the guy. For an ex-god, he's entertaining, but I can't let that get in the way of protecting my home.
Daniel squeezed Natalie's shoulder, and the Versati nodded.
I know. I just hope it doesn't come to that. We made a pretty formidable foursome. I hoped we could do that again.
Natalie stepped back and dropped their gaze to the deck.
Well, you have me now. I'll be your fourth if you like. After all, I go where he does.
Azariah looked right at Arginil as he rendered him speechless. Surely Ez didn't mean that. If I go back to the library, he won't follow me there, because he did want to go back there. The library called to him across the many miles. I hope it's still safe under the shield I cast over it. But Arginil wouldn't know for sure until he returned.
Chapter 22. Heavy lies her regret. Her spoon clicked against the plate, and Morgana shoveled the stew into her mouth, even though it tasted like ashes on her tongue. But she needed sustenance, so she swallowed and sipped a glass of wine. Hers was watered down, but his wine wasn't, and the demigod was just as susceptible to drink as any mortal man. Ivarian already had several glasses of wine, but he didn't know that. Thankfully, he wasn't in the mood to talk, and he stared at his plate a lot, so he didn't notice her refilling his half-empty glass again. Maybe he was having second thoughts too, although she was already way past that and deep into regret. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw that little boy with grass-green eyes and messy dark hair. He looked like he just woke up from a nap, and I let him take a crystal with a soul trap into his home. Morgana almost choked when she swallowed the stew in her mouth. I have to do something about that, but what can I do? I promised Ivarian I'd help him get revenge. Of course, when she promised that, she was trapped in the gray between and desperate to get out, so she would have promised anyone anything for even a slim chance to free her family and herself. Now, regret sat like a ball of ice in her belly, and it grew as she sat there in this nice restaurant, under the soft glow of rosy Lumiere crystals, while diners murmured about the rich broths and the delicious stew on offer today. It was something called a daily special. Fine linens draped the table under the glassware and ceramic dishes. All three bore the flower and cup logo from the establishment sign. I can't sit here and enjoy a meal when that child might be in danger because of me. I need to do something. I can't let that sweet boy get hurt. Morgana pushed her chair back and rose.
Where are you going?
Ivarian asked. At least she thought that's what he was trying to ask, but he slurred his speech quite a bit, and his native tongue wasn't her mother tongue, and she never did translate well when she was vexed. We should find a place to rest. You look done in. You should rest. Morgana reached into her pocket and dropped a handful of gold coins on the table.
That's too much.
Ivarian reached for the coins and instead knocked his glass over, but she caught it because she wasn't drunk at all. She wasn't sure she could get anything more than slightly tipsy on any liquor mortals could make. Morgana righted the glass before a drop of the sweet red wine could spill on the white tablecloth. No, that was a meal fit for a queen, and I won't pay any less for it. To do otherwise would insult the creator, and I won't do that. Morgana rounded the table and pulled Ivarian's arm over her shoulders. Come, let's find a bed. You really should lie down. Morgana glanced around, uncertain if there was anything else she needed to do. She left money to pay for their meal, and Ivarian confirmed she paid more than it cost, so all good there. The server should get a good tip from that, and indeed, the young lady appeared at her elbow, all prim and proper in her apron and cap. Perhaps she might know a place to stay for the night. Morgana tried to remember the word for it in Shayaran, but the only word that came to mind was the one in her mother tongue, and that definitely wasn't the right word. No one had a palace anymore, let alone one for rent, and she really just needed a room, with a bed she could drop Ivarian on, and a door she could lock. Excuse me, we're travelers unfamiliar with this city. Is there somewhere nearby where my friend can rest for a while? Morgana hoped she made sense. This modern tongue was strange, and the words felt odd in her mouth, but the server nodded, so she must have gotten enough words right to get across what she needed.
Yes, there's a place not too far from here.
If you'll lead me to it, I'll pay for your help. I have more gold. Morgana tried not to grimace, but she was pretty sure she mangled that request. There were other words she should have used to get her point across, but it was too late now. The server flushed and ran away, dodging a male server carrying a covered platter that was half as wide as he was tall. I guess I'm on my own then. Morgana suppressed a sigh and dragged Ivarian with her as she strode through the narrow aisle between tables.
I'm all right,
Ivarian said. He slurred his words a little less that time, but he swayed and struggled to put one foot in front of the other. Several times he stepped on her toes, but she just ignored that. He couldn't hurt her, not really, so any pain from his big feet stomping on her accidentally produced a flash of pain that quickly faded, and she bit her lip to keep from complaining about such a minor inconvenience. Instead, she thought of that child. I can endure this for his sake. Besides, she just needed to take Ivarian somewhere he could sleep off the wine for a few hours. A gentle touch on her arm made Morgana turn, and she stared at the server girl. But the girl had removed her apron and hat. She still wore the same modest black dress, and her hair was still braided around her head like a crown. But she didn't look like a serving girl anymore. Now she looked like a woman on a mission.
If you'll follow me, I'll show you to the inn I mentioned.
The former serving girl stepped past Morgana and opened the door for her.
Do you get in trouble for this?
Avarian asked, but he slurred his words worse than before, and he swayed hard enough to unbalance her. Morgana almost smashed her shoulder into the door, but she dodged in time and got through the doorway unscathed. The serving girl shook her head.
No, the proprietor who runs the restaurant also runs the inn. She told me to escort you myself and see if you needed anything. My shift was almost over anyway. Here, let me help you.
The serving girl pulled Avarian's other arm over her shoulders, and together they kept him upright as they strode down the well-lit hallway, dodging statues, of course. This place had too many of them. Thank you, Morgana said as she closed the door. The serving girl handled all the things required for check-in, and even led them to their rooms. She more than earned the handful of gold coins Morgana handed her. I would have been utterly lost if I had to handle that stuff myself. Morgana leaned against the door. She didn't plan on having her own room, but they weren't married, and the local laws forbid unmarried women from staying in rooms rented by men who weren't their husbands. That law suited her just fine right now, since Avarian wasn't her lover. He wanted vengeance, and she wanted to free herself and her family. The magical chains binding her to the same prison as her family pulled on her, but Morgana staggered over to the nearest padded chair and collapsed. The room was something called a suite, with a sitting room, where she sat now, a bedroom and a washroom, and all three rooms were fully furnished with carpets too. It was more than she needed right now.
What do you want to do?
Prakasa asked as she appeared next to her. I want to keep that little boy safe. I can't get the image of him out of my mind. Morgana rubbed her temples.
Well, you can't do that. You made a deal with a demigod, then you got him drunk, so you need to watch over him,
Dharma said as she flopped onto the chair across from her. I know. Morgana suppressed a groan. I feel like I played into that woman Beku's plans, but I can't figure out how that could have happened. I didn't know she'd be there. Hell, I didn't know where we'd end up when we left the Grey Between. She was just lucky she knew enough of the root language that the ones spoken in this country branched off from, so she could understand people.
You couldn't have known.
Dharma leaned forward across the table and clasped her hand.
She's right, and I need to go. That crystal activated and is trying to snag the little boy.
Rakasa clapped her hands. Don't let it hurt him, Morgana said as her sister vanished.
She won't. You'll see. He'll be all right.
Dharma squeezed her hand. Not because of anything I did, though. I endangered him. Morgana covered her face with her hands. She didn't know how long she sat there with Dharma. It could have been hours or days. Time meant nothing to her since it left no mark on her. After all, she and her sisters didn't age. But time left its mark on everything around them. The lumer crystals in the chandelier hanging overhead winked out, plunging them into deep darkness.
What just happened?
I don't know, but I don't think it's Mom's doing. Morgana rose. I should check on Avarian.
Don't count her out. She is dramatic, and she likes to make an entrance.
Dharma was right, but this didn't feel like the entrance their mother would make if she had a choice. It just wasn't showy enough, and one needed light to see her entrance, not total darkness.
Well, I did the best I could, and he's safe for now, but it looks like you two could use some help.
Prakasa said as she caught Morgana's hand. Can you see anything in this darkness?
Yeah, my particular gift is true sight, and that means I can see equally well in the dark, but I guess you two can't.
Prakasa squeezed her hand. You're right. I can't see a thing. I was just going to count on my gift of true actions to get me to where I need to go. But maybe she didn't need to do that. Morgana squeezed back, and the chains binding her to her prison pulled on her.
You should return to the crystal with me and let Prakasa check on Varian, since she can see in the dark and we can't. Then you can make sure the little one stays safe,
Dharma said as something thudded on the carpet.
She's right. He won't even notice we switch places, trust me.
Prakasa let go.
And she didn't promise him anything. You did. That promise binds you, but if you're not here, then you don't have to help him with his plan.
Dharma must have picked up whatever she knocked over because there was a soft click as she set something on the table.
She's right. I'm not bound by anything, so I can intervene.
Prakasa said as the door creaked open, but no light spilled in, just more darkness. Did every light go out under the mountain?
Where did you leave him?
He's in the room across the narrow hallway. Morgana pointed since Prakasa could see in the dark.
Thanks. I'll take it from here,
Prakasa said as the door creaked, then closed with a soft thud.
Come on, you need to rest, and I need to update our sisters.
Dharma caught her arm instead of her hand, but it was still comforting to feel that someone else was here, in the dark with her. All right. Morgana let go, and the magical chains that caught her so long ago pulled her back to the same prison her mother was caught in. But Mom was somewhere else, in the crystalline labyrinth that formed around her. Thankfully, it glowed softly so she could see Dharma ahead of her. I'll see you soon, Mom, and I'll hug you once for every time this damned prison prevented me from hugging you.
Chapter 23, The Grey and the Abandoned. When the fire faded, Rosalie glared at the fog rolling over her feet. She half expected that angel, Daniel, to storm out of the deeper fog patches and ask why she returned to the Grey-Between. It wasn't by choice, that's for sure. But Daniel didn't appear. Didn't she stand around the Grey-Between looking for visitors to accost? Apparently not. Rosalie spun on her heel just to check. Maybe it was her imagination, but the gray, foggy place looked different. For one thing, the eye-shaped lights were gone and the place felt abandoned. But it didn't feel that way before. Even Faye noticed because she turned in a slow circle and scowled as she scanned the fog banks converging on them.
Where is everyone? Usually, a memory eater or a curious angel stops by to interrogate me whenever I set foot here. But neither did this time. I wonder why. They never miss an opportunity to hassle me.
Did they really do that?
Istiana wobbled around, probably in search of somewhere to sit. But this place had no furniture, just a lot of gray sand and fog. Somewhere around here there was a hill with a portal back to the mortal world. If there was anything else here, the fog hid it.
Something is very wrong.
Layla faced the deepest fog bank and stared into it as if her glowing violet eyes could cleave through it to reveal whatever it covered.
Do you hear it?
Do I hear what? Rosalie strained her ears, but she just heard her companion's footwear grating against the sandy soil.
Do you hear the bells ringing? Do you hear the trumpets calling all defenders to their places? How can you not hear them? They're so loud.
Layla covered her ears as she ran into the fog. Wait, Layla, you didn't tell us the adversary's plan. Come back. Rosalie followed her, but Layla was fast on her feet. Thankfully, she forgot she could fly, or Rosalie never would have caught her.
His plans don't matter, not when heaven is under threat. I'm sorry, but you'll have to figure it out on your own. I'll come back if I can.
Layla finally remembered she could fly, and she shot out of the fog right before a column of fire appeared before her. Faye stepped out of the fire as it dissipated and stared up at the angel flying away from them.
Well, that sucks because I still don't know what he's planning.
I guess we have to go to hell and find out. Just the thought of that should have sent Rosalie shaking in her shoes, but strangely enough, it didn't. All her problems started in hell, and it was fitting that it ended there. Besides, she was immortal now, so what could hell do to her? Nothing. Rosalie padded over to Faye. While she could still see the ex-goddess in the rising fog, it already covered them from the shoulders down. If the fog increased anymore, they wouldn't see anything except it. I guess we go to hell now and look around ourselves.
Oh no, hell isn't where you're going,
said a woman who sounded exactly like Rosalie as hands seized her and yanked her deeper into the fog. Who are you? Rosalie struggled to break the woman's grip.
We're all Rosalie, daughter of Robin of Larkspur, just like you, but we came from different timelines, and now we're all fading away, because there can only be one Rosalie, the newly minted goddess of the present,
said an angry copy of herself as the woman spun and shoved her face close to Rosalie's.
You took our futures. It doesn't matter what choices we make. We all go back 20 years to the past and become you, because you're the only Rosalie who has a future now,
shouted another woman. How many of you are there? Rosalie staggered at the implications.
Too many,
said the first copy of her as she turned around and strode onward. Faye, is what they're saying true? Rosalie hoped not. She didn't want to rob all the other versions of her of their futures.
Yes, I see only one future for you, and I guess this answers the question. There's just one gray between for all the timelines. I always wondered that since I never ran into myself here. But I, unlike you, there's probably only one timeline for me, so that would explain why I never met myself.
Faye snuffed out the flame she conjured, since she didn't need it anymore. What do I do now? Rosalie hoped the ex-goddess would rescue her, but Faye made no move to do anything of the sort. More women who looked like Rosalie appeared in the fog as they ringed her.
Don't you want to know why Pristina targeted us?
Asked the lead copy of her, and the one squeezing her wrist like she meant to break it if she didn't like her reply. I do, but I need to find out what the adversary's plan is and stop him from sending demons all over the place to collect time crystals. That's a little more pressing than finding out why Pristina targeted us. At least it was to Rosalie, but the versions of her from the other timelines scowled like that wasn't the answer they wanted. Well, that was too bad. Not everyone got what they wanted in life or death. Sometimes one had to grin and bear it until things changed, and sometimes one could do something to fix their predicament. Rosalie searched for words to convince her other selves that this was one of those rare instances where one could grab destiny by its horns and steer it to a better end for all. Faye tilted her head to one side as she considered their predicament.
I think you should go with them.
What about the adversary and his plans and those teleporting demons? Why didn't Faye see they were a threat? Rosalie twisted her arm and hoped that would twist her captor's arm and force her to let go. Faye shrugged.
Leave that to me.
Can you take him on by yourself? Rosalie studied the petite ex-goddess. She didn't look strong enough to take anyone on. Faye was thin enough that the fog could probably push her over if she stood there long enough. Sure, I've got nothing better to do, and now I'm curious about his plans.
Good luck with your other selves. I'll check on you when I return.
With that, Faye spun on her heel and vanished into the fog, leaving Rosalie alone with more copies of herself than she could see thanks to the thickening fog. So how do you want to gonna do this. Rosalie untwisted her arm and let it hang loosely in her captor's grip. There was no point in struggling since she was outnumbered, surrounded, and 2 women held her arms, keeping her from going anywhere. Not that there was anywhere to go. Rosalie didn't know where the portal to the mortal world was in this place, or if Christina's time crystal came with the ability to teleport like Faye did. Now wasn't a good time to test that either. She was stuck until her other selves released her, so she might as well hear them out.
Chapter 24. In Vengeance We Trust. No! Ivarian shouted as Rosalie disintegrated again and again in front of him, but he could do nothing to save her. Each repetition made him thirst for vengeance and glare hatefully at Rand's father, the damned mage who broke the spell circle, but he didn't send its remnants away. No, he just stood there, holding his son, as those remnants shot away from the broken spell and hit Rosalie. Why didn't you do something? You're so powerful, you could have saved her, Ivarian asked over and over, but he got no answer, because when that event happened, he'd stood there, just as mute and impotent as Rain's father, and that gutted him too. The scene replayed as he tossed and turned on a soft bed somewhere under Mount Eredren, the very city where Rand lived with his father and uncle. I will make his father pay for his negligence. He's powerful enough to keep the remnants of his magic from hurting anyone, so why didn't he? Snow fell as Ivarian watched Rosalie reappear and the spell circle behind her, only for them both to break apart again. Ivarian opened his eyes, but that changed nothing. The scene replayed over and over as the Lumiere crystal on the nightstand winked out, leaving the room in total darkness. The bed dipped as someone sat on it, probably Morgana.
Your soul calls out for vengeance. Why do you want it?
Asked a woman he'd never met before. Her voice pushed the visions away, so they played only in his peripheral vision now. Each repetition still stabbed him in the heart. Who are you? Ivarian tried to remember if he had another Lumiere crystal, but he didn't think he'd brought one with him from the future, since the only parts of Mount Eredren he visited in that time period were well lit, so he didn't need his own light source, but he needed one now. What could cause a Lumiere crystal to lose its glow? He'd never heard of anything that could do that. Lumiere crystals glowed for centuries after a mage lit them with their magic. Just the thought of something snuffing out a Lumiere crystal's glow made him shiver. Did you put out the light?
Answer the question. Who do you want vengeance on, and why?
Asked the woman who refused to identify herself. Maybe she was the darkness that surrounded him now. Are you Morgana's mother? I helped her fetch your crystal prison from hell. That should earn him a boon at the very least if she was Morgana's mom. If she wasn't her, then he might be in trouble. Ivarian swung his legs over the side of the bed, even though he couldn't go anywhere in the dark.
Who's the girl you keep seeing disintegrate?
Her name is Rosalie. I liked her and she liked me, but now there can't be anything between us because she's dead. Ivarian hung his head. It sounded so final out loud. He wished he could retract that statement, but doing so wouldn't bring her back. Nothing could do that now. He could just get vengeance for her death. There was nothing else for him now. He tried to clench his fists, but the fingers on his left hand wouldn't obey him. They were numb, and that numbness spread slowly up his hand.
You blame the man with glowing green eyes for that, don't you? You want vengeance on him.
Yes. Ivarian might have just damned his soul to hell for that, but he wanted it so much he couldn't think of anything else. I'm not powerful enough to take him on. Ivarian felt Saren's magic slam him against a wall, then hold him there completely immobile. Nothing Ivarian did could break that grip. Saren's magic was a force to reckon with. I don't even know if Rand could stand against him. Rand didn't do anything to help either, except try to talk his father down. He didn't use any magic at all on my behalf. Ivarian clenched his right fist so tightly the nails bit into his palm as that cold numbness spread from the fingers on his left hand up his palm.
Then it's good for you that I am. Tell me, what would you give to get vengeance on him?
Her tone was maddeningly flat, giving no hint of her thoughts or how she felt about this. What do you want? I don't have any money, Ivarian asked, because he had to, but he feared the answer was more than he could pay.
I want to know how badly you want vengeance. Would you trade his life for yours?
Asked the woman who must be Morgana's mother. After all, Morgana said she was the goddess of vengeance, and this woman spoke only of vengeance. So, who else could she be, if not her? She asked a tough question, though. Would he give up his life to end another's? The answer rose to his lips, and he knew it was the right one. Yes, I would trade anything, even my life. After all, he'd killed his mother. Why not kill Rand's father, too?
Then so be it. Come, the winter of thy woe, the vengeful ice and the punishing snow, but let all the innocent sleep beneath the winter tree, safe in its glow, while the guilty die in the snow.
Sang the woman who just asked what price he was willing to pay, and the darkness melted away before he could ask any more questions. A few feet away, a tall man with dark hair lay on the snow, like he'd just landed there. Maybe the woman brought him here. If so, then he must be Rand's father. Where was she? I told her I'm no match for Sarn, and she said she was. So where is she? Maybe he needed to show her he was worthy of help. How do I do that? The fellow got his bearings and pushed up to his knees, making his face visible finally, and he looked like Rand, except for the thin scar running down the left side of his face from the corner of his eye. Ran had no scars, or not any that were visible. Plus, this man didn't have Rand's ready smile. Instead, he had a scowl ready and piercing eyes that glowed white. But Rand's father's eyes should be green, not white. Other things were subtly wrong about him, too. This man who looked like Rand was a few years older and taller and more muscular than the man who broke the spell circle and killed Rosalie. For a moment, fear seized his heart and squeezed. Did the woman grab the wrong man? An apology sprang to his lips until distrust, suspicion, and anger settled on the man's face and concentrated around his glowing eyes instead of recognition. That must be Sarn, kneeling in the snow, not Ran. Thank God Ran wasn't there, just his father. Relief washed through Avarian. I waited a long time for this. It felt that way to Avarian since he went to the Grey Between, then to Hell, then back to the Grey Between, then to the mortal world where there were further complications thanks to Biku before he could arrive here.
Who are you?
Sarn grabbed hold of a stubby branch and pulled himself to his feet. He wore the same green tunic and trousers his adult son wore in the future, but they looked right on him. Why didn't you save her? Ivarian stood toe-to-toe with Sarn, and he was tall enough to look Sarn in the eyes, but there was still no recognition. Didn't Sarn know who he was?
Who are you and where are we?
Sarn broke eye contact first so he could glance at their surroundings, but that wasn't a sign of weakness. Maybe someone else would think that, but not Ivarian. I felt his magic when it struck me, and he was holding back. For Ran and Rosalie's sake, then. You can call me Ivarian, I guess. Not that it matters anymore. Technically they met in the future, but that didn't happen yet. And it probably wouldn't anymore, since Pristina probably succeeded by now unless the other ex-gods that were freed when the spell circle fell did something to stop her. Even if they did, my life is still over. Ivarian glanced at his numb hand and wasn't surprised when he didn't see it. His left wrist faded away too, bit by white glowing bit, but he didn't want Sarn to see it, so he shoved his disintegrating wrist stump into his pocket. He waved with his right hand, which was still whole for now, to the glowing yellow dome behind him, and it lit the towering trees surrounding them. Don't you recognize this place?
Is that a haven?
If Sarn recognized it, he didn't show it. He must have recognized it, though.
Why did my magic turn on the summoning spell? I never found out why that worked.
Sarn leaned against a tree and faced the shield over the haven. Your magic triggered it? Ivarian stared at him for a long moment as he tried to reconcile that with the little he knew of that event. Sarn didn't bother to nod or explain or say anything more about it. He just stared off, as if he were also reliving that event in his memory. What did he see when he remembered it? Did he remember Rosalie? Anger scorched Ivarian's insides and he kicked the snow. Sarn had no right to remember her.
And you blame me for that?
Sarn stamped his feet, probably to warm them since he wasn't dressed for the cold, but he didn't give any other sign that he might be cold or triggering the spell. I didn't know you triggered it, but it made sense that Sarn did that now that Ivarian thought about it. But this was off topic. Before he could get things back on track, Sarn took control of the conversation.
This trap wasn't meant for me. You tried to capture my son.
Sarn shoved Ivarian. No, the trap was always meant for you. I knew Ran would give you the crystal. Let's see how you like losing everything you love. Ivarian staggered for a few steps because Ran's father was strong, probably stronger than he was. He threw back his head and shouted to the trees towering over them, I call down the spirit of vengeance. May you suffer as I have suffered.
No, this place and everything in it is a lie, and all I did 4 years ago was save my son.
Sarn raised his hands too, and white magic flowed out of his hands, staggering him. It slashed through the gold dome of the haven, the enchanted trees surrounding them, and the snow under their feet. It all vanished, leaving them standing on a translucent crystal. When that power cut off, Sarn leaned against a crystalline wall as dark symbols swirled above their heads, casting a dark shadow on them. The shadow grew until it blotted out the top of the crystalline structure. Having problems? I remember you were more powerful than this. Ivarian leaned against the crystal wall too, for lack of anything better to do. He didn't know how long Margena's mother would take to arrive, or if that's who he was talking to before he ended up here.
I am usually, but you caught me on an off day.
Sarn glared at him like it was his fault. You can't escape, and even if you did, you're marked now. The spirit of vengeance will just follow you and take revenge for what you did to me. Ivarian felt around for the timeline like he did in Hell so he could drag Sarn back to the moment when his inaction destroyed Rosalie. It was hard, only having one functional hand, but he grasped the bitter cold of the past and pulled them into the first icy remnant he touched. Everything spun around them.
Why do you want revenge against me when I didn't do anything to you?
Sarn asked as darkness covered everything. When the darkness lifted, they stood in the snow again, and Sarn rubbed his arms through the thin material of his tunic.
Where are we now?
You tell me. Ivarian waved to a whip-thin teenager wearing mismatched cold weather gear as he stomped through the snow toward a woman covered in short fur, wearing a strappy skirt and a sexy attempt at a breastplate.
No, don't go near her.
Sarn shouted at the teenager. You can't change things. Ivarian grabbed his arm and pulled Sarn back. Before Sarn could move from that spot, he reached back through that tear in the fabric of reality to the hour of time and touched the next ice crystal on the shelf for that year. Time advanced, and the scene changed to 3 travelers, muffled up to their eyeballs, hiking away from the standing stones surrounding the meadow around Mount Eredron. As the trio headed into the snowy woods, the one clad in gray robes stopped and glanced back like they knew someone was watching. Sarn wiped away the tear running down his scarred cheek. "Why are you crying? I haven't begun to take my revenge yet." Ivarian couldn't understand his reaction. How could seeing those three travelers move such a powerful mage to tears?
I lost someone dear to me months ago. Seeing them alive in my memories hurts.
Sarn wiped away another tear, but he didn't seem at all embarrassed by it. "Which one did you lose?" Ivarian reached back into that tear between worlds and the arrow of time and felt for another ice crystal on the shelf for this year. Why couldn't he find the one that held Rosalie's last minutes of life? If only he had two hands to feel around, or if he dared to drag them both to the arrow of time. I don't want to see how broken it is. I wish Morgiana's mother would show up already. She said he'd help me, but so far I'm doing all the work. The golden shield of the haven appeared in front of them again. This time that violet-eyed angel stood in front of it. Ivarian cursed under his breath because this still wasn't the right point in time. Why can't I pinpoint her death? Perhaps that was a sign of how messed up the timeline was.
I lost the one wearing gray robes,
Sarn said as he glanced away.
"Hey bro, do you have a minute? You wouldn't believe how hard it was to find you,"
said a woman who wasn't Morgana or her sisters as a shadow fell over them again. Who arrived this time?
"Come, the winter of thy woe, the vengeful ice and the punishing snow, but let all the innocent sleep beneath the winter tree, safe in its glow, while the guilty die in the snow."
A woman sang from within the gathering shadows above as the wind blew snow around them. The goddess of vengeance was finally here.
Chapter 25, A Friendly Fight. I missed something, but Thaniel couldn't figure out what she could have missed. Arjaniel looked stunned, like someone hit the back of his head with a board. Meanwhile, Azariah stared at him like he wished he could read his mind. Well, that was weird. Thaniel slid out of Intali's grasp. They'd have to sort out their feelings after they dealt with the army their ship raced toward. "What are you doing right now, Guerren? Did you win over that army of demons, fallen angels, and ex-gods?" "I hope not, because I wanted to watch that struggle." Thaniel grinned as the wind blew her hair back from her face. Why should he have all the fun? "I could raise my own army to fight the one attacking the gates. Where were those guardian angels that wanted to help save Arjanael back when she thought he needed saving? Were they still close by? Would they come if I called them?" She needed to find out. "I can't wait to see Guerren's face when I show up with an army at my back. I'll be right back." Daniel waved to her companions.
"Where are you going?"
Natalie asked. "To rally some bored angels. Why should we have all the fun?" Danielle winked at Natalie, then flew off, leaving Arjaniel and Azariah behind. Natalie would snap them out of their staring contest and get them battle ready. And the Versati didn't need any help with that, but Heaven could use some more defenders, so Thaniel flew the remaining distance to the gates, and no dragon stopped her. That was weird. Where did all the dragons go? They usually hung around the bay, but Thaniel didn't spot a single scale or claw. Did someone recall them? That was possible, but who had that power, and where would they deploy the dragons? Thaniel considered options as she flew over the gates. Lightning bolts, fireballs, ice knives, acid balls, and all kinds of ranged magical attacks struck the gates, but they stayed standing. Usually they were lacy affairs, meant more for show than defense, so the skinnier attackers squeezed through the gaps and swam for shore, while the remaining attackers tried to break through the gates or widen one of the decorative gaps. Meanwhile, some attackers climbed up the gates, since they offered plenty of hand and footholds because of its many swoops and whirls. Thankfully, none of the fallen angels, or demons, or ex-gods could fly, so they were stuck trying to climb over the gates or break through them. That bought her a little time to rally the angels, except rallying angels was a job for a herald, not a warrior like her. Where was a herald when you needed one? Thaniel flew over the bay that was sheltered behind the gates, the beach and the violet crystal spires of Eversong, the lowest level of heaven, more commonly known as the Dead City by mortals for some reason. Thaniel landed on the roof of a building next to a gong she didn't remember seeing the last time she visited the city. Then again, she only came to the city when the Council of Angels ordered her to, so she didn't have any time for sightseeing then. Maybe the gong was new. I might as well hit it since it's here. Maybe it'll summon a herald for me. Daniel shrugged as she picked up the mallet, then struck the gong. A pleasing sound reverberated out from it as she considered hitting it again.
"What are you doing?"
an angel demanded, as he pushed up a trapdoor a few feet away from where she stood. His violet hair exited first, followed by his scowling face. But he had a trumpet slung across his back, so she ignored his attitude since she found a herald at last. "Oh good, I need you to announce there's an attack in progress on the gates of heaven. Summon the warrior angels, especially the bored ones. This is not an all-hands-on-deck situation, so fighters only only please tell everybody else to stay at their posts. Daniel handed him the mallet.
You're joking. There's no attack on the gates. Who would do that and how would they get here?
The scowling angel followed her to the edge of the roof, so she pointed at the gates as a lightning bolt struck it. Any other questions? Daniel watched as his expression changed from surprise to outrage.
No, I've seen enough.
The herald unslung his trumpet, and it was about as long as a sword. Daniel stepped back off the roof and flapped her wings. Then you'll rally the warrior angels. I just need the ones ready to rumble. Everyone else can keep doing whatever they're doing.
I'm on. You'll have some backup soon.
The herald angel ran toward the opposite side of the roof and played a rallying call on his trumpet as he leaped off it. His wings snapped out mid-song and propelled him over the city as other trumpets picked up the call to arms and echoed it. Daniel whistled in appreciation. Now that was the kind of song she could fly into battle while humming. So she spun and flew back to the gates. It's hammering time. Daniel grinned as her hammer appeared in her hands. Now she just needed to decide where to stand her ground. Except there was really only one place that called her. The gates sloped upward and came to a point at the center, and that's where Daniel landed. Where the two gates met, there were carvings and all kinds of decorative bits that symbolized stuff, and that gave the climbers plenty of hand and footholds until she swung her hammer and knocked the topmost ones off the gates. This is so satisfying. Daniel struck a fallen angel with a distended, drooling jaw, but he grabbed hold of her ankle before she whacked him, and he hung while she shook her foot. Unlike him, she still had wings, so she didn't need to balance on top of the gates unless she wanted to for the fun of it. The fallen angel screamed as a sword cleaved him in half, but he reformed before he hit the waves below because he was just a spirit full of anger and darkness, and one couldn't destroy a spirit that way. It was too bad. Daniel shrugged and glanced at the angel, who cut him in half. Hey, Miss Rhea, I didn't know you were back in heaven. Miss Rhea shook her head of wavy dark hair. She wore her armor, of course, because Miss Rhea never wore anything else, at least not that Daniel had ever seen.
Why are you standing on top of the gates? This is more effective.
Miss Rhea slammed her sword into the sheath belted around her waist, and then she clamped both legs together and dropped like a stone. Demons, fallen angels, and ex-gods flew off the gates as she struck them. You're right, that is more effective, but it's not as much fun. Finiel sent her hammer away as someone screamed. Who screamed? She spun on her heel as Miss Rhea flew back to the top.
Someone's in trouble on shore. Come on.
Miss Rhea caught her arm and yanked Daniel off the gates. How come you're here? I thought you were doing that guardian angel thing and guarding a soul in the mortal world. Daniel flew alongside her friend as she waited for a reply. Miss Rhea must have finished that tour of duty if she was back in heaven. But the warrior angel didn't answer right away, since she was busy impersonating an arrow in flight. Miss Rhea could get maddeningly single-minded about things.
I felt a disturbance and thought I should check it out,
Miss Rhea said as she scanned the beach for the person who screamed. A bright flash pulled their attention to a white-robed power surrounded by fallen angels. What happens to your mortal while you're here? Daniel landed on the beach beside Miss Rhea. It was head-cracking time, and that was an activity best shared with a good friend.
He'll be fine. Another angel is looking after him.
Miss Rita drew her sword and slashed at the fallen angel who held the power's arms behind her back. Can you leave your mortal with another angel? I thought you're supposed to guard them all the time. That was too much contact with mortals for Daniel's liking. So she'd avoided every call for guardian angels ever issued, and she planned to keep avoiding that until there were no more mortals to guard. But she didn't admit that as she recalled her hammer and slammed its business end down on a fallen angel's back. He didn't expect that, so she smashed him into the sand like a spiritual pancake. Then she flung him into the sea.
I don't have to watch him all the time. Guardian angels can spell each other.
Miss Rhea picked up the fallen angel she slashed in half and threw both halves into the sea. But will another angel protect your mortal if their mortal is in danger too? That sounded risky to Daniel. But if you couldn't trust your fellow angel, then who could you trust? She didn't have time to ponder that since a lightning bolt struck her arm. Oh goody, the ex-gods were here. She turned to meet the lightning wielder in battle.
Since the angel in question is his sister, she's heavily invested in his survival. Plus, the angels who guard his brother and his son are there too. If there's something she can't handle, then they can take it on. I have faith in them.
Miss Rhea let the other fallen angels run down the beach toward where they threw their fellows, so she could take on the three ex-gods striding toward them. The fallen probably couldn't access their angelic gifts here since they were banished, but the ex-gods didn't have that limitation. They wouldn't go down as easily. Good, I needed a workout. Daniel sent her hammer away and called for her war axe instead. It sounds like your mortal's in trouble. Miss Rhea laughed left, but she stuck with her sword, even though she had as many weapons as Thaniel in her arsenal.
He's always in trouble. That's why I picked him. I knew I'd never be bored.
But you're here, so you must be bored. Thaniel swung her offhand up to let the next lightning bolt strike her gauntlet. But Misria summoned an oblong shield that was long enough to cover them both, and she swung it up to block the bolt. It bounced harmlessly off her shield.
No, things were just getting interesting, but his sister can handle it. She'll keep my mortal breathing. I have faith in her.
Misria lowered the shield, then raised it when a fireball sailed toward them. How can your mortal have an angel for a sister? They changed the rules to allow the ascended souls to become angels, but this girl can't be one of them if she's still got living relatives. That kind of spiritual change takes lifetimes. The girl willed her axe to shrink and duplicate itself so she could pull an ancient from the one in her hand and throw it at Misria so she could pull a copy from the one in her hand and throw it at Misria. She threw her axe at the window. The axe struck the ex-god with the long, flowing white hair in between his eyes, and he fell backward. But he wouldn't stay down for long. We need to drive them away from heaven, somehow. Where are those dragons? They could do the job.
That's a long story. But she's the angel of death now. That's why I know she can handle it. So how did all these people get here? Last time I checked, they were all stuck in hell.
Misria lowered her shield, but she kept it in front of her, and she rested the flat of her sword on its top edge as she advanced. They took a boat. Thaniel advanced with her, as 5 demons shambled out of the sea to join the 2 remaining ex-gods. Were they affected by the ban? She probably had a shield somewhere in that invisible storage space where she kept all her weapons and armor, but she hardly ever used it outside of drills. After all, she was an archangel now, and hard to hurt.
No, seriously, how did they get here?
Misria summoned her helm, even though she didn't need it, then charged. She wasn't wearing a physical body, so a headshot might stun her, but not for long. They took a boat from the Grey Between. I'm not making that up. That's what really happened. Thaniel dodged a fireball by ducking behind Misria and her giant shield that stood almost as tall as she did.
I feel like we're talking in circles. How did they get to the Grey Between?
Misria stopped and turned when their attackers dodged to either side. Ooh, that. Someone built a gateway from hell to the Grey Between, and they walked through it. So did I, because it was there, so why not? It was a new experience. I'm not sure I'd repeat it, though. Thaniel split off another axe from the one in her right hand, and she threw it. But the ex-god, with seaweed for hair, jumped aside. Oh well, she had more where that came from.
That's not possible.
Misria spun to face her. Why not? Thaniel tried to go around her, but Misria tossed her shield aside, and it vanished. Did she forget about the fight in progress?
Do you remember Malachiah? He created a portal from the Grey Between to hell. But my mortal's sister, the one that became the angel of death, well, she and the ex-god of the future took that gateway down before the demons came through. Do you hear what I'm saying?
Misria stepped in close enough to grab her by her upper arms and shake her. I saw him complete the gateway. Thaniel recalled those ghostly people attacking the gateway. I imagined that out of boredom. Misria was wrong about her angel friend, and this ex-god taking down the gateway.
And I'm telling you, my friends took it down. No one crossed through it.
Misria shook her to make her point. But I saw a lot of creatures pass through it. Can we discuss this later? We're kind of in the middle of something. Thaniel tried to pull her arms free, but Misria wouldn't let go. Nor did she answer her question either.
You damned right we're in the middle of something, and that something is very wrong.
Misria shot upward, yanking Thaniel up with her into the blue sky, then threw it until the blue faded to a spangled black. What are you talking about? Oh my God! What are those things? Thaniel stared at the giant glowing white ropes twisting in the darkness between the stars as they shot toward a pale blue dot in the distance.
That blue dot is the mortal world.
Misria let go so she could point at it.
It was good fighting alongside you again, but I need to go back there.
What are you going to do? Thaniel hadn't felt this far out of her depth since the Council of Angels sent her to the Grey Between to investigate the disturbances that turned out to be the gateways that started this whole mess.
I don't know, but I need to do something. I can't stand by and do nothing. You know that.
Misria floated toward that pale blue dot. Yeah, I'm the same way. But heaven tugged at Thaniel. She needed to get back down there and send the invaders back to hell somehow. Kick some butts for me.
You do the same.
Misria saluted her, then sped toward the mortal world. It was longer to travel this way, but Misria always preferred it. She was a weird angel and a good friend. Thaniel watched her friend shrink as the distance between them grew, but there was only one way what Misria claimed happened could be just as true as what Thaniel saw with her own eyes. Someone screwed up the timeline. On one branch, Misria's friends collapsed the gateway before anyone could use it to escape hell. On another branch, no one took down the gateway, so the adversary could send his goons through it. How did the adversary split time like that? He must have had help. Who could have helped him? We need to chase his minions back to hell and find out. Thaniel quit hovering and dropped through the black of the space between stars into the blue sky of heaven.
Chapter 26, Merging Timelines. Istiana! Faye called her sister's name as she ran through the benighted fog that just kept multiplying, so it could make this harder than it needed to be. I really hate those memory eaters. They take their job way too seriously. How could her sister go far when she was fading away? Thankfully, the whole fading thing was taking its sweet time and thus buying her time to save her sister. Istiana? Where are you? Faye windmilled her arms through the fog to disrupt it, but she still couldn't see more than a few feet in any direction, and the fog banks grew every second she spent there. Soon they'd cover her, too. This isn't funny. If you don't reduce this damn fog right now, I'll reduce it for you. Faye let the dragon out, and she snarled more threats at the hidden memory eaters.
Mom?
Phaedra shouted from somewhere in the fog. What's my son doing here? Faye cupped her hands and ignored the claws sprouting out of her fingertips. The claws were a pretty shade of metallic red, and they made her look as fierce as she felt. A fireball appeared on her palm, and she stretched it like dough. It's a good thing my kids are all fireproof, but this fog wasn't. Faye blasted the fog and carved out a 12-foot space around her that was fog-free.
Mom, next time, warn me before you do that.
Fedre stomped out of the fog as he beat out the flames in his frizzy black hair. Why? You can't burn. Faye tossed the fireball in her hands behind her so it could burn away more of the fog.
But my hair can.
Fedre glowered as he beat out the last of the flames, giving her a good view of the strange tunic he wore. That's true. Why does your tunic say, I went to the library of forbidden knowledge in hell and all I got was this shirt and a book? Faye tapped her foot as she waited for a reply.
Relax, Mom. It's just a tunic. Everyone's wearing it in the future. It's for the launch of something called the Rogue Gods Trilogy, and I guess it has a library in hell in it. But I just bought it because it looks cool.
Fedra ran a hand down the tunic and its message. Did you go to hell? I specifically forbade that after the last time you and your sister went there. Faye stopped as a ghostly copy of herself ran straight toward her. That's impossible. There's only one copy of me. I don't have alternative futures. I just stand as witness to everyone else's futures.
No, you said not to go there ever again, and I listened. The first time was bad enough. Mom, are you okay?
No matter how hard Faye stared at the woman who looked exactly like her, down to the red dragon scale armor cladding her, the woman didn't fade away. She reached for Faye, and Faye just stood there, rooted to the spot. Her mind spun around in circles. This was impossible, but it was happening. It's some kind of trick, but I can see through illusions. No one can cast one strong enough to fool me.
Mom, what's happening? Why are there two copies of you?
Fedra backed away. I don't know. Faye conjured two fireballs, but they'd do no good if that woman really was her, because she was fireproof. Light strobed in her peripheral vision as the woman stopped. Let's not make this any more awkward than it needs to be, said her double. Someone split the timeline and caused this. The woman gestured between them. So, someone else fixed the timeline? Is that what you're saying? Faye narrowed her eyes and wished she had some kind of truth sense or the ability to read minds. That would be so useful right now. Maybe she didn't need that, since Rosalie had insisted something happened to the timeline, and she saw Pristina's plans firsthand. I still can't believe she wanted to destroy everything and everyone, including my family. The dragon in her soul rose at the thought of that and snarled under the surface. I wonder where ex-gods go when they die. Would Pristina wander through the gray between until Judgment Day? I don't know. I can only see the future, not the past. I don't know what shape the timeline is in. You know that. Her double shrugged, but her words broke Faye out of her thoughts and brought her back to the conversation at hand. Faye knew that, since that was her limitation. So, you're saying someone did something that caused the two timelines to collapse? That's my theory. Since there can't be two versions of us, you know what we need to do. Her double extended her hand, and it was empty. No weapons, no fireballs, no claws. Just a small black hand that didn't even shake. It makes sense, given all I've seen. Faye took the hand offered to her, and she faded until she was like a ghost. Because she was the copy, and the other woman was now the true version of them, Faye stepped forward and hugged herself. As they merged, she saw the real Faye take down a gateway with a dark-haired girl wearing angel robes. Then everything turned gray as she became that woman.
Mom, are you okay?
Fedra shook her shoulder. Faye opened her eyes and rubbed her forehead as she sat up and glowered at the gray fog creeping toward her. Hopefully, she didn't just get gray sand in her armor. What just happened, and why are you wearing that tunic?
I'm supporting the book launch.
Fedra sat back on his heels and rested his chin on the soft black trousers covering his knees. It says you got a book and this tunic. Did you actually buy a set of books and bring them back from the future? Faye all but snarled. How many times do I need to lecture him about taking things from the future back to the present? It was one of the most dangerous things a time walker could do. Even the smallest object could create a ripple in time, and those ripples were damnably hard to fix.
Sort of. I left when the earth started shaking and the books and the tunic came with me, but I didn't touch them. I returned home to my place in time and they just appeared, like they hitched a ride with me. At that point, I figured I was meant to have them.
Fedra shrugged. Where are they now? Faye shot to her feet and wobbled until she she caught her balance.
I left them at home. Phaedon probably took them by now. You know how much he likes to read. But they're fantasy books. There's nothing in them that could affect the future or harm anyone. They're just stories.
Fedre rose too and kicked the gray sand. Are you sure about that? Faye wanted to believe him, but objects didn't time travel on their own.
Yes, but I didn't seek you out so you could grill me about my clothes and taste in books. I came because there are weird lights in the sky. But after what just happened, I guess those lights are the two timelines merging. That makes the most sense.
Fedre glanced at her like he hoped she wouldn't ground him for all eternity.
Mom, what's going on? I was just talking to someone and poof, they vanished like they never existed.
Phelan bellowed as she ran out of the fog while waving her hands in the air. Unlike her half-brother, she had long, straight, black hair pulled into two tails, and they stick out from either side of her head. But her blue robe and black trousers were at least made in her time period, unlike Fedre's.
Two timelines are merging. We already established that. To keep up.
Fedre turned so his sister couldn't see his grin of triumph since he'd figured out what was going on first. It took Faye a moment to remember merging with a copy of herself. Once she did, the memories of that other version of her slotted into the gaps in her memory, and she turned. Where's Istiana? Where's my sister?
We finally get to meet your family, or are you going to send us away and pretend we don't exist for another 1,000 years?
Phelan folded her arms. What are you talking about? You've met her numerous times. She just didn't want you to know she's the ex-goddess of the past, so we didn't mention she's my sister. We told you she was an old and very dear friend. Faye spun on her heel and scanned the fog for any sign of Istiana. I hope she didn't fade away. Well, I'm not the goddess of the future for nothing. Faye called up a flame on her palm, and she flipped through the immediate futures as she glared at it. She'd find Istiana in one of them. You found me, and I told you what's happening. You should both go home now and look after your siblings.
Why would we do that when you're obviously doing something interesting, and they're not?
Phelan said as sweetly as she could as she batted her eyes.
Except for Fair, who is still little and well looked after by us all, the rest of our siblings are all between 100 and many thousands of years old.
Fedre folded his arms too and stood beside his older sister. Because if you don't go home right now, I'll change your futures. So you're both grounded and can't leave the house until sometime next century or longer. Faye shrugged like she didn't care how long she grounded them for. After all, she loved having her children underfoot.
Oh, fine, we'll go. But if anything else weird happens, we're coming back, and we don't care if you ground us then.
Phelan pulled her robe apart as she shifted into a dragon.
Must you do that where I can see it? I think you blinded me.
Fedre rubbed his eyes.
You'll survive.
Phelan grabbed Fedre's arm and threw him onto her back, and then she flapped her wings and flew away. Kids today, they just don't listen like they used to. Faye shook her head and consulted the future again, through the fireball bobbing on her fist. Where are you, sis?
Chapter 27, Gems and Gates. Come to me, my pretties. The light from above faded as Guerren's shadow fell over the crystals covering the seafloor, and he forgot about the gallons of water on top of him. All that water should crush him, and in the back of his mind a small voice jabbered on about drowning. But he couldn't drown, since he was just a spirit, so Guerren ignored that voice and marveled at the shimmering crystals. All were polished and smoothed as they tumbled around underwater before landing on the seafloor. And they're all mine. Well, maybe not all of them, since his trousers only had 2 pockets, and the crystals covered the seafloor for as far as he could see. There must be millions of them. How can I choose which one to grab with so many to choose from? That was the real problem, not his fear of drowning, but that fear still nibbled on the edges of his mind. Where did all these gems come from, and why has no one else claimed them? Were they cursed? If they're cursed, then I'll give them to somebody else. I don't have to keep them, but he'd keep them, even if they were cursed, because they were too pretty to let go. Guerren stretched out a gauntleted hand and seized as many as he could hold. A few crystals escaped his hand and drifted in the surf, rolling past him. He had to loosen his thigh armor so he could shove the ones he grabbed into his pocket, then repeat the procedure with the pocket on his other side. When his pockets bulged with crystals, he forced himself to look up instead of down. How do I get out of here? Just because the water wasn't crushing him now didn't mean it would continue to hold off on doing that. After all, he'd only visited heaven once to attack it, and that didn't go well. I don't remember being incorporeal then either, so this spirit thing is new. That meant it could change at any time. I need to swim now, but I never learned how. Guerren clawed at the water above him, but he didn't lift off the seafloor. Damn! I must be doing something wrong. Panic gripped him, even though he didn't need to breathe in this state. It's just water. I should pass right through it. But he just stood on the crystal-covered bottom of the sea. What am I doing wrong? Sunlight lanced through the water above him in bright beams, and the surface seemed so very far away. Well, he hadn't tried jumping yet, so Guerren bent his knees and surged upward. He kicked and clawed at the water, and the surface neared. I'm doing it! I'm really swimming now! Guerren grinned in triumph and slowly swam towards the sunlight, sparkling on the surface like a beacon in the dark water. After what felt like a small eternity, his head broke through the surface. Behind him, the ship shuddered and shook as the spells that increased its height and width struggled to maintain those extra magically created decks. In front of him, a set of massive gates loomed over him, and they were covered by climbing people. They must be the gates of heaven. I heard they were pearly, but they look metallic to me. Maybe they looked pearly to the mortals who saw them and returned to talk about it. Here and there, demons squeezed through a gap in the design covering the gates, but the ex-gods and fallen angels just kept climbing. How can the demons get through those spaces? Why can't the others go through them too? A body struck the surface and sprayed water everywhere, followed by an arm. Then another, and another body fell. Some were in pieces. Then a group of bodies fell as a woman in silver armor dropped like a sword, and her booted feet struck heads and shoulders alike, and the force of her fall knocked the people from the gates, sending them flying away from it. Before she hit the sea, her wings snapped out, and the warrior angel shot back up to the top of the gates, where she hovered as she talked to a silhouetted angel holding a hammer. But they didn't talk long before the warrior angel grabbed the other angel, and both shot into the sky. I wonder what that was all about. Guerren shrugged off the question and his curiosity when a blonde woman leaned away from the gates she clung to and shouted a rallying cry.
Climb now, not for glory, not for gold. Climb now, for heaven awaits, and its power is ours for the taking.
Lionestra hung by one arm as she punched the blue sky, then swung herself up to grab the next handhold. A cheer went up, and the climbers redoubled their efforts. Those in the water swam like their lives depended on it. When they reached the gates, they swarmed up them too. No, she's leading my army. I need to stop her. Guerren kicked and cupped his hands to scoop the water out of his way as he swam toward where the gates plunged into the sea. It felt like forever passed him by before he could extend his hand and close his fist around the warm metal of those gates. It's a good thing I have strong arms from all those centuries of swinging heavy weapons. Guerren grunted as he swung his other hand up to grasp what felt like a decorative whorl and pull himself out of the sea. The gate's decorative centerpiece, an ornate tangle of metal swoops and whorls that probably combined to create some pleasing design, also created plenty of handholds. Guerren peered through a gap in the design at more dammed seawater that separated the gates from the sandy shore. Angels ran down the beach, some in shining armor, and others just in their blindingly white robes. Some brandished weapons, and others just their fists. The deep sand they stood in loose ranks that begged for someone to step up and command them. I could lead them. Guerren shoved his hand through the gap, but his fingers struck an invisible barrier that shoved his hand back through the gap. Damn it.
You dared to defy the will of God, your creator. He can forgive that and let bygones be bygones, but you must kneel now and swear you will serve him. There's only one God,
said a bombastic angel with a booming voice a time long ago before he blasted Guerren with his god rod into hell. For a moment, the memories of that day were as clear in his mind as if he were reliving them right now, but they faded when he removed his hand from the gap in the gate's design. I wonder where that angel is now. Guerren reached for the next handhold as the memories of his fall from grace faded from his mind until the same voice from his memory shouted, "Go back to hell where you belong, because you shall not pass."
Go back to hell where you belong, because you shall not pass.
Then he didn't wonder anymore about that angel, because he hovered over the gates, and he glowed so brightly, even Guerren squinted. But he reached for the next handhold and shoved his foot into the next foothold. He didn't have wings, so he couldn't take Azrael on.
You can't stop us all,
Lionestra shouted from somewhere above.
Come and get me. Show me how tough you are after your precious creator abandoned you.
Guerren expected her to leap off the gate and attack Azrael, but she didn't do that. Instead, lightning rained down on the angel, and it bounced off his brilliant aura.
You're not king here. I am,
said the last man Guerren ever thought would challenge an archangel. What the hell are you doing, Dad? Guerren tried to pick him out from the people above him on the gate, but Azrael's insanely bright aura turned everything into a silhouette.
I'm taking back what his kind took from us. Stay out of this,
said Arbus, the former king of the ex-gods. As a silhouette jumped off the gate, bolts of lightning shot from his hands into the sea, and somehow that curved his trajectory, so he slammed into the waiting arms of the archangel. The two struggled, but Guerren couldn't tell if they they were trying to break out of the clinch or gain the upper hand. I didn't know you liked to wrestle. Then again, Azrael was far more dramatic than any other angel Guerren ever ran into, and he'd run into a lot of them during that last war. Who should he root for? His deadbeat dad who got off on watching his spawn fight for the crumbs of his attention? Or the archangel who sent him to hell? It was a tough choice, but a flash of gold hair above recalled him to the task at hand. He needed to challenge Lyonestra to a duel and beat her to win control of her army. But he needed to catch her first, and she might be near the top by now. That thought energized him like nothing else, and Guerren grabbed hold of the ankles of the creature above him and climbed up his body, then the body of the creature above him. I must catch her. Lyonestra pulled herself onto the gate's top, and she whooped with triumph before turning her back on the climbers. She didn't glance down, or she'd have seen he was only a few feet behind her. Now, this is my chance. Guerren grinned as he scrambled over a fallen angel and stood on her shoulders to reach the top. He threw an arm over, then the other, and pulled himself up. A blast of cold air struck his face so hard it nearly flung him off the gate.
You had a choice, and you chose the way of pain,
Azrael said a long time ago, but his words rang in Guerren's ears as he struggled to hold on to the decorative finials along the top of the gate. I embraced that to survive in hell and not lose my mind. Guerren pushed back against the invisible pressure of the ban and threw a leg onto the finial. Since the gates were wider than 4 handspans, the finials were too, so he could get his other leg on there, then slide his torso onto it and just lay there for a moment. Thank whoever created the gates for making them more like a wall that somehow moved to let things pass.
Having some trouble.
Lyonestra turned, and her shadow fell over him. Why aren't you having any trouble? Guerren glared at her as the ban flattened him against the hot metal.
Because the ban doesn't apply to me.
She shrugged and stretched her arms out to show the wind didn't push her off. Why doesn't it apply to you? You're from hell. Guerren rolled onto his stomach and pushed up to his hands and knees.
That should be obvious, even to you.
Lyonestra raised her hands above her head like she was preparing to dive off the other side into the sheltered harbor. Didn't you fight in the last war? Guerren would have scratched his head if he could lift his arm to do it, but the band shoved him hard against the top of the finial.
No, I didn't exist until after it ended.
Lyonestra waved as she dove off the other side. Not so fast. Guerren extended his arm, and his hand loosely wrapped around her ankle. He banked on her, not feeling that through the metal plates covering the tops of her boots. And he was right. She didn't feel it, but she felt him yank her toward him. Lyonestra spun and kicked him in the head. Guerren saw stars for a moment. Then he fell into the water again. I'll get you for that, and I'll take your army. It should be mine. It is mine. Darkness closed in before he hit the water.
Chapter 28. No plan, just power.
Go back to hell where you belong, because you shall not pass.
Azrael shouted as light burst from a man-shaped silhouette hovering over the gates, startling Argeniel out of his thoughts about the library of forbidden knowledge.
Well, now we know where Azrael went.
Azariah shook his head as he squinted at the angel in question.
Does he think he can take on an army all on his own?
Atali asked as the ship stopped. I don't know him well enough to say. Argeniel shaded his eyes with his hand as someone shouted a challenge. Lightning shot out of the clear blue sky, but Azrael didn't react when it struck the light surrounding him, so he probably didn't feel it.
Show off.
Azariah turned away to check on the ship. At least that was what Argeniel thought he was doing, but he couldn't check, because a silhouette leaped off the gates and flew toward Azrael. The duo wrestled as they rolled across the sky.
Should we help him?
Natali asked. Their hood must have shaded their eyes enough because the Versati kept their hands at their sides.
You think he'd react well to that?
Azariah strode to the center of the deck to a vertical axle and shoved a rod into a hole in its shaft, then turned it. Chains clanged as they played out from somewhere below the deck they stood on. What are you doing? Argeniel hesitated. Did Azariah need help? If I ask, would he react any better than Azrael?
I'm just dropping the anchor so the ship stays put.
Azariah didn't look at him. Did he want him to go away and leave him to his work?
Are all angels like Azrael?
The older generations of angels are built differently.
Azariah stopped turning the vertical axle and removed the rod from the hole in its shaft. The anchor must be down.
Why aren't you like that?
Natali touched Argeniel's arm. Daniel, Azariah, and I are from the last generation of angels created before the war. Azrael is from the generation before us. Argeniel turned when the light dimmed behind him. Azrael must have dimmed his aura or flown off to fight someone else. Nor was he the only one who disappeared while they talked. The dragons are gone. Argeniel ran toward the half-deck at the front of the ship to confirm that, but he stopped when there was just blue water where the two dragons dragons were before. When did they leave?
What happened to the deal we struck with them?
Natalie skidded to a halt beside him.
I guess it's null and void.
Azariah jogged past them and stuck a bar into a hole in the deck near the wheel and moved it back and forth.
What are you doing?
Natalie climbed the steps to the half-deck in the bow.
I'm winching up the harnesses so they don't drag on the seafloor and get damaged. And to answer the question you're about to ask, yes, the dragons can remove them easily. There's a release they can operate with their opposable thumbs in the front of the harness.
Azariah lifted the bar out of the hole and pushed it into another one to operate that winch and retract the second harness. Natalie glanced back at him.
What do we do now? The dragons were our best hope to corral the demons, fallen angels, and ex-gods, and they left us.
Arjanil didn't answer the Versati as he strolled toward the side of the ship. Long ago, Azariah told him which was starboard and which was port, but he couldn't tell them apart right now. They both looked the same. He gripped the rail and wondered how far they were from the gates. A half-mile, maybe? He could fly across that in an instant, but he didn't. He let his wings settle on his shoulders like a feathery cloak. Weapons were never his thing, nor was fighting, although he could fight with the best of them and hold his own thanks to the training he received a long time ago. But it felt wrong to bring violence to this place again.
Arginio, are you okay?
Azariah asked from behind him. Was he okay? No, he wasn't. Just being so close to the home he lost thousands of years ago and the angels he missed even more brought up big feelings he didn't have names for yet. But that wouldn't last, because words were his thing. So he tried to put his misgivings into words. Heaven is supposed to be a place of peace and joy. They're spoiling that just because they can. Arginil waved to the creatures swarming the gates like a colony of ants. I won't spoil it. I didn't fight in the last war, and I won't fight in this latest one.
What are you saying?
Azariah stepped up to the rail beside him, and he felt the angel's glowing eyes on him. It took all his willpower not to return that glance. Not until he earned that regard.
Are you going to do what I think you're going to do?
Matali stepped up to the rail on his other side and gently bumped their hip into his side. Arginil nodded because names jumped into his mind as he stared at the climbing creatures. There was no room for any other words right now except the command on his lips. Azariah had never seen him use his gift, not like this. Arginil didn't know if he could have done something like this back then or if it was something he honed over time. Nor did it matter because he was here now with the power to make a difference in a way that wouldn't sully heaven's sparkling shore. So he stared at the creatures on the gate. As names popped into his mind, he called them out and exerted his will on their owners. Harivat, go back to the ship. Leave heaven now. With each name and each command, someone dropped off the gates, hit the water, and swam back to the ship they sailed here on.
How long will your control last?
Arginil shrugged and shouted more names and the same command. Hopefully it would be long enough to send them back to the gray between. He kept his gaze on the gates and didn't look left for fear of what he'd see. What will Azariah think of me now? Will he still care as much for me now that he knows I can control people for a limited time? That question rattled around in his mind and heart, but there was no time to find out. Not until he sent every creature he could see swimming for the other boat, and maybe not even then because he still must control someone so they could move the ship, unless the dragons came back and took over that job. But that was later. Now he called them and commanded them to go, and they went. On it went, name after name, until they blurred together and lost all meaning. Power bled out of him a little more with each one. The fallen angels were the hardest to control, and it took more power to force them to go. Arginil gripped the railing as his strength faded and his power too. His knees buckled, but strong arms wrapped around him, holding him up. Light seeped in, a trickle at first, then more, giving him strength to call more and hold them to his will.
I love you,
Azariah whispered as his arms tightened around him. He fit perfectly between his wings.
What's mine is yours, always and forever share. My light, my strength, my power.
Arginil wanted to argue that he wasn't the angel he was 4,000 years ago. Ez barely knew him now, but Azariah's light flowed into the void where his rapidly depleting gift was and filled it. Each creature he called was a shimmering thread in his hands, and he could hold more now thanks to Azariah. As they rose off the deck, Azariah clung to him and rested his chin on his shoulder, but he wasn't flying them.
Keep doing what you're doing and just ignore me. I saw some creatures leap off the other side of the gates, but you can't see them from down here, so I'm fixing that.
Natalie said as they flapped their wings and lifted them higher above the sea. A roar startled Arginil so much he grasped after the minds he controlled now and just grabbed them before they snapped out of his spell. What was that? Azariah laughed, and so did Natalie. Their exuberance was a balm on his soul.
They didn't abandon us. Look, the dragons are coming.
Where are they? Arginil glanced around for a moment. When he saw them, he laughed too. A dozen dragons sped toward them, in all colors of the rainbow. rainbow, and an angel stood on the largest dragon's blue head. Is that Layla?
I think it is.
Natalie said at the same time that Azariah asked,
Who is Layla?
Arjaniel could only shrug in answer because he didn't catch her real name the one time he tried.
I didn't know her well, but she was rather bossy, so how did she convince a dozen dragons to help us send the army packing?
That was the question they all pondered. Hopefully, Layla would tell them. She'd reach shouting distance in a few moments at the speed the dragons swam.
Chapter 29. The dragons are coming. A little while ago, Layla flew so fast the fog beneath her blurred, then vanished as blue water took its place. I hope I'm in time.
Stop. This is a no-fly zone.
A voice thundered as a blue dragon dropped from the sky and crashed into the sea, throwing a wave over her. If it's a no-fly zone, then why are you flying? Layla almost asked that aloud, but she gritted her teeth instead because she really shouldn't antagonize a dragon, even though she wanted to. Thankfully, she was incorporeal right now, so she flew through the wave. Maybe it loosened her control a bit because she shouted at it anyway and probably antagonized it too. I can't stop. Someone's attacking heaven. You can either come with me or regret that you didn't for all eternity. Layla slowed as a large blue hand with claws as long as her legs passed in front of her, and an idea struck her.
You must stop. Look, I'm not trying to be a jerk. It's dangerous for your kind to fly across the barrier between the gray between and heaven. You could fall through the gap and get lost forever. Do you really want that to happen?
Asked the blue-bearded dragon. No. Are there more of your kind? Layla landed on the dragon's hand when he turned it, palm up.
Yes, there's maybe a dozen of us right now. Why do you ask?
The dragon studied her with glowing violet eyes. Layla sat cross-legged on his hand. Can you call them?
Maybe. I've never tried before. You mentioned an attack. If there was one, I would have seen the attackers cross the sea, and I assure you, I would have stopped them. But I didn't see anything of the sort, just the fairy taking souls to heaven like usual.
Well, that explained how the attackers reached heaven. They must have hijacked the ferry. So you didn't hear the rallying call? Layla was pretty sure he didn't. Maybe only angels could hear it. It seemed to resonate in her soul like a struck gong. No, I heard nothing of the sort. If you were just in the gray between, how did you hear it? How do you know heaven is under attack? You're not there, you're here, in the sea. The dragon waved his other hand around to show that she didn't fly far from the gray between. Its benighted shore stood maybe a couple of miles away, but its fog stayed away from the beach. I heard the call to arms. At least she was pretty sure that's what she heard, although she felt it more than heard it if she was being honest. But heaven called, and her angelic nature wouldn't allow her to turn away and ignore it, even if the adversary was putting his new plan in motion right now, and he probably was. That devil never waited for anything. Layla closed her eyes and searched for the fabric of the unseen. If I can call snakes and speak through them, then I can call their supersized relatives with wings too, or so she hoped. Finding the unseen was so easy, she nearly fell over when her fingers struck its dark threads right away. But it made sense that it was close to the surface here, since the unseen was made of spirit, thoughts, wishes, dreams, and a lot of other stuff that cast no visible light. Everything that possessed magic created an indentation in the unseen, so Layla felt along its dark fabric for a dragon-shaped one. The first one she found belonged to the dragon in front of her, as she expected, and that confirmed she could locate dragons this way. That was a relief, because she wasn't sure this would work, but that never stopped her from trying. Layla cast her senses further away. Where are your dragon friends?
What are you doing?
Asked the blue dragon, as water splashed, probably because he lashed the sea with his tail. I'm checking something. Layla tried not to grin when she found the other 11 dragons. They stood in a ring and chatted about something. Who knew dragons like to gossip? I shouldn't be surprised by that since they're as intelligent as I am, and I love a good chat about current events. Technically, angels didn't gossip, but they could talk about events. Layla twisted the threads that made up the unseen into a link and threaded it through all the dragons' minds. Once that was done, she could just speak and they'd hear her. I'm sorry to bother you like this, but heaven's under attack. I don't know who attacked them or why. I just know heralds wouldn't trumpet a call to arms if this wasn't a serious situation. So, will you help me repel the attack?
Yes, of course we will. I promised to help some bossy angels, but I thought I should tell my friends what's happening in case they want to join in,
said one dragon. That was welcome news. Unfortunately, there wasn't time for such niceties as names. Great, then let's go. Layla patted the hand she sat on, then pointed toward heaven, so he knew she was talking to him now.
There's really an attack in progress?
The blue dragon squinted at her, like that might help her see the truth. Yes, your fellow dragon just said so. Now let's go before all chance to toss the enemy out passes, and all we're left with is the mopping up. Layla pointed at the sea, lapping at the dragon's spiky back. All right, I suppose it can't hurt to go see what's going on, but you're not riding on my hand the whole way. The blue dragon sighed as she lifted her, and his breath stank of fish. He deposited her on his head, in between his horns. Layla wrapped an arm around one of his horns, and she was glad she did when he took off like an arrow shooting through
the water. 11 more dragons joined them as they crossed a dark, curving line that divided the sea and the sky. Darkness crashed into Layla. When she came to, she still lay on the dragon's massive head. What just happened? She rubbed her temples as she sat up and gripped his brow ridge.
The transition from the gray between to the realm of heaven knocked you out, as it does to most angels. That's why this is a no-fly zone,
said the blue dragon in that you-should-know-better tone that grated on her nerves. She just had to lecture her about that. Lightning bolts lit up the sky as 2 silhouettes rolled around, and that thankfully ended the lecture before she said something to anger her savior. Only one antagonist had wings. What am I looking at? She squinted at the forms until she made out one angel and one white-hale muscle-bound guy who might be an ex-god of lightning or some related magical ability. A dragon, not the one she rode on, thankfully, leapt out of the sea and caught the struggling men, then separated them, so she held the angel in one purple hand and the ex-god in the other.
Why did you do that? I had everything under control,
said the scowling, dark-haired angel as he squeezed his body out of the dragon's grip. Sure you did. Layla shook her head at his protest and fixed her eyes on the gates. They looked different from the last time she saw them, and they were a lot taller and covered in climbing creatures. From this distance, she couldn't make out what the creatures were, but they didn't belong here, so they had to go back to wherever they came from. There, you see, heaven is under attack. Now it was her turn for a well-deserved "I told you so," but she refrained.
I see that,
said the blue dragon, but he didn't sound at all sorry for questioning her, nor did she apologize either.
Who are you?
Asked the male angel as he hovered over her. He sounded familiar, but she didn't feel like digging through layers of memories for a name. If he wanted her to know who he was, then he'd introduce himself. No one you know. Layla scanned the gates and tried to count the attackers. Why were there 2 ships parked in front of the gates? Is that how those attackers reached heaven? Why did some creatures jump off the gates and swim back to the larger ship? Layla grabbed the threads of the unseen and felt for the places where magic warped it. She wasn't surprised when those places were on the gates themselves. Someone's making the creatures jump into the sea and swim back to the larger boat. She only knew one angel who could do that, Arjanil. He must be around here somewhere, but the dragons made too much noise as they swam and they drowned out his voice. Well, she had other ways to locate friends and foes. Once more, she reached into the unseen, and this time she followed it to where it curved around a man's shape. That must be Arjanil. But he wasn't alone, she saw when she opened her eyes and looked at the spot where she felt his magic.
So you got the dragons to help us,
Daniel said as she swooped down and landed on the blue dragon's head. Yes, but I'm not sure what to ask them to do other than to pull the creatures off the gates. Do you have a plan? Layla rose and flapped her wings. Since she already crossed over to heaven, she should be okay to fly now, and to hell with the no-fly rule. She had wings, and she intended to use them as much as possible.
Of course we have one. It's not a great plan as plans go, but it's all we have.
Daniel caught her hand and pulled her into a hug. Then she told her the plan. It wasn't bad as plans went, but it needed a few refinements, and Layla told her so.
That could work if your scaly friends are amenable.
Daniel nodded when they separated, and her brow furrowed in thought.
What are you 2 plotting, and who is she?
The angel the dragon saved flew in between them and scowled at them both. What was his problem?
You'll see, and I think you'll like the plan.
Daniel grinned and waved for her to follow.
Come on, Layla. Let's put it into action.
Do you want to tell the dragons, or should I? Layla gestured to the dragons. They'd almost reached the gates.
You'd better do it, since I'm persona non grata to them. I'll check on our friends.
Danielle waved to Arjanil, Natalie, and the Black Angel sandwiched between them. Then she flew over to join them, but the scowling archangel hovered there and glared at Layla like she offended him somehow. I don't have time to deal with his issues. Layla didn't feel like shouting over the loud splashing of the dragons, so she wove the dark threads of the unseen into a link and threaded it through all 12 dragons' minds so she could tell them all the plan at once. Here's what we need to do. To her surprise, 2 dragons cut her off.
We already know the plan and have shared it. Just tell your friends to stay out of our way. We can take things from here,
they said almost in unison. A purple and a pink dragon peeled off from the pack and rose out of the water so they could pluck creatures off the gates. Since no one here had a physical body and thus no one could get hurt, they tossed the creatures over their scaly shoulders, and somehow, probably because of the dragon's magic, the creatures landed on the main deck of the larger boat.
What about the ones that bypass the gates? How will you round them up?
Asked the archangel with an attitude. You have 2 working wings. Why don't you round them up yourself? Layla jabbed her finger into his robe-covered chest as his glowing eyes lit up at that idea.
That's a great idea. Daniel?
He spun away from her and scanned the sky for Thaniel.
What do you want, Azriel?
Thaniel appeared behind him and tapped his shoulder to make him spin around again.
Come with me. We have demons, ex-gods, and fallen angels to round up.
Azriel grabbed her arm, then shot upward so they could fly over the gates.
How do we keep them from jumping overboard and swimming for the gates again?
Asked an exhausted Arjanil as Natalie flew him and another angel angel over to her. Can you use your gift to keep them on board? Layla hoped he could, because she didn't know if she could corral them. Of course she'd try.
I don't know how many more minds I can hold,
Arginil said as his shoulders slumped. The dark-skinned angel behind him didn't look at all familiar, so she probably didn't run into him in the before times. That angel, name unknown, clung to him, and his hands glowed like he was sharing his light. Good angel. Arginil needed more power right now.
Can you help?
Natali asked as she flapped her wings to keep the trio aloft. Yeah, of course I will. Let me think for a minute. There might be a way I can fence them in. Layla hovered beside her new friends and sought a solution to their problem. The unseen wasn't hard to work with, but this was a job for someone with elemental magic. Unfortunately, they didn't have anyone on hand with water or earth magic, so it's up to me and Arginil to keep everyone on board. I'd better weave a fence in the unseen. Since the unseen was made of spirit stuff, it should work. Layla reached into it and started weaving dark threads together into a net large enough to cover the ship. This will work. It had to, since they had no other options, and those invaders had to go right now. I just hope there's still time to stop the adversary after this.
Chapter 30. A Short Fall. Earlier. I will win in the end. It's inevitable, shouted the adversary as he fell into darkness so total it would have scared a lesser immortal, but not him. He embraced the darkness and ran his hands along it, seeking the threads of the unseen, and they twined around his fingers at his lightest touch. Return me to my realm, for I am the prince of darkness and lies. The unseen molded to his will and became a dark tunnel without any lights to guide him. But he needed no light as his hands grazed the walls of the tunnel. It wasn't wide enough to fit his wings, so they remained folded on his back until the tunnel ended in a dark cloud. He was the only fallen who still had wings, and he smiled as they punched out and caught the chilly wind. The adversary shot out of that cloud into the luminous orange skies of hell. He was also known as the Morning Star, and long ago as Samiel and a bunch of other names, but the name he preferred now was the Adversary, since that's what he was, the enemy of all life. It's time I reminded every creature to fear my name, but he needed an army for that since he lost the previous one, when those fools knocked him into the collapsing gateway. Oh well, there are always more damn souls in hell. He chuckled as he flew over a barren land dotted by ruins toward a black tower looming over the rocky plain. The tower rushed toward him, and so did the narrow platform between sharp metal points that rose above the spire's black roof. The adversary landed on the platform with a clang and draped his wings over his shoulders like a feathered cloak. Two guards exited the staircase in front of him and gripped their weapons. With a wave of his hand, the dark threads of the unseen wrapped around the guards and yanked them down onto their knees in front of him. Their sharp claws scraped the black roof and their eyes burned with anger, but they couldn't rise until he let them. When they realized this, the two low-level demons bowed their heads to hide their anger. Pitiful, but useful. The adversary shook his head at how easily he bested them. He could crush them with the power at his beck and call if he chose, but then he'd have no one to deliver his message.
What is thy command, my liege?
Asked one demon who bent his head low, offering his blue-skinned neck to him. A cruel smile played across his lips, but he suppressed the urge to lop off the demon's head. Now was a bad time to start killing messengers. Besides, he needed these two to carry his commands into the spire. Its prisoners would become his new army. Tell the other guards to open the cells and bring all the prisoners to my palace. I need them for something important. Fail me, and I will hunt you down and scatter the pieces of your essence so far and wide, you'll spend the rest of eternity in pieces, forever drifting but never reconnecting. The adversary flicked his wrist and released them from his hold as a gong reverberated in his bones.
Yes, my lord, we'll see it done.
The two demons rose and bowed to him, before backing toward the stairway with their heads down. Good, don't fail me. The adversary turned away from them and searched the sky, for the herald trumpeting a call to arms that sounded in his soul, even though he was no longer an archangel of heaven. He was forever banned from there. He gripped his chest as that summons wrapped around his heart and squeezed it. Why do you call for aid? He wondered about that until he recalled his other backup plan. Did my subordinates actually follow orders? It sounded like they had. Who's leading the charge into heaven?
I never did like you or your stupid crown,
Lionestra said as she crouched and pried his hand off the edge. And her words stung his pride even in memory. Did she lead the army to heaven? It was possible. Lionestra was a born general. She could command his army without him, with the right incentive. Are you trying to get back into my good graces after you turned on me? Attacking heaven was a bold move, even for her. Why are you carrying out my plan without me after turning on me? It sounded that way. If the gong song and the trumpet he heard were correct, and they must be. Herald angels didn't make mistakes. What's your real plan, Lionestra? Is it the same as mine? He could only assume it was since she was doing exactly what he planned to do before he was cast into the collapsing gateway. If only I weren't barred from heaven, I would fly back there and take control of my army. But he was banned, and there were no more gateways and thus no more loopholes for him to escape through, for now. But there would be one as soon as he gathered a new army. The adversary straightened as feet pounded up the steps behind him. The trumpet fell silent as he whirled around and lashed out with the unseen, sending its threads flying. They struck the demons at the top of the stairs and knocked them down. Bring the prisoners to my palace now. They will become a new army, and together we will conquer the mortal world. The adversary retracted the threads of the unseen and launched himself into the air. Powerful wing beats carried him away from the spire, where the guards should get up and carry out his orders. Ahead, a city appeared on the blasted plain, and beside it loomed the fortress-like library of forbidden knowledge, under a shining yellow shield. I wonder who cast that. It didn't matter, since his plans lay elsewhere for now. But he dipped a wingtip and flew around the library in a lazy spiral, examining its wards. Later, he'd crack that shield open and take the treasures hidden inside. But not now. He had something more important to do before the fools who sent him back to hell realized what the next stage of his plan called for. After one last circuit of the shield over the library of forbidden knowledge, the adversary flew the couple of miles to his palace, ignoring the damaged buildings and debris the gateways left behind. He landed inside the gates, and the white marble building gleamed in the orange glow of the sky as he approached his sprawling palace. Not a stone lay out of place here, since the gateways landed in a neighborhood far enough from here to shield it from its destructive power. He threw open the ornate double doors and strode through a hallway of mirrors to his throne room. Inside, gray-robed Versailles stepped through one of a dozen portals that ringed the room and placed the time crystals they found on the stack in front of the dais. The adversary clapped his hands to get their attention. To their credit, all the Versace in the room dropped to one knee and bowed their heads, as they should. Rise and listen. I have another job for you. The adversary lifted his hand, indicating they should stand. The Versace rose slowly, like they didn't trust him, but they kept their eyes downcast, so he couldn't confirm that. Oh well, it didn't matter if they trusted him, as long as they obeyed orders. The adversary let his wings rest on his shoulders and enfold him like a feathered cloak. As he glided across the white marble floor, the gathered Versace parted to give him room. He picked up a smoky gray time crystal. It was so small and dull, but such a trifle anchored a piece of time itself. He opened his hand and let the crystal fall on the knee-high pile.
What is your command?
One of the Versace asked, snapping his attention back to them. Gather up the time crystals and cast them into the abyss. The adversary spun on his heel and left the throne room. Behind him, the Versace hurried to obey, and he smiled. Soon the abyss would release their energy, and he'd build a new gateway across time and space, and no one would stop him from destroying all creation, starting with the mortal world, the Creator's most beloved creation. I'll cover that world in ashes and flames.
Uriah appeared in a marble hallway and hoped the flash from his teleportation spell didn't draw any unwanted attention, especially since he heard voices where there shouldn't be any. Didn't the jerk who built this place take all his flunkies with him when he left? Not judging by the voices and footsteps he heard, and that was a bad sign. How did he get new servants so quickly? Uriah checked both ways, saw no one about, and hurried toward the sound of many people doing something they probably shouldn't be doing. I hope they're just looters, but in his heart of hearts, he knew they weren't, and he cursed his luck. Why did I have to grow a conscience now? He didn't know, but he grew one. Because of that damned conscience, he couldn't leave his fellow gods and goddesses in prison for eternity, not when he could do something about it. But first, he needed to know what he was up against. They still might be looters. Since the sounds came from the throne room, he crept toward that was still possible, but he wouldn't know until he checked. So Uriah soundlessly glided across the marble floor, using every trick he knew to keep quiet. When he reached the wall the throne room shared with this hallway, he grasped the threads of the unseen and twisted them around him until it faded from sight. Only when he was certain no one could see him did he stick his head through the marble wall, using more of the unseen's dark power, and his heart sank at what he saw. Gray-robed demons rushed in and out of glowing portals to other places, carrying pale gray crystals that gleamed ominously in their gloved hands. That can't be good. What are they doing with those crystals? The Versace placed them on the pile in front of the dais, and a cold shiver skittered up his spine. Are those time crystals? They probably were, because that's what the adversary stole in the gray between. How did they get so many? The answer was as obvious as it was disturbing. The Versace jumped through those portals and stole them from somewhere, then brought them back here. What does the adversary want with them? Probably not anything good. Uriah cursed his luck again. I didn't have to come back here. I could have gone somewhere else now that I'm free. But he wasn't free yet, and he wouldn't be as long as his fellow cellmates were locked up. Uriah cursed, then froze as someone threw back the door. indoors. No one can see me while I'm wrapped in the unseen's power. That was the benefit of using it. It granted invisibility, and that was the easiest use to master since the unseen's power wasn't visible. The adversary strode in like he owned the place and clapped his hands, and the Versailles dropped to one knee and bowed their heads, almost in unison.
Rise and listen. I have another job for you.
He waved for them to stand, and they did, but they didn't rush to do it. The Versailles stepped aside to create an aisle for the crownless king of this hell realm to pass through. Then Samuel just stood there, admiring something.
What is your command?
One of the Versailles asked.
Gather up the time crystals and cast them into the abyss.
Samuel spun on his heel and left the throne room amid a swirl of loose feathers. Uriah pulled his head through the wall and slumped against it while still clinging to the threads of the unseen, so he stayed invisible. What's he planning? Uriah could only think of one thing. The adversary wanted the Versailles to throw the time crystals into the abyss. What would the abyss do if they landed in its viscous black fluid? Not anything good for anyone, that's for sure. He wrung his hands. What can I do about it? Well, he could teleport back to the Gray Between and tell his new friends about the adversary's latest plan. Maybe they'd go to hell to stop him. The more he thought about that, the more he liked the idea. Yes, he should get out of the palace and get help. This wasn't something he could stop on his own, not when there were dozens of Versailles, and it only took one to drain him into unconsciousness. I can't let them get the chance. He shivered as he recalled his first run-in with the Versailles. Then he didn't know anything about them, but ignorance couldn't save him from their draining touch. When he awoke, bars surrounded him, and so began his imprisonment under this palace. I'm free now, and I'm not going back into that cell, so that meant no more skulking around. It was too risky. I should go now, before they notice me and tell someone that Samuel is playing with time crystals again. If he hurried, maybe he could catch Arginil, Guerren, and Atali. They might not be enough to stop this, but 3 allies were better than none. Uriah let go of the unseen and thought about the foggy gray place he just left until the image was so clear in his mind he should be there, not here. A bright flash engulfed him as he disappeared. He just hoped he could find someone who could stop him in time.
Chapter 31. Too many theories. Rosalie waited for one of her captors to answer her question or release her. She'd take either at this point, preferably before the ever-present fog swallowed them. It crept closer, as the other versions of her looked at each other. Didn't they have a plan? I guess not. Maybe that's why I won the right to keep existing forever. Just the thought of living forever made her knees go weak and her head pound. What would she do with that much time, other than go as crazy as Pristina? I'd like to skip the crazy part. Could she do that? Probably not if she kept talking to alternative versions of herself. Well, how do we figure out why Pristina targeted us? As Rosalie asked that, she remembered what Faye said. Wait a minute, how could Pristina target us when she couldn't travel backward or forward in time? Now that she thought about the little Faye said about Pristina's powers, which were hers now, the less that made sense.
She's immortal. She could have just waited 20 years and picked the first woman she ran into, which could have been us,
said one copy who wore the same dress and trousers, and she shrugged like that wasn't important when it certainly was. It was eerie seeing that since the tailor who made the dress only created one copy. I didn't run into Pristina before I went back in time to that haven, but she ran into a witch in the market under Mount Eredrin. Could she have been Pristina in disguise? The question plagued her as Rosalie twisted her arms to free them, but this goddess thing didn't come with an increase in strength, just a longer lifetime, since she was just a glorified anchor for time. Thinking back on that meeting, Rosalie tried to remember every detail about the woman. She wasn't as tall as Istiana, but Faye proved that not all goddesses were tall. That woman was matronly, but Pristina could have worn many layers to disguise her figure. What about her face? Could Pristina cast illusions? Because the witch from the market didn't look like Pristina, nor was she ageless, like that dead goddess. I don't think the woman from the market was Pristina. She didn't tell me to go back in time. She just pointed out evidence of something wrong in our time, and I don't think Pristina would have done that. Rosalie pushed such speculation aside. All 12 copies of her furrowed their brows, as if they were also reviewing every interaction with another woman and checking those memories to see if any were Pristina in disguise. Their grip loosened on her arms, and she pulled them free of their grasp. What was our connection? There must be one. It's too bad I can't just ask her. That raised an interesting question. Where did ex-goddesses go when they died? Rosalie glanced at the fog that surrounded her. Could Pristina's ghost be here, in the Gray Between? How could I find her? Rosalie stepped forward as she scanned the fog rising around her. Instead of bouncing off the copy of her from another timeline, who occupied that spot? She stepped through that, Rosalie, and the other woman disappeared. disappeared. What just happened? Rosalie patted her chest to make sure she was whole. She was. Where did that alternative version of her go? None of the other Rosalies answered. Instead, they ran toward her as if they had the same thought. They slammed into her until only one copy remained, and she just stood there staring like she figured out the answer. Why did they do that? Rosalie staggered as the versions of her from another timeline became part of her. Hazy memories from each one flickered at the edges of her vision, but she ignored them.
Because that's the only way they can live on as part of you.
Her doppelganger shook herself out of her thoughts and shrugged like that should be obvious. Why aren't you interested in that? Rosalie wished there was somewhere to sit, but the gray between was just gray fog and not much else. And she couldn't sit on the fog. She'd fall through it if she tried.
Because I don't want to go on. Not as part of you. I made mistakes, and I need to pay for them,
said the only remaining copy of her as she turned away. You're the one I saw in the Haven. You said you set everything in motion, but how is that possible when Pristina can't time travel? Rosalie chased after her when her double ran into the fog rather than answer her. When she caught up, she reached for the woman's hand, but the other woman stopped.
I went back in time with my Avarian, the same as you did, but we landed there months before the summoning. Somehow, we got separated,
she said so quietly Rosalie strained to hear her. Then you met Pristina in disguise? Rosalie suggested. But the other woman shook her head.
No, I met one of her flunkies, but I didn't know that at the time. To make a long story short, she volunteered to help me get Ivarian back.
Let me guess, the wild hunt captured him, right? Rosalie rubbed her forehead as the pieces fell together to make an ugly hole.
Yes, I traded the summoning spell for him. Then we returned to our time. I didn't know then that spell would come back to bite us both.
The other woman kicked the fog curling around her legs, but it didn't go away and bother someone else. That explains how they got the spell, but not why Pristina targeted us. Rosalie stepped around her double so she could look her in the eyes.
I think Mom ran into Pristina when we were a baby, and knowing how abrasive Mom can be, I think she angered Pristina. Then that bitch put some kind of tracking spell or hex or something on us. That's my theory.
Why didn't she go after Mom? This was the first Rosalie ever heard of this, but it was more plausible than anything she came up with.
I don't know, maybe Mom had powerful friends. She's not exactly talkative. At least the version of her I knew wasn't. Yours may have been different.
The other woman hugged herself. My mom wasn't an open book or anything like that, but she would have told me if a goddess cursed her or me, so I doubt she knew anything about it. Rosalie hoped not. Mom could be secretive, but she wouldn't keep something like that from her, right? I wish I could ask her. An idea niggled at the back of her mind as running footsteps interrupted the quiet that settled between them. Rosalie turned to locate the sound. Did you hear that?
I'm sorry for my part in this, but maybe I can still make things right,
said the last version of her from an alternate timeline. Before Rosalie could ask what she was sorry for, the woman collided with her. She staggered as memories of a life like hers struck her, and the world turned gray and wheeled around her until muscular arms wrapped around her waist and held her up. Ivarians, she breathed, hoping he found her at last. They had so much to talk about.
No, the name's Uriah, actually. Have you seen an angel, a gray-robed half-angel, and an ex-war god anywhere? I need to speak to them right now,
said a male voice in her ear as disappointment that he wasn't Ivarian swamped her. No, I haven't seen anyone like that. Rosalie steadied herself and stepped away from him. He let his arms drop away from her.
Damn, because I really need to talk to them.
Uriah ran his hands through his hair, and the strands changed color as he scanned the fog bank covering the gray, dusty ground for miles in every direction.
Where could they be?
What do you need to tell them, and what are you? I'm sorry if I'm being rude, but I've had a strange day and I'm not feeling very trusting right now. Rosalie backed away from him.
It's not rude, and I'm a god of the underworld, if you must know. My news concerns that realm, actually. We're all in grave danger if I don't find my friends.
He said the word friends like he was surprised he had such a thing. Wonder transformed his handsome face as Uriah smiled at the realization that he had friends. That was great for him, but the grave danger part made Rosalie approach him cautiously. What's happening in your realm, and how will it affect everyone? She knew she'd regret asking that, but curiosity had her in its jaws and it wouldn't let go until she found out. Rosalie rested a hand on his arm when he didn't answer right away.
I can tell you,
said the last person Rosalie expected to meet in the gray between. Pristina's ghost floated out of the fog, and she laughed.
Maybe I won't tell you. You'll just have to find out for yourself. It's better that way.
You have no power over anyone or anything anymore, Rosalie said, more to remind herself than to remind Pristina.
True. Thanks to you, I'm finally free. Perhaps I will tell you as a thank you for that. I was tired of existing, but unlike other immortals, we time gods can't die, not until time ends.
Pristina spread her arms to show how unfettered she was. She was truly mad.
That's all right. I saw enough to know what Samiel is planning.
Uriah grabbed her arm and yanked Rosalie away from Pristina. What did you see? And where did you see it? Rosalie had to run to keep up with him, but they weren't going anywhere because there was nowhere to go, just endless miles of gray nothingness. Somewhere in this foggy realm, there was a hill and a portal back to the mortal world, but that probably wasn't where Uriah wanted wanted to go.
The adversary has a pile of time crystals. I didn't stop to count them, but he probably has 100, maybe more, and he wants to throw them into the abyss.
Uriah kept running, even though nothing appeared on the horizon. What will happen when he tosses them into this abyss thing? Rosalie ran too, and only the fact that she ran most days allowed her to keep up the brutal pace he set. He must see something other than fog, because he marched like he had a destination in his sights.
The abyss is in hell, of course, and when he throws the time crystals into it, they will break, and time will break too.
That must be what Layla saw when she went to hell. Rosalie stopped and stared at him, but he pulled her onward, and she ran so she didn't fall on her face. If he was right, then her sacrifice would be in vain unless they stopped the literal devil. How did he get the time crystals? Even as she asked that, she remembered the teleporting demons she killed and the gray crystal they dropped. So that's what they were doing. Rosalie squared her shoulders and marched on at his side. How do we stop him?
We find my friends, then we all go to war.
Uriah smiled at the thought, and she did too, because why not? It wasn't any crazier than anything she'd done already to save her timeline, and this might just fix it. Layla, if you can hear me, I know what the adversary is doing, and I need your help. Hell, she needed Faye's help too, but how could she summon that fiery ex-god? Hopefully Faye went to hell after we parted ways. How do we find your friends? Rosalie asked when nothing appeared on the horizon.
We follow that rainbow to a hill. There's a beach on the other side, and that was the last place I saw them, so it's the logical place to look for them.
Uriah pointed at a faint patch of sky that wasn't the same gray as everything else. Then let's go. Rosalie ran toward it, determined to reach the only landmark she knew in this place as soon as possible. Then she'd go to hell, where all the bad souls went, and end this timeline madness once and for all.
Chapter 32. Broken Arrow. Ivarian scowled at the woman in a white dress that appeared next to Sarn. She looked just like him, so he wasn't kidding when he called her sis, because there was no one else she could be other than his sister.
What did you need?
Sarn caught her arm.
Well, Atiri Rand told me a strange story about you getting sucked into a crystal, but he's clearly mistaken.
Sarn's sister glared at him. Ivarian tried not to wince at the name of the man who was his friend and then his rival for Rosalie's affection. Guilt tried to stab him, but he fought it down and missed some of what the siblings discussed. Who are you, and why are you interfering with my revenge? Ivarian accosted Sarn's sister, but she held her ground and transferred her glare to him. Sarn's sister sure was feisty, just like Rosalie. She even had dark hair the same color as Rosalie that hung past her shoulders in a loose braid that was half falling out.
You look familiar. Are you on my list?
He pulled out a scroll and unrolled it, revealing sketches of faces. Sarn's sister ran her finger down the list, then tapped it.
Yes, you are. Here's your face right here. You've been a naughty boy and you need to come with me. I don't know what you did, but you're wanted for it, and I need to score some points with my new boss, so let's go.
Sarn's sister jerked her thumb over her shoulder.
Can you drop me off on the way? I don't want Rand to worry too much.
Sarn shook her arm to get her attention. I'm not going anywhere with you. Ivarian snapped his fingers as he pictured the arrow of time, and white light ate the world.
Yes, you are.
Sarn's sister seized Ivarian's arm and pulled him out of the light.
Ouch. What was that spell? It's really cold.
She shivered, but she didn't let go of his arm. How did you do that? No one can stop a time walk. Ivarian tried to shake her hand off him, but she just tightened her grip, like his struggles meant nothing to her. That was impossible. She didn't look that strong, but she was tall. Sarn's sister was only a couple of inches shorter than him. Then I must be no one, and here I thought I was someone. Oh well. Sarn's sister batted her glowing violet eyes and smiled. Why did she have a halo?
What's a time walk?
That's my gift. I can go backward in time or forward to my present, or I could until my time ceased to exist, and that's your fault. Ivarian pointed at Sarn as shadows gathered behind him. Maybe the goddess of vengeance finally showed up?
How is that my fault?
Sarn stared at him like he could find the answer if he looked hard enough for it. I'd show you if she'd let me. Ivarian tried to prise Sarn's sister's hand off him, but she dug her long fingers into his arm.
No, I need to make my boss happy, and you'll do nicely for that. You can show us without me letting go of you, because that won't happen until I take you in.
Sarn's sister glared at him like she meant business. She was just as tenacious as Rosalie, and she was probably the same age as Rosalie before she died. Fine, I can show you my time without taking us there, since you won't let go. Ivarian slashed what remained of his left arm through the air and felt for a rent in the fabric of reality with his disintegrating stump. But it must be thinner now, because his stump pushed through it into the icy realm of the arrow of time, and he felt along the ice shelves within reach for the moment in time that tore his heart out of his chest. His fingers were gone on that hand, but he felt them sliding along the ice shelf like some remnant of his hand still existed outside time. He shook off that weird sensation as his phantom fingers grasped a head-size ice chunk. It broke off, but it didn't didn't fall. He felt it sitting in his missing palm as he retracted his arm stump. Evarian jerked his arm out of the tear and stared at his transparent fingers holding the ice chunk for a moment before lifting it until it was eye level. Images formed inside it of a clearing surrounded by withered trees. A statue stood in its center. No, this was the wrong moment in time.
It looks just like you.
Saren's sister whispered to her brother, because it's a statue of you. I came from an alternative future that no longer exists. It wasn't a nice place, so I don't regret it disappearing, but that future existed because something happened to you. Evarian pointed at Sarn again with the hand that didn't fade away yet because his ghost hand was full. He didn't remember seeing that statue in the dying forest, but Ran was sentimental like that. He could see the mage erect a statue to his father, but that wasn't why he was here. You weren't there to stop the army of demons when they came, so they conquered everything and enslaved the survivors. We fought back, but we couldn't win. Then my friend wanted to save the future, and we needed to go back in time to figure out how to do that. That's where everything went wrong. Evarian's hand shook as he pointed at Sarn, and anger boiled within him, not just for the mage, but for his uncle too.
Then why did you capture me?
Sarn scowled like he still didn't understand. Was he that dense?
Wait a minute.
Sarn's sister finally let go of him. Evarian couldn't rub his wrist since his ghost hand held a large piece of ice, so he shook his arm out instead. That would have to suffice while he could still feel something.
I stopped the army of demons already. I had help from my friends, so it wasn't all me, but I played a significant role in the takedown. We shut the portal before an army of demons could leave hell, so I'm happy to report that the demon war is cancelled.
Sarn's sister held her head high and beamed with pride at her accomplishment. Her words struck Evarian like physical blows. How could Sarn's sister have stopped the demon army that Rosalie dragged him backward in time to stop? It didn't make sense, unless this was a different timeline than the one he grew up on. Oh God, no. What have I done? Evarian pressed a hand to his brow as the chill of the arrow of time reached for him, and he thought he heard his uncle's voice. What's Uncle Hithagler doing now?
I need to get him to my superiors to get them off my back. Then I need to bring you to my nephew so you can dry his tears. He's really worried about you.
Sarn's sister ticked off her points on her fingers.
I hoped he wasn't.
Sarn glanced away. I'd rather die than go with you. Evarian produced a knife, but Sarn slapped it out of his hand like he did that sort of thing often, and a green glow faded from his fingers. Why did you do that? I've got nothing to live for except revenge, but I can't even get that right. As he uttered those words, the ground beneath them trembled.
O winter tree, thy branches bend, and thy branches twine, and they make a trap for a mage, an archangel, and a demigod, for me to bind.
The same woman from before sang. Maybe she would finally arrive and take on Sarn like she agreed to do.
Who said that?
Sarn glanced around for the singer, but she was nowhere in sight. Neither were the branches she mentioned, and the shadow was gone too.
A better question would be, where are you? Answer that first.
Sarn's sister grabbed Evarian's arm again before he could evade her. The haven's gold shield disappeared, and a wintry forest surrounded them. Deep snow crunched underfoot as they all staggered to catch their balance. Trees swung their branches and wove them together, just as the song commanded, into a circle around not just Sarn and his sister, but Evarian too.
O winter tree, thy branches weave so prettily.
The woman sang, but where was she? A woman wearing a black dress descended on two sets of wings. As she spread her arms wide, glowing eye-shaped glyphs covered them. Her black skirt twisted like a living thing around her glyph-covered legs, as a sword appeared in her clasped hands, pointed at the gray clouds swirling above her.
I see injustice, and I came to slay it.
What's happening?
I may have made a mistake. Evarian shielded his face with his arm as more glowing bits floated away from it like snow in the wind.
What did you do?
Sarn's sister shook him. I needed help to get revenge, because I can just time walk. That's all my magic does. I couldn't fight even the weakest earth mage with that skill set. Evarian glared at her.
Who did you ask for help?
Sarn's sister looked like she already knew the answer. Evarian just pressed his lips into a grim line and shook his head. They'd find out soon enough.
Did you find a rat? Is that what she is?
Sarn's sister shook him one last time, then released Evarian. The woman with the eye glyphs raised her sword and muttered something about how she saw all injustices. Lightning bolts struck her blade and ran down her body, charging her. How long until she was at full power and ready to do whatever she came to do?
Sis?
Sarn turned away from the snow pelting them.
Not now, bro. I need to figure out how to defeat a wrath with unknown powers.
Sarn's sister fidgeted.
Do you know which wrath you made a deal with?
Evarian stared at the ground and shook his head again. He wouldn't tell her anything, and she didn't have the power to make him either. Sarn deserved whatever Morgana's mother dished out. Even if this is a different version of Sarn, asked his conscience. The question staggered him. What if he was punishing a version of Sarn that didn't collapse the spell circle or cause Rosalie's death? Evarian tried to ignore that still small voice inside him, speaking his doubts aloud until white light blinded him. When it faded, Sarn and his sister disappeared, leaving Evarian with the goddess he made a deal with. The woman with glowing eye glyphs lowered her sword and glanced around.
Where did they go?
I don't know. I wasn't listening to their conversation. Ivarian wished he had heard what they planned. He tried to let go of the ice chunk, but his ghost fingers wouldn't unclench.
No matter, I can find them anywhere. After all, I still have a bargain to fulfill, but to do that, you need to free me.
She regarded him with glowing white eyes. How do I free you? Ivarian shook the hand clenched around the ice chunk. It was stuck to his missing hand, and that was probably a bad sign since this piece of ice came from the arrow of time. It shouldn't have broken off or traveled back with me. Things must be worse than he thought.
A few drops of blood should do it.
Morgana's mom shrugged like that was no big deal. Maybe it wasn't to her since she was an ex-goddess. Take what you need. Ivarian thrust out his fading arm, and she didn't bat an eye at the transparent hand clenched around an ice chunk. Maybe. She saw strange things every day. She grasped his fading arm above the elbow and positioned it so she could stab the point of her blade into his forearm. One quick jab with the pointy end, and blood darkened his sleeve. She dipped her fingers into the wound, and he winced as she ran her bloody fingertips up the length of her sword.
There, that should do it. Now, I just need to find the mage you want me to judge.
She stabbed her blade into the ground and covered the wound with her hand. Crystalline walls appeared around them, and they shattered as the dull ache in his arm disappeared. Was that her prison shattering? The crystal walls vanished as she lifted her hand away.
That should fix the wound. Now to search for the one you called me here to judge.
She grasped her sword and raised it as a grey fog swirled around them, obscuring everything.
Help me stabilize this,
shouted the man Ivarian met outside the haven, making him jump. What was his name? Gennar, maybe? I wish I never went inside. Ivarian closed his eyes. He vaguely recalled Gennar saying something about being the ex-god of memory or something. Why is he working with my uncle?
I am helping. Open your eyes and look if you don't believe me.
Uncle, Heatheglair shouted, and he sounded like he was right there as the fog rose and thickened until it was a pale gray blur. Snow pelted Ivarian, and more snow crunched under his boots as he squinted into the wind. Where am I? Snow covered everything for miles as a loud crack made him turn and run away from the ice block bearing down on him. Thankfully, the house-sized ice block stopped before it flattened him. Where did that thing come from? Large chunks of ice of equal size lay here and there like they broke off something huge, like the arrow of time. Is that where I am?
Then why isn't your plan working?
Because someone's messing around with the timeline.
Uncle Hithiger shouted back as a grey fog rose from the snow and encircled Ivarian again.
Then make them stop doing that.
Gennar shouted back. What on earth were they doing? Before Ivarian could ask, the fog shot up on all sides of him and everything whited out again.
There you are. I lost you for a moment.
Morgana's mom said as she appeared in the fog next to him, still holding her sword point up toward the grey sky.
I think I have them.
Before he could ask where they were, the fog thickened and the ground disappeared under his feet. He fell a few inches until his boots struck the ground again. When the fog dissipated, Morgana's mom was gone. In fact, he hadn't seen Morgana since they got something to eat at that restaurant under Mount Erdrin. His memories grew fuzzy after that, until her mother showed up. I wonder where she is. Ivarian wondered that for a moment, before he saw Sarn sitting on the side of a bed, patting the back of the boy, hugging him. That must be Ran. Guilt punched Ivarian as the child Ran tried to glance at him over his shoulder. He's not my friend anymore. What did he do to you except try to help? He didn't pursue Rosalie, but neither did you. You kept leaving her with him, said his conscience, and it was right, unfortunately. You can't escape me that easily, Ivarian said as he stood awkwardly on a cliff outside a wall that someone punched a hole the size and shape of a doorway through.
Look, you're not getting vengeance on my family, so you can forget about that.
Sarn's sister shoved her sleeves up as she marched toward the rectangular hole in the wall.
You're coming with me to the gray between and becoming someone else's problem. That's what's happening, so you'd better come quietly or you'll make me angry, and you don't want to do that. I can be very scary if I want to be.
Yes, she can. You don't want to make her mad,
Rand said as he squirmed in his father's grip.
Stop. Let me handle him,
Mom said as she appeared on the cliff too. Her face was smooth, but her eyes were bracketed by fine lines, and they held all of time in their depths. White hair cascaded down her back, and a series of shiny combs directed their fall, giving her a regal air. Her gown was long, with shining filaments woven through it from her neck to the skirt's hemline, covering her shoes. Her sleeves were long and made of the same lace that wrapped around her modest neckline. But she was transparent too, and bits of her floated away in the breeze because this immortal goddess was dying, all because of him, and the realization gutted him. You're dying because of me, and you want to handle me? Ivarian advanced until he stood toe-to-toe with his mother. Where were you when I lost Rosalie?
You're the nice lady in the snow. You were decorating trees.
But that wasn't what Ivarian expected him to say, so she skidded to a halt and tried to figure out what Ran meant.
That wasn't me, but I think I know who it was.
Mom closed her mouth and didn't say who she thought did that, but Ivarian could guess. It must have been one of Morgana's sisters.
Is the person who did that still in the crystal?
Mirren pointed at where the crystal crystal lay on the cliff, a few feet from Ivarian and his mother. Yes, she is. I call vengeance down upon all of you. Ivarian spun and dived for the crystal as a hand covered in glowing eye symbols extruded from it. Finally, Morgana's mom was coming. A bright flash blinded him again. When it dissipated, a woman in black robes with glowing eye-shaped glyphs on her arms stood, holding the star-shaped crystal.
Foolish mortals, no trap can hold me, especially not when someone summons me by name.
What do you want? If it's a fight, you need to wait until I recover. I'm not well enough to give you that right now.
Sarn said from where he still sat on the side of the bed and tried to corral his curious son, but Ran squirmed and tried to slide off his lap.
I don't fight. I punish those guilty of an injustice, and you stand accused of that.
She pointed at him.
So, is this like a court thing? If so, then I'm his advocate.
A teenage Myren pointed at Sarn as he tried to step past his sister, but she blocked his path. While Sarn and his family discussed the teen's offer, Ivarian picked up the crystal. Morgana's mom shook her head.
No, there won't be a hearing. He called for vengeance, and I am her instrument.
A sword appeared in her hands, and it was covered in carvings of eyes, too. But the blood was gone. Maybe she cleaned her blade while he went to the Arrow of Time. I've never gone there by accident, and that worried Ivarian.
That's not true. You right injustices. You aren't supposed to cause them, and you will if you don't hear both sides before you decide.
Mom said as she stepped in front of the lady with the glowing eyes.
I call for a trial. Let the 7 truths decide their fate.
And if they decide to punish them?
The lady with the glowing eyes glared at Istiana, but she didn't back off.
Then I, Istiana, goddess of the past, will abide by their decision, and so will my son Ivarian.
She glared at him, but Ivarian remained silent and seething. Why did she take Sarn's side? She's my mother. She should take my side. Doubts niggled at him again. Was he doing the right thing? Ivarian rose from where he lay on the ground and dusted himself off with his good hand. I, Ivarian, a demigod with useless powers, a friend to a dead woman, and a refugee from a timeline that no longer exists, will abide by your decision, but I will have vengeance either now or in the past. None of you will rob me of that.
Then I, Vangiana, goddess of vengeance, righter of wrongs, will see this done. Prepare for justice.
She glanced over the edge, then white light blinded them all again.
Chapter 33. I Will Lead Them. When Guerren came to, he was underwater, and panic swelled in his chest before he remembered he was just a spirit in this realm. I can't drown. Shouldn't I float? He sank deeper in answer. Why am I sinking? It took a moment to remember, and a quick feel of his bulging pockets confirmed the gems were still safely inside. But they weighed him down, and that shouldn't be possible since he wasn't corporeal. The gems were, though. So you are magical. I knew it. Visions of all the things he could do with them danced in his head until he saw shadows in the water above him. The shadows were human-shaped. Where are you going? Guerren clawed at the water and kicked his feet like he did before, and he slowly ascended through layers of seawater that sparkled because of the silver flecks floating in the upper waters. I wonder what those shiny specks are. Well, he could find out later. Right now, he needed to swim and find out where his army was going, since the number of shadows swimming above him kept multiplying. Guerren swam faster until his head breached the surface. Then, he paddled to stay above the water as he turned in a slow circle. Ex-gods, demons, and fallen angels alike swam toward the ship looming over them, not toward the gates. Why are you returning to the ship? He asked, but they just swam past him with their wide eyes fixed on the ship. It's like they don't even see me. Or someone controlled them. Who's controlling my army? Guerren only knew one angel who could do that, Argeniel. How many could he control? Guerren scanned the sea for him and stared at the giant blue scaly leg that moved in front of him instead. He followed the leg up to a thick body with spines sticking out of its back. Is that a dragon? The giant blue creature growled something, then a body hit the water. Was the dragon pulling people off the gates and chucking them into the water? It sure looked that way from down here when another body splashed down in front of Guerren. Why is there even a splash when we're not corporeal? We must be partially corporeal. Guerren paddled backward to avoid a body falling toward him. This one had blonde hair and a lion hammered into her breastplate. Lionestra landed on her back, but she stared off like all the rest and rolled over and swam for the boat. Well, that confirmed that Argeniel was here, and he took over my army. I must take it back. Where was that angel? He scanned the sky this time, and there was a silhouette that might be a person up there. Unfortunately, Guerren didn't have wings, so he couldn't fly. Maybe I can get his attention another way. Guerren glanced around for something to climb. Maybe he could jump off something and fall on the angel who stole his army. Only the crow's nest looked high enough for that, since the sort of person-shaped silhouette hovered over the deck. Guerren grimaced as he swam swam toward the ship like all the others. When he reached it, he climbed the net and kept his head down as he pretended to be just another thrall. The net felt like it went on forever until he finally touched the railing and threw an arm over, followed by a leg. Guerren tipped over the rail and landed on the deck beside the other thralls and reveled in the feeling of being out of the water. But he couldn't rest for long because none of the thralls did, and he didn't want to stand out or give Arginil any warning. Since he wasn't a thrall, he studied their stiff movements for a moment before rising and emulating them. Guerren shambled to the mast with the crow's nest at its top and grasped the ropes that dangled from the furled sails. Those damned gems in his pockets weighed him down again, but he gritted his teeth and climbed as the ship swayed beneath him every time a wave hit the hull. Hand over hand, he pulled himself up, and his fingers ached from the unaccustomed work, but thoughts of Arginil in control of his army drove him to climb faster so he could reclaim it. The higher he climbed, the more the deck shrank below him, and that might have freaked out a lesser man. Thankfully, Guerren didn't hate heights, but he threw an arm over the platform perched atop the mast, grateful the climbing part of his plan was over. Guerren hauled himself over the edge and froze when something touched his shoulder.
What are you doing?
Natalie asked. He glanced up and there was the Versati hovering above him so they could tap on his shoulder with their toes. Natalie held a dark-skinned angel who hugged Arginil tightly to his chest. Arginil looked drained and verging on unconsciousness if his fluttering eyelids were any indication. What does it look like I'm doing? I'm obviously scouting for you. That's what friends without wings do, right? Guerren threw in a cheeky grin to sell that explanation while his thoughts spun. He threw me in the spire. I escaped, of course, because there's no prison that can hold me for long. Everything inside him urged him to attack Arginil and win control of the army. But we fought the Adversary together and sent him back to hell. And that made them allies, right? That victory still made his heart sing with joy. Guerren steadied himself against the mast, and his grip on the situation was as tenuous as his perch.
Are you okay? Because you're acting weird.
Natalie looked at him with concern in their pink eyes. Why does he look like death warmed over? Guerren waved at Arginil, but the angel didn't look at him or acknowledge him. He just stared off and mumbled under his breath. Guerren shuddered, and he was glad the Book of Names returned to its owner, if that was the price of using it.
Because he's trying to control a lot of creatures.
Natalie descended until they were at eye level. Why is he doing that? Guerren asked, just to keep the Versati talking. He needed time to pull himself together and fight the urge to attack his friends. I don't have that many friends, and I'm not sacrificing any just to get an army. Maybe I would have in the past, but I'm not that man anymore. I've learned the value of friendship. Now, he just needed his nature to comply with that and quit urging him to attack. Until it did, he couldn't let go of the platform, lest the urge overtake him and make him do something he'd regret. It was damned hard to go against one's nature, but it was a fight worthy of an ex-war god.
We need them to stay aboard so we can send the ship back to the Grey Between. Then we need to get the army to the portal to hell and make them go through it. But we're not worrying about that part of the plan just yet, since we need to get them across the sea first.
Natalie said, and they seemed to be oblivious to his internal struggle.
But all ideas are welcome, so if you have any, say so.
What will you do with that army after you take command?
Arginil asked earlier in the Grey Between, and his voice echoed in Guerren's head. I'll lead it, of course. That's what a general does, Guerren told him then, but that wasn't enough to satisfy the angel, so he'd asked the question another way.
Where will you lead it?
Then Guerren didn't have an answer, but he did now. He smiled as the wind ruffled his hair, and extended his hand until he could catch Arginil's hand and squeeze it to get his fading attention. You can let go now. You don't need to control them anymore.
What are you saying?
Natalie asked, and there was a warning in their voice that came across loudly and clearly. Don't mess with the angels. Since he didn't plan to mess with anyone who didn't deserve it, he ignored the warning. Natalie was just being overprotective, but Arginil looked like he needed some protection right now, so that was okay. Back when we were in the Grey Between, you both asked where I'll lead the army once I'm in command. Well, I've got a destination now. I'll lead it to hell. Guerren squeezed his hand again. Let go of the army. Let me take command. I'll lead it straight to hell. I promise. You can count on me. He winked in case his argument wasn't enough. After all, Arginil was gorgeous if one liked moody angels who brooded too much.
Do it.
A woman said, as an angel shot upward from the deck until she reached them. But she wasn't Daniel. Who was this angel with coal-rimmed eyes? Who are you? Guerren let go of Arginil's hand so he could point at her.
She's a friend. Her name's Layla, and she's helping us.
Natalie struggled to hold on to the other two angels.
I can't hold them anymore.
Arginil sagged, like his bones dissolved and nothing held him together.
Then don't,
said the dark-skinned angel that Natalie didn't introduce as he slipped from her grasp grasp and blurred out for a moment. When he reappeared, he cradled an unconscious Arginil in his arms.
Do your thing, war god.
The angel glared at Guerren like this was all his fault. It probably was. How much of this would have happened if he hadn't snuck into the library of forbidden knowledge and stolen that damned book? That was something to think about later. Right now, he had an army to take command of. I'm on it. Don't you worry about that. I was born for this. Guerren saluted the angels, then stepped off the platform and fell to the deck. Thankfully, he wasn't fully corporeal, so it didn't hurt. He didn't even land with an almighty bang, and that just felt anticlimactic after all that climbing. Oh well, he'd just have to make an impression another way. Fire burned in his gut like the old days. Is my power returning? Guerren cupped his hands, and a fireball appeared in each palm. Now this was more like it. He juggled them for a moment as he surveyed the groggy creatures, rubbing their eyes as they shambled about the deck and threw off Arginil's control. You lost. Heaven won this round, but victory was never possible against angels and dragons. It's time we took this fight back to the person who sent you on this fool's errand. Guerren met the multicolored eyes of the demons, ex-gods and fallen angels on deck, and his desire to lead them dwindled. As speeches went, that wasn't one of his best, but it was short and to the point. He no longer wanted to lead them, but a promise was a promise. Lionestra shoved through the crowd gathered around Guerren.
What are you suggesting?
She asked when she reached him. I suggest we leave while we can. Guerren snuffed out the fireballs, since he didn't need them right now, and turned up his natural charisma instead.
And go where? Back to hell?
Lionestra laughed at the very idea. Yes, that's where we belong. If you don't like it there, then stop being part of the things you don't like, and start being part of the changes you want to see. As Guerren said that, he felt their loyalties changing.
What about the adversary?
Someone asked, and others joined in. They all wanted an answer to the same question, but the ship lurched, throwing everyone on the deck. Then it shot backwards so fast the sea and the sky blurred, and an invisible force pressed them all against the deck. Well, maybe not everyone. Since he didn't see Natalie or Arginil, did his friends abandon him?
Chapter 34, To the Gray Between. Daniel grabbed the demon running up the beach and tossed her to a guardian angel flying by. Is that all of them? Nathaniel asked. She scanned the wide cobbled street leading away from the beach, toward the amethyst towers that grew taller the further one traveled from the beach. Azrael landed in front of her.
I think so. I didn't see any others on the streets.
How hard did he actually look? Did he just fly around looking at anyone on the streets, or did he check the buildings with entrances at street level? Azrael wasn't the most observant angel in the ranks, and he did best in situations that didn't have many shades of gray or messy things like emotions. Daniel supposed this was one of those situations where even he shouldn't have any problems telling apart those who belonged in heaven from those who don't. After all, didn't the fallen ones lose their wings in the fall? Then why did she feel uneasy about his assessment? Surely someone couldn't disguise themselves and hide from him, right? Daniel rubbed her temples. All this supposing was giving her a headache. I should check just in case someone slipped past him, but she needed to do that without him knowing that's what she was doing because he outranked her. So far, he'd forgotten that, but one wrong move and he'd remember he could order her around, and that would be the end of her detached status and her autonomy too. Maybe I shouldn't chance it. I could just trust his assessment for now and conduct a quiet inquiry later. That seemed like the best course of action now that Daniel thought about it. So she flashed him a thumbs up like the humans on her last visit to the mortal world did when they approved something.
What's going on?
Asked a blonde archangel who landed behind Azrael. A black woman in flowing angel's robes ran after him, and she shook her head as she laid eyes on Thaniel. Oh boy, we're in trouble now. But Thaniel smiled and waved to Shonafar anyway. After all, Shonafar didn't volunteer to join the Council of Angels. She was appointed, the same as Corantis. Thankfully, he scowled at Azrael because he assumed Azrael caused whatever they thought happened. Now would be a great time to slip away. But Thaniel couldn't do that when Shonafar stalked toward her like she already knew Thaniel was hip deep in things. Behind her, the other angels from the council hurried toward them. Damn! There went all hope of escaping before the council found out about the attack. Thaniel wished she had flown away with that last demon before the council arrived. Now, she'd have to explain everything, and that just wasn't high on her list of priorities right now. Nothing's going on now, we're just mopping up. Thaniel glanced around for someone else to escort to the ship so she could get away from the council. She especially didn't want to talk to Periel.
But something happened.
Corantis folded his muscular arms and looked at her like she was a book written in a foreign language that he could read if he stared at her hard enough. Good luck with that, because I'm not saying anything that could incriminate me. Since there was no part of her current errand that wouldn't incriminate her, Thaniel kept her mouth shut.
Yes, there was an attack on heaven, but we repelled it.
Azrael stepped in front of Thaniel and puffed out his chest as he went into full boasting mode. He's right. Thaniel widened her eyes and nodded like she was totally innocent of the whole thing, although she could have said nothing at all, since Azrael raised his voice to talk over her, and he gesticulated wildly as he launched into his tale. The other members of the council gathered around him, including Periel. That's right, keep all their eyes on you. Thaniel kept nodding as she slid one foot backward, then the other, and repeated that until the surf rolled over her feet. By then, Azrael was deep into his story. Since no one called on her to provide her account, she turned and flew toward the ship. Thaniel dodged a dragon that rose from the sea and shoved his shoulder into the hind end of the ship, and it shot forward. Oh, no, you don't. The residents of that ship provided the most entertainment I've had in a long time, and I'm keen to see this through to the end. Thaniel flapped her wings as fast as she could until she could grab hold of a platform thing at the top of the mainmast. She sent her wings away, so they didn't create any drag and clung to the platform as the sea blurred around her. Hopefully her friends boarded before the dragons shoved the ship off. Will they push it all the way back to the gray between? A dark line wavered in front of her and a strange feeling assaulted her, making her limbs heavy. Thaniel lost her grip on the platform and plummeted toward the deck as the damn thing shot away from her. She crashed into a big scaly hand. Then it dumped her on deck.
This is a no-fly zone.
The dragon growled as she lay there, getting her bearings.
Are you okay?
Guerren asked as he appeared at her side and looked down at her. Yeah, I'm a little disoriented. Thaniel sat up and caught his hand so he could pull her to her feet. Guerren didn't let go of her hand, though. Instead, he spun her around to face ranks of demons, fallen angels, and ex-gods, all clutching at anything in reach to keep from crashing into each other and the rails.
Do you see it?
Guerren waved to them. What am I looking at? Thaniel didn't see what was so exciting or why he grinned like he just won something. Maybe seeing the dragons in action made him happy?
My army.
Guerren puffed his chest out with pride. Do they know they're your army? Thaniel pulled her hand free.
Yes, I told them so, but my speech got interrupted by the dragons. It's too bad you didn't hear it.
Guerren sighed like a proud papa. I don't believe it. Thaniel folded her arms and had to lean to stay on her feet.
Why not?
Guerren stared at her like no one ever questioned him before. Let's table this until we reach land, then you can show me your leadership over them. Thaniel didn't think it would be long until they reached the gray between, not at the speed they traveled now, and she was right. The gray between appeared on the horizon as they raced toward it. Then, moments later, the beach hove into view and the docks too. The dragons slowed down finally, so they didn't crash land. Instead, the ship slipped into its dock and stopped. Now's your chance. Show me how you lead an army. Thaniel stepped aside and leaned against the railing on the opposite side, so she was out of the way. Guerren opened his mouth to deliver his orders or a speech, she'd never know which because the dragons at the rear of the ship roared, and everyone on deck ran toward the front part of the boat closest to shore, just missing Guerren, and they jumped overboard.
That's right. Everyone, off the ship, line up on shore.
Guerren shouted and waved, probably to save face since he glanced at her twice to make sure she saw he was giving orders. Thaniel clapped since that's what he wanted as she strolled over to him. You'd better hurry if you want to lead them. You know where we need them to go, right?
Yes, but I don't know where the portal is. Do you?
Guerren shifted his weight like he wanted to run after his army. Yes, it's that way. Thaniel pointed, and Guerren ran to the railing and jumped overboard. I guess I better follow him. I wonder where Entali, Arjanil, and Esaraya went. She sighed and followed him, but she was quasi-corporeal here, so she recalled her wings and flew to shore to skip the whole swimming in the sea and getting wet thing. But she didn't wonder for long about her friends since the trio landed on the beach at the same time she did, so they must have been aboard somewhere. Layla landed on their other side and flung out an arm to stop them. 12 jewel-colored dragons charged out of the sea and onto the beach, roaring as they went. What are they doing? Daniel asked, as the roaring and stomping of the dragons faded enough that she didn't have to shout to be heard. This wasn't how the dragons of heaven behaved. She'd never seen them this mad, and that gave her pause. Were they taking the invasion personally? It sure looked that way. I'd better not piss them off, but that meant following the rules, and she was never good at that.
I think they're chasing the interlopers back to hell, but that's just a guess.
Ezariah shrugged. He had an arm around a tired-looking Arginil who leaned on him like he couldn't stand on his own right now. He really should lie down somewhere, but Arginil looked at the hill at the end of the beach like he meant to climb it when he got the energy to try.
Speaking of hell, that's where I need to go after I find my friend. I left her in the gray between, and she's probably mad at me for that.
Layla shoved her dark hair out of her eyes, then stuck out her hand.
It's been fun, and I'll miss you all, but this is goodbye for now.
Danielle clasped her hand. It doesn't have to be goodbye. I don't have much going on right now. I could help you find your friend.
Plus, we still need to see Guerren lead someone,
Natalie added. And the Versati might be smiling behind their veil or laughing silently if their pink eyes were any indication. I also want to see that, so how about we stick together for a little longer? Speaking of Guerren, did anyone see where he went? Daniel let go of Layla's hand and glanced around for him. But the Exor god, the dragons, and everyone who attacked heaven disappeared over the hill, dividing the beach from the foggy gray interior of this place. The stomping of the dragons faded into silence as they stood there, just out of reach of the waves washing ashore.
I really should find my friend.
Layla glanced at the hill like she really didn't want to go near it. She didn't move, and no one else did either. It just didn't seem like a good idea to follow that many angry dragons. But they needed to go over that hill because that's where everything started, and they needed to see this through. Arginil finally staggered toward the hill, pulling Azariah with him, and that broke their paralysis. They summited that hill, not as strangers thrown together by happenstance and, well, boredom on Thaniel's part, but as friends, to locate Layla's friend and find out if Guerren finally found his army. How do we find your friend in all that fog? Thaniel asked when they reached the top. All 12 dragons stood heads and shoulders taller than the fog bank, covering everything, but nothing else stood out from it.
I could try to use magic to locate her.
But Layla didn't sound convinced that would work.
You could start by calling her name. She'll hear us if she's close to the hill we're standing on. What's her name?
Natalie asked as they scanned the foggy plain too.
Her name is Rosalie.
Layla cupped both hands around her mouth and shouted,
Rosalie.
Layla.
A woman, presumably Rosalie, shouted back.
I didn't expect that to work.
Natalie whispered. Me either. Danielle shook her head as a breeze ruffled her hair.
You weren't expecting what to work?
Misria asked as she landed on the hill next to her in full armor, of course. But she removed her helm and sent it away since she didn't need it right now. Then her eyes widened when she saw Argeniol.
I thought you were lost.
Misria flung her arms around Argeniel and Azariah too, since he supported their exhausted friend.
Why does everyone keep saying that?
Argeniel asked as he gave her a one-armed hug. But that was probably a rhetorical question, because he disappeared for thousands of years, so what were they supposed to think during all that time?
What was I supposed to think?
Misri let go and stood back to study him. Don't you have a mortal to guard? Daniel tapped her shoulder to get her attention.
Yeah, his sister is watching over him, so he's fine without me for a bit. But you're doing something interesting, and I want in. So spill. Why are you casing the gray between like a group of thieves?
Misria planted her hands on her hips, but her armor was angelic, so it didn't clink when she moved.
Boy, am I glad I found you,
said a brown-haired woman in a utilitarian dress as she appeared out of the fog and climbed up to join them. She must be Rosalie. She had that same otherworldly quality that ex-gods had. Like, part of her aura trailed after her. A fellow followed her. He was also an ex-god, but not one Thaniel knew.
I thought you went back to hell,
Natalie said as she stepped forward to greet the male ex-god. He was rather dramatic-looking with his black robes and the purple flames licking the ends of his black hair. The flames extinguished, but his eyes were swirly and the colors were inverted, making him look spooky. But otherwise, he had the same general build and facial features all the ex-gods shared. Who is he? Then he pointed at the odd-looking ex-god. Either he had dark circles under his eyes that turned black from lack of sleep, or he lined his eyes with a black substance, then smeared it under his eyes.
This is Uriah, former god of the underworld. Uriah, this is Daniel.
Atali made introductions for the rest of them, too. At least his appearance made sense now. Uriah looked like death warmed over, but he grew less pale and the darkness in his eyes and under them receded the longer he stood there. So, maybe it wasn't makeup. Daniel positioned herself so she could watch him, and in her peripheral vision, she saw Misria mirror her. That just made her smile. She and Misria were two of a kind sometimes. If only Misria would take a break from that guardian angel thing. What fun they could have.
And this is my friend Rosalie, the new ex-goddess of the present.
Layla caught the young woman's hand and pulled her forward. Rosalie looked about 20. Could she handle her new role? How did she become a goddess? Mortals couldn't do that, but she must have, or she wouldn't have that extra something the ex-gods had. What happened to the previous ex-goddess of the present? Rosalie looked solidly built, like she had some muscle on her bones. Was she strong enough to take on an ex-goddess and win without help? She must have been, since she won won the mantle of power somehow, but what consequences would that have? Daniel listened to Rosalie's tale, but she shivered when a shadow passed over them. It was just a cloud, she told herself, but it felt like the future just waved at her, and the gray between seemed darker after that. I hope Layla knows what she's doing. Hopefully allying with these two ex-gods wouldn't prove to be a mistake, despite the warning swelling inside her. Maybe it was the war she fought long ago against their kind, making her distrust Rosalie and Uriah, but maybe it wasn't. I'll watch those two until I'm sure they aren't a threat.
Chapter 35. To Hell's Door. As Arjanil listened to Rosalie, his gaze strayed to the fog covering everything below. Somewhere out there a portal stood, and it led back to Hell and his library. I need to make sure it's still standing.
What are you thinking about?
Azariah whispered in his ear, and his breath tickled his skin because they were more corporeal than in heaven, but still not exactly flesh and blood. Arjanil was glad. It was weird having squishy bits that could bleed when cut, but he didn't want to think about that right now. Neither did he want to answer Azariah, not when they'd soon part for good again. I was just wondering if it really ended when we sent the adversary back to hell. Arjanil wasn't lying, since that was the other thought rattling around in his head. It just wasn't all he was thinking about.
Then I ran into this guy, and boy did he have a story to tell,
Rosalie said as she ended her account by pointing at Uriah, and that was just the distraction Arjanil needed.
And who is he?
Daniel folded her arms and glared at Uriah like she expected him to attack her at any moment.
He helped us toss the adversary back into hell, and I have a feeling he didn't come looking for us to tell us what a great job we did.
Natalie kicked at the grass in frustration.
Hang on, let me see if I have this straight.
Miss Rhea held both hands out in a stop gesture, then she pointed at Rosalie.
You went back in time, fought a rogue goddess with her help.
Miss Rhea pointed at Layla, and the angel nodded. Miss Rhea pointed at Arjanil, Thaniel, and Natalie.
Then you three figured out the adversary?
His name is Samuel, Arjanil said, and his lip curled in disgust as he slid out of Azariah's grip so he could stand on his own, as he'd done for thousands of years.
Whatever.
Miss Rhea waved off his explanation.
With help from him.
She paused long enough to point at Uriah.
And someone named Guerren, you three knocked the adversary / Samuel / whatever we're calling him today into a gateway as it collapsed.
Miss Rhea paused again to gesture to herself, Thaniel, Arjanil, Azariah, and Natalie.
Then we fought an army attacking the pearly gates until some dragons showed up. And all this drama was over some fancy crystals? Have I missed anything?
That's pretty much it in a nutshell.
Daniel slung an arm around Miss Rhea's shoulders. The two had always been close, and a little too alike in some ways, which led them into trouble on plenty of occasions. This was probably another one.
It's a little more complicated than that.
Uriah shifted his weight uncomfortably as all eyes turned toward him. He looked a little different from their last meeting, unless a trick of the gray light made his eyes seem rimmed in black and his hair looked spiky like black flames rising from his head. I'm probably hallucinating from using too much of my light to keep everyone on the ship. Arjanil glanced away.
He's right.
Rosalie stepped in front of him and recaptured everyone's attention.
There's the whole thing about time imploding or exploding. I'm not really sure what will happen if we don't save the past somehow. Faye didn't explain that part, and I'd rather not experience it, so we need to save the current goddess of the past, a woman named Istiana.
Before we do that, we need to stop the adversary.
Uriah said into the quiet that fell after Rosalie stopped talking.
Explain that. What is he doing other than licking his wounds?
Daniel rested her hand on her hip, and her sword appeared sheathed around her waist. Worse still, Miss Rhea did the same thing, and her sword appeared too. They were too much sometimes.
Thank you for that alarming visual.
Miss Rhea released her sword and covered her face like she could wipe away the image if she tried hard enough.
That's why I came back. The adversary is throwing time crystals into the abyss under his palace to release their magic so he can use it. I shouldn't have to warn you what a bad idea that is. The creator scattered all the time crystals for a reason.
Uriah glanced at them like that should mean something, but Arjanil just stared at him like the others. He didn't know anything about an abyss.
So, that's his plan. I saw demons jumping into portals, and I thought he was still collecting time crystals to break time if he ever got out of hell again. We need to stop him.
Layla pounded a fist into her open palm, then started down the hill toward the fog.
What's the abyss?
Natalie hurried after her, and that broke their paralysis because everyone headed down the hill into the fog.
It's what was left over at the end of creation. That's the best way to explain it. It's everything that wasn't created, all the ideas never realized, all the stories never told, all the potential never used.
Layla picked up the pace until she was running.
So it's powerful stuff. It sounds like we need to get to hell fast. So why are we running when we can fly?
Daniel leaped off the hill and extended her wings to catch the wind, ruffling the fog.
That's a good question. Here, I'll carry you.
Natalie extruded wings from their back and caught Uriah's arm as they flapped their wings. That was a good call because Thaniel didn't circle back to pick him up, and Misria followed her, matching her pace wingbeat for wingbeat.
I've got you.
Layla caught Rosalie around the waist and lifted her as she flew after them.
Thanks.
Rosalie said as she squeezed her eyes closed. She must not be a fan of flying. That left Arginil and Azariah running down the hill like fools when they had wings too. Arginil flapped his wings and rose slowly above the clingy fog. It didn't race past as he flew after the others, and he wouldn't win any races right now, not against such fast flyers as Misria and Thaniel. Azariah reached for him to help, probably, but he veered away. I can fly on my own. Arginil knew he said the wrong thing when hurt flashed in Azariah's glowing violet eyes. I didn't mean it like that. Thank you for helping me before, but I need to fly on my own. I'm not used to having help. In hell, you can't show any weakness. Maybe he needed some space, too. This was all new territory and unstable emotional ground. Plus, Ez had been rather clingy since they reconnected, but they needed to function as a team right now, and that meant they both needed to pull their own weight and act independently.
I understand. I could give you a little space, too. I just don't want to lose you again, and the fear of that happening has my heart in a vice.
Azariah gripped his chest to demonstrate that. Arginil knew he should tell Azariah that he wouldn't lose him again, but he didn't believe it. His friend knew nothing about his life in hell. He might not like me if he knew how I survived down there. Fear of that put him in a vice, too. They were two of a kind, like Thaniel and Misria, but they weren't as sword-happy as those two. Arginil was glad he took to the sky when 12 smug and smiling dragons appeared out of the fog. He pulled up to miss their head spikes as they stomped toward the hill they just left and the sea beyond it.
Where are you going?
Azariah descended until he flew eye level with a blue dragon, who was large enough to swat him like an insect if the dragon wanted to.
Back to the sea. We drove out the invaders. Now we swim.
The dragon bared her teeth in what was hopefully a grin.
We could use your help to stop their boss in hell.
Azariah flew alongside the dragon as he made his pitch. Could he convince them to help?
Hell's no place for a dragon or an angel. You better leave him and his machinations where he can't hurt anyone but his own minions.
The dragon waved its scaly hand. Azariah dodged and flew back to where Arginil hovered and waited for him. Ez shook his head, even though Arginil heard every word and knew the dragons weren't coming to their aid this time.
I think they're still mad at Thaniel, and maybe Layla too.
Azariah said when he reached him. That's possible. They're both bossy in their own ways. Arginil flew after them and hoped their little fellowship packed enough power to stop the adversary, and however many demons and fallen angels were still loyal to him. Ahead, the two warrior angels' silhouettes dived for something, probably the ground since they also liked to race toward it at top speed, then break right before they struck the ground. But they always nailed the perfect landing, so they probably didn't crash headfirst into the ground. I hope they didn't. They used to cut it awfully close when they were young angels learning to fight and fly. Arginil doubted time had changed Misria or Thaniel enough to calm their need to test their limits all the time. Natalie swooped down and landed more gracefully than the warrior angels and stepped carefully on the bones littering the ground. They let go of Uriah when they wobbled onto stable ground. Layla landed next to her and set Rosalie down. The formerly human woman grimaced as bones crunched under her boots. Arginil landed behind them, and Azariah gave him space by landing by the warrior angels. Misria turned away from the smoking portal and glanced over the boneyard toward the foggy lands beyond it.
If you need to return to your mortal, you can. We've got this. I can find you afterward and tell you what happened.
Thaniel bumped her hip into Misria. Since they were about the same height, they bumped hips.
I really shouldn't go to hell and leave him for too long, but I don't like the idea of you getting into trouble without me there to back you up.
Misria glanced at her friend, and her glowing violet eyes looked as torn as she must feel inside.
Don't worry, we've got her back.
Azariah gestured to him and Natalie while Layla studied the column of black smoke obscuring the portal.
That's what worries me.
Misria bit her lip.
Go back to the mortal world. You'll worry if you don't, and you'll drive me crazy. I'll find you afterward.
Thaniel shoved Misria away from the portal to hell.
You promise?
Misria glared at Thaniel as the other angel drew a cross over her heart.
I promise. Now, get out of here.
Thaniel made shooing motions.
Wait, before you go, who's your mortal?
Rosalie tottered over to her, grimacing every time she stepped on a bone.
I doubt you'd know him, but I suppose there's no reason not to tell you. His name's Sarn, and he has such a darling little boy.
Misria sighed. Rosalie gripped her chest as she staggered toward Misria.
Is his son's name Rand?
Yes, how did you know that?
Misria manifested her sword, and this time it appeared in her hands, and she pointed it at Rosalie.
It's not what you think. Rand's my best friend. Well, he is in the future where I came from originally. That version of Rand helped me a lot.
Rosalie flung both hands up and held still as if she feared moving at all might incite Misria to violence. And it might. Misria Misriel liked to slash first and ask questions later.
We don't have time for this.
Layla grabbed Rosalie's arm and dragged her into the column of smoke. They both vanished, hopefully through the portal to hell, but that broke the impasse. Misriel sent her blade away and looked at her armor-covered boots.
I'll just fly back to my mortal now.
Godspeed.
Daniel hugged her, then let go and back toward the column of thick black smoke.
We'll just head to hell now and take on the adversary again because once wasn't enough.
You'd better keep your promise.
Misriel shook her index finger at Thaniel, then turned and launched herself into the air. In 3 wing beats, she was just a metallic speck, fast disappearing into the gray sky.
I guess it's our turn. See you on the other side.
Natalie stepped into the fog next, followed by Uriah. In moments, they were the only ones left, and it was the moment he'd dreaded since meeting his friend again. Argeniel fought the urge to stare at the bones under his sandals instead of at Azariah, but he forced himself to look at the angel in his glowing violet eyes. I guess this is goodbye.
No, it's just the beginning. From where I'm standing, I told you, where you go, I go. And I meant that, so let's go to hell and stop the adversary.
Azariah wrapped an arm around his shoulders and pulled him toward the smoke and the portal somewhere inside it. Hopefully it was easy to find. It must be, since none of their friends walked out of it. As it turned out, the portal was easy to find. Once they stepped into the smoke, the gray between vanished, but Azariah didn't, so they fell together through the flames. Just like that, Argeniel was back in hell, but this time he wasn't alone. His friends flew ahead of him, and all he needed to do was follow them and not crash into Azariah or get their wings tangled, since Ez still had an arm around him. Then they needed to stop the adversary somehow and survive that. The smoke vanished, and they flew through a glowing orange sky, baking the rocky ground below. Many people moved around down there. Maybe that was the army the dragons chased out of the gray between. I wonder if Guerren is with them, and if he won them over yet, but he didn't swoop down to check, because that ex-god had a habit of turning up where he least expected him.
Chapter 36. When Vengeance Comes to Town. When the light died away, Avarian stood on a grassy field, next to a lot of tents arranged in rows with aisles between them. There were even lumer crystals tied to sticks stuck in the ground to light the way, but they weren't needed now, since it was the afternoon. Judging by the way the sun beat down on him, Mount Airdrin loomed over the meadow surrounding its rocky feet and threw its shadow over part of the tent village, just not the part where he stood.
Why are we on the meadow?
Sarin asked from where he sat on the ground, holding his squirming son. Every time Rand glanced at Avarian, guilt stabbed him, and he tried not to flinch. This Rand was just a little kid. He wasn't the adult who found him in a fading forest 16 years from now. Why don't you wish this all away? Avarian pressed his lips into a firm line and didn't ask that, because the answer was obvious. Rand was still small compared to his father, and he probably didn't have any magic yet. Thankfully, Sarn didn't have wish magic. Did he know that's what his son would have? Probably not.
A trial must be public for it to be effective and deter others from repeating the crimes you stand accused of.
Vangiana glanced about and nodded as passers-by stopped and gawked at the spectacle they made.
Couldn't we do this somewhere less public? We're drawing a crowd.
Sarn bowed his head, probably to hide his glowing green eyes. His son didn't need to do that because his eyes didn't glow, but they were just as vivid a green color despite that.
No, vengeance is a public affair. Come on, come all. Hear the truth if you dare.
Vangiana waved to the people peering out of their tents at her, and the glowing eye glyphs lifted from her arms and floated around her as she spun.
Perhaps you could tone it down a notch. This country doesn't welcome magic users. It persecutes them. After all, you don't want any interruptions. That would interfere with the proceedings.
Istiana pushed Vangiana's arms down and stopped her spin.
That's true. All right, I'll tone it down. What are the crimes he stands accused of anyway?
Vangiana waved her hands, and the tent city vanished as the world went white again. What did he do? He lived. Because of that, my friend and our timeline disappeared. I want a life for a life. Ivarian pointed at Sarn when the light of her teleportation spell faded.
I need more than that. Come here and explain yourself.
Vangiana waved for him to come forward. Ivarian staggered toward her. In his peripheral view, he thought he saw Morgana appear behind Sarn and his son. Whose side was she on anyway? Where did she go after they had dinner at that restaurant? His memories were still fuzzy about that.
You can't blame my brother for that. Living isn't a crime.
Miren followed Ivarian. He was pluckier than his brother and a fool to take on a demigod.
I'll be the judge of that.
Vangiana motioned for silence, and Sarn's brother shut his mouth.
Now you explain.
She pointed at Ivarian, but he stared at his mother. Silver motes flew away from her in clouds now as her end neared. She held her head high, and not a hint of fear marred her serene face. Maybe she was at peace after all. Tears pricked his eyes. I should save her. But Iverian couldn't think of a way to do that. His family had one rule: they must obey, and he broke it. Jenar tried to warn me too, but I didn't listen. Now he was paying the price for it, since he too was fading. Bits flaked off and flew away too, though not as artistically as from his mother. But she was a full goddess, and he was half human. But that human half couldn't save him now.
Papa.
The child ran, shouted, and they all turned to find out why Ran sounded so scared. Sarn thrashed on the ground like he was having some kind of fit. What happened? He was just fine a moment ago. Now his eyes turned white and glowed so brightly they shot twin columns of light upward to stab the blue sky.
What's going on here?
Bangiana strode past Iverian. Ran stood on his aunt's knees, since she sat on the ground beside her seizing brother, and tried to corral his son.
Papa's having a seizure. You need to wait until he's better, then you can talk to him. Or you can talk to me. I'm his son. My name's Ran.
Ran extended his hand in greeting, and he was so earnest he reminded Iverian of the adult Ran he knew in his own time. Did that time even exist anymore?
You can talk to me. My nephew's very brave, but he's still little.
Mirren stepped in front of Ran.
Hey, I was handling things just fine.
Ran said, and he sounded cross. Sarn stilled, and white light shot out of every part of him, momentarily blinding Iverian. Then a man-shaped cloud of white light appeared, and he cradled the mage for a moment, then set Sarn on his feet. Sarn swayed, but the man-shaped cloud of white light held him up.
He's trying to make a lie true,
said the man-shaped nimbus of white light as it pointed at Iverian. Then it stepped into Sarn, and Sarn said,
"We can't allow that."
Sarn pointed at Iverian.
"You lie. Show them the truth."
White light exploded from his fingers and struck Iverian hard in the chest, and he staggered backward in shock. How could Sarn have two magical gifts? It's not fair that he has so much magic when I have so little. Iverian summoned the cold from the arrow of time and threw a chunk of ice at Sarn with a hand that faded away. The ice struck the ground just short of Sarn because the mage staggered backward. But the ice expanded faster than he could dodge a second time, and it encased his sock-covered feet, freezing him in place.
There will be none of that in my courtroom.
Vantiana waggled a finger at him as another block of ice appeared in his hand.
Are you all right, son?
Mom caught him when he stumbled and held him up.
We've seen enough. It's time for justice, or vengeance. At this point, I think they're the same thing.
Vangiana rolled up her sleeves and spread her arms.
Oh come, season of vengeance, winter of woe.
Clouds blanketed the sky, and a chill wind blew past them, stealing the warmth from the summer afternoon.
Before you do that, I canceled the demon invasion, not him.
Sarn's sister appeared beside Sarn and handed over a scowling Ran to him.
Who are you?
Vandiana clenched her fists and looked like she wanted to take a swing at this new disturbance.
We're siblings.
Sarn's sister waved to him and a teenage version of Mirren who stood nearby, watching everything.
And I'm his son.
Ran patted his father's chest to make his point.
If my brother says you lied, then you'd better tell the truth.
Mirren appeared on Sarn's other side.
Who really destroyed the spell circle?
It was a team effort between me and Robin,
Sarn said, and maybe he believed it too, but he was the mage, not Rosalie's mother. So Robin couldn't have helped him.
This is all a misunderstanding. There's no need for vengeance. Cancel this, please,
Mom said as Iverian broke her grip and strode toward them, fists clenched for a fight.
Here, let me take him.
Mirren reached for Ran, and Sarn let him take the boy. Because of you two, Rosalie is gone. Iverian shoved Sarn in the chest, and the ice around Sarn's feet vanished so he could stagger backward to catch his balance.
She's not dead. I don't know how I know that, but I do.
Sarn shook his head, but he sounded convinced of that. What are you saying? I saw her disappear when the spell circle broke. Iverian staggered backward in shock. He extended his hand, and a glowing globe appeared on it. Inside that light, a window to the past opened. That damned spell circle appeared again. When it exploded, it shot glowing glyphs and magic everywhere. One glyph struck Rosalie as two silhouettes raced past her disappearing body. Now you're the one lying, Iverian pointed at Rosalie as she faded. Rosalie died right there, and I lost her forever.
No, now you're lying. You didn't lose her forever.
Sarn grabbed Iverian's wrist and stopped him from collapsing the globe of time magic.
Just wait a minute and I'll prove you're wrong.
Let it play. I want to see this too.
Vangiana stepped closer to view the scene in the light ball, but Mom didn't. She gripped her throat as her lips moved, but no sound came out. She wasn't choking because her eyes didn't bulge, and she seemed to breathe just fine. She just temporarily lost the ability to speak, and the effort to get past that invisible gag pulled her face into frustrated lines.
I want to see it too.
Iverian almost shouted at Sarn's brother to bring the boy closer, but the thought of getting any nearer to the child who grew up to be a friend and rival made him uneasy, and his conscience shouted at him, "Stop all this! Let Sarn and his family go so they can enjoy the summery afternoon in peace." Varian pressed his lips together and said nothing when Sarn's brother told Ran no and stayed away from him.
How will you prove it?
Sarn's sister leaned in close and whispered a little too loudly.
You'll see. Let it play.
Sarn squeezed Avarian's wrist when the image remained frozen. Wow, nothing we see here changes anything. Iverian tried to wrench his arm free.
Then you have no reason not to show us what happened next.
Sarn wouldn't let go until he gave in. At least he wasn't using his earth magic to crush his wrist, but he had powerful hands, even without magic. Fine, Ivarian shook his head, and the people in the scene moved again.
Follow the two silhouettes. Just do it. Don't argue with me.
Sarn watched the images on the globe. When the light dimmed, the two silhouettes resolved into Sarn, holding a toddler-sized Ran, and Robin carrying an infant version of Rosalie and a black puppy.
Freeze the images right there.
Sarn pointed at Robin.
What are we looking at?
Vangiana examined the image.
That's me.
Rand shouted, proving he could see everything from where his uncle held him.
That's me, and that's my son. That's Robin and her daughter Rosalie. She's around my son's age by now, so Rosalie isn't dead. She's probably a different woman in your time. I suggest you leave us alone and go look for her.
Sarn let go of him and sat on a boulder.
You should brush up on your manners, though. A lady likes a mild-mannered gentleman, and this vengeance thing isn't a good look for you.
Sarn's sister gave him a dismissive glance before striding over to join her brother. Was Sarn right? No, I saw Rosalie die, but he also saw a version of her alive, too. Could there be another Rosalie out there waiting for him? No, I saw multiple copies of her from multiple timelines die the same way, but time didn't collapse, since he ended up here 4 years later after his trip to the Grey Between and Hell to fetch the crystal that trapped Vangiana and her family. Could his timeline have collapsed and a new one taken its place? One where Rosalie lived? You can't be right. You must be lying. Ivarian pulled the glowing ball close to his chest and images raced around inside it.
Not. It's easier to blame me than to find her and start over.
Sarn rubbed his face.
I think we're done here.
Mom said as she touched the light ball and it vanished. She looked sad and drained, and she faded so much she was transparent now.
Let's go, son. You've bothered them enough.
But he can't go. He ordered vengeance, then made a false statement to me. That can't go unpunished.
Vangiana raised both arms, and a chill wind whipped past them, but there was nothing she could do to him that was worse than losing Rosalie or accidentally causing his mother's death. Pain throbbed in his chest every time he thought of them. Ivarian squared his shoulders and locked his knees. Whatever she threw at him, he would meet it on his feet like a man. Let her do her worst.
Chapter 37, Flying Through Hell. Do you know where to go? Rosalie tried not to glance at the dry, rocky ground far below, or the tiny people running around down there. Thank God Layla had a tight grip on her.
Yes, I spent a lot of time as an involuntary guest of the prison under the Adversary's palace.
Layla said in a distracted tone. That doesn't sound fun. Rosalie hoped that was the right thing to say. What does one say to something like that? Sorry to hear you were incarcerated just sounded wrong in her head, and she didn't want to think about how someone could contain a being as powerful as Layla for long. That was just frightening. And we're flying toward that man right now. Maybe I should think about something else. But she had nothing to do while they flew except worry about Ivarian and his mother and her own situation. How much time do I have to save Istiana and the past before it's too late? Probably not much, but hopefully enough time to stop the adversary, since his goals and Pristina's seem to be the same. I still can't believe that while I was untangling what changed my present and past, literal angels were trying to stop the same events from their side. It boggled her mind. But the angels had no reason to lie, so they must be telling the truth.
Hey.
Danielle waved to get her attention as she flew even with them.
Something about your story doesn't make sense. How did you find out what Pristina's plans were in time to stop her? She was a time goddess, so you'd think she'd choose the perfect time to act when no one would interrupt her.
Danielle stared at her like she was reading every micro-expression for clues. Rosalie might have left a few things out of her tale, like how she traveled back in time with help from Ivarian and what was really killing Istiana. She just wasn't sure how the angels would take any of that. But she needed to tell the angels something. Perhaps a version of the truth would do. I wanted to stop the demon invasion from happening, so that meant I needed to find the event that caused it. Rosalie stopped talking. That didn't sound too damning. Did Thania want to hear how she did that? I made a lot of wrong assumptions before I figured it out, but at the time she was only mortal, and she didn't know gods and goddesses existed anymore. So how could she have known what caused her timeline to go so awry? Should she mention having memories of two lives that were vastly different? That might confuse such a straightforward angel as Thaniel. Arjaniel might understand. He seemed like an angel with secrets and hidden depths.
How did you find out about that?
Daniel furrowed her brow as if she were trying and failing to figure that out, and she might have to tell her everything after all. I remembered a different life, so I assumed the moment the memories from those two lives diverged was the event I needed to stop. Rosalie paused. How much more should I say? She glanced at Layla for help, but the angel kept her narrowed eyes fixed on the sky ahead of them.
That's the part I don't understand. How did you find out out when you were years in the future. How did you travel backward in time? We aren't part of any timeline, so I know Layla didn't help you with that. And you didn't replace Pristina until after you went back. So how did you do it?
Daniel stared at her again. I had help from Istiana's son. He can go backward in time, so he helped me. As to how we knew when to go back to, I figured it out from clues. Then I lost him, and I don't know where he is now. Rosalie stopped and shoved the strands from her fraying braid out of her eyes because she really didn't want to talk about the versions of her from other timelines. That was just too weird, and she was glad they were gone. At least I saved the future for one of us. It was then, with the icy winds buffeting her, she realized the future she saved wasn't hers anymore. It belonged to a version of her that died when Layla shoved Pristina's time crystal into her chest, forcing her to take Pristina's place.
What's wrong?
Daniel reached across the space between them and clasped her cold hand. The angel's hand was warm, and some of its warmth seeped into her chilled fingers as the wind whipped past them. I just realized something that I should have realized before. Rosalie wiped her eyes to rid them of the tears pooling in them, but the tears kept coming. What will become of me now?
Things aren't as dark as they seem. We beat the adversary once, so we can do it again somehow. Have faith in us if you can't have faith in yourself.
Daniel said as she squeezed her hand again. It was something Rand might say, but she remembered him fading away and what Faye said about them merging back into the timeline. Was that the answer to her problem? Could I merge back into it and start over as a new version of me with Pristina's time crystal? So instead of a grown woman trapped outside of time like some discarded remnant of a timeline that no longer exists, I could have friends and family again? She'd have to ask Faye how to accomplish that, but just thinking about doing that stoked the fire of hope in her again. First, she needed to find out what happened to Avarian and save his mother. Then she could find some way to fade away and rejoin the timeline. A fortress under a glowing yellow dome appeared below her, and she stared at it. What is that place? Rosalie pointed.
That's my home, the Library of Forbidden Knowledge,
Arjaniel said, and he sounded relieved to see it. He must be flying behind them, but close enough for conversation.
I want to see it when this is all over,
Azariah said, also from somewhere close behind them, and he sounded sincere. Though, could angels sound any other way?
Do you have anything that could help us stop the adversary in there?
Natalie flew even with them on the other side of Layla. She held Uriah, but the ex-god kept his head down like he was praying. Maybe he wasn't a fan of heights. Rosalie didn't like them either. Feet belonged on the ground, especially hers, but flying was the fastest way to get around, and by all accounts, they needed that speed right now, so she tried not to let her unease show. Besides, she flew with 4 angels, and whatever Natalie was, so if she fell, one of them would catch her. This was probably the safest flight she'd ever taken, and the only one.
I might. What do you think we'll need?
Arjaniel sounded thoughtful. Hopefully he was running a mental inventory of all the magical items he collected in his fortress-like library. Do we have time for a tour? Rosalie hoped so. She'd love to wander through its aisles for a while and lose herself and her problems in a good book. But that probably had to wait since they flew over a city now, and its buildings showed signs of recent damage. Rocks and other debris littered the streets where walls collapsed.
That's where the gateway opened.
Daniel let go of her hand and pointed at an intersection that bore damage on all sides, like something exploded in its center. So that's where the demon invasion began. Rosalie never thought she'd see it. Then again, she never thought she'd ever fly with angels, let alone 4 of them at the same time.
I'm sorry I couldn't stop it. I couldn't figure out how to collapse the gateway,
Arjaniel said, and he sounded sorrier than anyone who ever apologized to her before. He really would have taken down that gateway if he could have found a way, and hearing that released some of her anger. Thank you for trying. Rosalie wiped her eyes again.
If you stopped Pristina, then shouldn't the timeline readjust so the invasion in your time never happened? I could be wrong since time doesn't affect us, and I know so little about it, but that seems plausible.
Daniel glanced at her as her words sank in. That's my hope, but I think we may need to stop the adversary first just to make sure he doesn't finish what Pristina started. Rosalie smiled, because if that's what happened, then her mom never died, Rand never lost his father, and her friends and family were back where they belonged, leading the lives they were supposed to lead before Pristina hijacked time and changed it to suit her needs. I just need to find some way to join them. With a jolt, she remembered what the other Rosalies from other timelines said in the gray between before they dragged her into the fog for a chat. We came from different timelines, and now we're all fading away because there can only be one Rosalie, the newly minted goddess of the present. It doesn't matter what choices we make. We all go back 20 years to the past and become you because you're the only Rosalie who has a future now. What if I change that? Since she couldn't time travel anymore, perhaps she could find herself when she returned to the mortal world and give that young girl Pristina's time crystal. Then she could grow up as a goddess, and Mom would definitely adjust her attitude if she put on too many airs. Maybe then I could fade away and grow up again, make friends with Rand, find Avarian, and live my life. If there could only be one of her, then she'd be the best version possible and the sanest.
What is that?
Then he pointed at a dark dark ring that appeared around a palatial building made of white marble.
Hey, that's probably the adversary's plan in motion,
Uriah said as that ring extruded and became a dark cylinder around the palace that kept growing.
This place is finite. What will happen when that thing hits the upper limit of hell? Will it punch through the shield over this place?
Arjaniel asked, and he sounded worried, but he still followed them, so she couldn't see him unless she turned her head into the wind.
Can I do that?
Daniel studied the thing, but she didn't rush on ahead.
The last gateway did.
Natalie shrugged, because anything was possible right now, since they didn't know what the adversary's plan was.
But that one originated in the Great Between, and that place is weird.
Daniel just had to point out, that's so true. Rosalie suppressed a shudder at the thought of that place. I'll probably have to see it one more time just to reach the mortal world. And that was too many times, in her opinion. Hopefully, all the smoking elephants will be busy doing other things, so I don't need to talk to them on my return trip.
Is that a gateway?
Azariah asked. Didn't he see the last one? His question indicated that he hadn't, but he was very attached to Arjaniel. Didn't they fight the gateway together? Rosalie bit her tongue to keep from asking. It was none of her business, but she really wanted to know. Was there a polite way to ask about that?
It might be a gateway. It's tube-shaped like one, and a gateway is just a magical tunnel connecting two or more realms.
Layla said finally, so she wasn't ignoring them. She was too quiet for too long, leaving Rosalie to wonder if Layla was thinking about her time imprisoned in the adversary's palace. He probably wasn't a nice jailer.
If it is a gateway, then where is it going? Which realms is he trying to connect to this time?
Daniel asked, and that was the most important question.
He can't connect to anything except the Grey Between, because that place sits on top of hell, and you have to go through that foggy realm to get to anywhere else. It's not called the Grey Between for no reason. It's literally between everything.
Layla adjusted her grip on Rosalie after her lecture, and the move made it hard to see her face. Was Layla okay?
What are those sparkly bits swirling around the dark tubular thing? I don't remember the last gateway having them.
Natalie pointed at them.
I don't know, but they're probably not a good thing.
Uriah grimaced, like he regretted coming with them.
So how do we stop it? I'd prefer to destroy it utterly, since stopping it implies an interruption, and something that stops can always restart. I'd rather that didn't happen. Anyone have any ideas?
Daniel turned and hovered in front of all the flyers. That was the question they were all thinking. But what was the answer? What if it's not a gateway? The angels were convinced it was one. So Rosalie pressed her lips together and didn't ask, because what did she know about them? Nothing, really. She'd never seen a gateway before, just the demons that came through one many years before, and they were bad enough. But the question repeated in her head, what if it's not a gateway?
Chapter 38. Save the Library. Not another gateway. Haven't we dealt with enough of them already? Arjaniel rubbed his eyes in case there was something in them causing him to hallucinate the dark columnar thing wobbling as it grew like some invisible force tugged on it.
Well, does anyone have any ideas?
Daniel asked again, even though no one answered her the first time. Arjaniel let his hands fall back to his side. Was the thing that might be a gateway falling? It leaned more and more as it extruded from the adversary's palace. If it fell, where would it land? It only took a moment to figure that out, since it cast a shadow across a large swath of the city and the main building of the library.
Is it supposed to do that?
Natalie pointed at the gateway spell. It was 100 times darker than the previous one and seemed to be made of darkness and a viscous black liquid. The only other gateway he'd ever encountered was made of light and fire. Why were they made of different things? And why were there pinpoints of white light swirling around the giant tubular spell? It looked like a funnel cloud reaching for the glowing orange sky above. Oh no, not again. Arjaniel couldn't believe it. As the spell toppled and its top end fell toward his library, everything circled back where it began. Or it seemed that way. No. Arjaniel flew toward the gold semi-transparent dome over the Library of Forbidden Knowledge. Was the shield he cast over it strong enough to withstand a gateway spell landing on it? Probably not, so he flew under the falling spell structure and extended his hands. Maybe I can push it away? He couldn't last time, but this spell was dark and it didn't glow. Maybe it was lighter than the last one.
What are you doing?
Azariah asked as he wrapped his arms around Arjaniel's waist. I'm stopping it from landing on my library. Arjaniel braced for impact as the spell fell toward him. Its shadow cloaked everything in darkness, making his halo and eyes glow brighter to dispel it. Last time he tried this, fire burned his hands and arms, and only his angelic nature kept him from becoming extra crispy. This time, when the spell structure struck his palms, it froze his hands and the breath in his lungs as it pushed him down, because in this accursed place, his quasi-physical physical body needed air. Arginil flapped his wings and tried to push the cylindrical spell upward, but he sank lower instead. How close was it to the roof of the library's 4 towers? He glanced over his shoulder to check as the gateway spell leaned harder on him. Was the damned thing still growing? It looked longer than before, but that might just be the angle playing tricks on his eyes. Azariah tightened his grip around Arginil's waist and pressed hard against his back.
You can't do this alone. Let me help you.
You want to save the library? Arginil pushed harder, but the gateway didn't budge, not even a smidgen.
Of course I do. It obviously means a lot to you, and you can't give me a tour if this spell flattens it, so we should avoid that.
Azariah slid an arm free and extended it past his shoulder so he could set his palm against the spell. Don't do that, it'll freeze your hand. Arginil shifted his shoulder to knock Azariah's hand away.
Then let it freeze. The cold can't kill us, so it'll heal.
Azariah reached past him again, this time with both arms, but he stayed behind him, so his chest pressed into Arginil's back, and his arms were on either side of Arginil, caging him, and he didn't mind that at all. You're crazier than Azrael, Arginil said, because he didn't know what else to say.
I'm only crazy for you, I assure you. If you were Azrael, I would be over there watching from a safe distance.
Azariah said, and his lips brushed Arginil's ear each time he spoke, sending shivers down his back that had nothing to do with the cold wafting off the spell that bore down on them like it wanted to flatten them, too. Sweat beaded on Arginil's forehead as he poured every ounce of his strength into his wings and his arms to push the spell away. But he and Azariah lost altitude as the gateway pressed down harder on them, and the distance to the gold shield arching over the library dwindled until his sandals struck it. How much weight can the shield hold? Arginil feared it couldn't hold enough to stop the spell, since he didn't design it with that in mind. It was just meant to keep people at ground level out.
Did you cast this shield? Of course you did. This is your library.
I don't think it can withstand this kind of weight, though. It wasn't designed for an aerial assault, because there weren't many who could fly in hell. Among the rank-and-file fallen, Arginil was the only flyer.
How much weight can the roof of the main building hold, and why does it look like a keep? What do you have inside that you need a fortress to guard it?
Azariah asked, and his breath tickled Arginil's ear, and he tried not to squirm. I don't know how strong it is. It's solid stone from the foundation to the roof because there are plenty of rocks just lying around. Arginil pushed, but his arms trembled from the exertion. The spell pushed back, and his shaking knees bent.
Let's find out.
Azariah wrapped both arms around his waist and yanked him sideways. Then he fell away from the spell. What if it pancakes? Arginil struggled to break his grip, but Azariah squeezed harder so he couldn't squirm out of his arms.
Then I'll build you a new library and I'll help you fill it.
You do that for me. Arginil froze as he waited for an answer. His heart pounded in his chest, but he didn't know why, because he didn't need it to circulate blood. His default state wasn't this quasi-physical body, and he didn't really have blood, just a facsimile made from his spirit, and he was thinking way too much about this while he waited for a reply. Azariah sighed.
Yeah, I guess I should have built you one, but we wouldn't be here now, and I'm enjoying this. It's certainly entertaining.
Azariah rested his chin on Arginil's shoulder. You have strange ideas about entertainment. Arginil shook his head, then risked a glance at the library as the shield shattered. Glowing shards rained down on Arginil as they landed, and Azariah let go. While he reabsorbed the magic in them, Azariah stepped back to give him space as promised, and that was both a relief, and it sent a pang of regret through Arginil. He missed having Azariah so close. It was closer than they'd ever been before. Above, the spell crashed into the towers and they buckled, sending stones flying. Then it slammed into the roof of the main keep-like building. Please hold! Arginil willed it to bear that weight and not break. But the spell swelled outward, becoming twice as wide, and the increase in mass doomed the roof. It crashed inward, raining debris on the top level. Was anyone in there when it fell? Arginil ran toward the doors. They should still be bolted from inside, but they swung inward and outspilled the demons and lost souls who lived in the library with him. It was a relief to see them all looking well, even if some were covered in dust from the collapse. But they all skidded to a halt and stared at him and Azariah like they'd never seen an angel before. They probably hadn't, or not one in full splendor. Oh, right, only a few of them saw me in my true form after Thaniel broke the glamour. Arginil averted his eyes. He didn't want to see their reactions.
Aren't you going to introduce me to your staff?
Azariah elbowed him in the side. That broke the impasse, and everyone talked at once about the damage. image, or asked about the swirling black thing leaning on the library like it was trying to devour it. Arginil raised both hands and waved them to get everyone's attention. Quiet. The adversary casts that thing. We think it's a gateway spell, and we need to stop it from completing and destroying the library. A flash blinded Arginil, and a wall of force knocked him backward into Azariah. When he could see again, the gateway spell divided into two columns that twisted around each other, forming a double helix that pulsed with an eerie, otherworldly energy he could feel but not see.
What is that?
Azariah stayed close to him, and this time he didn't mind that at all. I don't know. Arginil staggered for a moment until he regained his balance. The last gateway spell fed off holy relics, but it glowed white. This one didn't. What fed it? Uriah said the adversary planned to break apart time crystals for their power. What kind of power was inside them? What could it do? Another explosion shoved him backward into Azariah again, and this time he grabbed hold of his friend as the wind howled and swirled around them. When the after-images faded, Arginil looked up. The library still stood, but the gateway spell ripped a hole in the fabric of reality above it. Through it, chaos swirled into a pool of absolute darkness.
What in the name of the Creator is that?
But Arginil could only stare and shake his head in mute horror. He never saw anything like that, and he never wanted to see it again. Then the darkness lashed out with a matte black tentacle and wrapped it around his ankle. The creature yanked him off his feet and dragged him toward its hungry maw.
Chapter 39. It's hammer time.
Is it supposed to do that?
Matali pointed at the falling magical tube thing that could be a gateway. Why is it doing that? Daniel never saw a gateway while it was under construction. She didn't know what it should look like, but it probably wasn't supposed to tip over like that and flatten part of the city.
I don't think it should do that.
Rosalie said, well, we can't stop it if we just hover here. Daniel shrugged. She wasn't much of a planner. Since the caster was at the bottom end of the spell tunnel thing, Daniel dived for the ground near the palace. Rosalie screamed. Since Layla carried her, Daniel didn't glance behind her to see why the human-turned goddess lost her cool. Besides, Layla was a capable angel. She could handle one newly minted goddess who probably didn't know how to use her powers yet.
What's the plan?
Layla asked. She must have followed her down. Good. Magic was her thing. Daniel was here to clobber whoever needed clobbering, so she extended her hand and summoned her warhammer. We barge in and tell the adversary to knock it off. That had the best chance of provoking him, too, and that might be why Daniel liked the plan so much. She was a direct sort of angel who didn't like all that bandying about with words when a good threat would do. She just didn't know what to threaten the adversary with. Long ago, he was cut off from the source of all grace and goodness and barred from heaven. What more could she do to him if he didn't stop erecting a gateway? He was more powerful than her, so she couldn't destroy him. Could he destroy her? Nah. Arginil survived for thousands of years under his reign. If he could do that, then I can survive another run-in with the Prince of Hell. Daniel slowed at the last instant and dropped gracefully onto the grass next to the outer wall of the gateway spell, and cold wafted off it. Was that normal? She didn't remember the last gateway having any kind of temperature, but maybe that was normal. Daniel glanced down to make sure she still had her armor. She did. Unlike the armor that mortals wore, hers was as comfortable as her robes, since it was made of a flexible and strong substance that looked like metal.
Are you sure about this?
Layla released Rosalie and the girl straightened her dress, but she didn't run away. Layla stayed in her white robes instead of calling for her armor. Maybe she didn't have any. Only warrior angels received special armor. What class of angel did Layla belong to? Danielle put that question aside because angels' robes were tough too, and answered Layla, yeah, we have to confront him. I just can't think of anything to threaten him with. He's already in hell.
We could throw him into the abyss, but I don't know if that would even harm him.
Layla kicked the swirling smoke that formed the spell architecture at its base, but her foot went right through it. Well, that might make deconstructing it hard if the thing wasn't solid all the way through. Daniel punched it just to test her theory, and her fist struck something several feet inside the gateway's outer wall, so part of it was solid and punchable, but perhaps her first plan was the better one. If they caused the caster to disrupt the spell, then it should fall apart on its own and no one needed to know how to break it up.
Will the abyss harm us if we get close to it? What exactly is this abyss? I still don't understand it.
Rosalie folded her arms and stuck her hands in her armpits, probably to warm them, and that was weird because she was wearing a dress over a long-sleeved tunic and trousers, and she likely wore undergarments beneath that. Shouldn't all those layers keep her warm? Rosalie wasn't a skinny waif who could blow away in a stiff breeze. There was some meat on her bones. But she was human before she became a goddess, so maybe that remnant of her mortality made her cold. Daniel pushed those questions aside. She wouldn't let her natural curiosity get in the way. Afterward, she could interrogate the girl about her situation and how it changed her.
It'll change you if you get too close,
Layla finally said. She squared her shoulders and marched away from them into the cloud of glowing white particles surrounding the giant cylinder of darkness.
Where are you going?
Rosalie chased after her. but she paused before entering the spinning cloud of glowing things. After a moment, Rosalie plunged into it, so Thaniel didn't slam into her back. The gateway spell was so dark, she couldn't see the palace it surrounded. It seemed to eat all the light falling on it from the glowing particles in the orange sky. Supposedly, the adversary was in the middle of that thing. Maybe Layla had some idea about how to go through the wall of the spell. If not, I've got my trusty hammer, so I can just hammer my way through. Thaniel rested its handle against her shoulder.
I'm looking for a way in. Is that hammer just for show, or can you make us a way inside?
Layla waved to it when Thaniel drew even with her. Sure, should I just hit it anywhere? Thaniel hefted her warhammer. Its hammering end was bigger than her head, and hard enough to smash through just about anything.
Let me look.
Layla stared at the swirling darkness standing in front of them.
Look out.
Rosalie grabbed her arm, and Thaniel's, and pulled them both aside as the shadow of the falling tubular spell blotted out everything. They stepped clear of it as the spell tunnel stopped. Now it leaned at a 45-degree angle. What stopped it from falling flat on the ground? Thaniel turned and looked for its other end, but she couldn't see it anymore. How long is this damned spell? She asked aloud by accident. The previous gateway just had a doorway in hell and another one in the gray between, then a long glowing tunnel in between them. But that tunnel was tucked out of sight somewhere in the starry blackness between realms. Why didn't this one follow that pattern?
I don't know, but I've never built a gateway before.
Layla quit trying to see the other end and marched away again.
Where are you going now?
Rosalie ran past Thaniel and probably went after Layla. Thaniel tried for another moment to see the end of the spell. It must have an end. But it went on and on, seemingly without one. Something was wrong with the spell, or the adversary was still erecting it. Either way, she should do something about it. So she turned and bounded after Rosalie and Layla in time to catch the other angel's reply.
I'm looking for a way inside. Since it's tipped over, it may have exposed a hole we can use.
Layla broke into a run, and her white robe streamed after her, since her version had a lot of unnecessary fabric. She definitely wasn't a warrior-class angel, or her angel's whites would be less flowy and more streamlined, with shorter hems like Rosalie's earth-toned garments. Now those Thaniel could fight in, but Thaniel didn't need to fight in angel's robes since she had her armor, and she was glad to have it since clobbering was still at the top of her to-do list as soon as she found someone to clobber. Layla ran like she could find an entrance if she moved fast enough, so Thaniel hustled to catch up in time to skid to a halt as a tentacle shot out of the darkness, swirling around the hidden palace.
What is that?
Rosalie pointed at it as she backed away in horror. Finally, something I can smash. Thaniel ran up to the tentacle and struck it with her hammer, stunning the thing. But a second tentacle shot out of the spell and slammed into her stomach, knocking her down. The impact traveled across her back, but it didn't hurt. It just felt weird to interact so much with her surroundings. She wasn't used to that since she spent a lot of time in heaven doing the Council of Angels' bidding.
Give me a minute and I'll tell you.
Layla seemed to grab her shadow and pull it over herself. Then she vanished. Was that supposed to happen? Thaniel sat up and swung her hammer at another tentacle while a third one wrapped around her ankle and pulled.
I don't know,
Rosalie said. Then she grunted like something struck her. What could have hit her? Thaniel stood between the girl and all the tentacles. There was no one else here except the adversary and whatever goons he had left. But the adversary was inside the gateway spell, wasn't he? A bad feeling sliced through Thaniel, but she couldn't glance behind her. Rosalie, are you all right? She asked as she slammed her hammer down onto the tentacle that pulled on her ankle. Rosalie didn't answer. Another woman did, and she wasn't anyone Thaniel had ever met before.
Rosalie can't talk to you right now.
Why not? Thaniel struck another tentacle, but a fourth one wrapped around her other ankle, and they hoisted her up by her ankles like they thought she had to obey an annoying thing like gravity. That force might make a mortal's hammer harder to lift, but not hers. She bent at her waist and swung her hammer at one tentacle, then another, and repeated that until something wrapped around her arm and yanked one hand off her hammer. She glanced down at the woman who had an unconscious Rosalie slung over her shoulder, and Thaniel still didn't recognize her. The woman had dark hair and angry eyes that were a brownish color and a gaping hole in her chest crusted with dried blood. But that was the look the dead often wore in hell, so she would fit in just fine here. Who are you? Thaniel asked, and what did the woman want with Rosalie?
You can call me Pristina, former ex-goddess of the present and prisoner of time, but not for much longer.
Pristina grinned too widely, and her face seemed to stretch to accommodate that mad grin.
I don't think you'll need this where you're going.
Pristina stretched up on her toes and reached for the hammer, dangling forgotten in Thaniel's other hand. No way would she let some crazy upstart, ex-goddess, take her hammer. Thaniel clutched it with all her might and glared at Pristina as the woman tried to pry it out of her hands. She finally gave up and slapped Thaniel, but it didn't hurt, so Thaniel smiled sweetly at her. Did I mess up your little plan?
Smile while you can.
Pristina pressed her lips together to keep from saying more. Her eyes flashed with hatred as she spun down on her heel and waved for the tentacles to follow her. Then she stepped into the swirling darkness. The tentacles yanked Thaniel in after her, into a darkness not even her glowing eyes could light. I might be in trouble. I hope Arjanil and Natalie are doing better than I am. If not, then this might have dire consequences for wherever the adversary was trying to go.
Chapter 40. Against the voice. Cold dread slid through her veins as Natalie hovered over the city. I don't want to go to the palace. All their courage drained out of them as they stared at the base of the spinning black cloud that looked more like a tornado than a gateway. But they'd only seen one gateway before this, and that one was already built when they saw it, and it originated somewhere else. So it may have looked exactly like this when the caster started constructing the spell. Natalie wasn't a mage, and this was high magery at work on a scale they'd never seen before. But staring at it wouldn't get rid of it, or stop whatever it was trying to do. Natalie couldn't stop staring at it, even after Thaniel and Layla dived toward its expanding base. Were gateways supposed to get wider as they got taller?
Aren't we following them?
Uriah asked. We should do that, but Natalie hesitated for a moment more, as fear gripped them at the thought of getting anywhere near the adversary, or the seat of his power. That hesitation might just have saved them, because the gateway fell toward them. Natalie flew away from the city, but that damned spell cast a long shadow. No matter how fast Natalie flew, they couldn't outrun it.
What will happen if that spell hits us? Do you know? Does it have mass like a collapsing tower? Can it crush us if it lands on us?
Uriah asked as he dangled in their grip. I don't know, but I really don't want to find out. Natalie reconfigured their wings to be more muscular, but it wasn't enough. That damned spell still fell faster than they could fly. I need to drop some mass. But how? They couldn't drop Uriah. He didn't have wings, so he couldn't fly, and the ground was an awful long way away, far enough to break his bones at the very least.
Can you fly faster?
No, I'm at the limit of how fast I can go, at least while carrying someone, but since dropping him wasn't an option, Natalie didn't mention that.
Then can I try something?
Sure. If there's something you can do, go ahead and do it before that spell hits us, because Natalie was out of ideas.
Okay, keep flying in a straight line. I think I can teleport us out of its reach.
Uriah said as the world whited out. When the white light faded, Natalie flew over the rocky barren plain outside the city, but more important than that, they were out of the path of that spell since Uriah teleported them well south of it. Thank you. Natalie slowed and turned a wide circle until they faced the giant tornado-looking spell, and they braced, fully expecting it to slam into the ground and send rocks and earth flying. But it didn't hit the ground. Something prevented it. Natalie squinted along its length. What held the spell up?
Well, that's interesting,
Uriah said as they hovered there, staring at the sideways tornado. Then the damned thing split into two halves and they twisted around each other. Dark lines shot out from them both. What the hell is it doing now? Natalie asked, but Uriah just shook his head because he didn't know either.
Come, demons, to your dark father fly. Embrace your dark side. At my side, your time is nigh,
whispered the adversary. No, I don't work for you. I will never do your bidding. Natalie wanted to press both hands to their ears to block out his voice, but they'd have to put Uriah down to free up their hands to do that, and the ground seemed like a dangerous place to be right now.
Come, demons, to your dark father fly. Embrace your dark side. At my side, your time is nigh,
whispered the adversary again, this time in their mind. No, I served the sleeping angel and the demons in exile. Well, Natalie wanted to work with them. Since teaming up with Arjanil and Thaniel, they hadn't heard from the sleeping angel at all, and that was concerning. But it wasn't something Natalie could do anything about right now, not when they'd lost track of all their new friends.
Come, demons, to your dark father fly. Embrace your dark side. At my side, your time is nigh,
whispered the adversary, and this time his beautiful voice called to Natalie. I must fly to him. No, I won't serve him. Natalie shook their head and flapped their wings as fast as they could. I must get away from him. I won't be his pawn ever again. But the tiny figures below her would become his pawns, because they broke into a run. Natalie stared at them. Something about them niggled at them. Where did all those creatures come from? The answer was as important as flying away from the adversary.
Where are you going? The adversary is that way.
Uriah shouted over the wind as he pointed behind them. Natalie slowed their mad flight away from the adversary and his voice as they realized who the running creatures below them must be. They were the army of demons, fallen angels, and ex-gods the dragons chased back to hell. Where's Guerren? Is he still with them? Could the adversary call him too? Natalie had to find out. Hold on, we're going down.
Why? What's down there?
Uriah scanned the ground but must not have realized what Natalie had, because he scowled at them. That's an army down there, and Guerren wanted to command it, so he must be down there too. Natalie scanned the running creatures as they descended. The adversary kept calling, but having a goal helped Natalie ignore his commands to follow him. Could Guerren wrest control of the army away from the adversary? It was worth trying, even if that only delayed the army. But first they needed to find Guerren. Where is he? He hates running long distances. Natalie flew over the plain, checking every creature for him, but there was no sign of Guerren. He must be here, unless he's lying somewhere passed out. Where are you, Guerren? Could they have missed him in the gray between? No. The army is here, and so is he. I just have to check every creature and I'll find him, eventually. But would Natalie find him in time to make a difference? I can't worry about that right now. Thaniel and Arjaniel are tough angels. They'll hold on because they have to. I can't risk getting any closer or the adversary's voice may overpower my will. If that happened, then Natalie couldn't help anyone at all. So this was the best thing they could do for their friends right now. I must find Guerren. Natalie flew onward an arm's length above the ragged rows of running creatures and not a single one glanced up, even though they must see the shadow Natalie cast. They had one goal, to reach the adversary, and nothing would interfere with that. Well, I have one goal too now. Natalie flew in widening circles, still holding onto Uriah, and the ex-god of the underworld was quiet, as he also scanned the creatures below. Did he hear the adversary calling all ex-gods too? Natalie wanted to ask, but then they'd have to admit they heard the adversary's call too, and they just couldn't do that right now. Ignoring his call to search for Guerren took all Natalie's concentration. Later they would ask, because there would be a later when they were both free of that ex-archangel. Come on, Guerren, show yourself. You aren't this good at hiding. So where was he?
Chapter 41, Falling War God. A little while ago. Ever since I listened to the sleeping angel, my existence has been nothing short of crazy, and this was just more of the same. Okay, maybe running away from at least a dozen dragons counted as crazier than all the rest. Just maybe. Guerren debated that as he put one foot in front of the other and ran through the gray fog, hiding the ground. Hopefully, there were no loose rocks or anything to trip over, because he really didn't want a dragon to stomp on him. That might hurt just a tad more than any other wound he'd taken, and it would put a large kink in his already messed up plans to win over the army of demons, fallen angels, and ex-gods running alongside him. But the shared experience of running from winged lizards that were larger than the spire in hell should score him some points, because he was running all out and trying not to betray any hint of the sharp pains stabbing his side. Too bad no one had enough breath to strike up a conversation. I'm much better at sprinting. Ex-war gods aren't meant for cross-country runs. At least this one wasn't, since his long stay in hell eroded much of his former level of fitness. What are they driving us toward? Because it was clear the dragons had a goal. They surrounded the army on three sides, ensuring everyone could only run in one direction. And every so often, the dragons on the flanks stepped closer to their friends in the rear, narrowing the space the army had to run in, while also steering it towards something. Vaguely, Guerren recalled the original plan his friends concocted. Was that plan still in play, or did the dragons invent a new one? He couldn't find out, since none of his friends flew over the army, not even once. But they must know I'm down here, running like a fool, and I really hate running. But he did a lot of running since the sleeping angel convinced him to steal a book from the Library of Forbidden Knowledge. I should have told her to shove her plan where the sun doesn't shine and walked away. But he didn't, because she offered him an army. So he gritted his teeth and ran on through the never-ending fog. I hope the dragons have a destination in mind. I don't want to spend the rest of my existence running through the gray between. Just when he feared he would collapse from sheer exhaustion, the shifting sand under his feet, which was bloody hard to run on, changed to something that crunched and sank, so that wasn't any easier to run on. The fog faded too, giving everyone a good view of the bones they now stepped on. Ahead, a column of acrid black smoke that reminded Guerren of some parts of hell appeared. So the dragons were sticking to the original plan after all, and that meant the smoke column probably hit a portal to hell. I don't want to go back there. Every fiber of Guerren's being revolted at the idea of returning to hell. I escaped. I should get to stay away from there for a long while. But the dragons didn't get that memo, because all 12 surrounded the boneyard, so no one could escape, and they glared menacingly as they opened and closed their claws like they wanted to take a slice out of someone. Guerren didn't want those wicked claws to cut him open. No, thank you. So when the crowd jostled him toward the portal, he stumbled into the smoke and left the gray between and the dragons behind. The angels probably stayed in heaven, but he wondered what became of Natalie Natalie. As the smoke faded, revealing a glowing orange sky and the sun-baked ground far below, Guerren fell toward the ground. Since he didn't have wings, he kept falling even though he windmilled his arms. Unfortunately, that didn't slow him, and none of his winged friends flew past to offer him a ride. This will hurt a lot. At least he wasn't running anymore. That was the only upside of his predicament. Everyone else fell too, and the fallen angels look angry about that, because they used to have wings, but they lost them when they fell from heaven the first time, so they could just fall like everyone else. Guerren fell because he couldn't teleport since the first time he fell, but some of my old powers came back. Surely there's something I can do to slow my fall, so I don't end up in an undignified heap of broken bones. The wind picked up, and it shoved him and everyone falling around him sideways. Did that slow me down even a little? It was hard to tell, since he hurtled toward the ground still, and that hard-packed surface rushed toward him, but that gave him an idea, and he called that fire in his belly to his hands, where it might do some good. Flame shot out of his hands, and he slowed as the force of the fire pushed against the gravity, pulling him down. Yes, now this is more like it. Or it was, until someone grabbed his left leg and someone else wrapped their arms around his right leg. Guerren shot more fire from his hands, as shouts preceded more hands grabbing hold of him, forcing him to call up more and more fire to stop himself from splatting on the ground. Maybe I can keep everyone from splatting. Then they'd have to follow me because I'd be their savior. Guerren grinned like he won something, because he finally had. To me! I can save us all! Guerren shouted into the wind, but so did others. Apparently, he wasn't the only one who used his powers to save their fellows. By now, he'd worked up a good rhythm by alternating which hand he shot the fire out of until the wind spun around him in a transparent gyre, carrying more of his army to him. Those winds also whipped those flames into a frenzy as more demons, fallen angels, and who knew what else grabbed hold of anything they could, adding their weight to the ones already pulling Guerren down. And somehow, the extra fire balanced things out. This could really work. Guerren grinned again, and worked to control their descent with more bursts of flames from his fists, until the demons and others let go and fell the short distance to the ground. He shut off the flames when his feet hit the rocky ground. I am such a genius! It's too bad Natalie isn't here to see my victory. Guerren punched the sky in triumph, and collected all the expressions of gratitude offered. Not everyone thanked him in words for saving them from the worst faceplant ever. Some just nodded in his direction, some waved, and some just glared at him like they resented owing him anything, but everyone milled around, uncertain what to do next. Guerren also stood there, for lack of anything better to do. I have my army now, but where should I lead it? He didn't need to conquer anything, nor was there anything to conquer except some shapes on the horizon that might be a city.
You did well for yourself,
Lionestra said as she strode toward him with not a single blonde tress out of place despite their short-lived duel. Are you going to challenge me for command? Guerren folded his arms. Did he want her to challenge him? It would be fun to fight her on solid ground this time, but he needed a second in command, and she was the most capable creature here, aside from him.
Do I need to?
Lionestra cocked her head to one side and studied him. Meanwhile, a dark tubular thing appeared in his peripheral vision, and she must have seen it too, because they both turned at the same time and stared at it. The unknown magical object swelled until it looked like a black funnel just standing amid the boxy silhouettes of buildings. Well, that was something they could conquer. Ask, and you shall receive, Guerren said aloud, unable to believe his luck turned so fast.
Come, ex-gods, to your dark father fly. Embrace your dark side. At my side, your time is nigh,
whispered the adversary. But that was the weirdest offer anyone had ever uttered within Guerren's hearing, so he ignored it. After all, the adversary didn't create the gods in his pantheon. He just manipulated Guerren and many others to rebel against the creator and fight in a war that was doomed from the start.
I would run away from that if I were you. It looks foul and it'll feel worse than it looks.
Lionestra spat on the ground, then jogged toward the spinning funnel cloud thing. Guerren suppressed a groan and followed her. You said you'd run away, so why are you running toward it?
Unlike you, I don't have a choice. When my prince calls, I must answer.
Lionestra broke into a run, nor was she the only one. Many demons followed her. Guerren couldn't tell how many, since he wasn't the tallest ex-god ever to exist, and quite a lot of demons stood over 7 feet tall. Oh God, please, can we stop with all the damned running? Does no one ever travel any other way? Guerren cursed his luck and ran after her because his options narrowed to chase after her or stop and get trampled by the demons running behind him. So he gritted his teeth for what felt like the millionth time and ran then, as the adversary proved he was the original creeper and whispered creepier and creepier offers of power that no one in their right mind could ever believe he'd follow through on. But the army must believe it, since they kicked up a dust cloud as they ran to that spinning, dark, vortex-looking thing growing on the horizon, and were headed right toward it like the fools we are. Guerren would have laughed if he wasn't as doomed as the fools he ran alongside.
Chapter 42, All Things Spin. Ivarian stood his ground and waited for Vangiana to do her worst as a chilly wind buffeted him. The wind might have come from her, or it might just presage a storm, since it was out of place on this warm day.
I forgive him. We all make mistakes, and that's what this is. No one was harmed. Just let it go.
Sarin said from where he sat on a boulder. How could he just let this go?
If he forgives you, then I guess we all do.
Sarin's sister said, but she must be lying. Ivarian didn't glance at either of them to check. They were more generous than he would be in their situation. I don't deserve their compassion, but he was beginning to understand why Ran helped him in the future and gave him and Rosalie a place to stay without asking for anything in return. Just thinking about her stabbed him in the heart with grief. Rosalie was gone.
I want to go to Papa now.
The child, Ran demanded, and someone argued with him, probably Sarn's brother, since Myren was trying to corral the little boy, but Ivarian ignored that because they weren't important.
They're both right. If the wronged don't want vengeance, then you can't take it on their behalf.
Mom tugged his arm, but he broke from her grasp easily, since she was almost completely transparent, like a ghost now. Soon she'd be gone, and he would be too, because she'd die before she had him. I don't believe you. She might be alive at this time, but she won't be there if I return to our time. Ivarian clenched his fists. He didn't know if you could return to his time. It must be fading away, just as he was.
Did you look?
Sarin's sister asked as she faded into a white glow. Why was she disappearing? No one went back in time and caused her mother not to give birth to her.
Where are you going?
Sarin asked his sister.
I know how to resolve this. I just need to fetch a friend first.
Son's sister vanished.
No, Rand, come back here.
Mirren shouted as the little boy headed for Vangana. Sarn staggered toward his son, his arms outstretched to grab him.
Rand, no, go back to your uncle.
A life for a life. I lost someone I loved dearly, and now, so will you. Maybe then I can have some peace. Ivarian called the cold of the past to him, and an icicle formed in his hand. It would do just fine. He stabbed downward at the little boy who would never grow up to steal Rosalie's affection.
No.
Mom grabbed his arm, but her hand went through it like she wasn't there. Her time must be up.
We don't harm children.
Vengiana appeared in front of Ivarian and knocked the knife away. Rand bounced off her leg and she caught his arm to steady him. Sarin scooped up his confused son and hugged him tightly.
Don't run off like that.
I wouldn't have to if Uncle Marin let me go to you like I asked.
Rand scowled up at him as he rubbed his forehead.
I'm back. What did I miss?
Son's sister appeared next to him.
Rand escaped from me and rushed into the middle of things. But he does that a lot, so nothing really...
Mirren stepped on the melting icicle and ground his heel into it to grind it into shards.
I don't do that all the time, just sometimes, but only when it's important. I ran into you, and I'm sorry.
Rand stuck his hand out to Vangiana.
That's okay, little one.
He grasped his fingers and shook them. Aunt Faye stalked toward Ivarian like a cat hunting for mice. A small red dragon clung to the shoulder of her white dress when she waved to his mom.
Hey, sis, I've been looking all over for you. After I sort things out here, we need to do something about your problem.
Hello, Phaedressin. I don't think there's anything you can do to help.
Mom raised her hood until it shadowed her transparent face. Maybe she didn't want anyone to see her disappear forever. Ivarian had never asked what happened when the ex-gods died, and now it probably didn't matter because there was no stopping it. His mom was turning into a ghost, and he was too.
We'll see about that. I've never met a problem I couldn't meddle in. Everyone can just call me Faye since we're all friends here. You, my nephew, don't belong here, so it's time to go.
Aunt Faye seized Ivarian's arm like he didn't tower more than 1.5 feet over her.
I'll just take him back to his time.
But flames didn't consume them like the last time. She transported him back to the future, and she scowled like something was wrong. Perhaps he was right, that his time no longer existed.
What will stop him from coming after my family?
Sarn's sister glanced meaningfully at him, and Sarn stepped forward, still holding his son.
I can do that. I can bind him to his word.
Sarn looked like he regretted making that offer, but he didn't retract it.
Hey, can you really do that?
Aunt Faye snapped her fingers when Sarn didn't answer right away. Meanwhile, Rand leaned toward her, one hand extended to touch the small red dragon sitting on Aunt Faye's shoulder. It was such a Rand thing to do. Well, if Sarn didn't stop his son, then Ivarian wouldn't either. After all, the little boy wasn't his friend yet, and now he never would be.
I don't know. I've bound plenty of folks to their word, me included. So in theory, I should be able to do it.
Sarn grimaced like he just swallowed something sour.
If you don't want to do it, we can probably find an alternative solution. We'll just have to get creative,
said the dragon, sitting on Aunt Faye's shoulder as it rubbed its clawed hands together.
Who are you?
Ren pointed at the dragon and almost poked its belly.
Sorry, I should have started with introductions. I'm Faye, the Ek Goddess of the Future, and a bunch of other defunct titles. And I'm here to take take him back to his time as a favor for your sister.
Aunt Faye waved to Sarn's sister, but she held tightly to Ivarian.
After he binds him, of course. I like that solution. It squares things nicely.
Vagiana rested her hands on her hips.
After you take him home, what happens to me? He freed me from my long imprisonment, so I might still owe him a debt of gratitude.
I've got a few ideas about that. Let's get this sorted. Then why don't you and Soban come to my place for a chat? Istiana, you should come too if you can, so we can find a solution for your little fading problem.
Faye grinned and her red glowing eyes swirled as she radiated power.
I don't think I can.
Istiana gestured to her faded state as glowing motes floated away from her. This is my uncle's fault. He dragged me into all of this. Ivarian twisted his arm, but he couldn't break his aunt's grip. Her small fingers were like a steel trap.
Yes, we still need a solution to your problem. I've already got our brothers sorted. They're trying to hold things together. But we shouldn't talk about that here. These nice folks don't need to know about our family drama.
Aunt Faye grimaced. Family drama was putting it mildly. But if she wanted to downplay Uncle Hitaglia's insane plan to bring the old pantheon back, then that was her business.
What sort of challenge?
Antiana perked up at the idea of a challenge.
I'll explain later. These nice folks had enough of our kind for one afternoon. Let's not spoil their evening, too.
Faye waved to Sarn and his family.
You're not spoiling it. This is like watching history happening in real time.
Another boy said, how many siblings did Sarn have?
You're too kind to say that. Now, you do your thing, so I don't need to check up on my nephew in the future to make sure he behaves himself. I've got enough on my hands without adding that responsibility.
Faye snapped her fingers to get Sarn's attention because the mage was staring off again.
Wait a minute. If you're the goddess of the future, can't you do it? Don't you control everyone's fate?
Well, yes, but there's a small problem with that.
Aunt Faye pinched the air with her free hand.
Normally, I just change his fate and presto.
Aunt Faye snapped her fingers.
The problem's solved, but time is messed up right now, and I'm trying not to stress it until it's fixed. But I don't know how long it'll take to fix it, or if I'll have time to find my nephew and change his fate when it's safe to do so. And that leaves plenty of time for something else to go wrong, because every decision creates a new future.
No one looked happy with that answer, and Rand chose the silence that followed to argue with his father about something, and that brought back memories of his family. With some effort, Ivarian tuned them out until Rand shouted,
"What's that black spinning thing?"
Rand pointed at the sky.
What spinning black thing?
Ivarian glanced at the sky, too. He didn't know why. Maybe it was the feeling of impending doom that socked him in the gut and stole his breath that made him look. What is that?
I don't know. Do you know?
Aunt Faye directed that question at the only mage within reach. But Sarn shook his head, then chased after his son, who somehow escaped his hole.
Wait, Rand, where are you going?
I want to see what the thing in the sky is.
Rand shouted over his shoulder as he dodged his aunt and his uncle. The kid ran fast on his little legs across the meadow toward the standing stones that surrounded Mount Eredrin, but he didn't run fast enough to outrun his father. Sarn might have cheated and used magic too, since a green glow flickered in front of Rand for a split second, stopping his headlong dash. But the glow vanished when Sarn scooped up his son.
Don't run off like that.
A shadow fell over Sarn, his son, and the stone standing taller than them both, as the thing Rand pointed at just moments before fell toward them.
Sarn, look out.
Sarn, look out!
Shouted both his siblings, but Sarn didn't need the warning because he backed away. His long strides took him out of the path of the falling object, growing in size as it descended. As the spinning black thing dropped from the sky, it shot out black tentacles, and they grabbed hold of the enchanted trees backing away from them. The captured trees twisted and slashed at the tentacles to free their branches as the house-sized thing descended. Its center spun inward like a whirlpool.
What is that thing?
Morgana or one of her sisters asked as she passed him. Since they all looked and dressed alike, it was hard to tell them apart. Why did she show up now?
It looks like a gateway, but the last one was white, and so bright it hurt my eyes.
Sarn's sister marched toward the black spinning thing as it flattened into an eye-shaped pool of darkness standing on its side. But she stopped when a green glow jumped in front of her.
You're right. It does kind of resemble the last one we took down.
Aunt Faye let go of his arm and padded toward it.
Do you feel like reprising your previous role and helping me dismantle it?
Sarn's sister glanced over her shoulder at Aunt Faye and winked.
Not really. That last one was a doozy, and this time, you have a mage. This is simply on this kind of scale requires someone with his skills, not mine.
Aunt Faye shook her head and stroked her pet dragon's back. Their voices faded away as the center of the gateway grew brighter. This must be the first gateway. If it opens, the demons will overwhelm Sarn and kill him. Ivarian stared into the eye of the gateway as 2 lives flashed before his eyes. In one life, his mom wasn't fading because there was no demon invasion, and he never traveled back in time to cause her death, but he also never met Rosalie. In that timeline, she was still alive and living her life, and we could still meet one day. Ivarian wanted that life more than anything. To get it, he must stop an army from coming through that gateway. He had no plan as he ran past his mother. She was so faded he could barely see her anymore, but he didn't stop. He ran past his aunt, Sarn's sister, and Sarn too, but that damned green glow shot up from the ground, and Ivarian slammed into a wall of luminous earth magic. Why did you do that? He rubbed his smarting nose and faced Sarn.
What are you doing?
Sarn didn't retract the shield. I was right to avoid taking him on directly. But now he must do that, or convince Sarn to release him. I need to go through that gateway and stop whoever is on the other side. If I don't, then you'll die like my mother, and the demons will invade and kill everyone I love. Ivarian glanced away. He couldn't maintain eye contact, not when Sarn's eyes glowed too brightly to look at. How did Rand stand it?
Why is your mama dying?
Rand rested his head on his father's shoulder and clutched the strong arm holding him tightly. It doesn't matter now. Nothing does except stopping that gateway from opening, Ivarian pointed at it. When his index finger struck the green glow blocking his way, the shield dropped and his shoulders sagged in relief. Sarn wouldn't keep him here against his will. Ivarian faced the gateway. I'm sorry I bothered you.
I already forgave you. Go do what you need to do.
Sarn said, and he sounded like he meant that. I don't deserve your forgiveness. Ivarian trudged toward the standing stones. There were 2 rows of them, with a 10-foot gravel space between them, but the gateway didn't latch onto any of the stones.
We seldom get what we deserve.
Sarn might have muttered, so he wasn't as okay with this as he appeared. That's true. He could give them one more piece of advice, though, since it was crucial that Sarn not only survive, but that he let nothing through the gateway. After I go through, do whatever you can to take down the gateway. Don't let anyone else exit it alive.
Is there really an army about to march through it?
Sarn sounded skeptical, but Ivarian couldn't turn to check, or he might lose his nerve altogether. So he put one foot in front of the other and tried not to think about what he was about to do. That's how it happened, and I don't want it to happen again. Rosalie was wrong about the demon invasion. It didn't start with the summoning of the ex-gods in the enchanted forest when she was a baby. It started here, at Mount Eredrin, years later.
Wait, if you go, will that save your mama?
Ran asked, and his question stopped him in his tracks. It might. Ivarian closed his eyes and trudged the last few feet to the standing stones, then past them. He shouldn't ask for anything, but he witnessed firsthand how powerful Rand's wishes were, and right now, he could use a wish or two. But I have no right to ask for one.
And I hope you fix things so all the bad things you mentioned don't happen, and everyone goes back to their proper places.
The child Rand said, and the adult Ran Ivarian met in the forest 16 years from now whispered a similar wish as Ivarian slammed into the center of the gateway.
I wish everyone went to their proper places in time and space.
I wish that too. You were a better friend to me than I deserved. Darkness swamped him, and Ivarian fell into that darkness as his mother called his name. If the demons were already in the gateway tunnel, then he'd be dead in minutes. But if they weren't, then there was a chance he could reach the other end and throw himself at the gateway's creator. I hope I get the chance, even if that ends me. I'd rather die fighting for a better future than fade away like Mom.
Chapter 43. Don't stop running. I really, really hate running. As that thought looped through his mind, Guerren pressed a hand against a stitch in his side, but that didn't stop the pain. Since this was hell, and someone, probably the jerk who ran the place, dialed up the default setting for pain to 11, so it felt like someone hacked at his side with a machete. Guerren glanced down every so often to make sure that wasn't happening, as the hot, dusty air of hell sawed in and out of his lungs, making them feel like they were also burning. If he stopped, the demons behind him would trample him into the hard-baked ground. Would that hurt more than his current reality? Guerren thought about just stopping again, but something inside him pushed him to keep running, because he wasn't a quitter. Before he fell, he didn't hate running nearly this much, but back then, he was immortal, with a warrior's physique and peak physical condition. Now, he'd rate this physical condition somewhere around the level of someone who spent a long time in captivity and underwent some torture when his captors tried to strip him of his awesomeness, though when a dark shadow fell over him, he sighed with relief as he slowed to a walk with the pack of demons surrounding him. But something about the spinning tower of darkness ahead looked wrong. Was the giant black funnel thing falling toward him? Yes, it was. Guerren pointed at the ground outside the massive shadow. Run to the left. We need to get out of its shadow, preferably before the unknown object of incredible size fell on them. When no one turned more than their heads while they jogged onward, he summoned his command voice and shouted orders as he pushed through the ragged rows of demons. Either they'd listen to him or they'd get flattened. He'd lost sight of Lionestra, so to hell with her. I'm not risking my hide for her. Guerren pushed through the runners until he stood outside the shadow of the giant thingamajig falling toward the army, still jogging, to the silhouette of a city on the horizon.
Come, ex-gods, to your dark father fly. Embrace your dark side. At my side, your time is nigh,
whispered the adversary, as if he knew Guerren no longer ran toward a giant, dark thing that could squash whitewash him. No thanks. I listened to you a long time ago, and it didn't turn out well for me. So you can repeat your offer until you choke on it, but I'm not listening. Guerren covered his ears for a moment, then let his hands fall to his sides when that didn't block out the Lord of the Creeps. Unfortunately, he was the only one who stopped their mad dash, and that was weird because he wasn't the ex-god of good sense or wisdom. But here he was, exercising both at the same time. Look at me, taking on traits of my fellow Pantheon mates. Guerren smoothed his tunic and ignored the sweat patches. Unfortunately, everyone else took the adversary up on his offer. Guerren couldn't just stand there as row upon row of demons and other creatures from hell ran past him toward their doom. I must do something. How can I get through to them? As ex-gods went, he wasn't the best orator, and his natural charisma took a beating during his long time in hell, but he could dust it off and try. One of the first skills he learned as a little godling was how to use his voice to command people. Now seemed like a great time to practice that skill, since he was outside the shadow of the falling, spinning thing. What can I offer them if they follow me instead? When the funnel cloud finally landed, it didn't shake the ground where he stood or make a deafening thud. In fact, its top, which was hollow like a tube, didn't hit the ground at all. The thing lay at an angle propped up by something he couldn't see from here, and somehow the tube was rigid enough that it didn't bend or break, even though it still spun. What the hell was it made from? Guerren stared up at the tip of the tube 100 feet above his head. Did it punch a hole in the sky and vanish? Well, that's not something you see every day. Guerren stroked his stubbled chin. Should he do something about that other than watch it? It was pretty spectacular, and entertainment was hard to find in hell. Maybe he should just enjoy the show?
Guerren, is that you?
Atali shouted as another shadow fell over him. So they didn't forget him, but they picked a strange time to drop by. Yeah, it's me. Did your angel friends kick you out of heaven? Guerren could picture Argeniel doing that to get back on his fellow angel's good side, but not Daniel. She seemed more loyal than that, but she was an angel, and they always stuck with their own kind.
No, why would you even think that? I came with them to stop the adversary, but he's calling and I'm having trouble fighting it.
Natali landed and released a grateful Uriah. The ex-god of the underworld sank to his knees on the hard ground and closed his eyes like he was reconnecting with the place. Maybe he was. This was his realm before the Creator and his posse of archangels kicked the morning star out of heaven and sent him here. Just ignore him. That's what I'm doing. He had a feeling the giant spinning tubular thing in front of him that extended all the way back to the city was what Natali and the others came to stop. But they must be crazy. How could they stop a force of nature?
I'm trying to ignore him, but it's hard.
Natali wrapped their feathered wings around them. Despite their gray robes and veil, they looked like an angel in disguise with those big fluffy white wings. We'll try harder while you tell me about the adversary's newest bad idea. Guerren might regret asking that, but he still needed to know. He didn't need to do anything with that information unless the adversary planned to destroy hell, because that would be bad.
He's breaking time crystals apart in the abyss under his palace and using the power they release to create a gateway to somewhere.
Uriah patted the ground like they were old friends. Maybe he was glad to be on solid ground again. Guerren could understand that after his one brush with flight. Feet definitely belonged on the ground. So, you're telling me that's a gateway? He pointed at the diagonal funnel cloud that seemed to divide into two and revolve around itself while it lay there. But that violated the laws of nature on so many levels. So, he must be hallucinating it.
Yes, that's what I saw. So what do we do about it?
Uriah shot to his feet and got in Guerren's face so he could glare at him. But under that bravado lay a deep pool of fear. Guerren could see it in his eyes, but the underworld god was doing a good job of masking it. If the adversary's plan freaked out Uriah, then this was a lot worse than it sounded. We could let the angels handle it. After all, that was their job. Guerren turned to face the disappearing end of the gateway, but that didn't sit well with him. The thought of the angels getting into an epic fight for the fate of what was at stake this time. What's he planning to do? Because if his plan is to leave hell, then good riddance to bad rubbish. Guerren faced Uriah again.
He's unmaking time crystals. Did you miss that part?
And Tali glared at him too now, as they played with a pendant that glowed a bright violet, just like the one the sleeping angel gave him. So Natali had it now. Did it do anything for them? Guerren considered asking, but the time crystals sounded a lot more dangerous than a pendant that just glowed. Is that a bad thing? Wouldn't the world be better without them? Guerren folded his arms. Those crystals had already caused him a lot of trouble. Did he want to deal with them again and risk losing the time crystal that gave him his immortality? No, he didn't. didn't. Let the angels risk their immortality.
Yes. Let me break it down for you so you'll understand. Time crystals anchor time. No time crystals, no time. If there's no time, then there's nothing holding anything together either. The stuff between realms isn't called space-time for no reason. So let's review. If there's no time, then guess what? Everything goes boom.
Uriah spread his arms, imitating an explosion.
The everything includes us since we're part of creation.
Matali added in a stage whisper as they tugged on their pendant, but that wasn't necessary. That sounds bad. We should definitely avoid getting blown up. What about the angels? What happens to them in this scenario? Guerren had nothing against them and their do-gooding ways, but they were often as irrational as humans.
They might survive. I'm not sure they're part of creation in the same way we are, since the Creator made them first, but I don't think he made them all at once. Your friends are more human than the biblical angels that threw you into hell.
Uriah shrugged, like that wasn't an interesting observation, but he was right. Danielle and Argeniel were the most human angels he'd ever met. They could empathize and decide things based on gut feelings alone. They didn't need someone to give them orders, because they were probably created to act independently on their own initiative. The angels Guerren met before the fall didn't do any of those things.
While we stand here, that gateway is getting closer to done.
Natali reminded them. Did the angels have a plan? Guerren hoped they did because he didn't.
The plan was just to stop the adversary, but they must be having trouble with that because the gateway is still there.
Uriah folded his arms and glared at Guerren like that was his fault. Did they say how they intended to stop him? Guerren glared back. If the ex-god of the underworld thought he could cow him, then he had another thing coming.
Would we be standing here if they did?
Matali finally said, "What am I supposed to do about that? I don't know how to shut down a magical gateway. In case you forgot, I'm just a war god. I'm not a mage. And you need a mage to destroy that thing." Guerren pointed at the long, dark tubular spell that dwarfed them as tentacles shot out of its side. "What the hell are those things?" He dodged their grabby, pointy ends.
Maybe the gateway is hungry,
Natali suggested, as they darted out of range, too.
There's just one problem with that assumption. Gateways aren't alive, so they can't eat. Those tentacles are something else.
Uriah backed away from them. Maybe they're a defense mechanism. Guerren squinted at the sky above the gateway tunnel. Was it darkening with clouds and spinning too?
We have to do something. We can't just stand here. Will you help us?
Natali let their wings unfurl. If helping means I get to fly, then yes. I'm not running anymore. I've done enough of that since the first gateway showed up, to last me for a few years at least. Guerren straightened his tunic, because one should look their best for a confrontation, especially if there's an army on the line.
Yeah, I can fly you too, but there's one problem with that. The adversary is still whispering in the back of my mind, and it's getting harder to ignore him. What if his voice becomes louder the closer we get? I don't want to serve him, but I might not have a choice if he doesn't shut up soon.
Natali hugged himself.
It's definitely a problem.
Uriah cursed their ill luck.
I could teleport us, but there's a problem with that too, since I can't tell if the adversary's palace still exists from here. The gateway might have destroyed it.
Guerren snapped his fingers as a solution occurred to him. Well, we can't have that. Now can we? You're part of my army. No one gives you orders except me, and I order you to ignore all orders except mine. Now, let's go save some angels and rip the tentacles off that spell.
I see what you're trying to do, but I'd rather have you as a friend than a commander. You make too many questionable decisions.
Natali let their arms drop to their sides. I'm a changed man since meeting Thaniel. She had a positive effect on me in my decision-making. Because of her, I volunteered to help take down a big magical spell. Guerren puffed out his chest with pride.
All right, I'll follow you and let you command me if you can silence the voice in my head telling me to fly to the adversary and do his bidding.
Natali pointed at their hooded and veiled face. But they agreed to follow him, and that was all he needed. Guerren's chest swelled with even more pride. His army of one now had a new recruit, and the fire in his belly grew. A little flame broke off and flew over to float above Natali's head.
What is that?
Natali pointed at the flame. That just marks you as part of my army now. Guerren bounced on the balls of his feet, elated at this turn of events. I command you to fly us to the adversary. Natali widened their glowing pink eyes.
His voice is gone. How did you do that?
You're under my command now, and no one tempts my recruits. Guerren patted their shoulder. So, how about that flight now?
Sure, let's go.
Natali wrapped an arm around his waist and reached for Uriah, but the ex-god of the underworld backed away. Uriah waved them off.
I need to do something. Then I'll join you.
What do you need to do that's so urgent? It can't wait until we stop that thing. Guerren pointed at the gateway spell.
I need to go to the abyss. I think I can do something that will help, but I won't know until I reach it. Go on without me. I'll join you later.
Uriah vanished into a bright light, leaving them no choice but to go without him.
Well, that was mysterious.
Natali flashed flapped their wings, and the ground dropped away under their feet. The gods of the underworld always were weird. Guerren shook his head. This seemed weirder than usual for their kind, but what did he really know about Uriah before this? He never interacted with the guy. On purpose. I'm just glad we're both on the same side. I hate to think about how much worse things could get if Uriah flipped sides. Guerren hoped that wouldn't happen, as Natalie flew parallel to the gateway tunnel spell, but they stayed out of reach of its grabby tentacles.
Chapter 44, Break the Tethers, Rita. Why did the adversary have to create another gateway? The first one was hard enough to take down. Faye clenched her fists, but glaring at it wouldn't get rid of the gateway.
How did you take down the last one?
Moran hobbled over to his siblings and reached for his nephew, but Rand squirmed away from him and clung to his staring father. Hopefully Sarn was using his glowing eyes for something useful, like using his mage sight to see something Faye couldn't.
We have to go after him,
Isyana said, but Faye could barely see her anymore. Yeah, I know, Faye sighed. Young demigods were too dramatic in her opinion. Since she'd raised plenty of them, she should be an authority on them by now. They think everything is the end of the world because they don't have the emotional maturity to handle anything, let alone something like this. But he was her nephew, and her sister was in no shape to do anything to save her wayward son. So Faye strode toward the swirling darkness in the center of the gateway tunnel, even though she knew she would regret that. Since he was family, she told that bad feeling cramping her guts to take a hike. But she didn't hurry to the gateway. She needed to make sure Solvan and her family could handle things on this end, and she was sure about that.
We cut the tethers anchoring both terminuses of the gateway, and it imploded.
Sovin glanced around.
Misria, where are you? I need your sword.
Come right here.
The warrior angel appeared in full armor, holding her sword in both hands.
Give me that. I need to cut some tethers.
Sovin reached for the sword, but Misria turned aside, so she missed, and Sovan crashed into her side.
No, you need me to cut some tethers. Since this is my sword, get your own.
You'll help them? Faye waved to get the angel's attention.
Who created that gateway?
Misria pointed the tip of her blade at it. Faye thought the answer was obvious, but she humored the angel and summoned a flame so she could check the near future. The adversary appeared in the heart of that flame as he stepped through the other end of the gateway tunnel. I'll give you one guess. He has many names, but lately he prefers a title that starts with an A and ends with a Y. Any guesses?
You're sure this is the adversary's doing?
Misria shook her sword at it like she thought that might send it away. Yes, I'm sure. Soon he'll enter the other terminus and start walking toward us. If I were you, I'd collapse this end of the gateway before he reaches it. Faye crushed the flame floating above her hand and waved to the gateway.
Thanks. That's all I needed to hear.
Israel charged toward the gateway.
What about us?
Asked the woman as she touched Faye's arm. The woman was one of the 7 daughters of Vangiana, the ex-goddess of vengeance and justice. You can stay here and help them, or come with me to drive the adversary out of the gateway tunnel and collapse the other end. It's up to you, Vangiana. Are you coming with us? Faye glanced at Sarn, but he still didn't do anything. He just stared off. Hopefully he was magicking up a solution that she couldn't see. He could be working on the problem already. Earth mages didn't need hand gestures or power words or symbols. That's what made them so frighteningly powerful. They could just stand there and move mountains with their will, and Sarn had proven he was no pushover. He might be scanning the architecture of the spell, seeking a weakness, and God bless him because she couldn't do that. The gateway looked like a spinning circular cloud turned on its side, so it stood perpendicular to the ground. But he was Soben's problem. She knew what needed to be done, and she'd prod her twin into doing it, so it was time Faye left her to it. Soven grabbed the lowest tether and yanked on it. Mishria hacked at another one, wrapped around the bowl of an enchanted tree.
That depends. What are this adversary person's other titles?
Vangiana folded her arms, and the eye symbols on her arms blinked. Well, that was creepy. Faye glanced at the little dragon sitting on her shoulder instead. Fexture kept her red eyes fixed on the ground, too. Maybe she found the ex-goddess of vengeance just as unnerving? He has a lot of them, but I never learned them all. Since he's my enemy, the adversary is impersonal and dehumanizing, and that's the perfect name for him since he's never been human. Faye ran a hand down Fexture's back, and the little dragon leaned into the stroke. Sarn finally snapped out of his staring contest with the gateway, and green light surged out of the ground and formed angular blades that sawed at the black tentacles wrapped around the enchanted trees at the edge of the forest. Now that was an awesome idea.
Wow.
Even Rand looked impressed as he leaned his head on his father's chest. Sarn still clung to the little boy who would grow up to be a powerful mage like him, but with a different type of gift.
You're cutting the tether things with shields?
Mirren asked, and he looked as odd as his nephew. Sarn wasn't talkative like the rest of his family, so he just nodded. It was a great idea, though, since casting shields was his best and most powerful skill.
We need to go, if we're going before they take down this end of the gateway.
Stiana reached for her hand, but her hands went right through Faye. You're right, Faye turned and ran for the entrance while it still stood. It looked like Sarn would cut it down soon if he kept at it. Judging by the way he glared at it, he wouldn't stop until the gateway was gone. And the same went for Sovan and Misria. Misria.
Use your scythe, girl. It cuts things, and we have things to cut.
Misria hacked through a tether, then grabbed Sovan by her shoulders and shook her. Faye didn't hear Sovan's reply because she plunged into the gateway, and its darkness grabbed her, silencing everything from outside the gateway. But she hoped Sovan manifested a scythe, and that she had a lot of explaining to do when her family noticed. They would ask about that until she answered them. That's a story I definitely want to hear when this is all over, Faye grinned at the thought.
I'm here, sis.
Isyana whispered from beside her. I never doubted it. Now, let's find your son and stop the adversary's latest plan, then find some way to fix your fate. I lost one sister, but I'm not losing you too. Faye marched into the darkness with her one remaining sister at her side. She didn't glance behind her to see if Vanjena or her daughters followed. They weren't family, and this was now a family affair. Where are you, Ivarian?
Chapter 45, The Trouble with Knives. Danielle struggled to escape the tentacles wrapped around her arms and legs, but they didn't break, and nothing she did got a reaction from them. Well, things are looking grim for me and Rosalie. If only Misria came along, she'd have another pair of hands and a blade to hack away at these damned tentacles.
It looks like you could use some help,
Layla said from somewhere in the swirling darkness right before the tentacles released her. How did she make them let go of me? Danielle landed on her feet, but the ground was springy. Thanks. How did you free me?
No time to explain. I need to get to the abyss, and you need to distract some demons for me. Come on.
Baya grabbed her arm and yanked Thaniel out of the swirling darkness and back onto the manicured lawn surrounding the adversary's palace. Who knew he was into landscaping? I never would have guessed. And she suppressed a laugh at the idea of demons who did nothing else except cut his grass for all eternity. That wasn't a bad punishment. What about Rosalie? Thaniel gestured behind her, roughly in the direction she had last seen the girl.
What about her? Isn't she with you?
Layla glared at her over her shoulder, but she didn't stop running around the outside of the palace. No, Pristina captured her. Daniel pulled her arm free, forcing Layla to stop.
Damn it. I can't help her and stop the adversary. I don't think there's enough time for both.
Layla stamped her foot on the grass, but her sandals made no sound. The grass didn't even crunch. It was a soft green carpet under their feet, and that was weird. Hell shouldn't have grass this thick and healthy. I'll go back and help her. Danielle jerked her thumb over her shoulder at the gateway tunnel. It shouldn't have tentacles, but this was hell, and things were weird here.
No, you need to come with me right now. I need a distraction, and you're the most distracting angel I've met, aside from Azrael, but he's not here, and you are.
Lelia thrust her hand into the air between them. It disappeared like she shoved her hand into an invisible rip in the fabric of reality, then tore it open. So you need me to make a spectacle? Then I can go help Rosalie. That didn't sound hard, but Daniel needed a little more information about what she'd walk into first.
Yes, there are too many demons inside, and I don't have time to fight my way past them. That's what I need you and your hammer for.
Layla stepped into the thin, jagged rift in front of her. No light spilled out, but no darkness did either, so that was good. As soon as you're past them, I can help Rosalie. Nathaniel rested her warhammer on the grass and leaned on the end of the handle.
Yes, as soon as I get past them, but you can't let them follow me. I can't do what I need to do if there are demons trying to stop me.
Layla poked her head back through the rift.
Are you coming or not?
That's the question. Can Rosalie fend for herself for a little while? Daniel ground her hammer into the grass while she waited for an answer. The girl didn't look that imposing, but maybe she hid a powerful magical ability or some muscles under her plain dress.
Yes, Rosalie will be okay for a little while. She's remarkably hard to kill, and she's pretty tough for a human turned immortal.
Layla pulled her head back through the rift. If that's the case, then I'm coming. Daniel stepped into the rift and exited it in a marble hallway with large mirrors hanging at regular intervals. Someone's vain. Layla shushed her.
Follow me,
she whispered. Daniel shrugged and crept down the hallway after her. They stopped at a set of ornate double doors, and Layla cracked them open just enough to see inside. Daniel peered over her head through the gap at gray-robed people wearing the same hood and veil as Natali. In full regalia, they looked like identical copies of their friend, and that was creepy. What were Natali's people doing aside from running back and forth through the throne room? Daniel backed away in shock. Why do they all look exactly like Natali?
Keep your voice down, or they'll hear you.
Layla didn't turn away from the doors.
The reason should be obvious, even to you. They dress like Natali because they're versatile like Natali.
No, Natali isn't like them. They work for the adversary, but Natali doesn't. You take back what you said about my friend right now. Daniel gripped the handle of her warhammer.
What will you do if I don't? Will you hit me with your hammer?
Layla tensed like she expected Daniel to hit her, but she didn't turn around to see if that hammer sailed toward her. No, of course not. I don't hit people who don't deserve it, and she didn't want to hit anyone who might be related to Natali either. Daniel shuddered at the thought. One didn't hit one's friends or relatives. That just wasn't how friends behaved, and Natali proved they were their friend.
Then you shouldn't have any issues hitting them. They deserve it. They're powering the gateway.
Layla glanced at her over her shoulder, and her "you're with us or against us" attitude proved something Thaniel suspected about her. Layla was from an earlier generation of angels, possibly earlier than Azrael's class, since she couldn't handle shades of gray. But this was a nuanced situation if Thaniel ever saw one. Everyone in the throne room wore shades of gray from head to toe, advertising that fact. So they shouldn't barge in or make assumptions. You don't know them or their situation. They could be under a spell, or the adversary might control them. He can wield his voice like a weapon. That wasn't something Thaniel could do, but Arjaniel could. Unfortunately, he wasn't here right now. I wonder where he and Azariah went, although she could guess. Arjaniel probably went to his beloved library to check on it.
You can sort that out later. Right now, I need to get past them. There's a door on the other side of that room, and I need to go through it. You need to keep them away from it. Got it?
Layla didn't wait for confirmation. She pushed open both doors and strode inside like she owned the marble room and the ornate throne atop the dais. A woman wearing a red dress leaned over another woman lying on the dais, but her back was to them, and she blocked the other woman from view except for her brown skirt, which looked a lot like the one Rosalie wore. But it might be in fashion right now, so she might not be Rosalie, especially since Pristina carried her into the gateway. Several dozen Versatis stood between them and the dais. Glowing doorways stood around the edges of the room, but they disintegrated as all the Versati turned toward them. Natalie's eyes were usually blue or pink, but never the shade of angry orange that every Versati in the room wore now. That probably meant something, but Thaniel didn't know what. I wish I was nosier and asked Natalie about their color-changing eyes. Thaniel couldn't let Layla march into that room alone. The rules of friendship forbade it, so she followed her and hoped she wouldn't do anything to hurt Natalie's good opinion of her. Some Versatis just stared at them like they were willing them to turn around and march out of the room. Meanwhile, others pulled out gray knives that had crystals on their hilts. Pain slammed into Thaniel as that damned time crystal in her chest knocked against her ribs again. Layla doubled over as if she were dealing with the same problem. How were they doing that? Thaniel grabbed Layla and dragged her out of the room. The doors slammed closed behind them, but the pain remained as the time crystal pressed against her ribs. I hate being partially corporeal because things like this can happen.
How can they pull out time crystals? The adversary isn't in there.
Layla stumbled to a halt and leaned against the wall with a hand pressed to her chest. Maybe their knives affect those crystals. That was just a guess, since her time crystal didn't react to Natalie at all. But Natalie didn't have one of those gray knives, so it was possible the knives caused the time crystal to try to exit her body. Thaniel dragged Layla away when the doors burst open, and the pull on her time crystal increased, spiking the pain in her chest.
I need to get past them.
Layla struggled, but the pain stabbing her chest weakened her enough that she couldn't break Thaniel's grip. You will, but we need to find another way past them that doesn't involve sacrificing our time crystals. We don't want the adversary to have them, remember? Thaniel didn't know where she was going, besides away from the time crystal stealing, knife-wielding Versati. So when the hall with mirrors hanging on the wall ended at a set of doors, she kicked them open and yanked Layla through them before they closed again. A giant, slowly revolving funnel cloud lay on its side just outside the doors, and its base seemed to come through the grass, like it originated under the palace. Which way do we go? Thaniel glanced at Layla when the angel stayed quiet. Didn't she know the place?
We need to go back inside.
Layla pried at her fingers wrapped around her arm. That's not an option right now until we figure out how to stop them from taking our time crystals. With that damned crystal, Thaniel felt like a walking target, but without it, she'd be a useless shadow of herself. So she'd best hang on to that troublesome crystal since she suspected it was an intrinsic part of her. Besides, the creator put that crystal inside her for a reason, so she'd better not lose it.
If it's their knives then, just disarm them. Then they can't affect us.
Layla tugged her toward the ornate doors that formed the entrance to the palace. I'm good, but I don't know if I can disarm 12 Versati before they take my crystal and incapacitate me. There might be more than the 12 Versati I saw with those blades. I didn't have time to count them all. Thaniel pulled her toward the side of the gateway, since that's where Pristina went with Rosalie.
It sounds like you could use some help,
Uriah said as he appeared next to their tugging match.
Yes, teleport us to the abyss. We can't get near it, but we need to see what's happening down there.
Layla reached for him.
Since that's where I'm headed, I'll take you along.
Uriah straightened his black robes. Wasn't he wearing something different when they were in the gray between? Thaniel ignored that for now. So what if he stopped to change clothes? The ex-gods couldn't will their clothes to change as easily as Thaniel could. Since he was here, Thaniel let go of Layla and her insane plan. Then I'll just go find Rosalie and give her a hand.
No, you need to come with us.
Layla reached for her, but Thaniel dodged her. Unfortunately, that didn't stop Uriah from including her in his teleportation spell. The gateway tube and the palace grounds vanished in a burst of light. When the light faded, pain slammed into Thaniel, and her time crystal tried to bore through her to exit her body again. Forget nuances. I don't care if they're mind-controlled. I'll apologize to Natalie later for clobbering her fellow Versailles. Thaniel swung her hammer at the nearest knife-wielding Versailles, but the pain didn't stop, and neither did her time crystal stop drilling through her chest, because the Versailles occupied the rocky island they stood on and the steep stone steps leading down to it. If they weren't holding gray knives that attracted her time crystal, then they were holding gray crystals that looked suspiciously like the only time crystal Thaniel ever saw. A matte black fluid lay as still as death around the island. This is a bad place. The world whited out and the palace grounds reappeared. Uriah must have teleported them out of that dim cavern. He staggered until Thaniel steadied him.
No, we must go back.
Layla grabbed a handful of Uriah's tunic and got right in his face.
Take me back there now.
Oh, we need a plan.
Uriah pulled his tunic out of her grip.
We have one.
Bela clenched her fists.
Oh, we don't. If we go back there like you want, they'll take our time crystals and use the abyss to crack them open and release the power inside them and then funnel that power to the adversary. But we'll be useless and unable to stop them because we weren't designed to exist without time crystals. Do you want that? Because I sure don't.
Uriah straightened his robes again, even though they weren't wrinkled, and silver lines picked out celestial symbols along the hem of his robes.
No, I don't want that to happen. And it won't if she distracts the adversary. That will stop him from chanting and release the Versailles in the palace so they can choose to disobey him.
Layla pointed at Thaniel. Wait a minute. You want me to distract the adversary? How can I do that when I don't even know where he is or what will distract him? Thaniel held both hands out to ward off Layla's idea. I need to find Rosalie. Layla forgot about her, but Thaniel didn't.
I don't know. You could try hitting him with your hammer.
Layla folded her arms. We still have the small problem of his location. Do you see him anywhere around here? Thaniel turned and made a show of looking for him.
Oh, that's easy. He's somewhere inside that thing.
Layla pointed at the miles-long dark tube lying on the palace grounds. It towered over them, casting a shadow on them. Since that's the last place she saw Rosalie for sure, Thaniel suppressed a sigh of resignation. Then I guess I'll go inside it too. And she had a feeling she'd regret that, but she squared her shoulders and marched toward the gateway and the tentacles weaving together. Were they building another magical tunnel and branching it off the gateway? I hope that's not what they're doing, but given my luck lately, they probably are. The adversary was diabolical enough to try something like that. I hope my friends have better luck. Thaniel headed for the dark protrusion on the side of the gateway.
Chapter 46. Crushed but still beating. A tentacle as thick as a tree branch wrapped around his waist, and Arginil struggled to escape it or slow it down before it pulled him into the rift above the gateway that looked like a giant creature's mouth. But it couldn't be what it looked like.
I lost you once. I'm not losing you again.
Azariah flew in close enough to touch and tore away the tentacles, freeing him. Before the tentacles could recover and go after him again, Argentile caught Azariah by his arm and flew him out of range. But he didn't let go. He didn't know why, but he just couldn't let go. Maybe I don't want to lose him either. Thanks. Azariah didn't slide his arm out of his grip either. Thank you for freeing me. Arginil glanced away. Warmth swelled inside him. He didn't have a name for that feeling, but it felt good to feel it for someone. Now wasn't the time to talk about it. Not when there was a giant rift in the sky and a creature sticking its tentacles through it. What can we do about that thing and its tentacles? Arginil pointed at the gateway to give his other hand something to do, but he still didn't let go of Azariah.
I hoped you had an idea because I've never seen anything like it, but we can hit it. I just don't know if that will do anything.
Azariah tried to catch his gaze as he squeezed his hand on his arm. We need to collapse that rift. Arginil thought about the items he collected over the long years in hell. Could one help with this problem? Maybe, but his mind kept drifting away from his mental inventory to how nice Azariah's hand felt on his. He could just ask someone. Since his entire staff stood stock still below them, why were they standing like that? Something was wrong. Every one of his charges grimaced like they were in agony. Arginil let go of Azariah and descended. What's wrong? Arginil moved from demon to demon, but they stared right through him as if they couldn't see him. What's happening to them? He faced Azariah as the angel landed a few feet away.
I don't know for sure, but it looks like they're resisting something.
Azariah caught his hand and squeezed it. The adversary must be trying to influence them. I can't hear him. Can you? Arginil could influence them too. Should I do it? I could counteract his call, but wouldn't that make me just like him? him.
No, I can't hear him either. The band of heaven protects us from his evil mind control. At least I think that's what's happening.
Azariah let go of his hand. A loud boom startled them both. Then Azariah shoved him aside moments before a section of the library hit the ground. Thank you. Arjanil looked up to see what caused a corner of the roof to fall off, aside from the gateway tunnel lying on it. Tentacles plunged into the outer wall of the library's main keep-like building and punched holes in the masonry. More tentacles extruded from the section of the gateway laying on the library's roof, but they tangled together like they were weaving another branch of the tunnel, directed at the rift in the sky that looked disturbingly like a giant mouth with sharp teeth. I'll bet that rift is the terminus for the new branch of the gateway.
What are they looking for?
A magical relic. Arjanil feared he knew which one. The shoe stone that showed him Azariah. I can't let the adversary get it. Arjanil flapped his wings as a giant dust cloud rolled toward them.
Where you going?
Azariah grabbed hold of his ankle. I must stop it. I know what it wants. Arjanil tried to shake his hand off.
And I'll come with you.
Azariah released him. A rhythmic pounding caught his attention. What was that noise? Arjanil glanced around for the source. Below, the dust cloud enveloped his people, and the pounding seemed to come from it. No, Arjanil hovered over them. Shadows moved in the dust cloud. What did it hide? Arjanil dived toward it to find out, but an arm snaked around his waist and yanked him upward. What are you doing?
Saving you?
Azariah jerked them to the side, and a tentacle flew past them, just missing them.
I don't want those things to get a hold of you again.
Thanks. I'd rather they didn't either. Arjanil checked for more tentacles, but the one that missed shot upward until its tip reached into the rift above the library. Below, the dust cloud rolled onward, leaving the hard-baked ground behind. But his people were gone. A ragged row of running shadows appeared and disappeared inside the dust cloud as they ran alongside the gateway tunnel. They must be part of the army the dragons chased through the gray between. After all, they had to go somewhere. If the adversary was calling all the creatures of hell to him, then they would come running. Arjanil wished the demons and other creatures he gave sanctuary to in the library resisted the adversary's call.
Maybe your people couldn't resist them. Don't jump to conclusions until you know all the facts.
Azariah squeezed his waist, then let go, because it was hard to be that close and not get their wings tangled. How did you know I was thinking about them? Arjanil shoved a lock of hair out of his eyes, then gave up and stared disconsolately at the barren ground.
Because I know you, and you're an excellent judge of character. You wouldn't have taken them in if they weren't good at heart. You always did like strays.
Azariah captured his hand and squeezed it, and somehow that pushed away the disappointment. But it still hurt because they were his people, not the adversaries, and he wanted to fly after them and get them back. They're going to the adversary, aren't they? It was a rhetorical question because he already knew the answer, but Arjanil couldn't help but ask anyway. Saying that was like admitting defeat. I could use my gift and make them follow me. But then he'd be no better than the fallen angel who deceived him and made him think he was fallen when he wasn't.
Probably. You want to follow him?
Azariah rubbed the pad of his thumb along his palm, and it felt nice. A loud boom startled them. Arjanil glanced over his shoulder in time to see large sections of masonry flying toward them. He didn't think. He just plowed into Azariah and wrapped his arms around his waist as he pushed his dearest friend out of the way.
All right, so if I want you to put your arms around me, I need to bribe a technacular monster to throw rocks at me?
Azariah laughed, and his violet eyes sparkled with mirth. His joke caught Arjanil off guard. Was he hugging Azariah? Yes, he was. He tightened his grip, but he didn't know why he did that. He just couldn't let go while his world for the last 4,000 years fell apart in front of him. They were out of danger for the moment, but the library wasn't. As he stared at it in horror, he relaxed his grip. The top floor of the library's main building collapsed in a loud boom, pancaking everything on that level. Arjanil didn't want to let go of Azariah, but he must get inside before the next floor collapsed. So he released him and flew the short distance to the library.
Where you going?
Azariah asked from behind him. I have to get the shoe stone before it's buried or lost. Arjanil dodged a tentacle that punched through the wall of the second level from the top. When the tentacle reversed to strike another part of the wall, he pulled his wings tight to his body and dived through the hole it made. Shelving units lay on their sides, spilling books and scrolls onto the floor. Arjanil ignored them for now as he scrambled over them to the undamaged section of this level. Another boom shook the floor, reminding him time was running out.
Where's it?
Azariah rested a hand against the small of his back, and that was comforting. As the library shook again, it's in a hidden chamber, but everything looked different as another shelving unit toppled from the shaking, ruining the maze he designed. Arjanil struggled to align the aisles in front of him with the lines on his mental map. I think it's that way.
You built all this?
Azariah asked as they hurried through aisle after aisle, winding closer to the hidden chamber. Yes, a voice told me to build a library and put all the dangerous things inside it, so that's what I did. Arjanil was glad the aisles aisles were so narrow they had to run through them single file, because then he couldn't see Azariah's reaction to the truth he'd held close to his heart for a long time.
You did a great job. This place is amazing,
Azariah said, and he sounded awed. Thank you. Arginil smiled at the compliment. This place was awesome, and the pride swelling in his chest was well-deserved.
What's a shoe stone? I've heard the word before, but I can't remember. Why?
Azariah stayed close to him as he stopped at an intersection of several aisles. It's an old seeing stone, but this one looks only at heaven. You should take it with you when you go back to heaven. Arginil studied the aisles to avoid looking at Azariah and seeing his reaction to that statement.
I'll go back there when you come with me. I meant it when I said I go where you do.
Azariah rested a hand on his shoulder and squeezed it. I don't belong there. Arginil stared at the 3 aisles in front of him. I think it's to the right. He turned right and hoped that was the right way to go.
Then I don't either because I want to be with you,
Azariah said, but he couldn't mean that. I won't let him give up heaven. It's his home. It was Arginil's too once upon a time. He didn't know where he belonged now with his library under siege and his people gone. Maybe he didn't need to figure that out right now since the bookcase he was looking for appeared before him. Here it is. Arginil pressed on the spine of a book in a shelving unit full of leather-bound tomes, and a grinding sound confirmed he found the right one at last. A secret door unlocked right before the bookcase slid aside to reveal a hidden chamber. But someone had cleaned up the mess Guerren left behind when he stole the Book of Names. Arginil rested a hand on his heart, where that book now dwelt. It was never really a book. His unwanted gift just took that form when he rejected it long ago. But recent events changed my mind about it, and I accepted that gift as a part of me. Now we are one again. It felt good to be whole after spending so long broken, and weirdly enough, he owed that damned ex-war god a debt of gratitude for that. I'll never live that down.
You okay?
Azariah squeezed his shoulder. Yeah, I think I am. And it was weird to say that after not being okay for a long time before that, but it was true. Arginil stepped further into the chamber that was no longer in shambles. And Terrace must have cleaned up because the shelving units stood tall again, and the books and scrolls looked like they were shelved in the correct order. The steles stood tall too, and some towered over them. Well, all except for the one Guerren smashed to pieces when he broke the shield over the stone pedestal in the center of them. Nothing rested on that pedestal now, since the Book of Names resided inside him now. Arginil let his hand drop away from his heart as he slipped between 2 steles to reach the iron chest by the wall. Pale violet light spilled out when he lifted the lid, signaling the showstone was still inside. No one had touched it. Relief swamped him as Arginil sank to his knees before it.
Is that it?
Azariah reached past him and captured the pumpkin-sized seeing stone.
Looks like Az has some explaining to do.
He laughed, then turned the crystals so Arginil could see into it. Indeed, the seeing stone showed Azrael standing on a beach before a group of angels who all looked impatient or annoyed at what he told them, judging by their body language. It didn't help that Azrael waved his hands around as he acted out the story he told, in keeping with his flair for drama, so Arginil could understand why his audience might not enjoy his tale. He didn't recognize any of the other angels, since the stone didn't show their faces, just their folded arms or their hands on their hips. I wonder what he's telling them. Arginil rose and hoped the story didn't involve him, but it probably did.
He's probably explaining about the army and the dragons. That's my guess. But who really knows?
Azariah chuckled, and Arginil tried not to laugh too. Another boom shook the shelving units and smothered their mirth.
What now?
Azariah looked away from the stone, and it went back to glowing a soft violet in his arms. You take the seeing stone, and I'll distract the creature. Arginil glanced around for anything else he should take, but none of the other powerful artifacts were portable.
You take it and I'll distract him. There's less chance of losing you that way, and you make a beautiful target.
Azariah handed him the shoe stone. Arginil wrapped both arms around it so he wouldn't drop it. I don't like that plan.
Now you know how I feel.
Azariah wrapped an arm around his shoulders and pulled him toward the open door as the walls shivered. Hurry, we have to get out of here before the ceiling collapses. Arginil darted out of the secret chamber and didn't pause to shut it, because it no longer mattered if someone got inside it. His most precious possession was in his arms. This way, Arginil headed away from the secret chamber in the opposite direction from earlier.
Didn't we enter from the other side?
Azariah asked from behind him. Yes, but we can't go that way. Arginil led them through the winding aisles. They were arranged in a spiral around a grand staircase in the center of the floor, but the levels below all ringed a spacious atrium, perfect for flying, even with their wide wingspans.
Where are we going now?
Azariah followed close behind, almost touching him in his haste to get the hell out of there. Dust rained down on them as the ceiling shook and the walls groaned. around, but Arginil wound around the aisles until they stopped at a staircase. They double-timed it down the steps. Now we fly. Arginil jumped off the last step and ran for the edge of the circular level. No railing stood between him and a long fall, and that was how he liked it. His staff had more than once complained about the lack of railings, but none had ever fallen through the giant hole by accident. I would have caught them if they did.
Where to now?
Azariah stretched out his wings, and their tips didn't touch the edge of the floors as they plummeted past them. We glide down to the ground floor and walk out the main doors, but we need to hurry. The levels with giant holes cut out of their floors aren't as strong as the ones without them. As Arginil glided past level after level, tears pricked his eyes. Was this goodbye? Will I ever see my library intact again? Before he could ruminate too much on that, he angled his glide and soared over the shelving units on the ground floor. Nothing lit them, unlike the levels above, just the violet glow of his eyes and the gold glow of his halo. He landed and mantled his wings in front of the open doors and stepped out of the library. A loud crash echoed through the library, followed by more crashes as the second level from the top collapsed and the weight caused the levels they just flew past to pancake. Azariah rushed outside, followed by a dust cloud, and a tentacle dived toward them. Arginil dodged it, but more tentacles shot toward him, leaving a dark tubular lattice behind. That must be the framework for another tunnel, branching perpendicularly off the one, crushing the library into the parched earth. They struck the ground around him before he could fly away, caging him.
No, they can't have you.
Azariah crashed into the dozen tentacles surrounding Arginil and pummeled them, but they didn't let go.
It looks like you could use some help,
Natali said. Then the Versati landed on the living cage and stabbed their toe claws into the tentacles.
Here, have a war god.
They let go of Guerren and he dropped to the ground, just missing Azariah. They want the Seeing Stone, not me, but I can't let them have it. Arginil shifted his grip on it, so more of the stone peeked out between his arms.
This is a bad time to get possessive about a glowing rock.
Guerren generated some flames from his hands, then shoved those flames at the tentacles, but they didn't burn.
What the hell are these things that they don't burn?
If they get the stone, they'll use its power to finish the new gateway tunnel. That's why we can't let them have it. Arginil kicked a tentacle after Guerren burned it, and it finally broke apart. He squeezed through the gap and flapped his wings until he was out of the gateway tunnel's shadow and the tentacle's reach.
Now what?
Azariah flew over to join him.
We stopped the adversary.
Natali picked up Guerren again and followed them.
How do we do that?
Azariah glared at the Versati like he didn't like that plan.
We need an army.
Guerren pointed at the dust cloud, heading for the outskirts of the city. The front runners might already have reached it. It was hard to tell from back here. That wasn't a bad idea. Anything that robbed the adversary of allies would help them defeat him. How do you propose we get one? Arginil hugged the shoe stone to his chest. He needed somewhere to hide it because it was too awkward to hold and fight.
We work together. Come on, Natali. Let's go get that army.
Guerren grinned, and there was a mischievous sparkle in his dark eyes that would either save them or damn them. They'd find out soon enough which one it was.
Chapter 47. Why Can't You Stay Dead? Rosalie groaned as consciousness hit her in the back of the head, making her wince in pain. Everything blurred because someone knocked her out, and she cursed when she remembered who did it. That bitch Pristina. Why can't she stay dead? Darkness billowed like it was made of black veils. But that was impossible, so the throbbing pain in the back of her head must be making her hallucinate that. Why can't Pristina just leave me alone? Didn't she screw up my life enough? Apparently not, because Rosalie hung like a giant sack of potatoes over that dead woman's shoulder, and Pristina was still dressed in that ridiculous red robe, even though she wasn't impersonating a summoner anymore. Who was humming? Her head throbbed in time with it because she wasn't miserable enough right now. As Rosalie listened to the low hum, it differentiated into a chant. Who was asking ex-gods to follow him? His offer sounded really sketchy, so Rosalie ignored it as the veils of darkness parted. Pristina strode across a marble floor, and the heels of her shoes clicked on it as she passed a large chair on a raised dais. Where the hell are we? Rosalie glanced around since no one noticed her return to consciousness. Although Pristina couldn't see her face, just her backside, since it was eye level, the deceased ex-goddess held her in place with one arm wrapped around her thighs. One good kick should free me, but then I'd fall and land on my hurting head, so maybe I should wait a bit and see what she does. Rosalie tried not to tense up, since that would give her away. People wearing floor-length gray robes rushed about, holding gray crystals. Were those sparkly rocks time crystals? Bright lights made her squint. In between gray-clad people, she glimpsed narrow, glowing glowing doorways that slowly dissolved into piles of sparkling shards. What are those things? They were probably bad. Glowing doorways were never good things, unless the doorway glowed because Rand's father was inside. But she doubted that was why those doorways glowed. What is Pristina involved in now? And how did she get involved in anything since she died? Flashes of her death assaulted Rosalie, and she felt the ex-goddess's blood warm her hands as she tried to hold that bitch's time crystal inside her. How can she be here? Where did dead ex-goddesses go? Not to heaven, obviously. But why didn't she go to the gray between? What if she was there? Rosalie flashed back to the loud growls of the dragons stomping through that gray place. What if Pristina got caught up in that? I didn't, because I met Uriah and he led me to his friends and they were behind the dragons. She flashed back to her meeting with Argenial, Layla, and Natalie. Natalie wore gray robes, just like the people who kept passing her. Was Natalie part of this? I can't worry about that now. I lost sight of them when Layla landed outside the palace. Oh no, are we in the throne room? Rosalie hoped not, but given the little she'd seen of Pristina, they probably were. That ex-goddess had delusions of grandeur, and there was nothing grander right now than that throne. Pristina climbed the steps of the dais, like she meant to survey her kingdom. When she reached the top, she tossed Rosalie onto the marble dais. Oof. Rosalie landed on her side, and her hip throbbed along with her head. Why, aren't you dead?
Who said I'm not?
Pristina leaned over her and grinned like her helplessness gave her some kind of sick thrill. Then she pulled the two halves of her bodice apart to show off the bloody hole in her chest made by the time crystal exploding out of her. Rosalie glanced away from that gory sight. So, dead ex-goddesses go to hell? She hoped not, since according to Faye, she took Pristina's place. I never want to go to hell ever again, so this had better not be where we end up when we die, or I'll march to heaven and protest. Pristina threw her head back and laughed for a long moment as more gray-robed people who were hooded and veiled just like Natalie rushed through the throne room carrying more gray crystals. Where were they getting so many, and where were they going with them?
No, everything that dies ends up in the grey between. That's the rule.
Pristina seized her chin and tilted her head back. Doors slammed open, then shut, but Rosalie couldn't see if anyone entered. The time crystal in her chest jerked, then stilled as someone raised a gray dagger in her peripheral vision. The doors were at the other end of the chamber, and Pristina blocked all sight of them. So you decided to go to hell? Rosalie asked when she recovered from the sudden movement of that crystal inside her. Pristina was crazy. Apparently death didn't fix that.
That was the plan all along. When I arrived there, I just headed for the portal to hell, and here I am. Soon, I'll be the queen of everything.
Pristina turned her head this way and that as she studied her features.
Such a pity there's no hint of your father in your face.
She let go. Why did you target me? Rosalie demanded, but deep down she already knew. She just needed Pristina to confirm it. Pristina laughed again, and her laughter echoed through the throne room.
Oh, my dear Rosalie, it's all because of your mother.
My mother? What does she have to do with this? Rosalie suppressed a wince as she rolled onto her backside so she could sit up and have a proper conversation before Pristina went any further off the deep end. Her head and her hip still throbbed, but at least the pain in her hip was fading. Unfortunately, her headache wasn't going anywhere anytime soon. That would reduce her efficacy, but she couldn't let a headache get in her way.
She has everything to do with this. Your father was one of my descendants. When your mother disappeared into the enchanted forest, pregnant with his child, I needed to make her pay.
Pristina slammed her fist into her palm. Rosalie shoved down the shock at hearing she was related to Pristina, but she couldn't help wondering if that was why she could accept her ancestress' time crystal and survive the experience. My mom left because my father was abusive. She left to protect me. Mom was a fierce warrior, but she feared what your precious descendant would do to an infant that angered him. Rosalie pointed an accusatory finger at her. Pristina clenched her fists like she wanted to punch her.
You lie.
No, I don't. Rosalie pushed herself to her feet. She wobbled a bit, but she stayed vertical by widening her stance. And you know what else? You're just like your abusive descendant. You're taking your anger out on me, but I'm the innocent victim in all this. I wasn't even born when my mom left my dad. Rosalie fought the triumphant smile trying to slide over her face. Choke on that, bitch. Question lingered in the air, and none of the gray-robed people crossing back and forth through the throne room broke the silence. A glow emanated from the ones heading for the darkest corner of the chamber. What were they doing? Rosalie waited while Pristina vibrated with anger. Why did you pick on me? There was the obvious answer. Because Robin of Larkspur was too tough to take on directly, but Rosalie wasn't sure that was the reason. If Mom doesn't want to be found, then you can't find her. Thankfully, Mom never hid from me.
Because I can sense you. I can't sense your mother, because she's not related to me, but you are.
Pristina shook out her fists. Perhaps the reminder that they were related to some degree forced her to calm down. I hope we're very distantly related and several times removed. Rosalie didn't want to ask about that, though, in case she was Pristina's great-granddaughter or something worse. I just don't think I can take that right now. Slow clapping filled filled the silence. Rosalie turned and caught her breath at the sight of him. Oh my god, he was that chiseled kind of handsome, like Arjanil and Azariah without an ounce of fat on him, but this fine man was roguish instead of brooding. He wore a crown with red gems that were probably Lumiere crystals, since they glowed. He wore a body-hugging black silk tunic that draped perfectly over his muscled chest, and his black trousers were so tight they looked painted on. His tunic might be painted on too, since his nipples showed. Black wings trailed behind him and their tips dripped a matte black fluid, and his eyes glowed violet like the angels she met in the gray between. Was he an angel? Who was this man? Why did he wear a thick gold band around his neck? The chant she heard earlier wrapped around her, driving her to her knees.
Come, ex-gods, to your dark father fly. Embrace your dark side. At my side, your time is nigh.
Whispered someone with a velvety voice that sent shivers up her spine.
Are you ready for the next stage of our plan?
Asked the most beautiful man she'd ever seen, but he wasn't talking to her. Christina strode toward him with a smile on her face.
Yes, it is. I believe the gateway is ready. Where's your army?
It's coming. It'll be here soon. Who's this?
He looked at Rosalie with those glowing eyes, and her breath caught again.
She's one of my descendants. I'm bringing her along to witness our rise.
Christina grabbed her arm and yanked Rosalie to her feet. Rosalie knew she should struggle, but any thought of resistance ran out of her head, and she followed Pristina like the meek girl she'd never been. Why am I acting like this? None of her muscles obeyed her commands. She could just follow Pristina like a pet. When they reached him, he tilted her chin up to meet his beautiful eyes.
What's your name, girl?
Don't say it, Rosalie shouted at herself, but she only had command of her mind right now, so her stupid mouth opened and betrayed her. My name's Rosalie. Who are you? He smiled at the question.
I've worn many names over the long years of my existence. Do you want to know the one I like best?
Rosalie nodded when the word yes got caught in her throat. He leaned forward and whispered in her ear.
They call me the Adversary, and I think that's fitting, don't you?
Rosalie was glad she couldn't control her body because her knees would have knocked together in fear or buckled and dropped her on her butt in front of him in an undignified heap. But none of those things happened since she had no control over her limbs. You were right, Ivarian. I never should have gone back in time. If she hadn't, then she wouldn't be here. But I met real angels, and the thought of them gave her hope. Maybe they'll rescue me. It could happen since they were still out there and they were free.
Come, Rosalie. We have business to attend to.
The Adversary extended his arm to her, and goddamn her traitorous hand for reaching for him. Her dagger shifted in its sheath, strapped to her forearm under her plain homespun sleeve, so at least she wasn't unarmed. Why do I always bring a dagger to a god fight? Christina glared at her as she took his other arm. Together, they strode past the gray-robed people who looked too much like Natalie for comfort toward a dark corner of the throne room. The darkness swirled and spun as they approached it like spectral hands stirred it into a vertical maelstrom. The Adversary strode toward it like its appearance didn't concern him at all. Rosalie steeled herself, since that next step would take them into the gateway, and that was one place she never wanted to go. But the Adversary didn't give her a choice. They stepped over the threshold and into the darkness. The ground dropped out from under Rosalie, but she didn't fall far before her feet landed on a flexible surface that slanted at a sharp angle. Glowing clouds of pure magic flew past. Where were they going? If she could just get control of her hands back for a moment, she could catch one.
Come, it's this way.
The Adversary tugged her up the incline as dark clouds revolved around the black platform under their feet, and she couldn't turn or run away or even argue. She could just march alongside him like a good girl while she seethed.
Chapter 48, Revelations. Bavarian landed on the dark floor of the gateway tunnel, and it flexed, bouncing him into the air a few times until he spent the energy from his fall. Well, that was weird. He expected a hard landing, but that didn't happen, and he wasn't mad about it, just a little off balance. Hammers struck something further down the tunnel, and it made a dull sound. What was going on? Who was doing the hammering, and what were they hammering in a gateway? Curious, Ivarian crept toward the hammering, and the shadows wreathing the tunnel hid him from view. At least, he hoped they did. Since no part of him glowed, they should hide him. Walking helped him shake off the disorientation, but nothing removed the sting of loneliness. Rosalie was gone, and he'd messed up things with Ran and his family. He never should have taken me in. I repaid his kindness by threatening his father. Ivarian clenched his fists. Now he was alone, and he deserved it. Regret lodged in his gut like a lead ball, weighing Ivarian down as he slowed. Voices murmured somewhere in the distance. Was that Uncle Hith-Egler talking to someone? Why can't I hear him? Where is he? What is he doing now? Was he still trying to bring back his glory glory days? Avarian pressed on, determined to find out, and his unease only grew with every step. I can't believe I forgot about my uncle's part in all this. I should have gone after him instead of Sarn. Something was wrong. Avarian didn't know much about gateways, but he didn't think hammers were involved in their construction, just loads of magic and skill. Ahead, a glow beckoned him onward. Where there was light, there was usually magic. Shadows shifted, blocking some of the light as he neared. The shadows resolved into a half-dozen gray-robed people with matching hoods covering their heads and veils covering the lower half of their faces. Were they part of a religious order? Their eyes glowed orange as they hammered on the wall of the gateway. Were they trying to break through it? Why do that? What was outside the gateway? In between hammer strikes, Uncle Hithegler's voice came through the wall. What was out there? Ivarian backed away until he struck the opposite wall, but that wasn't far enough. He needed time to figure out what was happening, because something was very wrong here. Movement in the shadows beyond the hammering people signaled someone coming this way. Don't see me. Ivarian willed the newcomer to look away from him as he flattened himself against the wall opposite the gray-garbed people. He was far enough away that he could still see them, but hopefully they'd miss him in the shadows on this side of the tunnel. It was wide enough for two carts to pass side by side here, so if they just glanced out of the corner of their eyes, they shouldn't see him if he didn't move. At least that was his hope. More people garbed identically in gray carried buckets of viscous darkness toward their brethren, and their eyes glowed orange too. The others stopped hammering so their friends could pour a black substance through the holes they had made. Glowing clouds of energy sailed toward them. Then, out of those holes, what are they doing? There was only one way to find out, and he didn't like it because it had a high likelihood of getting him killed. But I have nothing to live for. I'll fade away and cease to exist anyway soon, so why not go out in a blaze of glory? Ivarian didn't check to see how much of him faded as he crept through the tunnel. He didn't want to know how little time he had left. Instead, he steeled himself and walked over. His time magic was useless within the gateway tunnel, but he could generate ice crystals. Since his faded hand was stuck to an ice crystal from the arrow of time, he used his magic to reshape that ice ball until it held an edge. Now he could stab people with it if necessary. It was better than no weapon, but it wouldn't be much use against metal weapons. I don't think that matters, since I came here to die and save Ran and his family, and the future too. But it would be saved for someone else, since he was fated to fade away and disappear, except he didn't see any bits flying off him. But he didn't want to see that anyway. No one should see themselves dissolve into nothing. Desperation clawed at him as he padded across the tunnel. All the mistakes that had led to this moment faded from his awareness because they were done, and there was no changing them. Maybe he could still make a difference, but first he needed answers. So he held his left hand behind him to hide the dagger he fashioned out of ice. Ivarian tapped the shoulder of the last gray-garbed person in the group. "Excuse me, I was just passing through. Are you repairing the gateway?" That sounded like a reasonable question. Maybe he'd get an answer.
"Who do you serve?"
asked the veiled person in gray as they turned and unsheathed a gray blade. Pain slammed into Ivarian as he stumbled backward. Something inside him felt like it was trying to bore its way through his muscles and skin, to exit his body. What could possibly be in there? How could a knife draw it out? Ivarian clutched his chest as a fireball sailed past his shoulder. Help had arrived. "I'm not alone," and that was a relief.
"Leave my nephew alone,"
Aunt Faye shouted. Her fireball struck the knife, and the person in gray dropped it. Ivarian sagged in relief when the pain ceased. Aunt Faye rushed past him and kicked the knife away from the gray-robed people, but none of the others unsheathed any other gray knives or turned from their work. The others kept slathering the holes in the tunnel wall with that black stuff.
"What are they doing?"
Mom asked, but she was transparent and hard to see in the semi-darkness. "I don't know, Aunt Faye. Do you know?" Ivarian hoped she did.
"No, and I don't really care either. Do you know what time it is?"
The Aunt Faye swelled up and fire encased her. The ring of flames expanded, and Ivarian backed away from the heat more than the flames, but the fire kept growing until it filled the entire width of the tunnel. What was she doing? The gray-robed people hammered harder on the wall, ignoring the fire. Maybe they were fireproof? When the ring of fire faded, a red dragon crouched where his aunt was moments before.
"It's time to destroy the gateway,"
the dragon said in a growly version of Aunt Faye's voice as she uncurled from her crouch and dug her claws into the roof of the tunnel. Unfortunately, she didn't burst through the ceiling. It shook a bit, but that might be because of the furious hammering. Since that didn't do the job, she shoved the gray people away from the hole they were widening, and they slid down the incline, despite their efforts to slow their slide. An icy wind swept into the tunnel through the hole in the wall, and Ivarian shivered.
"What is outside there?"
Aunt Faye shoved a giant red swirling eye at the hole and peered out for a moment before pulling her head away from it and rubbing her eyes like they pained her.
"Damn, limitations. I think that's the arrow of time out there. Can someone who isn't barred from going to the past check that for me?"
"I can do that,"
Mom said, but Ivarian couldn't see her in the semi-darkness.
"It's the arrow of time. Do you want me to call for our brothers?"
"Will they be at all useful in this situation?"
"I don't know, but it can't hurt to ask for their help."
Footsteps echoed as people approached. Were the gray people returning? Shadows cloaked two of the people coming up the incline moving toward them, but not the man with glowing violet eyes, wearing a gold collar around his neck and a crown. He peered into Ivarian's soul.
Ivarian.
Rosalie shouted, but how could he hear her? She was dead. Rosalie? Ivarian couldn't believe he heard her voice. Where was she? Was she a transparent shade like his mother, lost forever to him? The man with glowing eyes glanced down, and the light of his eyes illuminated Rosalie. He gripped her arm, and a woman stood on her other side, also holding onto her arm. The woman looked like Aunt Faye and his mother, because she was Pristina, the ex-goddess of the past who caused all the trouble in his life.
I tried to tell you she was alive, but we can't talk about future events, so that limitation gagged me.
But he couldn't glance away from Rosalie, alive and well in front of him, to see Mom's face. Of course, she was in trouble. Before Ivarian realized what he was doing, he thrust his left hand at Pristina, and the ice blade he fashioned slammed into her chest below the blood-encrusted hole that was already there. Pristina laughed, like this was all some sick joke, as she shoved him back, and the blade broke off.
There will be no more of that, or I'll break her neck,
said the man with glowing eyes. His hand wrapped around Rosalie's throat, and he choked her as he lifted her off the ground. She pulled at his hands and kicked her feet because she was a fighter, until her eyes bulged. Then she stopped moving anything but her eyes. Put her down. Please, don't hurt her. We'll behave. Ivarian raised both hands, though only one was corporeal anymore.
Tell her to revert to human form.
The man glared at Aunt Faye. Do it, Auntie, or he'll kill Rosalie. Ivarian clenched his fists. I'm so useless. I can't even save the woman I think I love.
I don't think I will.
Aunt Faye shoved Ivarian aside and reached for Rosalie, but the man flapped his feathered wings and flew out of reach.
Put the dragon away or I'll kill her. If she dies in hell, then she becomes mine and she stays here forever. That's the rule.
Aunt Faye retracted her arm.
She doesn't belong here. She should go back to where she belongs.
What did that mean? Ivarian opened his mouth to ask, but Rosalie stared at him like she was trying to tell him something. Then her eyes widened, and her mouth formed a silent "oh" as her last breath escaped. For the third time, he watched Rosalie disappear. No! Ivarian dropped to his knees as his heart shattered from the pain tearing through him. I lost her again, and his soul cried out for vengeance one last time. Cold air buffeted him.
Come, the winter of thy woe. Come, the vengeful ice and the punishing snow. But let all the innocents sleep beneath the winter tree, safe in its glow, while the guilty die in the snow,
said Vangiana, as an eerie glow shone behind him.
O come, season of vengeance, winter of woe.
Chapter 49, Help from Above. The tentacles only extruded from the part of the gateway tunnel lying on top of the library. They didn't extrude from other parts as they flew past it, and that must mean something, but Arginale just couldn't figure out what. Why did they only extend from that section? If the gateway needed more power, then it should seek it all over, or at least follow them because they had the Seeing Stone and it was a powerful relic. Arginale shifted his grip on it, but nothing he did would make the Seeing Stone any less awkward to carry since the spherical crystal was as large as his head and slippery because of its shape and material.
What are you looking for?
Azariah hovered beside him. I'm just trying to figure out why all the tentacles are clustered by the remains of the library. Arginale blinked away tears for his beloved library. Pain stabbed him in the chest as another floor slammed into the one under it. Soon there wouldn't be anything left except rubble.
A quick dawdling. We've got an army to claim before the adversary does.
Guerren waved from where Natalie hovered so they could glance back at them. Something was different about Natalie, but he couldn't tell what, with an impatient war god hurrying him along.
He's got a point. It pains me to admit that. I never thought I'd agree with an ex-god, but I've done a lot of things I never thought I'd do. I'm just glad I found you. Come on, we can rebuild the library, but we need to stop the adversary first.
Arginale nodded, and he didn't resist when Azariah wrapped an arm around his shoulders and pulled him away. Would you really do that? Would you help me rebuild it?
Of course, I see how much it means to you.
Azariah flew toward Natalie and an impatient Guerren. The ex-war god tapped his foot on the air beneath him. He was too much sometimes.
So, which one of you will return my full powers? I need them to break through the adversary's chanting.
Guerren glanced between them as they flew together in a line.
I can't help you with that. I'm a sailor and a warrior, and neither of those things deal with magic.
Azariah shook his head.
What about you? Can you help, Arginale? Can't you do that thing you do, and poof, my powers are back?
Guerren tapped his fingers on Arginale's arm to get his attention, even though he heard every word. I don't think it works that way. At least Arginale didn't think it did, since he didn't know how Guerren lost his powers in the fall. Did someone take them? If so, then unless that person showed up in hell, there was no way to get them back. Guerren would have to work without them.
Will you try?
Guerren patted his arm again. Sure, why not? Arginil would do anything to get the ex-war god to leave him alone. Besides, it couldn't hurt to try. Arginil called up his gift and felt his voice change, so his words rang out as clear and as sharp as a whip crack. Guerren, take your powers back, then go get us an army.
Did it work?
Natalie jostled Guerren since they had their arm around his waist. Guerren stared off for a long moment, then shook himself out of the trance Arginil put him in.
I don't think that worked because I don't feel any different. Can you unlock my powers?
Guerren looked at Natalie for help.
No, I can't lock or unlock them. You're on your own.
Natalie shook their head.
Okay, on to plan C.
Guerren tapped his arm again.
Hey, Arginil, can you use your gift to drown out the adversary? Or make everyone listen to me instead of to his evil chant?
Arginil tried not to roll his eyes in annoyance. Why did Guerren keep touching him? He didn't mind Azariah touching him, but he liked Azariah, but he wasn't sure he liked Guerren, even as a friend. The ex-war god was too capricious, but he should answer the question. There's too many of them for that. I tried and failed to control them all back at the gates of heaven. If he couldn't do it there, then he couldn't do it in hell either. It was hard admitting that, but Arginil didn't shy away from hard things.
Oh, well, that sucks. I need to think of a plan D.
Guerren fell silent, and they flew in silence beside the gateway tunnel's miles-long shadow, but by mutual consent, they stayed out of it. White light fell on them.
I can unlock your powers and remove the ban of heaven in return for the good you've done. That ban's blocking your powers,
said a voice from above.
Who said that?
Guerren asked, but they were all wondering that.
I did,
said the giant glowing dove flying parallel to them.
Who are you?
Natalie asked before anyone else could.
I'm the Holy Spirit. JC couldn't come to hell, so he sent me. When you leave here, he'd like to talk to you, so make sure you find him and have that chat, or I might have to pay you another visit.
The dove glared at them with glowing violet eyes. Who is JC? Arginil didn't know anyone by those initials.
What's a Holy Spirit?
Natalie asked on the heels of his question.
I can answer that.
Azariah let go of Arginil and waved to get Natalie and Guerren's attention.
After the humans nearly fried their world to a crisp, the Creator sent an emissary to Earth to find out why some jerks kept rising to power and then causing some kind of magical cataclysm.
How many world-ending cataclysms did their leaders cause? Wasn't one scary enough? Arginil couldn't imagine needing more than one to learn their lesson, but he'd only met dead humans sent to hell, not living ones.
I didn't count them, but there were enough, and the Creator wanted to understand why they kept trying to destroy their world every few centuries, so he sent an emissary who became a messiah. Because things get messy when you're on Earth, and that was JC, by the way.
You're not explaining this right.
The Holy Spirit cut Azariah off.
I'm just telling them what I know. I didn't talk to the Creator. I was a low-level angel then, but others did.
Azariah shrugged.
So you're rehashing ancient rumors?
The Holy Spirit covered his face with his wing and somehow kept flying.
It's not a rumor if one of the older archangels said it. They're fanatically loyal.
Azariah folded his arms.
Just because someone's loyal doesn't mean they understand.
The Holy Spirit removed his wing from his face and flapped it.
Then how would you explain it?
Azariah glared at the glowing dove.
The Creator sent his son to the mortal world and me to watch over him. And while we were there, we tried to give humans something else to believe in other than the pursuit of power. I'm not sure how well that worked, though, given recent events. There, now you have a simple explanation that won't confuse anyone.
The Holy Spirit met their gazes.
I'm still confused.
Guerren raised his hand.
What could possibly confuse you?
The Holy Spirit stopped and hovered.
Why are you here?
Guerren pointed at the giant dove. If the Holy Spirit could have thrown his wings in the air in frustration, then he would have, judging by the scathing look he gave the ex-war god.
I came as a favor to JC since he can't come here until the end of days, but someone paused Armageddon, so you get me instead. Do you want me to unlock your powers or do you want to ask more questions?
I'm good. That explanation made everything crystal clear.
Guerren made a cutting gesture, ending the question and answer portion of this strange meeting.
Great, then let's get this over with. It's hard to manifest here, and that's affecting my temper. I'm usually cool and collected, but the air here feels foul, and it's tweaking my feathers.
I totally understand. This place cramps everyone's style. What do we need to do to remove the ban?
Guerren rubbed his hands together in anticipation.
Nothing. You just stay right there.
The Holy Spirit stopped flapping his wings and floated. As light shone so brightly from his heart, Arginil glanced away.
When this is over, JC wants to meet you. He's got a proposal for you,
said the Holy Spirit in his mind. What about Azariah? Arginil didn't know how to handle the feeling seeing his friend awoke in him right now, but he wasn't willing to lose him again.
He'll come with you, of course. You'll need help to go to Earth. How else will you find JC?
The Holy Spirit looked at him like that should be obvious, not confusing.
Did you remove it yet? I'm not trying to rush you, but we're on a tight timetable.
Guerren said, and he let his impatience show.
I'm working on it. Things the Creator can speak into existence are hard to undo, especially since since the ban is supposed to be permanent.
So can you break the ban or not?
Arginil thought about warning him to keep quiet and not anger one of the Creator's messengers, but he shut his mouth instead because he only vaguely recalled mentions of a Trinity and a Holy Spirit. Azariah stayed quiet too, and he knew more about this than any of them. That was telling.
Let's try a different way. Is this the last thing you heard before you fell and landed in hell?
The Holy Spirit paused. When he spoke again, his voice rang with such power, it shoved Arginil away.
You are oath breakers, and you are cast out. Leave my presence forever. You are unworthy. All the gifts I gave, I take back. All that you stole, drop them into the abyss, for I will not have them in my realm. You are forever banned. Never look upon heaven again.
No, but I heard a fallen angel mutter that when we passed into heaven. Maybe that was the ban on them?
Guerren spread his hands.
Okay, let's try this one. You broke the covenant. For that, you are banished. No more will you lie with mortals. No more will you make war on them. You are banished.
He gasped and clutched his chest like he couldn't breathe. He'd have fallen to the ground and broken something if Natalie wasn't holding tightly to the pale and sweating ex-war god.
I'll take that as a yes. That was the ban that fell on you. Now, to rework it.
The Holy Spirit raised both wings and bent their tips forward, imitating hands.
We gather here to make a new covenant. Guerren, ex-god of war, you are banished no more. All the gifts taken from you I restore. Go in peace to love and serve the Creator.
Guerren looked stunned, like someone hit him over the head. His eyes rolled around, and he twitched.
Is he okay?
Natalie shifted their grip to keep hold of the shaking ex-war god.
He'll be fine. Just give him a minute to recover. He was subject to the ban for a long time.
The Holy Spirit flapped his wings and stopped floating. Here, you should take this. Arginil lifted the shoe stone so the Holy Spirit could see it. The darn thing was heavier than it looked, and he couldn't wait to give it to someone else. But the Holy Spirit backed away.
You keep it for now. You may need it before the end. Give it to JC when you see him. Think of it as an incentive to search him out.
The Holy Spirit glanced skyward.
And now I must go. I've stayed too long already. Go in peace.
The Holy Spirit shot into the glowing orange sky and disappeared.
Well, that was interesting. What do we do with Guerren until he recovers?
Natalie wrapped both arms around him to keep from dropping him. I guess we wait until he snaps out of it. I hope that won't take too long. Arginil shrugged. His arms were tired of holding the shoe stone, but he couldn't set it down since their only plan called for the ex-war god's skills.
Chapter 50. No Time for Regret. A little while ago, anger boiled inside Ivarian as he knelt on the hard black floor of the gateway tunnel. Darkness revolved around it, and that was fitting, given the pain tearing him apart. He thought he heard the ex-goddess of vengeance, but she didn't appear, because she'd abandoned him, too. What can I do? Rosalie was gone again, possibly forever this time. She wasn't immortal like he was, so how could she survive wherever the adversary sent her?
Well, I guess that just leaves the two of you.
The adversary glared at the spot Rosalie occupied before she disappeared from his grip for a moment, then lowered his hand. He smiled. That snake. Christina scowled and folded her arms. Perhaps she wasn't clued into the plan. Where did you send her? Ivarian tried to rise, but losing Rosalie a second time cut too deeply. Bits streamed away from him. Faster now. His time was running out. Soon, he'd be gone. I didn't get a chance to say goodbye.
You don't get to win, not this time.
Aunt Faye grabbed Ivarian with her massive scaly hand and set him down behind her, and her spiky red tail didn't strike him. She blew a gout of flames at the adversary, but he laughed it off.
That tickles.
The adversary must have done something because the fire fell like a wall of heat and flames toward her. But Ivarian couldn't see what he did since she was a dragon right now, and her body took up most of the width of the tunnel. But she must have reabsorbed the fire because no flames got past her.
Your elemental magic is no use against me. I was created before that subset of magic even existed. Everything you throw at me will just make me stronger,
said the adversary as a dull thud sounded. Did he just bang his fist on his chest? I hope he's wrong about his powers. Ivarian crawled to the nearest wall and dug his hands into the revolving darkness. It was solid enough to grasp, so he pulled himself to his feet even though he was no use in a fight against the adversary. Hopefully that devil lied about how his invincibility worked. It must have limits.
And let's see how invincible you are.
Faye extended her claws to grab him. Who knew what she planned to do after that because everything got blurry.
You don't scare me, sis.
Christina shouted. When his sight cleared, the adversary had somehow got under his end, and he threw her at the spot on the gateway tunnel's wall where the people in gray were hammering earlier. Aunt Faye smashed through the wall and rolled across the ice-crusted snow, still in her dragon form. When she stopped, she lay there and blinked at the sky. She was probably concussed.
It's time to rewrite history.
Christina hopped through the dragon-sized hole in the wall, and the packed snow crunched under her boots. The adversary glanced at him, then away, dismissing him as he floated through the ragged hole in the wall, then strode toward Aunt Faye. When he reached her, he stopped and looked down at her.
You always were a tough opponent, but you never did know when to quit.
You'll never win. Someone will always oppose you.
him? Aunt Faye rolled back and forth, but not far enough to tip over onto her side. Her back spikes remained stuck in the ice and snow.
Is that a prediction of the future? Not that it matters, since you won't have a future soon.
The adversary shook with laughter.
I don't need to use my powers to see your future because you always lose. You're the prince of losers.
Aunt Faye swiped at his legs with her hand claws, but he sidestepped them easily enough and shook his head like she was a naughty girl.
You always were dense. Who'll stop me this time? Look around you. There's no one here.
The adversary spun in a slow circle, taking in the icy realm where the arrow of time once stood.
Don't you worry about that. Someone will stop you. I don't need to read your fate to know that it's inevitable, because you're a loser.
Aunt Faye spat a fireball at him. The adversary caught it and snuffed it out as easily as he would a candle flame.
It doesn't matter what you think. There's no one here except your nephew, but he's not like you. He'll just stand there. He won't lift a finger to stop me, and neither will you.
He blasted Aunt Faye with darkness, and she roared in pain until she passed out and lay still.
I always hated her. She's so imperious.
Christina kicked Aunt Faye in the head, but she probably didn't feel it, and I just stood here and let them hurt her. Varian hung his head as ice scraped over ice. The adversary must be pushing the blocks that broke off the arrow of time out of alignment. Why bother? Everything was already broken. Perhaps the arrow of time wasn't broken enough to suit him. When he glanced up, Ivarian couldn't see his aunt anymore. Giant pieces of the arrow of time hid her from sight, and the adversary and Pristina too. Perhaps his aunt could rest in peace now until she regained consciousness.
You called for vengeance?
Bangiana landed in the snow, and it crunched with every step she took toward him. She still held both swords in her hands, and eye-shaped symbols glowed on her arms. He never asked about them. Yes, I called for you. Varian straightened his spine. He couldn't appear weak in front of her, even though his essence was frayed and unraveling fast.
Why did you call me this time? Last time you called me to judge an innocent man. What makes this time different?
Bangiana stalked toward him like a cat on the hunt, and he was its prey. Behind her, 3 of her daughters left the gateway tunnel and landed in the snow. He couldn't tell which one was Margana since the sisters were identical, but one must be her. The other 2 must be Dharma and Prakasa. The 3 sisters linked arms and strolled toward them. Would they defend him? I was wrong last time. I see that now. But I'm not wrong this time. The adversary went that way with Pristina. They're the ones who set everything in motion. As Ivarian pointed in the direction that Thaniel went, he explained about the gateway, the demons, the invasion, and the broken arrow of time. Pristina couldn't do any of that without help from someone like the adversary. Everything is their fault. Will you help me get revenge on them? Ivarian clenched his fists as a chill wind blew past him.
What do you think, girls? Shall we judge them?
Angiana asked her daughters.
It can't hurt to take a look.
One daughter said with a shrug. She might be Prakasa, but he wasn't sure. The other 2 sisters nodded but didn't comment. If you hurry, you can stop them before they do anything else. Ivarian shivered in the wind that only seemed to affect him. As he pointed at where the adversary went, will you help me? Forget getting vengeance for me. I don't deserve it, but innocent people will suffer if you don't stop the adversary. Will you do it for them? Ivarian hoped they would. Bangiana glanced at her daughters, and this time he was certain. Margana stepped forward.
I've always wanted to fight ultimate evil. You can't get any more on the side of right than that.
Margana extended her hand, and the hilt of a curved sword appeared in it.
All right, daughter. I like your reasoning, and I admit that I'm curious. Why is the adversary here, and what does he hope to gain? Perhaps that angel can tell us. You said they went that way, correct?
Bangiana pointed at the giant ice block that was once part of the arrow time. Yes, they all went that way. Ivarian lowered his arm.
Then we'll go that way too. Come, girls. We've got a devil to find.
Bangiana ran without sheathing her swords or lifting her skirt. Perhaps, as an ex-goddess, she didn't need to do any of those mundane things. Ivarian watched her and her daughters disappear behind the block of ice. I should follow them. I should see this through to the end for Rosalie. She'd want me to do that. The thought of coming face to face with the adversary again made him shake with fear, but he steeled himself and followed them.
She's not dead.
Aunt Faye mumbled as he stopped beside her. She lay on her back, still in her dragon form, and her swirling red eyes struggled to focus on him. She's concussed and doesn't know what she's saying. Rosalie is gone. Ivarian saw her vanish from the adversary's grip, but Rosalie couldn't teleport, so the adversary must have sent her away, and there was only one place he'd send her, to hell, a place that no mortal could return from alive. Rosalie was gone forever this time, and he could never get her back. Soon I'll be gone too into non-existence. It's better that she disappeared. Now she won't have to see me disintegrate.
She's alive.
Aunt Faye insisted as her eyes rolled in their sockets, but it didn't matter because he wouldn't be alive for much longer. The fate accelerated since he arrived here, and he was almost transparent now, like a ghost. I'm sorry I didn't listen to you. You tried your best. Rest now. Ivarian patted a scaly finger on her hand, but that just made her angrier and more insistent. His time was almost up, so he left her there to recover, or not, and hurried after the adversary. I hope I've got enough time to witness someone else making him pay for his crimes. Ivarian stared at his one remaining hand as it disintegrated. That would make fighting tough, so he turned around. I can't take on the adversary alone. I was a fool to think I could. Ivarian ran back to the gateway. He didn't know what he'd do when he reached it.
Chapter 51, running up that tunnel. Thaniel ran up the incline, but the damned floor was as smooth as glass, so she slid back down it. Nor was she the only one who slid. At least a dozen Versati rolled past her as they scrambled for a hand or foothold, or anything, really, to stop their downward slide. Thaniel jumped over first one Versati, then another. Forget this. I can just fly past all these annoyances. Thaniel glanced up to gauge the distance between the floor and the ceiling, then just flapped her wings and gave flying a shot when more Versati rolled toward her. She'd rather bump her head on the ceiling than let a demon take her down. Her wings didn't touch either wall even at full extension, so that was good. She didn't slam her head into the ceiling either, so she kept flying. Things were looking up until a fireball shot toward her. Who is slinging around fireballs? Thaniel turned sideways and the fireball flew harmlessly past her. A loud boom probably shook the gateway tunnel, but she didn't check because voices shouted ahead and someone sang a catchy tune about the winter of thy woe. What does that even mean? I guess I'm about to find out if that glow ahead is any indication. Maybe I should sneak up on it just in case the adversary is creating that glow. Thaniel sent her wings away and dropped into a crouch on the incline, since there were no more Versati to trip her. She didn't want to announce her presence just yet, so it was time to creep around. Who says angels can't be sneaky? Someone had, but she couldn't recall who. It might have been Misria, but she's wrong. I can be sneaky when I want to. But it was hard creeping up the incline. Since she was near the top, she fought for every footstep. But the voices grew more distinct as she neared. Unfortunately, that didn't help her much, since she only recognized one voice, the adversary's. But another loud boom drowned out what he was saying. Thaniel nearly fell on her face when the tunnel straightened out and became perfectly flat after that long upward climb. Well, this is a nice change. It's so much easier to creep through the shadows when I don't have to worry about falling back down to the bottom and having to start all over again, because that wouldn't be any fun. Thankfully, her angelic armor didn't clink or clunk or make any noise at all. That was one of the many benefits of its superior construction and material, so no one heard her creeping closer and closer. Not that they could hear anything over the bangs and booms. What's causing them? A loud crash nearly deafened her as a large red blur that growled like a dragon struggled with something. Unfortunately, the red creature took up most of the width of the tunnel. Who or what was the creature wrestling with? The creature slammed into the wall, back spikes first. But the wall must be weak there, because it collapsed in a loud boom that shook the tunnel, and an invisible force knocked Thaniel down and sent her rolling back down the incline. Hell fires. I didn't want to climb this thing again, but now I'll have to. This sucks. Thaniel tried to stop her downward roll, but the tunnel floor was so smooth, she couldn't find a crack or crevice to dig her fingers into. When she finally stopped, it was because the tunnel had leveled out again, not anything she did. Arg! Thaniel rose and dusted herself off, then trudged back up the dark incline again. I wonder what happened. A chilly wind that wasn't there before blew down the incline, buffeting her and making it harder than it was before to climb up the incline until a deafening crash dropped the tunnel floor. Thaniel slammed into the tunnel's ceiling, then struck the floor again. But now the evil incline was only half as steep and much easier to run up. The darkness lightened ahead, and she ran toward it because it was something other than darkness, and she might as well check out what generated that light. A little while later, Thaniel approached a dragon-sized hole in the wall and the pale light spilling into the tunnel. Cold air slammed into her, making her shiver. She stared out at a frozen wasteland, dominated by house-sized ice chunks scattered about like a giant left his toys lying around. Maybe one did. I'd better not piss it off if I run into it, so the giant doesn't flatten me. This place didn't look like the mortal world, nor did it feel like that place either. What is this place? Thaniel asked aloud, like someone would answer her. Luck must be with her because someone did.
It's the arrow of time,
said a young blonde man staggering toward her. He looked through her with the hollow eyes of someone who'd seen too much and absorbed one too many shocks. Why is one of your arms transparent like a ghost? Thaniel pointed at it.
It's a long story.
He wouldn't look at her. Maybe he couldn't. He looked rather shell-shocked. Maybe my halo or my eyes are too bright. Thaniel couldn't tell, since they always glowed. That's just what they did. The best stories usually are. Did you see the adversary anywhere? He looked like a man who ran into that devil and still struggled to accept it.
He went that way.
The fellow pointed at the icy expanse in front of them, and water dripped on his boots. Was he crying? Things might look bad now, but something can always change. Things are never as bleak as they seem. Thaniel jumped through the hole and landed on the permafrost, but it crunched under her weight. I hate ice. It's slippery, cold, and unforgiving if you fall on it.
You're wrong about that. Things just keep getting worse.
The young man landed on the ice next to her. That was unexpected. You're too young to be this jaded. Who are you, anyway? Daniel tried to study him, but he stared at the ground and gripped his disappearing arm.
It doesn't matter. My life is over anyway.
He kicked a small broken piece of ice and sent it ricocheting off larger pieces that looked like they broke off some massive ice structure. Why would anyone build anything out of ice? Daniel didn't understand the appeal. Why is your life over? That fading thing is just a temporary condition. You just need to reverse whatever you did, or if that's not possible, make a new covenant with different terms, and presto, the old one isn't valid anymore, and neither are its terms and conditions. Daniel pointed at his arm again as bits flew away on the wind, trying to knock them over. She wasn't here to counsel depressed demigods, but her angelic nature didn't allow her to leave him to suffer when some advice could help, especially when the solution to his problem was so simple. Look, I'll even help you after I stop the adversary if you're part of the solution, not the problem. Do we have a deal?
You'd help me?
He finally looked at her, and she was right about him being a demigod. He looked like he was related to the X-Time gods. He had their nose and his mother's gray eyes. That's what I said. I'm an angel, so I'm supposed to help people. It's in the job description somewhere. Daniel shrugged and wished her armor was warmer when the wind found every crack and crevice to crawl into and chill her.
What do you want me to do?
He looked at her with such hope in his eyes that Daniel had to take a step back to steady herself. What could she ask him to do? Obviously, he couldn't take on the adversary. She wasn't even sure she could do that and survive. But it was her job to oppose him whenever possible, so she had to at least try, for her friend's sake, all the while hoping they would get here and help her. What could a demigod do in this situation? First off, what's your name? I need something to yell if I need you. I prefer to have a name because, hey, you isn't that effective. Daniel shifted her weight from foot to foot to warm herself.
My name's Iverion. What's your name?
I'm Thaniel, she said without an ounce of concern for a demigod knowing her true name. No one except the Council of Angels ever called on her, but it might be fun if a demigod summoned her. I'm sorry we met under such circumstances. Now I need you to get back into that gateway tunnel and keep watch. If those gray-robed demons show up, shout for me. If you see another angel, direct them to me.
That's all you want me to do?
For now, yes. It's an important job. Not everyone can be on the front lines. Someone needs to keep watch, and that someone is you. I've got a villain to find. Danielle squeezed his shoulder. She still had no plan and no idea what this icy place was or why the adversary wanted to come here, but she didn't need those details right now, just a direction to go. Iverion ran after her, but he stopped when she did.
Wait, my mom, my aunt, and my uncles are here too. I know which side my mom and my aunt are on, but I don't know which side my uncles are on, so be careful. The ice remembers all the events of the past.
Thanks. I'll watch out for them. Now, you get back to the gateway and watch for reinforcements. Daniel waved, then ran around a chunk of ice that towered over her as a loud boom echoed off the ice block. Thankfully, it didn't tip over like she feared, but she still hurried past it and skidded to a stop. A red dragon lay on its side, its eyes closed like it might be unconscious, or maybe not since it cracked open one red swirling eye and glared at her while she was standing like a fool gaping at the sight. One would think this was the first dragon I'd ever seen by my reaction, when it definitely isn't. But she never expected to run into a dragon outside heaven. Where did this dragon come from? So far, she hadn't seen any in hell, but she didn't search the entire realm for them either. Come to think of it, I didn't search the mortal world for dragons either. But that sounds like fun. I'll run the idea past Misria, and maybe she'll take a vacation and go dragon scouting with me. We could record their locations or something. Daniel put that exciting project aside. She'd definitely revisit it later. Right now, she needed to find the adversary so she could distract him.
Don't just stare at me, go after him,
said the dragon as it shrank down and became a black woman with blood-red hair wearing equally red dragon scale armor. Oh, hi, Faye. I didn't recognize you as a dragon. Daniel bent and helped the petite powerhouse up.
I forgive you for that. Where's my nephew?
Faye glanced around for him. I sent him to watch for reinforcements and to send friendly ones to us and to shout a warning if unfriendly ones show up. I didn't think you wanted him involved in a fight with the head devil. Daniel held the ex-goddess up while she got her bearings.
You got that right. How is he?
Faye staggered for a moment, then stood on her own. He was really morose about his little fading problem, but I told him it's fixable, and if he does a good job, I'll help him get it fixed. Daniel let go of her.
Is fixable?
Faye stopped and stared up at her like she just said something mind-boggling. Yeah, he's suffering from the consequences of breaking a deal. To fix that, he needs to make a new deal. Then the old one will no longer apply. This is standard contract stuff, not high majory. Daniel shrugged. Did no one learn how to make contracts anymore?
But my siblings and I, we made a deal with the creator, and no one's seen the creator in a really long time. How can we change the terms and conditions of that deal if we can't find the creator?
They glared at her like that was her problem. Next time you see JC, ask him to modify it. As the creator's earthly representative, that's his job. But I have a job job to do right now, too. Daniel patted her shoulder, but Faye was too stunned to continue. She kept repeating the words, make a new deal, like that was a new concept. Clearly, she hadn't done many contract negotiations since her pantheon fell, so she must be out of practice if that didn't occur to her. A good thing she isn't an angel. I feel like all I do is negotiate with the Council of Angels. If she'd known the rise in rank to Archangel would require her to deal with the Council on a regular basis, she would have rejected it. But rank wasn't something she could reject, since age and experience increased in Angel's light and power, and the level of both determined whether one was an angel or an archangel. It had nothing to do with the Council, even though they wished that were otherwise. Where did you see the adversary last? Faye? Daniel waved her hand in front of the ex-goddess of fate's face, but Faye just kept mumbling, I guess I'm on my own. Daniel gritted her teeth as the wind again found every seam and slipped in to freeze her. I hate this place.
I know where he is. I'll lead you to him if you'll help my son and me,
said a transparent woman who looked like Faye's pale, fair-haired sister, the ex-goddess of the past, Estiana. She was probably Avarian's mother, since he looked just like her. I'm glad I sent him back to the gateway, where it's marginally safer. Sure, I'm an angel helping people is what I do, so lead the way. Daniel gestured for her to precede to her.
Thank you. I overheard what you said to my son and my sister.
Estiana floated alongside the giant ice chunks. I meant every word. Daniel trudged along beside her.
I know. I heard the sincerity in your voice, and that's why I'll tell you my other sister is helping the adversary. She's dead, by the way.
Estiana glanced at her to see her reaction, but Daniel didn't know how to take that news, so she didn't have a reaction. Where are they? Because so far, all Daniel saw was giant house-sized squarish blocks of ice, knocked askew and snow for endless miles. But there must be something here, or the adversary wouldn't bother coming here.
They're flying that way, toward the beginning of the arrow of time, when this timeline began.
Estiana pointed at the flat, snowy vista far ahead of them. Why would they do that? Daniel couldn't think of a single reason the adversary would want to go there, but nothing he did made any sense to her, so why should he start now?
Because they want to go back to the event that started this timeline and change it.
Estiana wrung her hands. The event that started this timeline? Daniel repeated, and then realized what Estiana meant. You mean the war between your kind and mine before the ban of heaven and the fall? Why would the adversary want to go back to the time of his greatest defeat?
Yes, that's where they're going. You must stop them.
That was an understatement if she ever heard one, but now wasn't the time to point that out. Daniel recalled her wings and flapped them hard enough to cut through the wind, shoving her down. I'll do my best. Send any angels you see to help me. I've got a feeling I'll need them. Estiana disappeared below, but the snow crunching underfoot said someone followed her. Perhaps the ex-goddess still followed on foot. Danielle glanced behind her, but the man-shaped silhouette was too far back to see clearly and getting further away with every wing beat. For a moment, she thought it was Avarian, but then the shape split into multiple human shapes. Who's following me? They weren't her friends, since Arjaniel, Natali, and Azariah could fly. Could they be more of the adversary's goons? Possibly, but they were far enough away that they posed no threat to her. Well, I guess I'll find out if they interfere. Right now, she needed clues to solve a bigger mystery. What did the adversary want with the timeline? That was the most pressing issue. What did one do with a timeline other than arrange events in some kind of order? Daniel couldn't think of a single thing the adversary could do with a timeline. Istiana's theory didn't make sense. The war ended a long time ago, and no one except the creator could change that or its outcome. How can I stop the adversary when I still don't know what he's trying to do?
Chapter 52, The Army We Made.
Guerren, ex-god of war, you are banished no more. All the gifts taken from you I restore. Go in peace to love and serve the Creator,
said the entity who claimed he was the Holy Spirit, and he must indeed be holy, even though he was the definition of a suspicious character. Who sends out a giant dove to break bans and bestow blessings? Apparently the Creator did, because the Holy Spirit's voice reverberated inside Guerren's soul and stirred up its contents. What were souls made of, anyway? Now, probably wasn't a great time to wonder about that. Light shone upon Guerren, despite his not-so-holy thoughts, and maybe he glowed too. Anything was possible with the Holy Spirit in attendance. Light surrounded him, and it rolled over him like a gentle tide, making him tingle all over. What was the light doing to him? Maybe it was remaking him into a new man with a new purpose. When the tingling faded, the echoes of the Holy Spirit's voice faded too, but the light didn't. It spilled out of his pockets. Why are my pockets glowing? What do I have in my pockets? Was there anything in there there, other than what's supposed to be there. Guerren dipped his hand into his pockets and touched a bunch of crystals he might have accidentally taken from heaven. Oops. He pulled out the crystals and held them out to the Holy Spirit like an offering. Unfortunately, the giant bird had already left, and that left him with a problem. What do I do with these gems?
Where did you get those from?
Argeniel shifted his grip on the seeing stone and flew closer to look at the crystals. I found them in heaven. Before you accuse me of stealing, may I remind you that things got very confusing toward the end of our stay there. I never got a chance to put them back before a bunch of dragons chased me to hell, and then I forgot about them. Guerren held the crystals out for inspection. A violet glow shone from Natalie's throat through the fabric covering it. Guerren stared at it for a moment and then remembered the pendant the woman who claimed to be the sleeping angel gave him at the start of this mess. He might owe her a thank you if he ever ran into her again, but only if the Holy Spirit returned his full powers, because that would make all the running he'd done worth it.
Well, we can return them later, but right now we can't do anything about them, so you'll have to hold on to them until then.
Azariah pushed Guerren's hands and the crystals he held back toward Guerren's chest. Yeah, I can do that. Guerren slid the crystals back into his pockets for safekeeping. He patted his bulging pockets. Well, it's time to test my powers and see if I really got them all back. Shall we go fetch my army now?
Sure, why not?
Natalie said, and they sounded amused by this.
It's too bad Thenael will miss it. She so wanted to witness your rise to a leadership position.
You'll just have to fill her in, and I'm counting on Argeniel to chronicle this, since he's a glorified scribe with wings. Guerren threw a cheeky grin his way, but the former librarian ignored him and stared at his library as the gateway slowly crushed it. Fly, you fools. I have an army to catch. Guerren pointed at the dust cloud moving through the city streets beneath them. Natalie muttered something that sounded suspiciously like,
I hope you have a plan.
I am their rightful leader. I don't need a plan. Guerren rubbed his hands together.
Well, we've gotten pretty far without a plan already, so why not?
Natalie flew toward the dust cloud rolling through the city streets, but they slowed when another dust cloud headed toward the city from the spire.
What is that?
Natalie pointed at it.
I think they emptied the cells under the spire, but that's just a guess.
Argeniel said as he hovered beside them.
Which group do we stop first?
Azariah studied the two dust clouds. Would they collide and form a larger army? Guerren fizzed with joy at the thought of commanding an even larger army. We should stop them both, obviously. This was better than Guerren imagined, but he needed a spectacle to get the two groups' attention. Good angels, would you lend me some light?
What are you asking for?
Azariah stared at him like he was trying to read his mind.
I think he wants you to do that blinding aura thing Azrael does.
Natalie waved a gloved hand around.
I don't know if I can do that. I've never tried.
Azariah shook his head regretfully. Argeniel heaved a sigh like someone who was about to do something he'd regret. Or maybe the large spherical crystal he hugged to his chest was getting heavy.
I think I can do it.
Then get on with it. I need a spectacle. Guerren waved for him to start. Argeniel glared at him, but he didn't argue. Light gathered around him until he was blinding to look at, but looking away was hard. His fiery aura drew the eye, exactly as Guerren hoped. Perfect. Now let's drop in front of the first group since they're closer to the palace and the base of the gateway. Remember, we need to stop them from joining the adversary. Guerren pointed to where he wanted to go and hoped Natalie would comply. The Versati mumbled something, but he ignored their comments since they were only here to provide transportation. Instead, he glanced behind them to make sure Azariah and Argeniel followed. They did, and that made him feel all warm and fiery inside that his friends trusted him enough to fly into danger with him without much of a plan.
Where do you want me to stop?
Natalie descended, and the intersection of two roads rose to meet them. So did the buildings lining the road, and they cut off Guerren's view of the other group running toward the city. Oh well, that couldn't be helped. The demons, fallen angels and ex-gods, just needed to follow the wider thoroughfare Natalie hovered over to reach the adversary's palace. Stop. This is good. Just hover here, bow your head, and look like you're my loyal servant. Guerren grinned.
Mind me again why I'm doing this?
Natalie mumbled something about how they should have left him in the spire, but they must have regretted that thought because they sighed. They didn't bow their head or look submissive. They just glared at the back of his head, and he felt their glare. Remind me not to piss them off. Guerren put that concern aside for now, raised both hands to the sky, and used his command voice. Stop. You're playing into the adversary's hands. He wants you to fight a war he lost thousands of years ago, but that's a war you can't win. Not against that. He pointed at Argeniel. The dust clouds faded, revealing mostly demons, some fallen angels, and a few ex-gods. Arbus didn't stand out in the crowd. Maybe he didn't listen to the adversary's promises, or throw his lot in with that villain again. Nor did he see Lyonestra at first, until she pushed through the first ragged row of fallen angels.
And what are you offering? At least he's offering a way out of here.
Lyonestra folded her arms over her lion-headed threaded breastplate. Yeah, that didn't go so well for you last time. Do you honestly think it would work out any better this time? Guerren took her grimace as permission to continue when she didn't argue that he was wrong, because they both knew he was just stating the facts. I'm offering you a chance to stop fighting the same war over and over and losing it. Do you really think you can win against his kind? Guerren waved to take in Arginil and his blinding aura, and Azariah, who hovered next to his boyfriend and looked just as imposing. People sometimes forgot how tough angels could be.
There are more ways to win than you realize. But to answer your question, the point isn't to win one conflict or another. It's to spread darkness and bring forth the apocalypse.
Lionestra threw her head back and dark energy crackled around her as a super long whip made of pure power extended from each hand and crashed through the first floor of the buildings on either side of the road. Well, that was new. Guerren raised his hand. Where did you get those whips from? They were as awesome as they were problematic. The glow surrounding Arginil faded until he looked like he usually did as he juggled the strobing seeing stone. Was that thing trying to show them something? Probably, since that was its job, to show people things. The crystal ball turned red except for one spot, which remained white and shaped like a moon with a bite taken out of it. It's that thing trying to show us. Guerren tried to catch Arginil's attention. Since Natalie had wings and was flying him, avoiding the whips was their problem, not his.
I don't know. If I figure it out, I'll tell you.
Arginil turned the crystal, as if that might change the view or give him a clue. He dropped a full-body glow. What a pity. He made a pretty mini-sun, even though that made him hard to look at. But he wasn't brooding or melancholy right now, so that was an improvement. Maybe a little danger was good for the angel.
Have you figured it out yet?
Lionestra cracked the whip of power in her right hand, and it slammed into the street, splitting it apart as she laughed and raised the whip in her left hand. Demons, fallen angels, and ex-gods ran away from the palace, and the widening cracks shooting from where the whips landed. Rocks fell into the crevasses she created, leaving an uncrossable gulf for anyone who didn't have wings. Is this when you say something crazy like, if I can't have the army, then no one can? Guerren tried not to look impressed, but he was. Lionestra's eyes glowed like blood moons when she stopped laughing, and shadows trailed after her like they were part of her armor.
No. This is the part when I tell you I ran into a copy of myself from another timeline, and do you know what she gave me?
He's got the sixth seal of the apocalypse.
Azariah pointed at her after making that outrageous claim. What in hell was a seal, and why would someone put it anywhere near an apocalypse? What does that mean? Guerren shouted back when the angel didn't elaborate, because that wasn't as enlightening as the angel thought. But the question must have upset Lionestra because she swung a whip at him, not the angel who made the claim. Guerren swung his legs to the side so the whip wouldn't strike him, but he needn't have bothered because Natalie dodged it and pulled him with them. The whip struck a balcony on the third floor of a building, and broken masonry rained down on the cobbled street, breaking it up even more. A glimmer of an idea sparked in the back of Guerren's mind. Would the angels go for it?
Armageddon needs hands and creatures to break the world into pieces, so when the seals open, they attract people and become one with them, giving them their powers while enticing them to fulfill the prophecy for the end times.
Azariah said, as if Lionestra didn't just try to hit Guerren. He didn't even move from the spot where he hovered next to Arginil.
So she's one of its hands? That sounds awful.
Natalie shifted their grip on him and hopefully firmed it so they didn't drop him. Falling right now would injure him pretty badly from this height, so Guerren needed to avoid that.
No one ever said Armageddon was fun.
Azariah shrugged, like talk of the apocalypse didn't even faze him. Angels were just built differently.
I'm not part of any Armageddon. I am chaos. Hear me roar.
Lionestra swung both whips at Azariah, but he and Arginil shot upward, and the whips fell short and crashed down on the roof of a building across the street from Lionestra. The whips sliced through it like it was nothing. The two halves of the building wobbled, then collapsed, forcing Lionestra to run to escape them, so she wasn't impervious to damage. That was good to know. You wanted a plan. Well, I just thought of one. Anyone want to guess what the plan is? Guerren smiled. It was glorious, heading into battle with friends by his side. They were the army he made along the way.
I think I know what you're thinking. I don't like it, but if she collapses enough of the city, no one can reach the adversary's palace except us.
Azariah sighed like he might regret this, but he'd do it, and that was what mattered.
It's a good plan, though.
Arginil added, but he stared into the seeing stone still, searching for answers. He'd need to look away from it if he wanted to help with the plan.
Well, Can someone clue me in on the plan because I'm not following?
Natalie rubbed the back of their neck through their hood.
I'm sorry you lost your army.
Thanks, but I didn't lose it. My army is full of the friends I made along the way, and being a leader meant knowing your people's skills and how best to use them. Another idea occurred to Guerren as he regarded the Versailles, scowling down at him.
Why are you staring at me?
Natalie blinked, and her eyes changed from glowing pink to glowing blue. They were pink when the Versailles was in a good mood, and blue when not. When you mimic someone, can you take some of their power and use it? Guerren winced at the loud boom reverberating through the city after the building collapsed. Debris bounced down the cobbled street after Lionestra.
No, I can just drain them. Wait a minute. That's your plan?
Natalie stared at him, but it was hard to tell how they felt about the plan when their veil covered the lower part of their face. As one part of it, Guerren grinned because it was a great plan.
What's the rest of it?
Natalie asked as Lionestra turned, and there was murder in her eyes.
We dodge the whips and get her to cut off access to the palace for anyone other than us,
Argeniel said, proving he was listening to their conversation after all.
So we're flying targets? You're right, Azariah. I don't like that plan either. Here, catch.
Natalie swung Guerren, then released him, and he sailed toward the two angels. What are you doing? Guerren didn't glance over his shoulder to make sure an angel caught him. They would. He trusted them too much to doubt it, and he wasn't wrong. Azariah grasped his arm and stopped his fall.
I'm accelerating your plan because we don't have time to waste.
Natalie dropped onto the cobbled street and landed in a crouch behind Lionestra. What was the Versailles talking about? They had plenty of time for his plan. At least they did before the gateway tunnel that shadowed half the city shook like crazy. Maybe Natalie was right about time running out. Lionestra turned, and her eyes widened for a moment as she noticed how the gateway tunnel reacted, but she wasn't fighting them for the adversary anymore. So she pulled her gaze away from the gateway and focused on the closer threat.
Why do you follow him? You aren't like them.
Who said anything about following him? If not for me, Guerren wouldn't be here right now. I dragged him away from the spire.
Natalie rapped on their chest with a gloved fist, and their wings retracted through the rents in the sides of their robes until they disappeared.
Have you come to join me?
Lionestra cocked her head to one side like she was studying the Versailles.
No, I'm tired of people hurting my friends and casually destroying other people's homes.
Natalie advanced, and their gray robes billowed in the breeze, stirring Lionestra's blonde hair.
Then so be it.
Lionestra swung the whip in her right hand. Argeniel shot forward so fast he blurred. He caught the end of Lionestra's whip in one hand, and somehow he still clutched the seeing stone to his chest with the other. Natalie ducked under the whip and exploded out of their crouch with one ungloved hand extended. Lionestra jerked the other whip, but Natalie was too close. Their hands struck Lionestra's cheek, and they both cried out. The Lionestra dropped the whips, and they vanished as the glowing, lock-shaped symbol flew away from her. It probably didn't have a stylized numeral 6 embossed on it, but Guerren imagined it did. Now what? Guerren asked as Natalie pulled her glove back on and walked away from the unconscious demon.
We need to find Daniel.
Natalie extruded wings again from their back through the same slits in the side of their robe and flew up to join them. Yes, we do. She was a tough angel, but Guerren couldn't help wondering what she was doing. I hope she didn't take on the adversary alone, but knowing her, she would if the opportunity presented itself. Well, what are we waiting for? She might be in trouble.
We'd better hurry because something is happening over there.
Argeniel pointed toward where the library stood before the gateway tunnel landed on it. Indeed, a dark cloud sat there now. Was the gateway breaking up?
How do we find her?
Natalie fiddled with the glowing violet pendant around her neck.
Is the pendant. That's what it's for. And would you mind carrying him again? He's a little unwieldy.
Azariah held Guerren out to the Versailles like an offering.
Do I get a choice?
Natalie asked, but they accepted Guerren and slung an arm around his waist. It was a relief to not dangle by his arm anymore. Thank you. Now let's find Danielle. Guerren pointed toward the palace. He couldn't see it from here, but they must be only moments away from it with clear skies before them.
How do I use the pendant?
Natalie touched it with her free hand.
Just think of her, and the pendant will do the rest.
Azariah shrugged like that was easy, and anyone could do it. Maybe the pendant waited for just that moment to rise and point not toward the palace, but toward the library.
I guess we go that way.
Natalie echoed Azariah's shrug and flew away from the city, but they stayed parallel to the shaking dark tube of the gateway. Argeniel and Azariah followed. I hope we're in time. Guerren kept his worries to himself as the city blurred beneath him. There was no reason to worry anyone else.
Chapter 53, Thoughts and Prayers. What the hell was Faye saying? Rosalie bit her tongue until blood welled from it. Unfortunately, that drop of blood didn't dribble out of her mouth, so she couldn't use her blood magic to turn it into spikes. Well, there went that plan. Maybe it was the lack of air making her hallucinate, or the dragon's giant red swirling eyes staring at her like Faye was trying to tell her something. Flames danced in the ex-goddess of fate's eyes like the ones that surrounded her when she teleported. Oh, is that what she's trying to tell me? Can I teleport now that I have Pristina's time crystal and her magic? If so, then she was getting out of here ASAP. Rosalie pictured the first place she thought of, which just so happened to be the library at Mount Eredrin, and the tunnel and the hand squeezing her throat vanished. Fog appeared and it surrounded her, and then storm clouds appeared above her. Why did I end up in the gray between again? I was trying to go to Mount Eredrin. Rosalie pictured the grassy area surrounding that mountain's feet as an elephant trotted toward her. Oh, hell no. I'm not dealing with any memory eaters.
You don't belong here. Leave now or we'll throw you out.
The memory eater pointed their trunk at her like she might not know who they meant. You can relax. I'm leaving. Rosalie remembered the feel of thick grass under her boots and pictured the switchback path leading up the mountain to its glowing doors as the memory eater and the gray between vanished. Grass appeared under her boots and Mount Eredrin stood close by, shadowing part of the meadow. The river Nirthal flowed past the mountain as the afternoon sun sparkled on its wide blue expanse. On the other side of the mountain, a lot of tents stood in neat rows. Why are there so many tents pitched on the green? They weren't here the last time I visited. Before she could speculate about that, a bright green glow snagged her attention, and she turned toward the enchanted forest. Beyond those weird standing stones that ringed Mount Eredrin twice, a giant, eye-shaped cloud of darkness towered over Sarn. But he didn't look like that bothered him, given his rigid stance and squared shoulders. Shafts of green light shot up from the ground and severed the black tentacles extruding from the eye-shaped abomination, and they looked like giant prehensile eyelashes as they whipped about trying to grab onto anything they could. But Sarn cut them down as quickly as they appeared. Nor was he alone. 2 angels slashed through them too, but only one angel wore armor, and she wielded a sword. The other angel wore a long white dress and swung a scythe like she wasn't sure what to do with it. That was a strange weapon for an angel. It made her look like a reaper from a bard's tale. The eye-shaped thing flickered and shook as its severed tentacles fell to the ground in pieces. I'll bet that's the other end of the gateway. Since Avarian was somewhere inside it, she steeled herself for the unpleasantness to come and strode toward it. I'm gonna regret this, I just know it. But Rosalie put one foot in front of the other anyway, and only paused when she met the curious green eyes of the little boy Sarn clutched to his chest. Well, that explained why he just stood there, out of reach of the tentacles. He was protecting Ran. Thank God he's on the side of the angels, literally. Rosalie didn't want to imagine someone as powerful as Sarn choosing the side of evil. She shuddered at the thought. May that never happen. Ran pointed at her. Someday, I'll be your friend, and we'll get into a lot of trouble together. But not so much that we can't get out of it later. Rosalie smiled and almost laughed at the number of times they tried to find the farms under Mount Eredrin and how terrible Ran was at sneaking around. May that never change.
I don't know about that. It sounds weird.
Ran scowled at her and rested his head on his father's shoulder again. At his tender age, he probably thought girls were weird. Oh well, his loss. The ground shook as someone let loose a wordless cry of anguish. Oh no, that sounded like Evarian. Rosalie waved goodbye to a boy who would become her best friend in the future.
That's my cue. Come, daughters. Someone calls us.
A woman wearing black robes with some kind of glowing symbols on her arms dived into the black heart of the gateway and vanished. 3 identically dressed women followed her. Who are they? Rosalie asked, not expecting an answer since Sarn was concentrating, and Ran was too little to know.
The ex-goddess of vengeance and her daughters.
Murren said from where he sat on a boulder, jotting down notes in a leather-bound book. It was weird seeing him as a teenager. When she last saw him, he was around 30. Thanks. I'd better follow them. I'm not sure what will happen when the gateway collapses, but make sure you're behind a strong shield when it does. Rosalie didn't think he was in any real danger. Sarn was a master at shielding, but that warning was all the payment she could give for his kindness and generosity in the future. Since the gateway blurred as it shook, throwing off dark threads, its collapse looked imminent. What will that do to anyone still inside the gateway tunnel when it collapses? Rosalie didn't know, so she ran until a green light welled up in front of her. She zigged and zagged to avoid the shields rising from the ground to stop her. Sarn was a sweet man, but she didn't need him to save her. I must get into the gateway tunnel before this entrance collapses. The grass ended and gravel crunched under her boots. She ducked between 2 stones that stood taller than her, then between 2 more in the outer ring. Then she leapt into the swirling darkness in the center of the eye-shaped gateway. I'm coming, Avarian, and when I find you, I'll tie you to me, so I don't lose you again. Then she'd pay Pristina back for screwing up her past, her present, and her future. Rosalie landed on a flexible black surface that shook as the walls of the gateway tunnel swirled around her like dark clouds. Maybe they really were clouds. Who knew what gateways were actually made of? Blades of green light tore through the swirling darkness behind her, shredding it into black motes that flew away, and the platform disintegrated behind her. Oh no, that's not good. Remind me to never anger Rand's dad, or ever underestimate him. Rosalie turned around and ran as fast as she could toward the faint glow ahead. Hopefully, that was where she last saw Ivarian and Pristina. That woman had better not hurt him. Rosalie ran for what felt like forever, but it was probably only a few miles in reality. That damned glow in front of her didn't brighten until a section of the wall disappeared. She skidded to a stop and stared at the icy tundra where the arrow of time should stand. But someone cut that massive arrow made of ice into blocks and knocked them askew, breaking the arrow. That can't be good. Rosalie hopped through the hole and her boots crunched on the snow. The cold dived into every seam of her trousers and skirt. Rosalie pulled her long sleeves down to cover her hands as she padded through the snow. Where was Ivarian?
We have to collapse the gateway,
Faye said from somewhere ahead. Rosalie rounded a chunk of ice many times taller than her, and there was the petite ex-goddess of fate, shivering as she stamped her feet to warm them. Sarn already took down the entrance to the gateway near Mount Eredrin.
That's good news, but we still need to collapse the other end.
Faye blew on her hands to warm them. Where's Pristina? Rosalie didn't see her anywhere, but the ex-goddess was transparent now that she was a ghost, so she could hide anywhere.
The last time I saw her, she was with the Adversary. They went that way.
Faye pointed away from the gateway. Where's Ivarian? Rosalie rubbed her arms through the thin fabric of her sleeves. Shouldn't he be with his aunt? He better not have left without me.
Wasn't he standing guard by the gateway? Daniel said he was.
Faye glared at the house-sized piece of ice blocking her view. No one was there when I arrived. Where did he go? Rosalie folded her arms to keep from wringing her hands. Why do I keep losing him?
And then, I don't know where he went. The last time I saw him was before the Adversary threw me through the wall of the gateway and knocked me unconscious. I know the Adversary, Pristina, and Daniel went that way, but that's all I'm sure of. I don't know where anyone else went.
Faye extended her arm and pointed into the distance. Why did everyone go that way? Rosalie rubbed her hands together.
This timeline began back there, but that's the place I can't go because I can't travel backward in time beyond the present moment. Just standing here is hard enough. My magic is trying to push me into the future where I belong.
Faye skidded until she dug her sandals into the snow, proving she wasn't kidding about the pushing part. And then you should go. You've done so much to help me. Thank you. Rosalie caught the ex-goddess hand and squeezed it.
If I had any sense at all, I'd go, but I'm still here because one sister is nuts, the other is dying, and I don't know what the Adversary is doing, but it can't be good. The worst part is that I can't do anything to help because of a deal I made thousands of years ago to save my family.
Faye clenched her fists and paced like a caged dragon. You could take down the other end of the gateway, Rosalie shrugged. That sounded like a reasonable suggestion, since Faye could transform into a dragon with sharp claws.
Yes, I could, but not by myself. Are you volunteering to help me?
Faye spun to face her and her red eyes brimmed with fire. No, I need to go after Ivarian. Rosalie shook her head. Even though the thought of facing the Adversary again turned her knees to jelly, she still must face him.
And I need to know what will happen to my family. My two brothers are around here somewhere, avoiding all the drama.
Faye sighed and glanced around like she expected them to appear and report on their activities. Of course, they didn't do that. You should find them and make sure Hithuglair isn't working with Pristina anymore. Rosalie glanced around for him too. I thought I heard his voice when the Adversary choked me. I could have hallucinated that, but I don't think I did, because I would have hallucinated something else.
You're right. What about the gateway?
Faye pointed at it in case she'd forgotten it stood there. Will it collapse on its own? Doesn't it need a second terminus? It didn't have that anymore, thanks to Sarn and his earth magic. Rosalie wished she had some of it right now. His magic was handy in a fight with a giant inanimate object.
It acquired another one. Look there.
Faye pointed to the swirling black eye-shaped thing floating above the frozen ground. Black tentacles dug into the snow and the sky, anchoring it in place. Could you break those tethers? Rosalie studied them. They were as thick as tree roots and probably as strong. Damn, it was too bad Sarn wasn't here. But this was no place for a mortal, and as powerful as he might be, he was only human. And I'm not anymore, unless I can reverse what Layla did to me without destroying those I love.
Yeah, I'll find my brothers and we'll start demolishing it. You should go after them, but be careful.
Faye waved a hand in front of her face. What changed her mind? The center of the gateway lightened as an angel stepped through it, carrying a large glowing ball under one arm. Where did Arjaniel get that thing from? Behind him, Azariah stepped through the gateway, followed by Antali and a scruffy fellow in leather armor who looked familiar. Could he be the same war god Pristina summoned, then trapped in that magic circle? What were the odds of that happening?
Day, long time no see. How are you?
The armor-wearing guy opened his arms for a hug as he jogged toward them. Faye sidestepped him and neatly avoided the hug.
Hello, Guerren. What are you doing here?
Rosalie felt her jaw drop in shock. He was the same war god Pristina summoned.
I came with my friend friends to stop the adversary, of course.
Guerren turned and waved to the two angels and Natalie, but they didn't hurry to join them.
Oh, since when were you friends with angels?
Faye narrowed her eyes in suspicion, and that was the question running through Rosalie's head right now.
They helped me get my powers back.
Guerren threw an arm around each angel when the trio reached them.
Have either of you seen an angel called Taniel? She's about this tall and wears shiny armor.
Natalie glanced between them for an answer.
She went that way too.
Faye pointed at the same spot she'd pointed at several times now.
Thank you. Let's go, gentlemen.
Natalie extended their wings and flapped them until they rose from the snow.
What is this place?
Argeniel turned as he studied it. It was the arrow of time. Come on. I'll explain as we go. If one of you will give me a lift. Rosalie glanced at the trio until Natalie extended a hand to her.
I'll fly you. It'll be a nice change after flying the ex-war god.
Natalie clasped her hand and reeled her in until they could wrap an arm around Rosalie's waist.
Then who's carrying me? You're not leaving me here, not if there's a fight on the horizon.
Guerren glared at the two angels.
Fine, I'll carry you.
Azariah grabbed Guerren's arm and lifted off.
What about you?
Argeniel asked Faye.
Unless you can amend the deal I made thousands of years ago, I can't go any further into the past than this spot. So I guess I'm cutting tethers again.
Faye gestured to the gateway's new terminus.
When you find the ex-goddess of vengeance and her daughters, send them back. Vengiana's swords would be damned useful on those tethers.
We'll do that. Rosalie agreed for them because vengeance wasn't something they needed right now, and she'd like one less ex-goddess to deal with.
Then let's go. Rosalie, you'd better explain what this place is so we can put our heads together while we fly and come up with a plan.
Natalie said as they turned to face the horizon Faye pointed at and flew toward it. That sounded like a plan to Rosalie, so she told them what she knew. I hope Layla found the abyss, and she did what she went there to do. Since she couldn't check that, Rosalie had to trust her friend wouldn't fail.
Chapter 54. No time like the present. While Faye watched Rosalie and the angels fly off towards the horizon, her mind raced. Is it really that simple? She wasn't used to thinking such things, but what if they just needed to negotiate a new deal? Why did I never think of that? She shivered, not just from the cold as footsteps crunched on the ice-crusted snow behind her. Now, who was coming? Faye steeled herself as she turned, in case she needed to fight someone.
I'm all out of power, so you're on your own this time,
said the dragon she bonded with a long time ago for mutual protection. But something went wrong with the spell, and they ended up sharing one physical form that could transform into a petite, black-skinned human woman or a giant red dragon. I'll survive. She always did. Faye rubbed the back of her all-too-human head through her long red braids that matched her nails. She ached all over from her fight with the adversary, but those aches faded away as a man walked toward her. He wore white robes, like an angel, but he didn't have a halo. He didn't need one since his aura surrounded him with white light, making him a tad hard to see in this reflective polar environment. Why couldn't the adversary pick somewhere warmer to take over?
Hello, Faye.
JC said as he approached. Hello. It's been a while since I saw you. I'm not really sure when that was, since time is all messed up right now. Faye lowered her hands to her side since her head no longer ached. In fact, no part of her hurt anymore thanks to him. Healing was always his strongest gift.
The Holy Spirit said things were out of whack, but I didn't realize how much. That bird is the master of understatement.
JC shook his head in mock consternation. Yeah, well, the adversary likes to shove things out of whack for fun. Faye glanced down to make sure she was still clad in dragon scale armor from neck to toes, since her clothes could shift at will. She was still armored, and that was good because she'd probably need the protection since her immortality didn't make her invincible, just harder to kill than mere mortals.
I wish he'd stop doing that.
JC stopped a respectful distance away and muted his aura so she could see his face. He didn't have a set appearance because everyone believed he looked like them, so she saw a dark-skinned man of early 30s wearing plain sandals and unadorned robes. He won't. I'm not even sure if he could stop now since he rebranded himself the adversary and the enemy of the creator. Names have power, and that's one hell of a name. It casts a deep shadow, but you didn't come to talk about that. Faye folded her arms so she could stick her hands in her armpits to warm them. I hate the cold, I hate the snow, and I hate anyone who makes me experience either of them. But JC shook his head.
The balance of power shifted dangerously towards everything the adversary stands for, and I can't abide that. There must be balance. The world can't survive without it.
The word balance echoed off the giant blocks of ice. Now that I'm not concussed anymore, I can do something about that. It was good seeing you again. Give my love to your mother. Faye waved and slammed into an invisible wall before she took even one step. Ouch! She rubbed her face and turned around.
Why did you stop? You look like you ran into a wall, but there's just air there.
JC studied her. I forgot about the rules. Faye lowered her hand and glared at the gateway tunnel. It was all that spell's fault they were here, and the one place where she was constrained.
Which ones? Could you be a little more specific?
JC JC held his finger and thumb a little apart. That way lies the distant past, the one place I am forbidden to go by an oath I swore long ago to your father. Faye pointed at it, but her hand didn't smack into an invisible barrier. That was interesting.
Oh, you're talking about the covenant you and your siblings made with him.
JC nodded like he remembered that, even though he wasn't there for that. Maybe he was there as part of the creator. Faye dropped that line of thought. That was a matter for the theologians and priests to argue about, but it had no bearing on this conversation. Can you change it so I can pummel the adversary? Our fight got cut short in the tunnel since it left me no room to maneuver. That was the only reason he got the better of her. Faye would maintain that until her dying day.
Some things happening now are consequences my father would never have wanted. There's some suffering I need to address.
JC said, but what did he mean? His concerned expression didn't change at all. That's hard to believe since your father abandoned his creation. Faye stamped her feet to warm them. Dragon scales were wonderfully tough, but not very warm, since she bonded with a fire dragon from a desert climate.
Believe what you want, everyone always does.
JC said softly, but not as a rebuke. Was he offering to amend her deal with his father and fix her problem with the past? So, can we negotiate a new deal now? Faye cut to the heart of the matter before she froze. She was a fire goddess with fire magic and thus not built for the cold. She removed her hands from her armpits because that wasn't warming them, and instead, she generated flames on each palm. That helped a little until the wind gusted and stole all the warmth from the fire.
Since that deal is tipping the balance in the adversary's favor, yes. Istiana?
JC glanced at a spot to her right.
I'm here.
Istiana said as she solidified, transforming from a transparent ghost to a flesh and blood pregnant woman, and she gripped her distended belly.
You can know about future events if someone tells you about them, but you cannot travel to the future or change someone's fate directly. The same goes for your children. Does that sound fair?
JC took her arm and led her to the gateway.
Quite fair,
Istiana said, as she sat on the edge of the platform. It floated at the right height for a chair. Faye snuffed out the flames and stood by her sister. What about me?
You still can't go to the past. You're too powerful just as you are. Changing your situation might disturb more than you can imagine. It's an inconvenience, but I think you'll agree it's the wisest course.
JC glanced at the gray sky. Faye did too. I hope it doesn't snow. I can't handle that right now. But if she had to deal with that pesky white stuff falling from the sky to save the world, she would do it for her kids. Fair enough, Faye said, and she shrugged, because that didn't change her situation one bit. Are you going to ask me to stay out of this? He waved to this icy hellhole of a place. JC chuckled.
Oh no, I want you to meddle in the adversary's affairs as much as you can without going into the past.
But that's the problem. I can't get near him if he's moving backward in time. Faye pointed into the distance of this icy wasteland.
You won't have to.
JC patted her shoulder, then extended his other hand.
I'd like you to deliver something for me instead.
A white light bobbed on his palm like a hot flame, but it gave off no heat that Faye could feel. What is that? Faye leaned in to study the light. She could see auras, but this flame-looking thing just glowed white. Unfortunately, white magic was hard to parse, since it was just white, and white magic came in several varieties.
It's a wish someone made, and I'd like you to make sure it's fulfilled. As a goddess of fate, this is what you do. You live for this kind of thing.
JC tilted his hand, and the flame sprouted little glowing legs, then jumped into her palm like that wasn't the creepiest thing she'd seen in a while. How do I make this wish come true? Whose wish is it? Faye examined it from every angle until the flame grew little glowing arms and eyes that blinked at her. She almost dropped it in surprise.
It's a wish twice made, once by a young man from a timeline that no longer exists, and once by a boy who will grow up to become him in the one true timeline.
JC smiled like he was enjoying this, and he probably was. It wasn't every day that he gave orders to immortal beings who knew who and what he was. Okay, I like that part. Symmetry makes that magic stronger. At least she thought that's how white magic worked. It functioned on different rules than the elemental magic in her blood and bones. How do I fulfill this wish? My wish fulfillment skills are a little rusty, so I need a little more context than that.
Give it to an angel who calls herself Layla. She'll know what to do with it.
JC smiled again, like he knew something more than he was saying. All right, anything else? Faye cupped the wish in her hands. Could the wind blow it out? The wind must have heard her wondering that because it tested that theory, but the wish just glowed on her palm like nothing happened. Meanwhile, she shivered in her armor from the wind gusting past and stealing her warmth again. I swear this place is out to get me.
Just one more thing. Call the ex-goddess of vengeance. You'll need her and her swords. Her daughters might be useful too.
They already ran past here, and they're probably more useful where they went. Faye stamped her feet. That ex-goddess and her daughters weren't the only ones to go after the adversary.
Summon them back.
JC shrugged like that should be no big deal. And it wasn't, really? Why do I need them? Where's this Layla? Faye didn't see anyone else except the three of them. Istiana groaned like she was in terrible pain.
The baby's coming. I will have a son after all.
I'd better get you to somewhere safe where you can have your child. Faye grabbed her sister's hand and squeezed it, and the white flame creature jumped onto her shoulder. It was a weird little light.
That's why you need Van Giana and her daughters. Summon them. them. They'll come.
JC captured Istiana's other hand.
We need to find my husband. He must be there.
Istiana looked pleadingly at Faye, and she nodded. Of course we'll find and fetch him. Don't you worry about a thing. You'll go to my home. You can have your son there. Faye wrapped an arm around her sister's shoulders.
Call them.
JC prompted. Fine. Vangiana, grab your daughters and get your butt over here. I need your help. Faye shouted as loud as she could into the wind, and it flung her words back at her. Moments later, Vangiana appeared with 3 of her 7 daughters behind her.
Why did you call me?
She demanded as she gripped her swords. I need to take my sister to my home, find her husband, and make sure she delivers her baby safely. But you need to find some angel called Layla and give her this. Faye tilted her head toward the little glowing flame person on her shoulder. The creature took a hint and hopped onto Morgana's shoulder, not her mother's. That was interesting, but not something Faye could look into right now. There was also the gateway. You also need to collapse this gateway by finding all its tethers at both ends and severing them. Faye patted its exterior wall. Forget a safe collapse. That thing needed to break apart and become a bad memory.
Where do we find this, Layla?
Morgana touched the creature on her shoulder, but it didn't react. I can check the future. One moment, please. Faye generated a flame on her palm and shuffled through possible futures until she found one that included a rather stunned-looking Layla standing on an island, surrounded by a black fluid that rose and fell like waves on the sea. Where is this place?
That's in hell. If you go through the gateway and head downhill, you'll come out in the Adversary's palace. Find a stairway leading down into the bowels of hell, and you'll find Layla at the bottom. Give her the wish. She could use it right about now.
JC pointed away from where the Adversary went. How ironic that hell was directly opposite that.
What about your sister? She needs help now.
Mangiana's other daughter stepped forward. Faye tried to recall her name. Prakasa, maybe? Or Dharma? The girls looked so much alike they were hard to tell apart. It didn't help that they wore identical black dresses and cut and styled their dark hair the same way. Did they not want people to tell them apart? Are you offering to help us? Faye shuffled through the futures again, searching for Istiana's husband and Avarian's father.
Yes, you need to take your sister to that safe place. While you do that, we can find her husband and bring him to you.
Rakasa or Dharma motion to her other sister.
Could you explain what's going on first? I'm a bit confused by all this.
Mangiana waved to the ice realm and the gateway tunnel. I'll give you the short version now while we move. The long version can wait. Faye crushed the flame on her palm and wondered what the short version was. Everything was so convoluted where the Adversary was concerned. Faye climbed into the gateway and pulled on her dragon strength to hoist Istiana up.
That works for me.
Mangiana sent her blades away, then jumped onto the platform to show off. Just because she was taller didn't mean she had to flaunt it. Mangiana took Istiana's other arm and pulled it over her shoulders.
You'll be all right.
You said Layla is that way?
Morgana materialized on the platform behind them and pointed toward hell. Yeah, good luck. And Faye meant it. The girl nodded.
I'll tell you how it all turns out.
Morgana turned and strode into the darkness. She'll use her magic to find my home, right? Faye asked. And that should have bothered her. She hated immortals knowing where she lived, but the situation required it, so she'd deal with that later.
Yes, she can find us through our bond,
said one of the sisters. Maybe Dharma? I wish they'd stitch their names on their dresses or wear a pendant with their names engraved on it. That would help her tell them apart. Faye suppressed a sigh. She hated not being able to tell them apart.
Is she okay?
Gidaglir asked as he and Jannar climbed into the gateway. Oh, hell no. He couldn't show up at the last minute after he worked with Pristina to destroy the timeline. Faye glared at them. At least Jannar backed away. Hithaglir didn't. He had no shame. You caused this, and you better fix it. I don't care how you do it, but you'd better shore up the past and get the Adversary out of it by any means necessary. Do you hear me?
I hear you.
Hithaglir stared at his boots. He still wore garish, overly decorated robes over equally ornate pants, and God knew what else. The man liked to dress in layers of richly decorated cloth. He probably wasn't even cold. Then get out of my sight and don't come near us until this mess is cleaned up. Faye gestured to the giant ice blocks scattered about, like they weren't blocks of past events.
What about Ivarian?
Istiana said between groans. Just worry about the baby version of him for now. Let's get him born into this world safely. Then we can figure out what to do with the adult version of him from an alternate future timeline later. Faye pulled her sister's arm over her shoulders too and swapped her armor for an ankle-length white dress with long, warm sleeves, woolly undergarments, leg-hugging pants, thick socks, and warm, lined boots that came up to her knees. That was so much better. You started this mess, so you'd better finish it, Faye said to Hithaglir when he just stood there wringing his hands. But she didn't think he'd do anything to help the angels. Hopefully they wouldn't need any help.
Watch over my son. I know he's an alternative version of him, but he's still my son. I don't want anything to happen to him.
Istiana blinked like she was trying to fight the tears trickling down her face.
All right, I'll do that. You have my word.
Hithaglir bowed, then hopped through the hole Faye made in the gateway wall when the Adversary threw her at it.
I'll help him do that,
Jannar said, and he followed. The boys always stuck together, but so did the girls. Well, not Pristina, as she always went off on her own.
Come, we must go now. The baby is coming.
Vangiana held on when Isyana's knees buckled.
Teleport us now.
There's just one more thing. Here, catch.
JC tossed a blob of power, but it struck Faye, not her sister. What did you do? Faye staggered until Vangiana's 2 remaining daughters steadied her.
It's a temporary reprieve. Time stops for no one. So it marched on in the mortal world, but I don't think that's fair. So when you leave here, you'll teleport home and you'll arrive moments after you left. This is a one-time gift that will allow you to go back to when you left. It's my last gift. Now I must go.
JC waved to them as he faded away. His gift brought tears to her eyes because she had her own little one at home and she didn't want to miss a moment of his life. Unfortunately, she also liked to meddle in things. Life was more interesting when she involved herself in other people's affairs. As a bonus, she kept the world turning in the right direction toward a bright future for everyone.
Let me teleport us. I know where you live, sis, and I want to have my baby there.
Isyana said as the world whited out. Who was she to argue? Faye went along for the ride. After all, that's what younger sisters did when their elder sisters decided something.
Chapter 55. Embrace Your Dark Side. Layla turned on her heel after Thaniel vanished into the gateway and headed for the side entrance to the palace. Since the main entrance would be too conspicuous even for her, Thaniel would distract the adversary. She felt it in her bones. Now, I need to do my part.
Where are you going?
Uriah called after her. To the abyss. If you won't help me, then I'll find another way to get there. Layla turned as a series of thuds sounded from somewhere. What made that noise? She turned and surveyed the grassy area outside the palace, but only she and Uriah stood there like fools.
What was that noise?
Uriah asked like she had any clue. I don't know, and I don't care. Layla faced the palace again, but Uriah grabbed her arm, and the palace grounds disappeared. When the light from his teleportation spell faded, they still stood outside the palace, but not in front of it anymore. So why did he teleport them if he wasn't taking them to the abyss? Before Layla could ask, Uriah pressed a finger to his lips and glanced around the side of the palace at something. Layla rolled her eyes and peered past him at more than a dozen Versati. Where did they come from? She whispered.
Inside the gateway, I saw a shadow struggling to leave the same way Thaniel entered. It must be them.
What are they doing? Layla stared at the Versati as they divided into 2 groups and argued with each other. One group had orange glowing eyes, but the other group's eyes glowed pink. That probably meant something, but they didn't speak loud enough for her to overhear them several hundred feet away. What could they possibly have to argue about? They worked for the adversary. They must have something because the 2 lines merged, shoving, kicking, and hitting each other. Why are they fighting? Layla backed away when those wicked gray knives that could steal time crystals appeared. She rested a hand over her crystal, but it didn't exit her body by the most painful route possible. One side knocked the other out, and the fight ended with the Versities with glowing pink eyes victorious. They didn't leave, though. They bent over the fallen and revived them. Then a curious thing happened. The downed Versity's eyes turned pink or blue, and they rose, with help from the same Versity that just attacked them. How strange. When every one of the Versati who was beaten in the fight stood tall again, the entire party marched toward the entrance. Maybe I don't need Thaniel to create a distraction. Those Versati might make a better one if they do the same thing to the members of their kind inside the throne room. Melee darted around the side of the palace and headed for the same ornately carved double doors the Versati had just used.
Where are you going?
Uriah called after her as he followed at a distance. I'm following them. Layla thought that was obvious, but it must not be, since he asked.
Why? We still can't get past their friends in the throne room, but we need to get past them because the adversary put the entrance to the stairway that leads to the dungeon in the throne room, and we need to go down there because the abyss is under it.
I know. If I'm right, they just threw off the adversary's control, and they're about to help their brethren in the throne room do the same thing. Hopefully he could connect the dots from there and guess her plan. It wasn't much as plans went, but it was all she had right now, and doing something was better than standing around. She pulled open the palace doors and strode inside. Sounds of a scuffle ahead made her smile. I was right. Now she just needed to sneak past the fighting Versate and hope their fight drew their friends by the abyss. That might be hoping for too much, though, because the abyss was too far from the throne room for the sounds of the fight to carry to it.
It sounds like you were right,
Uriah said from right behind her. Then he teleported them away. When the light faded from his spell, they stood on the rocky island in the middle of the matte black fluid of the abyss. But they were the only ones there. Shadows ran up the narrow steps toward the dungeon level. They were probably the Versati they ran into earlier down here, but they weren't their problem anymore. The Versati in the throne room would deal with them. Layla stopped at the edge of the abyss. Its vast expanse rose and fell like it was breathing. Reality blurred as it skipped across its surface like a slung stone, leaving distortions behind. At least that was how her mind made sense of the bands of color that appeared and vanished again moments later. Beside her, Uriah stopped and gazed into the abyss too. What did he see when he looked upon it? Infinite possibilities or nothing at all? He turned to Layla, his voice tinged with an uncharacteristic uncertainty.
This place is everything and nothing all at once.
That's its job, Layla nodded. Why was he fixated on that? She could ask, but that wasn't important right now. We need to look for a way to shut down the gateway and stop it from drawing power from the abyss. But how to do that stumped her because there was no sign of the gateway here, and not a single tether anywhere she could see. But it was dim down here since all the light she could see came from her eyes or halo.
Go back to sleep,
said the woman, peering at them from the abyss as she popped her head above the surface. The dark fluid of the abyss dripped off her hair and face.
Send the angel away and become me again. I know what you're looking for and where to find it, but you can't access it anymore unless you dump your angelness into the abyss and become a goddess again.
The woman, whom she now recognized as her alter ego, rose from the abyss as she stalked toward them. No, you're lying. Layla folded her arms and shook her head. This womanish creature was just spouting the same lies the adversary told her when he tricked her into dividing her nature and putting her angel self to sleep. But that part of her didn't stay down for long, and it even fomented a rebellion. No, she wasn't giving up any part of her again. Not for power, not for anything. It was stronger than the shadow that remained. I won't believe it this time. Layla stiffened her spine. I reject your lies. I am stronger whole than I am in pieces.
Then release me. You caged me when you took back your angelness, but one can't exist without their shadow side, especially not when you've always walked partly in the shadows.
The woman dripped black fluid as she stepped onto the rocky shore. That thick, viscous liquid covered all but her face. No, I'm someone else now. I'm not you. Layla stumbled away from the dripping creature and bumped into Uriah, but she couldn't escape her alter ego. The island was small, and she couldn't run up the stairs or leave here until she figured out what the adversary did down here and undid it. What if that creature tempting me knows the answer? Layla wanted nothing to do with her, but that question rattled around in her head, making her wonder, why this and why now? Could this be the only way the abyss itself could talk to them? By exploiting this weakness in her character? As she considered that, the creature stopped an arm's length away, and Layla flashed back to when she was an angel of the underworld. The moment she traded her wings and halo for a goddess's crown flashed before her eyes, and she recalled wading into the abyss to embrace the power of the unseen. Footsteps echoed on the stairs leading down to this lonely island as the memories faded. I left something behind when I bathed in the abyss, and it wasn't just my angelic nature.
Yes, you need me. Together, we're strong. Lock me away, and you become so weak you can't see what the adversary has done, nor can you counter it. Embrace me and evolve as you were meant to, beyond angels and demons and ex-gods.
The woman gestured to Uriah and the palace above. Should I do it? Layla considered that as the footsteps grew louder. Why not accept this bargain? I can't see what the adversary did. If doing what this creature says will fix that, then I must do it. Layla stepped forward, and the abyss rose and fell as if we're alive.
Layla, are you down here? Shout if you are.
She's down here,
Uriah said, reminding Layla he was here, listening to everything.
Why are you here, Morgana? I haven't seen you in a long time.
Faye and someone named JC sent me with a message.
White light blossomed above as Morgana held something up, and it illuminated her face. She was definitely an ex-god. She had the same build and general look as the rest of them. Faye, Layla, knew. She was the ex-goddess of fate and a born meddler. If Layla ever met one, then again, so was she. So who was she to judge? But who was JC? The name tickled something in the back of her mind, but she couldn't retrieve it. Her head was too full of questions right now, leaving no room for more.
What's the message?
They said to give you this, and that you'd know what to do with it.
Morgana reached the bottom step as Uriah rushed to grab the light from her, but he didn't give it to Layla as she expected. Instead, he turned and threw the light into the abyss. It struck the surface, creating multicolored rings around it, then sank into it as someone sighed. Why did you do that? Layla pointed at the spot where the light vanished.
Because that's what you do with powerful wishes. You give them to the abyss, and it decides if it can come true.
Uriah shrugged, like that should be obvious. Layla didn't get to ask for anything else, because her alter ego embraced her, and light and darkness strove within her as she stumbled toward the abyss.
Don't fight it. You were never meant to be divided. Take back the part you left in the abyss, for you are its angel, its protector, and the arbiter,
said a female voice from inside her mind. Now that was a job she'd gladly take on. Layla dived into the abyss, no longer afraid of her dark side. It wasn't evil. It was just a misunderstood part of her that reacted to the abyss's need for a protector. The abyss welcomed welcomed her in, and its surface smoothed out until it was as still and as reflective as silvered glass. So that's how he did it. Layla stared at the black tentacles sunk into the abyss, then followed them up to the swirling darkness at the base of the gateway.
What do you say?
Uriah asked from somewhere on shore. I see what the adversary did, and I know how to destroy it. Layla laughed, because the giddiness welling up inside her needed somewhere to go before she exploded from it.
Could you tell us so we can help?
Morgana asked as rocks rolled on the beach as she approached the edge. Of course, the adversary rooted his latest gateway in the abyss, like we thought, but the abyss is a physical manifestation of the unseen, so his gateway is also rooted in there too. It's fiendishly clever, but nothing is invincible. Layla spread her arms, and the abyss flowed away from the spot she glared at.
Here, you need something to cut that.
Morgana tossed a sword to Layla. Thanks, but I don't need it. You keep it, and use it on anyone who comes down here. Layla caught it and threw it back. Morgana caught the hilt like a pro and swung it down so the point faced the rocky ground.
Will do.
She blocked the bottom of the stairwell with her body and stood guard. Layla reached for the tether, and it bent away from her, but her will was stronger than its ability to resist her, so her next grab succeeded, and she wrapped her fingers around the tether and pulled. It broke apart in her hand, and its pieces liquefied as they landed on the mirrored surface of the abyss, reflecting the light from her eyes and halo at the dark gateway tunnel above.
How did you do that?
Uriah waded into the abyss to join her. I am the Abyss Protector now. Its power is mine to wield to protect it. Layla shrugged and reached for another tether. It helped that the adversary created the tethers and the gateway tunnel out of the abyss, and that was why it was so dark. Taking it apart should be child's play now, since the adversary had no power over the abyss anymore.
Does it need any other protectors?
Uriah pulled the glowing object he threw into the abyss back out of it and cupped his hands around it. Layla didn't need to think about that. The abyss sent its agreement. Yes, it does. Come here. Layla smiled as she held out her arms to him. Long had he been a fellow prisoner, and as much of a friend as her distrustful nature allowed. It was only right for him to become part of this new order too. Uriah stepped into her embrace and sighed as the abyss's darkness wrapped around them. Peace settled inside Layla, quieting the restlessness that drove her out of heaven a long time ago. She never expected to feel like she belonged somewhere, but right then, she felt like she was exactly where she was supposed to be, doing the thing she was made to do. Joy welled within her at finally finding her purpose. After a few more moments, Layla let go of her new partner in protecting this wondrous place. Uriah stepped back and stared at the white light, rising like a star until it pierced the gateway and disappeared inside it. Fly, little star. May your light guide others to find where they belong. Layla suppressed the urge to wave to that wish the abyss granted. She had work to do. She could get sentimental later. You take that side, and I'll take the tethers on that side. Let's dismantle this thing before it ruins someone's day.
What about Thaniel and the others?
Uriah asked as he waded toward the closest tether on his side of the gateway. What about them? Thaniel's an angel. She can go wherever she wants and she won't leave anyone else. So, go pull down those tethers. Let's mess up the adversary's plans. Layla smiled as she reached for the next one on her side. I hope he feels every tether that breaks, and I hope it feels like a time crystal drilling its way out of his chest. That would pay him back for some of the suffering he dealt out. As she tugged on the tethers, her thoughts swept back to the friends she never expected to make. I hope you're okay, Rosalie. Stick close to Thaniel if you can. She'll make sure you survive. I trust her. That was a new feeling, but it warmed Layla from the inside.
Chapter 56, The Devil's in the Details.
Where is it? I know it's here somewhere,
said the adversary, and he sounded frustrated. Good. He deserved a little frustration after all the trouble he caused, and I'm about to give him something else to be frustrated about. Daniel scanned the snowy tundra for him. Below her, a giant structure made of ice stretched into the distance, seemingly without end, but everything ended somewhere, so this thing must have an end too. Keep talking, so I can find you. The adversary didn't say anything more, but the crunch of snow indicated he was close by. Was Pristina with him? Did she still have Rosalie slung over her shoulder? Where is she? I forgot to ask. I just assumed she was here because Rosalie seemed like the kind of person to rush into danger. She's a woman after my own heart. Daniel landed on the long rectangular ice structure. It was wide enough to be a building of some kind, but why would someone need a miles-long building? And why make it out of ice in a tundra? She had so many questions as she padded as quietly as she could across the roof of the thing, dodging the cracks spreading across it. Thankfully, her boots had tiny tiny spikes that dug into the ice and kept her from slipping. Otherwise, she might have found the adversary by falling on him. She still might do that later, since that would certainly surprise him. But first, she needed to see what he was doing. Daniel peered over the edge at the adversary. He scanned the icy wasteland, searching for something while Pristina stood by him, stamping her feet to warm them. But there was no sign of Rosalie. Where did that girl go? Was she somewhere in the adversary's palace, back in hell? Should I go back there and look for her? As Daniel wondered that, Layla's request echoed back to her. I guess not, since I'm supposed to distract the adversary. But he seems quite distracted right now. Do I need to add to that?
There it is.
The adversary headed away from the giant thing made of ice. Where was he going? Should I stop him? Daniel watched the adversary and Pristina push through the blowing snow, heading for more snow-covered tundra. How could there be anything else out here? An articulated metal hand tapped on her foot, and she nearly jumped off the structure in shock. Where did you come from? She whispered. The metal hand pointed at the other side of the structure. Daniel crept to the other side and peered over it at the twitching limbs of a giant metal creature that lay in pieces. Something about its facial features tickled her memory. I've seen that face before. It took a moment to recall where. Then she snapped her fingers. All the first angels had variations of that face.
Chaos is life,
said the disembodied head, half buried in the snow. Your creator might disagree with that. Daniel backed away from the agent of chaos because she didn't come here to deal with the first angels. Let the council handle them. The realms were safer with that creature in pieces. Who knew the first still existed? Azrael will never believe I saw one. I'll have to show him if I can find this place again. Daniel stepped over the metal hand, skittering back and forth across the roof like it didn't know what to do. Unfortunately, the adversary and Pristina disappeared into the blowing snow. I had better follow them. Daniel leaped off the ice structure and flapped her wings until a ball of darkness slammed into her stomach and knocked her out of the sky. Even though she reeled from the blow, she sent her wings away to protect them moments before she struck the ice-crusted snow back first. Her armor absorbed the energy from her fall and protected her from broken bones, so she popped to her feet the instant after she crash-landed. So, what's the plan? She had to ask, because the gateway was miles away from here. What could he possibly want in this icy wasteland?
None of your business.
Christina rushed her, but the dead ex-goddess slammed into her fist, face first. Idiot. You're not that bright, are you? Don't answer that. For your crimes, you've been judged and found wanting. Go back to hell. Thaniel grabbed the dead woman, and Pristina screamed as white light ate her. What an idiot. Didn't anyone tell her that any angel can send the dead to where they belong? Apparently, no one had. Oh well, good riddance to bad rubbish.
That won't stop her. She'll just come back here through the gateway.
As the adversary stalked toward her, his black and red robes billowed in the wind, buffeting them. I'll just send her away again. Thaniel shrugged and hoped Layla would take down that damned gateway.
That won't work on me.
The adversary stopped an arm's length away. Unfortunately, Thaniel couldn't do the same thing to the adversary since he was an angel from an older generation. And worse still, he was elevated to the highest position an angel could hold before he turned against the creator. Before we fight, I just want to know one thing. Why come here? There's nothing to conquer and no souls to control. So why come to this icy place? What's here? Thaniel kicked a fist-sized chunk of ice. Pain slammed into the back of her head as ice shards caught in her hair. Did someone hit me in the back of the head with a ball of ice? Her knees buckled and she landed on her knees in the snow as she struggled to beat back the pain. Angels were tough, but in physical realms where they had mass and something approximating a flesh and blood body, they could get hurt and maybe even lose consciousness. So Thaniel swayed as she fought to keep her fleshy cage from flopping on its side, while this icy place spun around her. Who hit me? She couldn't turn her head to look without the pain jabbing hot spikes into her head, making thinking harder than it already was.
Do we still have a deal?
A man said as he rounded her. He had white hair and ornate robes that didn't quite match his trousers and fancy beaded shoes. Since he looked like a pale, masculine version of Faye, he was one of her brothers. She thought he was the one with a long name that started with an H. Hithagler, maybe? What deal? Daniel sat on her butt as the damage to her head healed. The adversary wasn't from her generation, so he wouldn't know how fast she could repair herself in a physical realm. While she healed, she'd just sit here and prod one of them into talking about their plans. Blondie looked like he wanted to spill every detail about his deal with the adversary, so she stared at him expectantly.
We're bringing back the days of our glory,
Hithagler said, and his eyes might have misted over because he rubbed at them. How nice. What does that mean? Well, as she could guess. These glory days he was talking about were in the deep past when she was a young and brash angel, just learning what she could do. I don't want to revisit those days. One time through training was enough. Ithagler turned like he heard someone call his name.
I need to go. I'll do my part, but you'd better do yours.
Of course, we're so close now.
The adversary smiled like the smarmy salesman he was at heart and patted Ithagler's shoulder. Blondie teleported away without saying anything else. Well, there went Plan A. Thaniel pushed to a stand and stayed upright. The world still tipped back and forth, but not as much. So she set her feet shoulder width apart and called her war axe. It dropped into her hand as if it was waiting for her summons, just out of sight.
Oh, come now. You don't think that will hurt me?
The adversary waved a hand, and a wall of darkness slammed into Thaniel, knocking her onto her butt in the snow again. But she clung to her axe and shoved its blade into the snow as she rose for round 2. Then a woman in black robes leaped over her and landed, sword swinging. By the glowing eye-shaped marks on her bare arms, she was probably one of the weirder ex-gods. The adversary parried every strike and blasted the ex-god, name unknown, in the stomach, knocking her backward into the snow. Before she could plow into her, Thaniel jumped aside. 3 identically dressed women ran toward her. Who were they? One woman unsheathed a sword from a sheath hidden by the folds of her skirt. Meanwhile, her 2 sisters raised their hands like they were about to cast a spell, but she never found out what they meant to do because they vanished in a teleportation spell, and so did the woman with 2 swords, and the weird glowing marks on her arms.
Well, that was strange.
The adversary said, echoing her thoughts. Then he extended his wings and flew away. Thaniel sent her axe away and recalled her wings and flapped them. She still wasn't sure what he was doing here or what this place had to do with a time long ago, until another giant ice structure appeared on the horizon. But this one was shaped like an arrow with a broken tip that glowed as the adversary headed for it. I think I know what he came here to do. How do I stop him? Thaniel sent her wings away and dived for the adversary. She landed on his back and wrapped her arms and legs around him to stop his wings from beating. They crashed into the snow and dug a furrow half a mile long before their slide ended. Thaniel fell off him and into the snow. Her armor saved her from cuts and bruises, so she rose and called her warhammer back to her hand.
You can't stop me.
The adversary blasted her with darkness again, sending her sliding away from him on her butt. Another blast struck her chest and pinned her in the snow.
Did you know angels can die?
The adversary rose, dusted off his robes, and righted his crown.
I learned how to unmake our kind. I'd give you a demonstration, but I'm late for a war, and this time I won't lose.
He didn't stride over and gloat. Instead, he marched toward that giant arrow that might be a dead timeline he intended to resurrect. Thaniel struggled to break free from the darkness pinning her to the snow, but it just spawned more tentacles and dug them into the snow. Damn it. She was trapped, and he was getting away. Would he succeed if he went back and fought the last war in heaven again? I don't want to find out. Thaniel tried to wriggle one arm free as she sent her hammer away and called her axe back.
Chapter 57, She Lives. Why is there a body lying face down in the snow? Ivarian skidded to a halt, unsure what to do. He gathered up his courage and slipped past his aunt while she talked to Thaniel so he could follow Vandiana and her daughters, but they were too far ahead to hear him if he shouted, and he was running out of courage. Did they even see the man in the snow? They might not have, since they were looking for the adversary as Aunt Faye requested. The body was male, and the man was dressed for the cold in furs and woolen layers, like Gennar was. But this man couldn't be Gennar. I last saw him with my uncle. Where is my uncle? Ivarian still wasn't sure who Gennar was to him, but he sank to his knees beside him because he had to know if this man was Gennar. He could be one of the adversary's henchmen. The guy could have people working for him who didn't wear gray from head to toe. That was possible, until Ivarian turned the man over, and Gennar opened his glowing green eyes. What happened to you? Ivarian drew back in shock as a bad feeling settled like an ice ball in the pit of his stomach.
He said the past was the seat of our power, and I told him he was crazy, but he insisted. I think he found a way to bring those days back,
Gennar said as his eyes fluttered, like he was fighting to stay conscious. The he could only be one person, Uncle Ithagler. That jerk was up to his old tricks again. Anger boiled within Ivarian. Haven't I suffered enough because of him? Apparently not. What does my uncle plan to do? Ivarian clenched his fists. He still needed to pay his uncle back for his part in Rosalie's demise.
He wants to resurrect an old dead timeline and plug it into the present, thus restoring it and giving it a future. But that will wipe out the current timeline and replace it with the old one, and erase any future this timeline has.
Except for those green eyes, he looked like a tan version of Uncle Ithagler. Are we related? Now wasn't the time to ask. If there was a later, he'd ask then. But that was in doubt now. What will happen to all the people on this timeline? Ivarian asked, even though he could guess. It probably wouldn't be anything good. Nothing his uncle had done since kidnapping him had been at all good. So why would he do the right thing now?
They'll disappear because their ancestors don't exist on that old timeline. Only the Creator can change the timeline without destroying the lives tied to it. Your uncle is mad to try. He could destroy us all.
Jannar tried to sit up, but he winced and lay back in the snow. How do I stop him? Ivarian asked. But what could he do against his uncle? The guy could teleport, and he couldn't.
I don't know, but your mother might know.
Jannar closed his eyes. Where is he now? Ivarian hoped he wouldn't say it the dead, timeline reviving it.
I'm right here.
Uncle Hitheglair said as light flared behind him, probably from a teleportation spell. Is what he said true, or are you trying to restore an old timeline? So you can do what? Relive your glory days? Is that worth so much that you would risk your nieces and nephews and your son? Ivarian faced his uncle.
You don't understand, but that's not your fault because you didn't live it. You don't know what power we once held.
Uncle Hitheglair raised his hands to the sky like he was calling those days to him. You don't deserve to get them back. Ivarian shoved his uncle, but his hands went right through the man's chest.
Why not? Everything I'd done I did for you and your siblings and your cousins. You're half the man you would have been in the old days, and that pains me right here.
Uncle Hitheglair rested a hand on his heart like he felt anything at all aside from a fierce desire to bring his plans to fruition. You ruined my life. I lost everything because of your plans. Ivarian tried to shove him again, but this time he put all his frustration and anger into it.
It's only temporary. You stand to gain so much. You just need to wait a little longer, and I'll sort everything out. I promise.
Uncle Hitheglair dodged and patted his shoulder like he was just a child.
Explain what you mean by that,
a woman said from above, and pain stabbed his chest because she sounded so much like Rosalie. But Rosalie was gone, probably to hell, sent there by the adversary. She was forever out of reach. He shouldn't have taken his eyes off his uncle, but he had to see who had spoken to him. A woman stood on top of the arrow of time and peered down at him. 4 people stood behind her, and 3 of them had large white feathered wings, like that angel he met. But the woman was backlit by the bright gray sky and the glow of 2 halos and 3 pairs of glowing eyes. The 4th person didn't glow or have wings, so he just fell when he jumped off the long cracking shaft of the arrow of time. The man wore some kind of leather armor, but his features had the familiar cast to them, marking him as another ex-god. Great. He was probably a warrior god. That was all they needed right now.
Hello, cousin. You got me in deep trouble, and it's time I paid you back for that,
said the unknown ex-god, striding toward Uncle Hitheglair with his fists clenched. Uncle Hitheglair raised his hands and backed away.
Now, Guerren, you can't blame me for that. You snuck into that library all on your own. I had nothing to do with that.
But you had everything to do with Pristina summoning me. You stole the summoning spell from that library, and you gave it to her. What would she have done if that summoning spell hadn't been interrupted? You planned to drain me to power your plan. Was she even trying to destroy time like she said? Or did you use her too? What was your endgame?
Wait a minute. I want everything to be his fault, but I need to clarify one thing. He didn't give Pristina the spell. A version of me from another timeline did to save you.
The woman who sounded like Rosalie jumped off the arrow of time. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? They must be, because Rosalie marched toward him, and she was quite alive. Ivarian stared at her in shock. Rosalie, you're alive! Ivarian fell to his knees in the snow, unable to believe it.
Yeah, I'm alive. Pristina lost. But there were some unforeseen consequences. We can talk about that later, though.
Rosalie caught his hands in hers and pulled him to his feet. Something was different about her, but he didn't know what that might be. Maybe defeating Pristina changed her. It couldn't be easy to fight her and win. In fact, how did she survive such a conflict? Yes, she had some magic, and he shied away from thinking about that because blood magic was icky, but she wasn't a match for a full goddess.
Who was this guy?
Asked the angel, with skin as dark as Aunt Faye's.
He's the ex-god of history. Ivarian is his nephew.
So he's the one who was working with Pristina?
Asked the gray-robed demon as they landed by the angel. Their gray hood and veil hid everything but their glowing blue eyes. You're working for the adversary. Ivarian pointed at the person in gray.
No, they're not. Natalie's on our side,
said the angel, still on top of the arrow of time. He held something spherical in his arms.
But others of my kind aren't. The adversary controls some, but some serve him willingly. I wish things were otherwise, but they aren't.
Natali spread their hands and shrugged.
He's getting away.
Jannar pointed at Hitheglair as that jerk teleported away.
Who are you?
Natali stopped beside Jannar. He's the ex-god of memory. I guess that makes him my uncle, Gunnar, Ivarian said. And it felt right to claim him as family because that's who Gunnar was, and he'd been a much better uncle in the brief time Ivarian knew him than Uncle Hitheglair ever was.
Where did he go?
Rosalie glanced around to the dead timeline where he's convinced his glory days still live. He wants to bring them back. Ivarian shook his head. It was such a crazy idea, but he didn't doubt it.
And he do that?
Rosalie squeezed his hand. He thinks he can, and that's dangerous enough, Ivarian shrugged.
We better stop him. If those days were good for him, then we definitely don't want them back. Everyone, take to the skies.
Guerren gestured to the clouds. Who appointed him their leader?
Chapter 58. The Truth Hurts. Rosalie wondered who would carry who this time. There were 3 flyers and 4 people who didn't have wings if Jannar accompanied them. Would he come with them? He stayed out of things until the bitter end last time. Would he do that again? That was iffy, given his struggle to rise. Perhaps it would be better if he stayed here and rested. She didn't know if Arginil could carry someone and the crystal ball in his arms. Why does he have it? Rosalie didn't ask that before, and now it was probably too late to ask. Could Azariah or Natalie carry 2 people? If not, then someone would have to walk. Well, that someone won't be me. I earned my place with the angels.
How did you survive?
Varian asked, dragging her attention back to him. That was the question she'd been dreading, and now it stood between them like an invisible wall. Did she want to pull that wall of silence down and tell him now? Rosalie needed to tell him the truth eventually. How would he take it? That was the question. The truth might change his opinion of her or how he treated her, and she couldn't deal with that right now. I had help. That was an understatement, but it would do for now.
I thought you were dead.
Varian stared at the snow under his feet. What was taking them so long to decide who would carry who? Why was Arginil still on top of the arrow of time? And why was that thing still standing? She expected to find it collapsed into a million ice shards, but it just sported some ugly cracks. Since it didn't collapse, did that mean Avarian's mom would live? Or did Faye find someone else to take over as ex-god of the past? Yeah, I gathered that. Rosalie didn't ask why he thought that because then she'd have to explain why she wasn't dead. And that wasn't something she wanted to talk about with anyone. She hadn't even told the angels the full truth yet, but only Thaniel noticed. She was so nosy.
I did something and now I regret it, but I thought you were gone. It doesn't justify what I did. I thought so at the time, but I was wrong. I see that now.
Avarian said, unexpectedly, as he became transparent, like a ghost. What was he talking about? Why did dread settle in her gut like a lead weight? What did you do? Rosalie reached for his hand, but her fingers went right through him.
I summoned the ex-goddess of vengeance and sicked her on Rand's father. I thought he killed you, but he didn't. Unfortunately, I didn't know that then. I do now.
Varian still wouldn't look at her. Maybe that was a good thing, because anger boiled her insides until she feared steam would shoot out of her ears. It didn't, but it should have. You did what? Rosalie couldn't believe what he was telling her. Avarian repeated himself, and that just made it worse. Rosalie grabbed a handful of his tunic and shook him. How could you do that? Rand was our friend, and he's been so kind to us. How could you do anything except thank him? Is he okay? Is his family okay? Did you? Rosalie couldn't finish the question as her cold hands released him. They can't be dead. She didn't know what she would do if they were.
No, Ron's dad is pretty canny. He convinced Vangyana, she's the ex-goddess of vengeance, that I was wrong and you were alive. I didn't believe him. Then the gateway appeared just like you said it would, and I ran into it. That's how I got here.
Varian was leaving stuff out, and he was a fool if he thought she didn't realize that, when it was pretty obvious he wasn't telling her everything. I need to know everything, but right now she needed to know that Rand and his family were okay. Rosalie clenched her fists. Are they okay? Did you hurt them? Did she hurt them?
No, Ron's father blocked everything. Nothing got past him.
Varian glanced away as he said that, so something got past him. But he didn't want to talk about that, which meant she needed to press that point. What got past him? Rosalie opened and closed her hands. She didn't know if she wanted to punch him or shake him.
They're together, and they're okay. That's all you need to know.
Varian turned and walked away. Oh no, he didn't. Rosalie followed him. What does that mean? Is Rand with his uncle or his father?
He's with them both, and his aunt too. They're all fine.
Varian didn't turn around. She was there. Rosalie only met Sarn's sister Sovan once, but in that one meeting, it was pretty clear she was very fond of her nephew.
Yeah, remind me never to anger her. She's really strong.
Varian shivered. Rosalie relaxed a little. Rand was okay, and so was his family, until she could check on them and make sure. She'd have to believe Avarian and hope he was telling her the truth. It hurt to think that he would lie or edit the truth, but she wasn't telling him the whole truth about herself either, so could she really expect total honesty from him?
We need to go. Are you two coming with us, or are you going to stay here and argue?
Natalie asked from behind them. Yes, I'm coming. Rosalie didn't know what Avarian would do, and she wouldn't speak for him either. He could make his own decisions. Besides, she could use a little space after hearing this. Why would he summon a goddess of vengeance? That was just crazy. What was there to get vengeance on? The only person he should have called that on was Pristina. Why did he call it on Rand's family? Because he was still jealous of Rand. She remembered that conversation in the library with startling clarity. How many times do I have to tell him that Rand is like the brother I never had? Liking him romantically would be weird, especially since Mom has a giant crush on his father. Rosalie put all thoughts of that far away. It was just too weird to contemplate because there might be a timeline out there where her mom and his father got married. If they could stop time from completely collapsing under its own weight, then maybe that could still happen. Part of her wanted that so much it hurt.
Are you okay?
Natalie asked as they wrapped an arm around her. No, everything is just awful. Rosalie spilled everything about Ivarian as the Versati flapped their wings and flew them deeper into the tundra. Natalie didn't offer any advice, just a listening ear, and that was all Rosalie needed. She glanced behind her to see if Avarian had come with them, but she didn't see him. Arjaniel carried the crystal ball the same as before, and Azariah carried Guerren, but he didn't look happy about that. Avarian must have stayed behind, and she was glad because it would give her time to digest everything he'd told her. This isn't like him. He wasn't this jealous before we stopped Priscina. What changed? Rosalie couldn't think of anything until she remembered seeing a copy of Avarian from another timeline in the Haven. She glanced over her shoulder again, but she couldn't see Avarian anymore. Was he the same Avarian she'd traveled back in time with? How could she find out?
You should go after them,
Sir Jannar said after Rosalie disappeared with the angels and Natalie. They don't want me around. Avarian paced and tried not to look through his transparent feet. I'm nothing but trouble.
You don't know that.
Uncle Jannar struggled to sit up and finally managed it. I don't deserve to fight alongside literal angels. Avarian searched the sky for Rosalie. The angels were beautiful too, more so than he'd ever be. He didn't blame her for flying off with them. They didn't disappoint her. Only I did that.
Didn't hear them say that, so that's just your opinion. They offered to take you with them, but you declined. Don't ascribe your insecurities to them.
What are you saying? Avarian crouched beside his uncle.
They aren't time walkers, but you are. They'll need your help to stop my brother.
Uncle Gunnar tried to catch his hands, but his fingers went through Avarian's hands, so he settled for catching his gaze instead. What about you? Avarian didn't want to admit that Uncle Jannar was right, but the man was.
Who said I wasn't coming with you because I didn't. How often do you get to fight beside angels? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and I don't plan to miss it. Help me up.
Uncle Jannar extended his hands. But how can we help? They left us behind. Avarian reached for his hands, and they solidified as he grasped them. Uncle Jannar shrugged.
I'll just teleport us to them. I can make a person a destination, you know, but I'll slide us over a little so we don't flatten your girlfriend.
Uncle Jannar winked. She's not my girlfriend, and after what I told her, I don't think she'll ever be mine. Avarian blinked away a stray tear.
Worry about that later. If you help save the world, that might change her mind. After all, everyone loves a hero.
Uncle Gunnar planted his feet to rise. What if it doesn't change your mind? Avarian pulled Gunnar up.
Then she isn't the one for you. Besides, you're way too young to be thinking about this. Wait until you're at least 500 years old to look for a mate.
Uncle Gunnar staggered. Why that long? Avarian threw an arm around his waist to steady him.
Because forever is even longer. You owe it to your future mate to know yourself before you get to know her. 500 years, give or take, is about long enough for that.
Uncle Gunnar patted his shoulder as the world whited out.
Chapter 59. Heroes Assemble. What's that down there? Can someone tell me? Guerren pointed at the dark, person-sized blur in the snow.
That's Daniel.
Arjaniel said as he flew alongside. Where's Hithaglir? Guerren might have gotten so caught up in the drama between Avarian and Rosalie that he missed his chance to deck that guy. But it was quality entertainment while their spat lasted, and I missed that. He still needed to ask where the ex-goddess of vengeance was. She might come in handy. He'd do that when they landed, since the snowy ground rose to meet him. Guerren turned, but he didn't see Avarian anywhere. Didn't he come with us? How's he supposed to prove his love if he's letting his girlfriend fly into danger without him? Guerren shook his head. That just wasn't how to woo a girl. If he joins my army, I'll have to teach him how to win friends and lovers, because his way isn't working.
What are you scheming about now?
Natalie asked as they walked past him. Nothing at all. Guerren joined the group around Thaniel. Does anybody know what she's tangled up in? A black substance covered a struggling Thaniel. Up to her glowing eyes, it pinned her arms to her sides and covered her mouth, muffling everything she said, and that was too bad, because she had a lot to say judging by the garbled sounds coming from her. But her armored legs were still free, so she could kick them, even though that didn't do anything to free her. Everyone shook their heads in answer to his question. Thaniel might know, but they'd have to wait until she was free to find out. Why was Thaniel glaring at him? Guerren pointed at his chest. Yes, he was in command. Perhaps she wanted him to order someone to free her?
I think I can cut through that stuff.
Rosalie shook her arm until a dagger slid out of her sleeve. Its hilt settled into her palm, but instead of swinging it down to cut the black stuff, she sliced across her palm. What are you doing? You're supposed to free her, not hurt yourself. Guerren pointed at the blood welling up from her palm.
I am freeing her. Watch closely if you don't believe me.
Rosalie stared at her bloody palm, and the blood shot upward into spikes, then collapsed. Yes, but that doesn't look sanitary. Guerren shivered at her control over her own blood. That just wasn't natural.
Who cares if it frees her.
Azariah said, but Guerren didn't care what he thought, since that angel was only there for Argeniel. Do you have to cut yourself? Guerren couldn't help but ask when Rosalie slashed her palm open again. Didn't she have any other magic?
That's how blood magic works.
Rosalie forced her blood to form spikes again. This time, they didn't collapse.
Let her do her thing.
Natalie pulled him away as Rosalie dropped into a crouch and slashed those blood spikes across the black stuff imprisoning Thaniel. The black thing must be as creeped out by blood magic as he was, because it screamed as it jumped off Thaniel and extruded tentacles as it ran away.
Well, that was weird.
Natalie let go of his arm.
That's an understatement if I've ever heard one.
Rosalie forced the blood to reverse course and returned to the cut as it closed. Guerren wanted to look away, but he just couldn't do it. How could she manipulate her own blood like that without getting the creeps? His skin crawled just looking at it.
Thanks for freeing me. Nothing I did could get that stuff off me.
Thaniel rose and dusted snow off her armor.
Hey, Guerren, where's your army?
It's right here. Guerren waved his arms around to indicate the group. Who knew that the army I needed was the friends I made along the way? He grinned and turned, so we couldn't see what Rosalie was doing anymore.
You've been waiting to say that, haven't you?
Danielle pressed her lips together and her shoulders shook like she was trying to stifle laughter. The nerve of her to laugh at his hard-won revelation. Maybe, now that you're free, we can go stop the bad guys. Do you know where Hithaclear went? Guerren still didn't see anything except snow.
If he's the guy with white hair that hit me in the back of the head, then he went that way with the adversary quite a while ago, and I don't think I have to tell you they're up to no good. So we should get over there and stop whatever they're doing.
Daniel pointed away from where they just came from.
Did anybody figure out what exactly he's doing? I tried to get him to talk, but that didn't work. He didn't want to talk about his plans.
According to someone I thought was my friend, he's trying to restart a dead timeline with help from the ex-god of history.
Rosalie said as she stared at her hands, and she sounded quite bitter about that.
So that's who the guy with the long name is.
Daniel kicked some large clumps of snow. Perhaps she had some frustration to take out on it.
I don't remember seeing him, but I wasn't paying attention to anything besides that black stuff.
How do we stop the adversary this time? And can we do it in a way so that we don't have to stop another one of his plans after this? I need a break from his shenanigans.
Natalie walked over to Rosalie and the too quiet Argeniel. A loud boom startled Guerren, and he might have jumped a few feet into the air in surprise. But he wasn't the only one surprised by the loud noise and the avalanche sliding toward them. Where did all that snow come from? There were no mountains anywhere in sight. Last he checked, snow couldn't pile up like that and hurtle towards something. It was supposed to just lie there and make everything cold. So what was pushing the snow? Because its momentum wasn't created by rolling downhill, since there were no hills. This wasn't a natural occurrence, and it was rushing toward him at a fast clip, probably too fast for him to outrun it, even if he hadn't spent so much time running away from things since sneaking into that damn library. Fly, you fools, and don't forget to take me with you. Guerren waved his arms over his head to get the angel's attention. They were all just standing there, frowning at the avalanche like they'd never seen anything like it before. To be fair, they probably hadn't. Heaven was a tropical island. None of them could stop it since they didn't have elemental magic, so flying away from it was the only viable plan right now.
What is that?
Argeniel pointed at the tons of snow and ice speeding toward them. We can discuss what it is after we get out of its way. Guerren shoved Argeniel to get him moving and earned a glare from Azariah. Since he didn't spontaneously combust or break apart or anything like that, Guerren ignored his glare. Let Azariah be annoyed. Not everyone could take a direct hit from a wall of ice and snow and survive the experience. Argeniel probably could, though, since he was an angel.
Give me your hand,
Daniel said as a chilly wind blew past him. Guerren raised his hand as ordered and she clasped his forearm. He copied her as she lifted him off the ground. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, I've got the war god.
Daniel shot upward.
I've got Rosalie.
Natalie slowed and hovered beside them, and she did indeed have an arm around Rosalie's waist. Argeniel and Azariah rose to meet them, but there was no one else in their party who needed a lift.
What's making the snow do that?
Argeniel asked again, since he didn't get an answer when they were all staring at it from ground level.
That can't be what I think it is.
Natalie leaned forward like that would help bring whatever they saw into focus. What do your eagle eyes see? Because I just see a ton of snow sliding toward us like a frozen wave of death. But the more Guerren stared at that avalanche, the weirder it looked. Is something behind it, plowing through the snow and creating that avalanche?
I see it too, but I don't know what I'm looking at,
Azariah said, but he sounded intrigued. Well, he did like Argeniel, so he already had questionable interests. Why don't we fly over and check it out? That avalanche isn't natural since it's not rushing downhill, so the adversary is probably causing it. Guerren didn't know why he had to keep pointing out the obvious. I guess that's why I'm in charge.
If it is the adversary, I might throw you at him?
Manuel grinned as he flew entirely too fast toward the object in question. The icy wind slapped Guerren so hard in the face he had to close his eyes.
What is that?
It looks like a giant arrow made of ice. I think we found the timeline the adversary searched for.
Guerren opened his eyes, and there was indeed a miles-long ice structure that could be an arrow if he squinted hard enough at it. Where the fletching would be was on fire, and that was weird because one was supposed to cover the tip in pitch and set it on fire, not the fletching, because the arrow needed the feathers on its back end to fly. Not that this arrow did any flying at all, so maybe it didn't matter. The arrow slid around in a pool of darkness generated by the adversary, of course, as he flew beside the arrow that dwarfed him. How the hell is he doing that? Guerren stared at him, but he didn't see anything different. Maybe the adversary could do that the whole time. I tried my best to avoid him, so who knows? Where's Hithagler? I know he's down there somewhere. Guerren scanned the iced arrow's long shaft. Where could he be? Hithagler was too much of a coward to be at the tip of the arrow. So where was he hiding?
He's down there.
Rosalie pointed at the section where the ice shaft flared out into an arrowhead.
What's he doing?
Moving it, I think. Ivarian could generate ice, and his cousin could do more than that.
Rosalie hugged herself, like she was cold or sad about the way things turned out with her demigod boy toy. He wasn't right for her anyway. Guerren could tell that right away, just from his one meeting with the guy. Rosalie needs a man who'd jump into danger like me or Azariah, or even Arginil if she wants another brooding boy on her arm. If she was flexible on the boy thing, then Daniel or Natalie would be great choices. Both were tough and loyal. A bright light shone behind them, pulling him out of his thoughts, and that was probably a good thing, since he was thinking like his matchmaking sister, the ex-goddess of love. I haven't seen her in a while. I should look her up after this is over. After all, there's a thin line between love and hate, and wars brought out both in people.
What's generating that light?
Rosalie shaded her eyes.
Are we under attack?
Not unless we pissed off another ex-god, because that light's from a teleportation spell. Guerren waved off their concern.
Are you sure about that?
Daniel glared at him like she thought he might lie about something like that. Yeah, when you've seen it as many times as I have, it's hard to mistake it for anything else. Only a few of the ex-gods, like Faye in particular, add special effects to their transportation spells. But she does it to show off. Guerren shrugged. Faye might be mad that he gave away that little tidbit about her, but it was the truth. She could teleport without the flames because her ability to move about at will was tied to her nature as an ex-goddess, not her fire magic. The light faded, and two bodies dropped, because gravity was merciless today, and it grabbed hold of the two men before Guerren could identify them as friend or foe. Someone had better catch them.
I'll do it,
Azariah said as he pulled his wings in and dropped like a stone.
To help. Rosalie, will you hold this for me?
Arginil tossed the crystal ball at her.
Yes?
Rosalie said, but she wasn't expecting him to chuck a ball the size of her head at her before she replied, so she fumbled it. I've got it. Guerren snatched it out of the air and had to hold it with both hands because it was a heavy ball.
Rosalie is the key,
said a voice in his head, but clearly he hallucinated that. It was all the stress and constant running eroding the edges of his sanity. Some rest and a long vacation after they defeated the adversary would fix that. Here you go, milady. Guerren bowed and handed the globe to her, glad to be rid of its weight.
Thank you.
Rosalie accepted the crystal ball with both arms, then hugged it to her chest. If the crystal ball talked to her, she didn't show it. Her expression didn't even flicker as she peered down to watch the angels catch the two falling men. Argenial and Azariah flew up to them, but each one held onto a man. Hello, Jannar. I guess you're not concussed anymore. Guerren extended his hand to the ex-god of memory. Azariah didn't look happy, so he carried him at arm's length.
You came back,
Rosalie said as she stared at Ivarian. Argenial caught the young demigod, and neither looked happy with that arrangement. Ivarian's discomfort made sense. This was probably the first time he ever flew with an angel, and Argenial was a very pretty angel. He was darkly handsome with glowing eyes, whereas Ivarian was fair with dull gray eyes.
Had to. I made a mess and I need to make things better.
Ivarian wouldn't meet Rosalie's gaze, and that was yet more proof. He wasn't right for her. Guerren made a mental note to talk to her about her taste in demigods when this was over, assuming she survived. That's fine for the boy, but you don't have that problem, so why did you come? Guerren asked Jannar.
Since I don't want to be part of the problem, I should be part of the solution, don't you think?
Jannar winked, and he looked like a trickster in his mismatched furs and woolen garments. I suppose that's a good enough reason. Welcome to my army. I'll be your leader. Guerren grinned at his reaction. It wasn't every day he made a fellow ex-god's jaw drop in surprise. He might have basked in that accomplishment a little. Guerren opened his mouth to argue that he was always their leader, they just didn't know it. But that same voice whispered something else. An instinct made him perk up his ears and listen.
The Adversary fears Argenia, and for good good reason. The Creator foresaw a day when one of his most loyal servants might be tempted to turn against him,
said the voice that spoke to him while he held the crystal ball. Who's talking to me? It wasn't one of his comrades. Guerren checked to be certain, though, but they weren't even looking at him.
Wait a minute. When did we decide that you're our leader? Because I don't remember that.
Daniel tapped her chin with a hand not holding onto him as she pretended to think about that.
Actually, Natalie is the key,
said that voice, but it no longer sounded certain. Are you sure about that? Guerren thought about that question and hoped the voice would read it from his mind.
Ivarian might also be the key,
said the voice, and that answered his question all right. The disembodied voice wasn't sure of anything. Is that your final answer? Guerren waited for a reply.
Why don't we just let him be the leader?
Natalie said, but their shoulders shook like they were trying to suppress laughter. If the laughter was at someone else's expense, the Bersati could laugh all they wanted.
But that might go to his head.
Vanir pulled him to the right a moment before a black blob sailed past. The adversary finally noticed their arrival.
Do any of us really want to lead right now?
Natalie dodged a black blob, too. I do, and you'll all be happy to know that while you were arguing, I came up with a brilliant plan to save us all. Guerren did no such thing, but they didn't need to know that. Since no one else volunteered, he was their leader by unanimous decision.
Okay, fine. You can lead us into a glorious battle against the oldest and most powerful villain to ever exist. So, what's your plan to stop him, oh great leader?
Danielle looked at him like she expected him to tell her about this non-existent plan, but that just wasn't his style. Maybe it was the touch of the Holy Spirit or his restored powers pointing out the obvious next step, but a plan formed in his mind when he opened his mouth. You, Arginil, and Azariah do whatever you have to do to distract the adversary. He's got to be the one making that giant ice sculpture move. Make it stop.
What about me?
Rosalie stared at him like she was trying to send a message mind to mind. Since he had absolutely no mind magic whatsoever, all that staring probably just made her eyes hurt. You, Avarian, and Jannar take on Hithaglir and stop whatever he's doing to the giant ice sculpture. Between the four of us, that should be no problem. I don't think he even knows how to fight.
What about me?
Natalie didn't look at him because they were watching the angels. You help whoever needs it. Hey, Daniel, toss me at my cousin. It's time for a rematch. Guerren mimed punching him.
Then let's go. I'm tired of all the talking.
Daniel dropped from the sky and let go of his arm the instant the sliding ice sculpture appeared below them. Guerren landed on it, but his boots found no footholds, so he slid off the side. This sucks. Why do we have to fight on ice? There was no way around that, so he generated flames from his hands and melted 2 handholds on the side of the arrow. It was more square than round because it wasn't a real arrow. I got my power back, so does that mean I can teleport again? He hadn't tried since the Holy Spirit returned his powers, but now was an awesome time to try. Since he didn't fancy climbing back up to the top of the arrow, Guerren pictured the flat top of the ice sculpture, and light surrounded him as the teleportation spell embraced him like an old friend. To the top, on the double, my good spell. When the light faded, he stood on the ice again, but this time he didn't slide off it because he pictured a part of it that was rough enough not to be insanely slippery because some idiot melted giant glyphs into the ice. Why would someone do that? Oh no, I won't be trapped in a spell again. Are we really doing this again? Guerren pointed at the glyphs. Each one was longer than he was tall.
Hello, cousin. How else can I bring back the old days?
Ithaglair said as lightning bolts shot out of his hands into the glyph that Guerren stood on, and the damned lightning ran up his body, making him shake until a kind soul knocked him off the glyph. Then darkness knocked him out for a while.
Chapter 60. Read the glyphs. Argenil studied the giant piece of ice that looked like a speeding arrow. Something about it tickled his gift, and the book of names flipped its pages, searching for a match even though it wasn't a book anymore, just a part of him again. Maybe he'd always think of it as a book on a mental shelf. That wasn't a bad thing, was it? I hope not, since my mind is my library now, and that just shoved a nail through his heart until he remembered Azariah saying he would build him a new library.
Wait a minute. When did we decide that you're our leader? Because I don't remember that.
Daniel said. But that was a silly question. Obviously, Guerren wanted to be in charge. She glanced at him like she thought he might challenge that, but Argenil shook his head. Could he lead them? Yes, but he preferred to do his own thing. Besides, she was just teasing Guerren, and the war god was a fool if he didn't see that. Thaniel didn't want to be in charge any more than he did Let Guerren believe he was in charge. I don't need anyone to give me orders. All this teamwork stuff is new to me. But it was also nice having angels he could trust on his side. He just wished they didn't come with ex-gods and their baggage, though. So now he was stuck carrying around a demigod who summoned a powerful member of his parents' pantheon to attack someone who didn't deserve it, judging by the argument between Ivarian and Rosalie. Since he didn't know Ivarian at all, he believed Rosalie, even though he only knew her a little. But the little he knew of her inclined him to trust her over the demigod who liked her. She at least seemed rational. Rosalie didn't join in the friendly debate over who should lead them, either. She just held the crystal ball and stayed quiet, probably because she was still processing Ivarian's confession. After all, it was a doozy. Ivarian stared at the snow below them and hunched his shoulders as he dangled from Argeniel's grip. He didn't even hold on to him. Did the young man want to fall to his death? Argeniel needed somewhere safe to put the demigod down. It was hard to hold on to someone who didn't try to keep from sliding out of his grip, and it was weird being so close to someone like this. Living bodies moved when they breathed, and Ivarian's heart beat loudly enough to hear. I need to put him down. I don't like being this close to him. Argeniel had to wrap both arms around the depressed demigod to keep from dropping him, and that was too much contact, in his opinion.
What is wrong?
Azariah asked in an undertone, and then his hand squeezed his shoulder. Ez didn't need both arms to hold Jannar because that ex-god held on to him. Why couldn't Ivarian participate in his own rescue? Argeniel opened his mouth, but what could he say? Admitting he was uncomfortable carrying Ivarian seemed selfish. Ivarian was a fragile mortal, and angels were supposed to protect them. Then why do I feel such an aversion to him? Ivarian and Rosalie were the only living people he'd ever encountered, but he didn't feel any aversion to Rosalie. He just felt sorry for her. So why do I want to drop Ivarian? He wouldn't do it, so he tightened his grip, even though that just ratcheted up his discomfort until pins and needles stabbed his arms.
Do you want to trade?
Azariah looked at him with concern. He probably guessed the source of his unease. Maybe it was a normal reaction? Am I that transparent? Argeniel didn't know if he liked that or not. Do I really want to keep secrets from him? A resounding no welled up from deep inside him.
Yes and no. This is the first time you've been close to someone whose flesh and spirit are so enmeshed that only death can split them. You feel his mortality, and it's always jarring for us after we spend any time in heaven, but you get used to it.
Azariah wrapped his hand around Ivarian's arm.
Here, give him to me. And you take Jannar. He's immortal, but not in the same way we are, so he's closer to what we are than his nephew is.
You, Argeniel, and Azariah, do whatever you have to do to distract the adversary. He's got to be the one making that giant ice sculpture move. Make it stop.
Guerren said. So they must have decided he was the leader, and he made the only logical decision. No one else could take on the adversary except them.
That won't be necessary. Thank you, good angels, for catching us, but it's time we dealt with a family matter.
Jannar extended his hand to his nephew.
Come on, lad. Let's put the blame where it belongs and pay my brother back for all he put you through.
Ivarian finally blinked and looked at them. Something flashed in his eyes, hopefully not jealousy. Rosalie was a nice, formerly mortal girl, but that's all. I don't think I've even looked at her more than once since catching Ivarian, and that was to make sure she still had the shoe stone. I hope all humans aren't like this. Argeniel tried really hard not to roll his eyes. This was so ridiculous.
You're right, Uncle. Let's go.
Ivarian straightened his spine so he wasn't a limp noodle in his arms and caught his uncle's hand. They vanished in a bright flash a moment later, and Ivarian's weight disappeared. Good riddance.
Will they be okay?
Rosalie adjusted her grip on the shoe stone. Argeniel tried to squash the relief flooding him. I'm not being fair. Out loud he said, I think so, but I'll wish them good luck in case. And he meant that. He didn't wish any ill on them.
Is that better?
Azariah squeezed his shoulder again. Yeah, let's go help Thaniel. Argeniel didn't see her, and that was a bad sign. She probably flew off while he was dealing with Ivarian and his uncle.
Good plan.
Itali said she still hovered beside them. She still hung on to Rosalie. Something flickered in his peripheral vision. Wait. Argeniel extended both arms and caught Azariah and Itali, holding them back as light snaked across the giant arrow made of ice, lighting up multiple glyphs, all carved in a line.
What are those symbols? Are they another spell? Can anyone read them?
Yes, I can read them. Give me a moment. I need to see them from the right angle. Argeniel grabbed the book of names off his metal bookshelf and flipped on his gift to see the truth of things.
What does it say?
Azariah slipped an arm around his waist. Why would no one give him a moment? Reading the glyphs wasn't easy since they were inexpertly carved and not all were lit up. Argeniel let go of his friends and spun to follow the trail of glyphs leading into the icy tundra. Azariah stayed close to him and kept his arm in place. Perhaps he was jealous of Ivarian. What a thought. Argeniel shoved that out of mind. Azariah Azariah had nothing to worry about. Arjaniel squinted at the symbols, and they changed to letters in the angelic script he could read.
Well, I don't know how much time we have. Can you tell us what you read so far?
Natale elbowed him when he didn't answer fast enough. Fine, but there's more going that way. I saw something before, but I let myself get distracted instead of following up on it. Arjaniel wished he didn't let Avarian distract him, but he couldn't go back and change that now. I'm pretty sure it says, the ice remembers what the earth forgot. Locked in ice, the past's caught and the future's bought. Swap one timeline and the other is naught. All on the lost timeline will be naught. Rosalie gasped.
That's not how the rhyme's supposed to go. Jannar told me the rhyme goes like this. The earth remembers what the trees forgot, that time moves on, but memory does not. In the mind, today and yesterday meet, and we live 100 tomorrows in every heartbeat.
What does all that mean?
Natale looked at him like he should know, and he kind of did what we already knew. We need to stop that arrow-shaped glacier before it goes anywhere else, or does anything else. Arjaniel glanced at Azariah, and his friend squeezed his waist. Ez was ready. Arjaniel hoped so as he dived toward the adversary and pulled hard on his gift. Samael, stop! The adversary jerked backward as if struck, but the black substance stopped flowing from his hands, and the glacier stopped too. So that was a win. Arjaniel couldn't hold him for long. The adversary struggled against his hold, and no amount of firming his will could keep that creep from breaking out of his control. Then Thaniel slammed into the adversary's back and punched him as she tried to topple him. Azariah plowed into the devil's side, but he just ripped them off him and threw them aside like they were nothing more than minor inconveniences. The ground shook and a loud boom sounded. Something must have exploded, but it must not have been far away, because a shockwave shot through the tundra, throwing snow and ice into the air. It hit them like a wall of pure force and knocked Arjaniel down.
Layla must have destroyed the gateway. Good job.
Daniel said from where she lay in the snow. Thankfully, the shockwave knocked the adversary down too, and he blinked like he was also stunned. Good. That meant the shockwave wasn't his doing. Tanya pounced on the adversary while he was down and pinned his wrists to the snowy ground. Arjaniel landed in the snow nearby and lost track of Azariah as he reeled from the blow. Where is he? Arjaniel spotted Ez a few feet away as his friend rose unsteadily and staggered over to fall on the adversary and help the Nile pin him down.
And don't look into his eyes and don't let his palms face you, or he'll shoot that dark stuff at you that Rosalie cut me out of.
Danielle shouted as she struggled to hold on to the adversary's right arm.
Got it.
Azariah worked to pin his left arm as the adversary tried to kick them.
Arjaniel, it's Layla.
Layla said in his mind.
Don't fight him. That's what he wants, but that will just draw things out. In a straight fight, you'll lose. Anyway, just keep him pinned down. You need to destroy that glacier. As long as it exists, he could draw power from it. I cut him off from his power base in hell. Do you understand what I'm telling you?
Arjaniel nodded, then remembered she couldn't see that. Yes, I understand. How did you cut him off from his power in hell? That he needed to know.
It claimed me, and now I'm its protector. I don't want him using its power for evil, so no power for him, but he's still got all his angelic gifts, and that's more than you have.
Layla was nothing if not direct, but she was wrong, too. Without that extra power boost from the source she locked the adversary out of, that devil should be just as susceptible to the power of his voice as any other fallen angel. The adversary you made yourself, but you're not my enemy. You're just like all the others who fell. Arjaniel rose and shouted all the adversary's names, and each one landed like a blow until the adversary lay in the snow, beaten, stunned, and at his mercy, just like I was 4,000 years ago. Memories blurred by the adversary and his wicked magic clarified as he stared down at the ex-angel that dragged him to hell. He attacked me moments after your ship sailed out of sight over the horizon. I couldn't defeat him then because the adversary hit him with the full power of his voice. I had no defense against that, but I do now, and he had some things that needed saying. You tried to turn me into a monster, but it didn't work. Hell didn't twist me like it did to you, but you chose to stew in your jealousy of mortals. You chose to stoke the fires of your malice, then fan those flames into hatred for everything you didn't create. But you can't create anything. You can just twist things. Arjaniel kicked snow into the adversary's face, and the ex-angel had the gall to laugh.
I love you,
Azariah said from where he knelt on the adversary's chest. He twisted one of that creep's arms, so his hand faced away from them. Thaniel did the same on the other side. I know, and he knew 4,000 years ago, but there were rules then. The Nile said the rules changed long ago, so maybe there could be something. Arjaniel met Azariah's glowing violet eyes and smiled for the first time in a long time without any reservations at all. I love you too. Now wasn't the time to talk about that, but they would have all of eternity to do that, now that they found each other again.
Arginil, catch!
Rosalie shouted, and then she threw the seeing stone at him while he smiled like a loon. Arginil extended his hands. As the shoe stone dropped into them, it glowed so brightly he averted his eyes, but instinct made him raise the globe above his head so that violet light fell on the adversary. Maybe he'd see heaven inside the seeing stone and regret his choices. It was never too late to repent.
What's it doing?
Natalie landed beside him.
The light is so beautiful.
The Versati dropped to their knees in the snow, and a gold glow gathered around their hooded head like the beginnings of a halo. That was a welcome sight, since Natalie proved beyond a doubt that they belonged in heaven as much as he did. Natalie noticed the glow, since the snow reflected it back at them, and they raised their hands in wonder as their eyes switched from a pink glow to violet.
Oh my, this is unexpected.
You earned it.
Daniel grinned, and she would have punched the sky if she wasn't busy pinning the struggling adversary. Where's Rosalie? Arginil scanned the sky for a falling woman, but he didn't see her.
Think she's not here. She probably went to help Ivarian and Jinar.
Guerren said as he joined them.
That is pretty. Does the crystal ball do anything other than glow?
He extended his hand to poke it. In answer to his question, the shoe stone hummed like a tuning fork, searching for the right resonant frequency. Guerren retracted his hand.
He's right. Rosalie teleported over to surprise them.
Don't just stand there. Pin his legs so he can't kick us.
Daniel shouted, but her shout ended in a scream, and Arginil joined her when the time crystal inside him drilled through his chest. Somehow stop! Arginil shouted again, and the time crystal stopped trying to shoot out of his chest. The humming within the seeing stone grew louder as it rose through the octaves. Maybe if he'd spent more time in heaven recently, then he would have recognized the choirs of angels' voices sooner, before an ear-splitting high note shot out of the seeing stone.
No.
The adversary shouted. He opened his mouth and sang a single note to counter the seeing stone and create dissonance, but the choir of angels sang louder to drown him out. Thunder clapped, and it echoed as the glacier vibrated. Cracks appeared along the tip of the arrow, which was all they could see from ground level, since it was maybe a dozen feet away. The top cracked off and fell.
Oh my god, the glacier is breaking apart. Keep up the singing.
Natalie patted his shoulder as Arginil struggled to hold on to the vibrating crystal ball.
Give me that, you fool. You'll ruin everything.
The adversary broke Azariah's grip and extended his hand like he was trying to shoot something at him, but nothing happened. That was Layla's doing. The adversary glanced at his hand and shook it, as if that would make the magical attack appear.
What have you done?
It wasn't me. It was teamwork that defeated you. Arginil set the shoe stone down in the snow and walked over to Azariah. Need a hand up?
Sure, I'll always accept help from you.
Azariah clasped his hand, and he pulled up his friend, and someone who could be more than that if the rules allowed. Behind him, cracks sped across the glacier.
What about him?
Easy tilted his head to one side to indicate the adversary who was still lying in the snow. What about him? Layla cut off his power from something called the Abyss, so he can't shoot that dark stuff at us anymore, and he can't use his voice against us because I can negate that. So he's no longer more powerful than us. Arginil paused as something occurred to him. He was a herald in the before times. Those days were breaking apart and would soon be nothing but memories, as the glacier that might have been the timeline where he fell to hell shattered in slow motion. That was a fitting end to that timeline. Those days should never return. They were done thousands of years ago. Now, maybe they could rest in pieces.
Do you need help too?
Natalie stopped beside Thaniel but stayed out of the adversary's reach.
Sure, why not? I'm not too proud to ask for help.
Daniel caught the Versavi's hand, and Natalie pulled her to her feet too. We should go. Arginil pulled Azariah off the ground as another chunk of ice broke off.
Agreed. Who's carrying the war god?
Thaniel asked as she lifted off the ground in time to dodge a house-sized ice chunk. A hand closed around his ankle, yanking Arginil down until he flapped his wings harder. Did the adversary grab hold? Why would he when he had wings of his own and could fly?
The war god hitched a ride, but he'd love someone to give him a hand.
Guerren said from close by. Arginil glanced down, and there was the war god, clinging to his ankle, not the adversary. Azariah laughed at the sight.
I've got him.
Natalie wrapped an arm around Guerren, and he let go of Arginil.
Thank you. Sorry about the ankle. I didn't want you to forget me.
As if we'd do that. You should know us better than that by now.
Stanya shook her head at him.
What now?
She asked Arginil, and that was okay because because he knew what needed to be done. We find the X-Gods, and then we should destroy all the links between this realm and any other, so no one can ever come here again. Time belongs to the living. No one should change it, Arginil replied, as they flew away from the collapsing glacier and the heavenly singing that was destroying it.
This winter wonderland should become the Adversary's new home. There was no one here for him to control,
Natalie said as they flew beside him, and they were right. Let's find the other X-Gods. From what Rosalie told us, they come here a lot, so they should know where the exits and entrances are. Arginil scanned the snowy landscape for them. Where were they? They must be here somewhere.
Chapter 61. Something doesn't add up. As Arginil and Azariah descended to fight the Adversary, his words echoed in Rosalie's ears.
The ice remembers what the earth forgot. Locked in ice, the past's caught and the future's bought. Swap one timeline and the other is naught. All on the lost timeline will be naught.
Are you okay?
Natalie asked, reminding her she wasn't alone. The arm wrapped around her waist should have done that, but she'd gotten used to flying, and the Versate was a considerate flyer. I don't think I'll be okay ever again after this. Rosalie shook her head, then had to firm her grip on the seeing stone because it slipped down when the angels left, like it wanted to follow them.
You don't know that. Everything could change in an instant. It did for me when I met Arginil and Faniel, and everything kept working out. Maybe I'm just lucky, or maybe that's just how life is. What do you want to do? I don't think you want to take on the Adversary.
Natalie watched the angels. They were so kind to ask that when it was obvious they wanted to help their friends. Hell, Rosalie wanted to help them too. No, I'd like to avoid him. Rosalie changed her grip on the crystal and tried to push it back up to a comfortable position to hold as Arginil's words echoed in her head again. The first line really bothered her since the ex-god of memory appeared right before she took on Pristina too. Was that a coincidence? Or part of his plan? Was Jannar as innocent as he claimed? After all, she first met him outside the haven where Pristina trapped his family. Was he really just in the area and felt something strange going on? Or was he there for another reason? Hithaglair didn't seem like someone who did any sort of work at all if he could avoid it. Would he carve all those glyphs by himself? Maybe. But did he do it alone, or did he have help? I need to find out.
Oh my god, hold tight. I'll try to get us above it,
Natalie said right before they shot upward. What's happening? Rosalie glanced down, expecting to see the Adversary about to hurl some magical spell or something at them. Instead, something caused the frigid air to ripple in the distance across and gained momentum as it rushed toward them, throwing snow and ice into the air. The wintry landscape shuddered, and snow billowed up in clouds of white that sped toward them like a wave. What is that? Rosalie pointed at it.
It's a shockwave, and it was probably generated by something large and magical collapsing, like a massive realm-spanning gateway tunnel. I'll try to get us above it, but you should brace for impact in case I can't.
Natalie flapped their wings as fast as they could. What about our friends down below? Shouldn't we warn them? Although Rosalie didn't know how they could warn them since they were out of earshot already.
They already survived one gateway collapsing, and we were much closer then, so they'll be fine, but I'm not sure how tough you are or if you'd survive a fall from this height. Let's not find out.
Natalie climbed higher into the sky. Could the Versity outfly the shockwave? Winds buffeted them as the shockwave passed beneath them, pelting them with snow and ice. Natalie fought to keep them aloft until the winds calmed, and the churned up snow and ice sparkled in the sunlight as they rained down on the tundra. We survived. Thank you. We should probably check on our friends. Rosalie couldn't see anything except snow and ice crystals drifting in the air.
We will, and you're welcome. Let everything settle for a moment, then we'll go. That was worse than the last one, but that gateway was larger than the last one, so that makes sense.
Natalie descended slowly, since they couldn't see the ground through the drifting snow.
Hello? Is this thing on?
Said a male voice that seemed to come from the crystal ball she held. Who's asking? Rosalie glanced down at the seeing stone in her arms. Arginil didn't say anything about the stone talking to anyone. Maybe he didn't know that was possible?
I didn't say anything.
Natalie looked at her like they feared the stress had gotten to her.
Everyone just calls me JC. Did you figure out what the Adversary planned yet?
Hithaglair want to reactivate an old timeline so they can relive their glory days. But I don't know how they plan to do that. I saw a bunch of glyphs in the snow before the shockwave passed through, but it reduced visibility a lot. I can't tell if they're still there. The shockwave could have wiped them out. Rosalie hoped it did. That would be one less thing to take care of.
Who are you talking to?
Natalie asked, but their eyes widened when JC replied, so he must have done something to include Natalie in the conversation.
There's only one way to reactivate a dead timeline. They must push the active timeline aside and put the one they want in its place, and then connect it to the present and the future. That will activate the old timeline. You should stop that from happening. If you don't, then everyone who doesn't belong to the new timeline will cease to exist.
Is that all we need to do? That was a lot to take in, and it was a little frightening, Rosalie shivered, and didn't know if it was from the cold or the fear of losing everything she saved when she fought Pristina.
It's a bit more involved than that, but that won't matter if things get that far. Good luck. I hope to see you on the other side.
I hope so too, Rosalie said, but she didn't know if she meant it.
Wait, if you destroy that old timeline, won't that harm anyone connected to it?
Metalli asked as they clutched her a little tighter than necessary. Rosalie thought of Arginil and Thaniel, and Natali probably thought of them too. She didn't want them to get hurt either.
No, because it ended. Nothing that happens to it can affect the present or the future of anyone, because that timeline has neither of those things. Your angel friends won't be affected.
Rosalie exhaled a grateful breath upon hearing that. The relief was palpable. The seeing stone glowed violet, but no picture appeared in its depths. JC must be shy.
Can you toss this thing to Arginil? I've got a present for him, and it should help with this timeline situation.
Sure. As soon as we can see him, I'll hand it over. Thank you for the advice. Even though he didn't say anything about how to stop a glacier. I'd better figure that out. Rosalie tried to think of something, but nothing came to mind.
The creator should have barred everyone from time travel and banned it, but he didn't. I don't think he'd be upset if the past became inaccessible to his creation, except through stories passed down, if you catch my meaning.
Was JC suggesting that they do something to prevent time travel? Rosalie exchanged surprised looks with Natali. It's a good idea. All my problems started because of time travel. How could she destroy the ability to travel backward in time?
One more thing. If you succeed, you must reset the current timeline. With everything that's happened, it's been put under a tremendous amount of stress, and it needs a reset to let off some of that pressure.
What does resetting the timeline do? It didn't sound like a pleasant experience to Rosalie.
Call my name when you've succeeded, and I'll tell you then. You've got enough to do right now. Good luck.
As JC fell silent, the seeing stone dimmed, signaling the conversation was over.
There's Arginil.
Natali pointed at him. Arginil, catch! Rosalie threw the crystal ball at him. He was an angel, so he should catch it easily.
Now what?
Natali asked, but their eyes stayed on the angels. Thank you for everything, but I think it would be best if I surprised them. Rosalie pulled her knees up to her chest, so she'd land in a crouch, and she pictured ice with lines carved in it as light surrounded her. Once again, her thoughts drifted back to what Arginil said. What did Jannar do when I was in the grave between and then in hell with the angels? He was supposed to help Hithaglir hold the past together. What did he really do here? Was that when they carved the glyphs? Was he working with his brother the whole time?
Chapter 62, Finding Trouble. Varian slipped when the teleportation spell faded because it left him standing on a glacier. He should have expected that. I need to stop thinking about my mistakes. This is my one shot to cancel them out.
Look there.
Uncle Jannar pointed at the large curving lines carved into the ice, and they looked like glyphs for a spell. What are they for? Varian wished he'd learned anything about these strange characters, but he didn't.
A spell, probably, since that's all they're good for now that no one uses the old script anymore.
Uncle Jannar sighed, like that was a damned shame. Where's your brother? Varian couldn't call Hithaglir his uncle anymore. He lost that title when he kidnapped me. Uncles shouldn't ever do something like that, nor should they give their nephews ultimatums either.
He's got to be round here somewhere. Let's split up and look for him. Shout if you find him. I'll head that way.
Uncle Jannar pointed away from the part of the glacier that flared out like an arrowhead. Then I'll go that way. Varian didn't want to head toward the tip of the arrow-shaped glacier, but they'd find the ex-god of history faster this way. So Varian picked his way around the jagged ice formations in his way. What do I do after I find him? As Varian wondered that, he glanced up at the sky. Were the angels still talking? Was Rosalie still with them? The angels were so beautiful and strong, especially the one that caught me. I'll bet he'd never summon an ex-god to get vengeance on someone. I don't deserve to work with them. Varian hunched his shoulders until a blue glow ignited somewhere ahead of him.
We're not doing this again. No more magical glyphs, and definitely no more spell circles,
Guerren said, and he sounded angry for good reason. Uncle Jannar, I think I found him! Varian didn't shout that because his uncle couldn't have gone far enough to require that. He waited for a reply or the crunch of his uncle's boots on the permafrost. When nothing happened for a while, he sighed. I can't just stand here. Rosalie or the angels might see me dithering. I'll go myself, and Uncle Jannar can catch up. That way, if anyone glanced at the glacier, they'd see him do something.
Stop that, or you'll ruin everything.
Hithaglir shouted, and he sounded mad. That was good. He should be mad. What did Guerren do? Curiosity pushed Varian to find out as the glacier ground to a halt. The head of the glacier stretched out before him, and its broken surface gleamed in the gray light like a frozen sea of chaos. He shivered at the sight, but he pressed on, sun, searching for the X-gods of war and history. Iberian slowed as an orange glow lit the ice surrounding him. The glow came from Guerren as he generated fire from his hands and aimed it at the lines carved in the ice.
Say goodbye to your precious spell.
Guerren drew the fire, shooting from his hands in diagonal lines across the glyphs, crossing them out.
No, stop that. You're ruining everything. Don't you want the old days back? We were kings among men then.
Hittigler jumped on the X-War god's back and wrapped his legs around the guy's waist. Did he expect that to do anything except annoy his cousin? Guerren laughed as he melted more ice.
We weren't kings of anything. Others of our kind ruled, but no, I don't want to go back to that. Those days weren't as great as you think they were.
You lied.
Hittigler punched Guerren in the back of the head. The X-War god looked tough, but how much punishment could he really take? Probably a lot, but he doesn't have to do that because I'm here. Ivarian rushed to pull his uncle off him. One good yank dropped Hittigler from the X-War god's back.
Thank you,
Guerren said without pausing in his gleeful destruction. Hittigler sprawled on the ice and glared at Ivarian as snow crunched, signaling someone else was coming. It probably wasn't an angel because they could fly, so they didn't need to walk around on the ice. Maybe Uncle Jannar heard the commotion and came running. Before he could check that assumption, a loud boom shook the glacier, and a fierce wind slammed into Ivarian, sending him flying. He landed hard in the permafrost next to Hittigler. Guerren fell too, and the flames vanished from his hand.
What the hell was that?
The ex-war god tried to rise, but another blast of air rolled over them, shaking the glacier, and he flopped onto his stomach again.
I don't know,
Hittigler said as he glanced around for the source.
I think the gateway is down, but that's just a guess.
Uncle Jannar said from somewhere close by. Guerren rose unsteadily as loud cracks sounded in the silence that fell when the wind stopped pummeling them. He glanced around like he was looking for someone.
Do you need to check on your friends?
Uncle Jannar asked as he staggered over to them.
No, angels are tough, but they are my angels.
Guerren sighed like he was torn. He looked at the snow crystals floating in the air as if they might give him the answers he sought.
Why don't you go check on them? We can handle things here.
Uncle Jannar extended his hand to Ivarian.
Here, let me give you a hand up.
Ivarian accepted his hand and let the ex-god of memory pull him to his feet. Uncle Jannar patted his shoulder, then faced the war god. Now, what should they do? Did Guerren destroy enough glyphs to stop Hittigler and the adversary's plans?
Are you sure? I could melt some more ice before I leave and mess up some more glyphs.
Guerren clenched his fists and flames wreathed them for a moment before they guttered and died out.
That's not supposed to happen.
He shook his fists and tried again.
Go help your friends. After all, they're taking on the more dangerous foe. We'll be fine here. You've made sure that spell won't work now.
Uncle Jannar said after a moment's study of the remaining glyphs.
You sure?
Guerren glanced at them. Ivarian shrugged, since he knew nothing about the glyphs or how they operated, but it felt right that Guerren should leave. After all, this was a family affair. Guerren might be a cousin, but he wasn't part of their immediate family, nor was he a time god.
Yes, I give you my word. Go help your friends. Besides, this is a family affair.
Uncle Jannar said as if he read Ivarian's mind.
And what am I, chopped liver? I'm also your cousin.
Guerren folded his arm.
I know, but this is something we need to resolve.
Uncle Jannar gestured to Ivarian and Hittigler, who still lay on the ice and snow.
Go help your friends.
All right, but I'll come back if you need me. Your nephew's pretty good at summoning, so just have him summon me.
Guerren flashed them a grin, then vanished into a flash of light. What do we do with him now? Ivarian stood over Hittigler. Was there a prison that would hold him? Because he wouldn't stop trying to bring back the old days unless prevented.
We take his power away from him.
Uncle Jannar pulled a gray knife from his pocket. It had a gray jewel on it that didn't glow or shine in the light, but pain punched Ivarian in the chest when he looked at that cursed gem. Something tried to drill through muscle and bones to escape as he dropped to his knees. Ivarian groaned as he tried to crawl away. What are you doing to me?
What do you think he's doing?
Hittigler writhed as he pushed on the center of his chest like he was trying to keep something inside him too.
He's trying to steal our time crystals. All the so-called ex-gods have them, and you have it too, my boy, since you're a demigod.
That's true. You have that same ability. I'm sorry, but I must get rid of it, for all our sakes, or we'll just end up doing this over and over again. I won't do that. I won't condemn the rest of the world to suffer that either. This ends here. No one will mess with the timeline, the events that stack up to form it, or its flow ever again.
Uncle Jannar watched with sadness welling in his eyes, but he didn't put the knife down.
Chapter 63. It's Not Over. When the light faded, Rosalie crouched on top of the glacier, and it was as slippery as she feared it would be. Damn it. But she had her answer. I wish I was wrong about Jannar, but she wasn't. Ivarian groaned and clutched his chest as he tried to crawl away from Jannar. He had no luck with uncles. Both had betrayed him. Hittigler sprawled near him, and Jannar stood over them holding the same gray knife as the Versati who worked for the adversary. Double damn! Both Ivarian and Hittigler clutched their chests like they were trying to keep their time crystals from bursting out of them. Where was Guerren? Didn't he say something about taking on Hithaglir? Maybe he changed his mind and went after the angels. Thankfully, he wasn't her responsibility, so she didn't need to know where he was or what he was doing, since he definitely wasn't working with Hithaglir. And that was all that mattered. Rosalie braced herself, but that knife didn't affect her. Maybe that was because she crouched outside its reach? She crept carefully and quietly across the permafrost toward Janar's unprotected back. How long before it affects me too?
I still don't understand. Why are you doing this?
Avarian asked what she wanted an answer to. Was Janar in on it from the beginning?
Because it's over. Pristina was a mad dog that needed to be put down. My thanks for that. Istiana's dying, and perhaps that's for the best. No one should have the ability to travel through time, and no one should have to hold it all in their head.
Janar sighed and lowered the knife until his body blocked it from view. Triple damn! How can I disarm him when I can't see the knife? Rosalie slipped and froze in place, ready to spring into action if Janar heard her. But she hoped he didn't, because she was still too far away to attack him before he could hit her with the knife's crystal-stealing power.
What about me? I'm not crazy.
Hithaglir declared in an overly loud voice. Either he was being dramatic, which would be on target for him given his personality, or he was trying to keep Janar's attention fixed on him. If you think I'll help you after what you put Ivarian and me through, then you have another thing coming. Rosalie tried not to glower at him as she crept toward Janar's unprotected back.
You're just as mad as she is, and you need to be put down too,
Janar said. He seemed to be thoroughly distracted by his brother's questions. Rosalie willed Hithaglir to keep him talking. Unfortunately, Ivarian was quiet by nature and introspective, so he didn't join the conversation. She didn't hold that against him since that knife's effects hurt more than a broken leg did.
What about your other sister, my Aunt Faye?
Ivarian asked as he proved her wrong.
She'll fade away too. Either we all exist or none of us exists. There can never be just one time god.
Janar shrugged, like he didn't just include himself in that and give away his plans to murder his entire family and then kill himself. How do I stop someone who wants to die? Rosalie ducked behind a jagged ice formation.
Did you carve the glyphs?
Ivarian asked as she tried to think of a plan. Would disarming him be enough to stop him? As Rosalie crouched there, she tried to remember everything Janar said or did in case there was some clue to how his magic worked or what other weapons he might have.
And no, Hithaglir did that on his own. I know it's hard to believe because he never does any work, but this time he did.
Jenner laughed as if he was just telling a joke. Maybe he was just as crazy as his siblings. Faye and Istiana seemed sane, but what if that was all an act?
But you knew he was doing it. Why didn't you stop him if you care so much about other people?
Ivarian asked, but his voice sounded strained, like he was trying not to scream from the pain. How much longer do I have to save him? Probably not long. Rosalie rose from her crouch and crept toward Janar again, until another thought stopped her in her tracks. Do I want to save him? She heard Ivarian's confession again, and it repeated in her head, sounding worse with every repetition.
I summoned the ex-goddess of vengeance and sicked her on Rand's father. I thought he killed you, but he didn't, unfortunately. I didn't know that then. I do now.
Then she remembered Rand, safe in his father's arms, and that Rand smiled and waved to her like everything was okay. But nothing would ever be okay again. Is Janar right? Should all the time gods, including me, die?
My money's on you to fix everything.
Rand said before she fought Pristina and Layla forced her to take that mad goddess's place. But he might have bet on the wrong woman. No, he didn't, Rosalie squared her shoulders. I will fix everything. And there was one last thing to fix before time ran out for them all. Rosalie quit sneaking around and ran for it. She'd get one shot at this no matter what, so she might as well take it right now.
Yeah, he's not subtle. Your work was sloppy, brother. I didn't correct any of your mistakes. I thought about fixing them, but I don't want the old days back, nor do I want the future to come. Like our sister, I just want everything to stop.
Hithaglir screamed as the time crystal shot out of his chest and landed in the snow covered in blood. Ivarian screamed too, but he burst into gray motes that blew away on the breeze, leaving a gray crystal laying in the snow, unbloodied like it never was inside him at all. No! Rosalie shouted as Janar turned and a sharp pain shot through her chest, cutting her legs out from under her. Rosalie landed on her knees in the snow as the wound Layla made when she forced the crystal into her ripped apart.
It's over now.
Janar dropped to his knees, and the knife landed between them as his time crystal burst from his chest and fell into the snow, dyeing it red where it landed. Somewhere in the tundra, a soprano sang something in a language Rosalie didn't understand. Who's singing? It sounded like an angel was singing, but Thaniel didn't seem musically inclined. Did another angel show up? Rosalie hoped so. She liked Argeniel, Azariah, and Thaniel, but they weren't like the angels in the Holy Book, and she wanted to see one of those angels in action. It's not over. Rosalie hardened the blood oozing from the reopened wound. The time crystal hammered against it as she crawled toward the gray knife, but it couldn't escape her. My power is in my blood, and no one tells it what to do. Rosalie grabbed the knife, point first, and cut her palm open. Blood welled up and she smeared it over the blade until it was red from her blood. Then she hardened it into a sheath that covered the entire thing from hilt to tip, cutting off its power. The time crystal dropped back in place and the pain faded as the wound closed. Rosalie wanted to lie there and grieve, but she remembered what Rand said about grief.
Everything's a little hazy, but that'll clear up. Grief comes in waves, according to my uncle, and it dulls things until it lessens.
If he could go on when he thought he lost his father, then she could go on without Ivarian. After all, I'm not even sure if the Ivarian I found here was ever mine. He might have been an alternative version from another timeline. I hope he was, so I can just remember the Ivarian who argued with me about time travel.
You were too late.
Hithaglir said around a wet gurgle.
You didn't save anyone except yourself.
Where did Ivarian go? Tell me or I'll prolong your suffering. Rosalie gained her knees, still holding the blood-encased knife.
I think the timeline reabsorbed him. After all, he was only half immortal, and his mortal half is still tied to the cycle of death and rebirth like all the other mortals.
Hithaglir coughed, then went preternaturally still, as death finally dragged him off his formerly immortal coil and took him away.
He'll just go to the Grey Between and wait to be judged for his actions, but he can't interfere with the timeline ever again. His powers are broken, and so are mine,
Jannar said. Then he sighed and went just as still as he passed away too. But he looked peaceful in death, as every muscle relaxed. Rosalie shoved the blood-encased knife through her belt, trapping it against the small of her back. Then she crawled toward the 3 time crystals lying in the snow as cracks shot across the glacier. She reached them as a voice called her name.
Rosalie, where are you?
Daniel shouted over the beautiful singing. I'm over here. Rosalie grabbed the 3 time crystals and rubbed them on the snow to clean them, before shoving them into her skirt pocket.
We need to get you off this thing before it collapses. Give me your hand.
Daniel landed beside her and extended her hand. I didn't act quick enough to save them, Rosalie admitted as the angel yanked her to her feet and then wrapped an arm around her.
Not everyone can be saved. You can just do your best. Save those who can be saved and let the rest go so their angels can catch them.
Daniel leaped into the air as the singing crescendoed. Behind them, the glacier shattered into a billion sparkling pieces that would never again make up a timeline, dead or otherwise. Rosalie would see to that if it was the last thing she did.
Where's Ivarian?
Natalie asked as they rose to rejoin the others. A gold glow wreathed their hooded and veiled head, and their eyes glowed violet now. That probably meant something wonderful had happened to the Versati, but Rosalie was too numb to ask what, or to congratulate them on their good fortune. He's gone. Rosalie shoved her hand into her pocket and touched the time crystals inside it.
What about Hithaglir and Jannar?
Guerren waved to get her attention from where Natalie carried him. They're gone too. Rosalie clenched her fist around one of the time crystals. There was so much death and pain for so small a thing. It wasn't fair, but she could dwell on that later because she remembered what JG asked her to do.
What now, my friends? The adversary is weak and no longer a threat to us. His accomplice is dead, and the gateway is down.
Guerren glanced between them.
We destroy all the entrances and exits from this place and trap the adversary here so he can't hurt anyone.
Arjanil said. He looked different too. There was a warmth in his glowing violet eyes when he glanced at Azariah. And was he smiling? JC says I need to reset the timeline. I should do that before you destroy things, Rosalie said, but she still didn't know what that meant. I guess I'll find out. Chapter 64, One Last Run-In.
Where do we go so you can reset the timeline?
Natalie asked, as they hovered over the tundra a little way from the destroyed glacier. I need to see the Tree of Life, Rosalie flashed back to when she rose so high above this place. She saw how time was put together. I need to see that again so I can figure out where to reset things. She drew a blank right now, probably because of shock or something.
What's that?
Natalie asked as they slowed when they were even with the angels. You'll see. We need to fly higher. Rosalie waved toward the clearing sky. Clouds drifted apart, leaving a swath of blue and a sun shining above them.
All right, how high do we need to go?
Natalie glanced at her for an answer. Rosalie shrugged. Just take us up. I'll tell you when to stop. She thought only Thaniel would fly higher, but the angels exchanged a glance and a nod, and then Azariah and Thaniel rose too. That meant Guerren also came for a ride. Oh well, nothing was perfect. Maybe the angels will stick with me to the end. She hoped so. Just knowing they were there gave her the strength to figure out how to reset a timeline and the courage to try, even though it sounded like a bad idea.
Where are you going?
Azariah asked Arjanil when he didn't ascend with them.
To get the shoe stone. We can't leave it here. I'll be right back.
Arjanil flapped his wings and sped toward a bright glow in the snow. Azariah flew after him without a backward glance. Daniel glanced after him, then back to Natalie like she was torn. Go, we can handle things from here. Rosalie waved for the angel to go, but Natalie slowed like the Versati also wanted to follow the angels. Damn it, I want to follow them too, Rosalie sighed. Arjanil reminded her so much of Sarn. They had the same brooding nature and they both preferred to keep their own counsel. Plus, he was the most powerful angel currently in this realm. And I might need to lean on that power to reset the timeline. We can reset the timeline afterward. Follow those angels. Rosalie pointed at where Arjanil went.
Are you sure?
Natalie hesitated only long enough for her to nod. Then the Versace shot toward the angels. It's waited this long, so how could a few more minutes harm anything? Besides, Arjanil isn't the type to dawdle. Rosalie clung to Natalie as the wind tried to tear her from the Versace's grasp.
Why not leave it here? Maybe if he looks at heaven long enough, he'll repent and change his ways so he can eventually go home again?
Azariah said as he chased him. Do you really think that's likely to happen? Arjanil didn't think anything could change the adversary's mind about anything.
Well, no, not immediately, but the Creator works in mysterious ways, and time changes everything eventually.
Azariah flew even with him. True, but I can't leave it here. Go on without me. I'll be right back. Arjanil waved for his friend to go.
Now, it took all of us to subdue him, so we're coming with you, whether you want us to or not.
Azariah grinned at him. I don't think that's necessary. Arjanil would have sighed, but he wasn't fully corporeal here, so he didn't need to breathe.
It might not be, but we got this far by sticking together, so we'll stick together until the end.
Daniel shouted as she raced to catch up.
Then we'll reset the timeline.
Rosalie said from somewhere behind him. Was everyone coming along? It sure sounded like it, and Arjanil smiled as he shook his head. He had the best friends, well, except for Guerren. He didn't know if the ex-war god would make a good friend. Arjanil slowed as he neared the spot where he left the seeing stone, and he scanned the snow for it.
Are you looking for this?
The adversary appeared on top of a large chunk of ice that sheared off the glacier, and he dropped the shoe stone. It landed in the snow with a thud.
That looks like a trap,
Azariah said in an undertone. Maybe it is, but I'm still going down there. Arjanil dropped from the sky and landed in a crouch by the seeing stone. As he picked it up, something moved in his peripheral vision, so it was a trap after all. He left it in the snow and spun hands out to grab whatever came at him and push them away, but he froze instead, confused by the sight in front of him. The adversary sat on the large ice chunk like it was a throne fit for a king, but in front of him stood a creature made of metal gears and weird gaps, filled with some dark substance. What is that thing? Arjanil pointed at it, unable to process what his eyes showed him. Unfortunately, he didn't confuse the creature. It swung an oddly shaped appendage that might be a hand at him. Arjanil dodged the blow.
Leave him alone,
Guerren shouted as small glowing crystals fell from the sky. Where did they come from? When the crystals landed in the snow, glowing lines shot out of them, and they struck the metal man-shaped creature held together by darkness and wonky gears that no longer turned. The creature shattered into a pile of scrap metal in the snow while Arjanil stared at it, still confused. What just happened? He asked, and hoped one of his friends had an answer. The adversary clapped.
I can't say that's a job well done because that first has seen better days.
I've got more magic gems if we need them,
Guerren announced. So he threw them. The crystals must be the ones he stole from heaven. Arjanil crouched to study the brightly colored crystals glowing in the snow. Should I pick them up? His hand hovered over one as he considered that.
Leave them where they are and tell your friend to drop the rest. They're designed to stop the firsts. You might know the firsts by other names like the Agents of Chaos or the Agents of Order,
Said a disembodied male voice.
Who said that?
Guerren asked, but it was a good question.
I did. I'm the Holy Spirit. You met me earlier.
So that explained why the voice sounded familiar. Arjanil scooped up the shoe stone and straightened from his crouch.
How can I hear you when you're not physically here?
Guerren dug his hands into his pockets, then dropped more crystals into the snow.
The shoe stone can do more than show you things. It was made to give the viewer far vision and the ability to speak with whoever was on the other side of the seeing stone,
Said the Holy Spirit from that crystal.
You could have done great things at my side, Arjanil.
The adversary rose and dusted off his black robes before he jumped off the ice chunk and landed in the snow a few feet away. I don't want anything from you. Arjanil looked into the seeing stone, but he didn't recognize the white marble room on the other side, nor did he see a glowing bird, but he didn't think the Holy Spirit needed to show himself to speak to them.
You never did. Such wasted potential. You could have stood at my right hand.
The adversary turned his right hand over and clenched it into a fist. Don't pretend that you like me, because you don't, and you never did. For the record, I don't like you either, and I never did. You never would have made me anything. Quit telling lies. eyes. Argeniel wrapped both arms around the seeing stone.
Are you looking for another fight? Because if you are, we'll give you one.
Daniel landed beside him, holding her sword. Azariah landed on his other side. Argeniel juggled the crystal ball until he held it under one arm so he could free up an arm to shove Daniel's blade down. Where was Guerren? Argeniel glanced up, and there was Guerren, dangling by one arm from Natali's grip, and the Versati still clutched Rosalie to their other side.
No, what would be the point? He's got the power of voice, and so do I, so we'd cancel each other out. I'm also outnumbered 5-1.
The adversary shook his head and kicked the snow.
So you'll let us leave?
Azariah folded his arms.
Go. I'm not stopping you. What would be the point? You won. The old days are gone beyond recall. I have nothing to gain by fighting you now. Go back to heaven and report to your superiors, so they'll come and speak to me. I'll wait.
The adversary folded his arms and mirrored Azariah's stance. That sounded ominous, but they must report what happened to the council. Argeniel hoped they'd know what to do with the adversary, because he didn't.
Don't look so skeptical. They'll just send me back to hell. After all, that's my domain, or perhaps we'll come to a different arrangement.
The adversary shrugged, like he didn't care, but he must care. Argeniel glanced at his friend since they knew the angels on the council and he didn't. Was the adversary right?
I hate to rush things, but I need to reset the actual timeline. You know, the one that's in effect for the mortal world.
Rosalie waved to get their attention.
I'll deal with him,
said a man, as he appeared with a glowing bird perched on his shoulder.
JC, it's been too long,
said the adversary as he smiled and extended his hand like he and JC were old friends.
Not for me. It's only been a few months since you tried to take over everyone under Mount Eredron.
JC stopped a few feet away. He wore white robes and sandals, but his aura was too bright to see anything else about him.
That was a good time. I hope they enjoyed my visit. I may have overstayed my welcome a little.
The adversary shrugged like that was of no consequence.
Go. You've got a timeline to reset, and she may need your help.
JC waved to the sky.
Will you be okay here?
Daniel asked, as she sheathed her sword, then sent it away since she didn't need it anymore.
Yeah, I'll be fine. I'm not alone, and I can leave at any time I want, but he can't go anywhere after you reset the timeline unless I allow it.
JC stroked the glowing bird sitting on his shoulder. Argeniel stayed put. Maybe JC would be fine, but he needed to see this through to the end. And it wasn't over so long as the adversary could still harm someone.
Will you allow me to return home? I've seen the error of my ways.
The adversary bowed his head. He still wore his crown, and the red gems caught the sunlight.
Have you? That's hard to believe after all the trouble you've caused.
JC sighed like he carried a heavy burden.
It's true. I'm tired of losing. Faye was right. Someone always stops me, no matter how improbable that seems. So it's time to do something else.
The adversary knelt in the snow, but he kept his head bowed and his eyes averted, so it was impossible to tell if he meant anything he said. After all, he was the Prince of Lies. JC can't believe that. The adversary had spent 4,000 years trying to get back to the mortal world to rule over it. One ex-goddess of fate couldn't change that. Argeniel was certain of that.
Then I've got a way for you to prove it.
JC waved his hand, and the crystals Guerren threw into the snow at his request now rose and flew into his outstretched hand.
How can I do that?
The adversary still didn't look up. He kept his eyes fixed on the snow.
Track down all the firsts and put them back in stasis.
JC slid the crystals into a pocket on his robe.
You'll trust me to do that? How do you know I won't convince them to follow me?
The adversary finally raised his head, but he was a skilled liar who had plenty of time to school his features into any expression he wanted, so his shock was probably a lie.
I don't trust you yet, but if you do this for me, then we can talk about other things.
JC petted the glowing bird on his shoulder again.
You'll have to remove the band so I can track them down.
The adversary looked expectantly at JC, so that was his plan. You can't remove that. Argeniel stepped forward, though he didn't know what he would do if JC agreed to remove it.
It's all right,
JC said to him as he motioned for him to step back. Argeniel obeyed him because JC was a representative of the Creator, and he couldn't disobey him. It was written in his spirit to obey him, even if he didn't understand what JC was doing.
I won't remove the ban. You'll start your search here.
JC gestured to the tundra surrounding them.
After all, we just saw a first here.
JC pointed at the pile of scrap metal that might have been an agent of chaos.
I'll need help.
The adversary rose and brushed the snow off his tight black trousers.
Of course, and you shall have help.
JC snapped his fingers, and two transparent ghosts appeared, belonging to Pristina and Hithaglir.
Here are two helpers who also need to atone for their actions. Take them and go. Call me when you complete your task.
JC faced Argeniel and his fellow angel.
And you lot had better fly. Time waits for no one. Help Rosalie reset things, then come see me.
JC waved, then vanished with the Holy Spirit.
Well, that was interesting. Can someone take over for Natali? I'm tired of dangling by my arm. It hurts like hell after a while.
Guerren waved to get their attention.
Sure, I'll reprise my role as the bearer of the ex-war god.
Daniel grinned, then shot upward to take Guerren from Neatly. Argeniel watched the adversary wave to his two companions, then walk away without a fight or a parting insult. He felt numb as he stood there, but he didn't know how else this could have ended. The adversary was an angel from an earlier class, and one who was close to the Creator for a long time. It was forbidden for angels to fight each other except in jest or for training. What was I expecting? We can't destroy him without damning ourselves, and no angel would do that, but this felt hollow and not like a victory at all.
It's finally over,
Azariah said as he clapped a hand on his shoulder and squeezed. Is it really? It doesn't feel like it's over. It feels like the start of something else. Argeniel couldn't articulate it any better than that, and he hoped Azariah understood because he didn't.
It's because it is.
Azariah smiled as he turned Argeniel to face him.
I know you feel lost right now. You lost everything you knew, but we have all eternity to rebuild. That's why you feel like something's still undone. Figuring out what comes next will be a grand adventure. Will you join me?
Maybe that was it, and thinking about it that way filled the hollow places inside him with excitement. Yes, I go where you do. Since Azariah actually had somewhere to go after this, that just made sense. But he didn't think Ez wanted logic right now.
Great, then let's reset a timeline.
Azariah slung an arm around his shoulders and squeezed. Then they rose together, side by side, like they always should have been. It was getting easier to be so close and still fly without getting their wings tangled. Perhaps it would get easier still. Argeniel still had a lot of questions, but he didn't need answers right now. He met Rosalie's curious gaze and nodded. He was ready to leave this place. Lead the way, Rosalie.
Chapter 65. Reset the timeline. All right, we need to go up as high as we can. I need to find the place where the past, the present, and the future collide. I'm pretty sure that's where I need to reset the timeline. That was the only place that made sense, so Rosalie hoped that was correct, because there was no one to ask for help.
What does that look like?
Guerren tapped her arm until she glanced at him. You'll see. Rosalie didn't know if he would see it. After all, she only saw it once when she was with Faye and Avarian then. Tears gathered in her eyes at the thought of him, and she blinked them away. I wish I had one of your wishes, Ran. I'm not even sure you could fix this. Everything is such a mess right now.
Are you okay?
Natalie whispered, but angels must have great hearing, because all three glanced at her with concern. Only Guerren was oblivious to her pain. But he was a war god, so that might be why? I'm not okay, but I don't need to be. I can still reset the timeline. Rosalie wiped her eyes with her sleeve. Hopefully, a helpful disembodied voice would tell her what to do, or the correct thing would occur to her when the time came. She'd take either right now.
What are we looking for?
Daniel asked to distract everyone and give Rosalie a moment to compose herself. I don't know if you can see it. Layla saw the tree of life through her eyes, so maybe the angels could see it. I'll see it, and that will be enough. Rosalie touched her pocket, where the time crystals from Avarian, Hithaglir, and Jennar rested. I'll give them to the angels. Since she didn't know what else to do with them, that seemed like a good idea. They wouldn't misuse them or let them fall into the wrong hands.
Are we there yet? It's freezing up here.
Guerren shivered with his whole body as he glared at her, but he must be exaggerating because it was cold, but not that cold. Maybe I'm just so numb I don't feel the cold anymore. That was possible. Everything that happened since she watched Rand and his uncle disappear felt unreal, like it was a dream she couldn't wake up from. I'm probably still in shock at what Layla did to me. Where was Layla? Well, she was an angel now, so maybe Thaniel or Argeniel knew. Where is Layla? Rosalie asked.
She went to some place called the Abyss in Hell to stop the gateway. Uriah went with her. We're high enough that we'd see the gateway if it still stood, so I assume they succeeded since I don't see the gateway anymore.
Thaniel shrugged.
She cut off the adversary's power from that abyss. That's how we ended up in a draw.
Argeniel added. He clutched the seeing stone to his chest like he feared losing it. Is she coming here? I'd like to thank her for everything. Rosalie wasn't sure if she wanted a yes or no.
I don't think so. She said something about becoming the abyss protector, whatever that means.
Argeniel shrugged. What did that mean? If the angels didn't worry about it, then she didn't need to either. But she'd still like to know. Rosalie glanced down at the snowy tundra and searched for her arrow of time, the one she traveled back in time to save. Did it still stand?
You didn't answer my question. Are we there yet?
Guerren kicked her foot this time to get her attention, but he didn't hit her hard.
Why are you so impatient? Do you have somewhere you need to be?
Natalie asked as they hovered in place. Guerren froze as he thought about that. Did he have any plans at all? Probably not. He didn't strike her as the planning kind of man.
Am I free to go wherever I want now? Since I got my powers back, I can teleport, but I don't know where to teleport to.
Guerren looked to the angels for an answer since it was up to them. The The angels exchanged glances. Did they have somewhere for Guerren to go? They might not, since he wasn't an angel. What about Natalie? Where would the Versati go? Hopefully not back to hell. Natalie deserved to go somewhere else. But where could they go? You could let Faye decide what to do with him. After all, he's an ex-god from her pantheon. Besides the fact that he's her cousin, she can see the future and put some safeguards in place to ensure that he doesn't get into too much trouble. Rosalie didn't know where that idea came from, but the angels looked like they were considering it.
That's a good idea, but he's got some things to explain to the Council of Angels first. Then they can decide what to do with them. But I'll mention your idea. It sounds like the perfect solution. Unfortunately, it's not up to me.
Daniel grinned, so she must be glad she wasn't in charge.
What about me?
As Natalie regarded the angels, they squared their shoulders and tensed the muscles in the arm wrapped around Rosalie's waist.
You'll come with us to heaven, and we'll explain everything to the council.
Azariah let go of Arjanil and slung an arm around the Versati's shoulders.
And after that, then what?
Natalie looked at Daniel for an answer.
What do you want to do? We'll support any decision you make.
Arjanil said, and he sounded like he meant it.
I don't know, but I'll think about it.
Natalie relaxed the muscles in their arm a little, but not enough to let go of her, and Rosalie was glad. She didn't want to try teleporting while falling.
Let us know before we go, before the council.
Azariah squeezed Natalie's shoulders, then let go.
I wish we could skip that meeting. It won't be fun.
Daniel said darkly as she glared at the snowy ground.
But it's necessary, unfortunately.
Azariah stared off as if he were also dreading that meeting.
Are we there yet?
Guerren asked again, ruining the tender moment. Rosalie suppressed a sigh and her irritation and scanned the ground far below them again. Was that shape in the distance another arrow made of ice? Can we fly that way? Rosalie pointed. She'd lost track of what direction was where, so she left the angels and Natalie to figure that out.
Sure can.
Daniel flew off, taking the lead and the war god with her. Arjanil and Azariah followed her, and Natalie brought up the rear.
Please tell me that's not what I think it is.
Azariah glared at the arrow made of ice below them a little while later. If you think it's a timeline, then you're right. Is it my timeline? That's the question I need answered. Rosalie surveyed it with dismay. Cracks spread across the arrow-shaped glacier as she stared at it. That was bad. Can we go that way, toward the head of the arrow? The angels motioned for Natalie to lead the way, and then they followed in silence. Even Guerren kept quiet, and that was surprising, since he liked to talk.
Why is there another arrow made of ice?
Natalie asked as they flew, and they didn't sound happy about it. Given the trouble the last one caused, their unease was justified. I don't know, but it probably has something to do with the balance between powers. Everything that doesn't make sense usually goes back to that. Rosalie shook her head as a glow appeared at the tip of the arrow of ice. Slow down. We're getting close.
Do we need to destroy that glacier too?
Daniel extended her hands and a warhammer appeared in her right hand. Guerren gazed at it longingly, but Daniel ignored him and gave her extra-large hammer an experimental swing. You remind me of my mother. Rosalie stifled a laugh as Natalie slowed, but Daniel was far more cheerful than her mother.
I'll take that as a compliment since she raised a tough daughter.
Daniel inclined her head. All joking aside, do we need to destroy it? Arjanil nodded to the miles-long arrow below them since his hands were full. That was the question. Rosalie rubbed her face as she struggled with the answer. If that's the real timeline, then I can't leave it in one piece because then anyone with the ability to time travel could change it. And I don't want that to happen. I want to freeze the past so nothing can change it.
Then let's do that. I've got my hammer. I'm ready to smash things.
Daniel swung her hammer again to make her point.
I can smash things too, if someone will lend me a hammer.
Guerren tore his gaze away from Daniel's hammer and cast a beseeching look at Arjanil and Azariah, but neither one manifested a hammer for him. How did you destroy the other glacier? Rosalie heard a soprano singing while she fought Jinar, but that sound couldn't shatter ice.
We had help from above.
Natalie pointed at the sky as they slowed.
The angel Shonafar sang the right note to crack the glacier. She's got incredible range.
Daniel smiled and rested the hammer on her shoulder.
Give us an encore.
Arjanil glanced at the seeing stone he carried.
I don't think so. I can't see anyone on the other side of the seeing stone. We're probably on our own.
That's for the best, since the council doesn't need to know about all this timeline business. I don't think they need to know about Rosalie either.
Azariah glanced conspiratorially at Daniel, and she nodded.
The seeing stone is also a speaking stone. That's how you heard the angels singing.
Guerren said in an undertone meant only for her ears, and that cleared up her confusion. Rosalie thanked him and then suppressed a sigh because she put this off as long as she could. Is this the right timeline? The question chased her as Natalie climbed higher in the sky, until the arrow of time looked like the trunk of a tree, and the growing orange fires of the future extending from it were its branches. A dark line of hills separated them. That must be the present.
What am I looking at?
Natalie asked, as the others rose to join them. That's the tree of life. The arrow-shaped glacier is the trunk, and that's the past. The fiery branches are the future, and the present is the transition point in between them. Rosalie pointed at each one, even though she probably didn't need to.
But why is the future on fire?
Guerren kicked her foot again. I don't know. You'll have to ask Faye that. It's her domain. Maybe she she likes it on fire, Rosalie shrugged. She wouldn't be surprised either. Faye was quite fiery.
Someone wants to talk to you.
Neal held out the seeing stone. Who wants to talk to me? Rosalie stared at him in surprise.
I do,
said JC. Rosalie looked into the seeing stone. What was the proper etiquette for this situation?
Are you in the council hall?
Azariah leaned forward to look at it too.
I might be. Why do you ask?
Since we saved the world several times and we're in desperate need of a rest, could you speak to the council on our behalf?
Daniel asked, and she might have given the crystal ball a pleading look. Rosalie couldn't look away from the luminous violet ball to check. She was about to ask why the angels wanted to avoid dealing with this council, and then she remembered what Daniel said about them at their first meeting.
I could do that. I'll tell them you were working for me. Will that suffice?
Azariah and Daniel exchanged glances, but Neal beat them to a reply.
That will do nicely, thank you.
You'll still have to present yourselves and answer any questions the council has. This doesn't absolve you of that duty.
JC said in a stern tone, like the angels would do anything else.
We understand and will obey.
Daniel grinned like she had just won something.
Good. Now I need to talk to Rosalie. You can listen, but please don't interrupt.
I'm here. Rosalie waved her hand in front of the crystal ball.
Good.
JC said other things aloud, but she didn't hear them because his voice spoke in her mind, and he muted everything outside her head.
Sorry for talking in your head, but I needed to talk to you alone, and your friends have superhuman hearing, but they're not mind readers, so this works.
Rosalie nodded. I figured it was something like that. They're also curious.
Exactly, so they can listen to a lecture while we talk.
JC paused for a moment as if he were gathering his thoughts.
When you reset the present moment, that will reset where the present is now. Anything before that point will be in the past, and anything after that point is the future. And that can still change, so choose wisely. If you want to fix the past in place so it can't change, then this is what you need to do.
Rosalie listened and noted each step because that was exactly what she wanted to put an end to. Time travel to the past, at least. She couldn't do anything about the future since Faye controlled that, and she wasn't here. What will happen when I reset it? Rosalie meant what would happen to her, but she also wanted to know what would happen to the angels.
The angels in Natalia will be fine. They exist outside time, so they don't understand any of this timeline stuff. That's why I'm explaining what happened to the Council of Angels, not them.
That made sense. Rosalie remembered Daniel's comments about time when they first met in the Grey Between. Yeah, they didn't understand it at all, but they didn't need to since they were immortal. What will happen to me? She blurted out instead of thinking about her question.
What do you want to happen?
JC answered her aloud, and he didn't sound mad that their private chat was over. I want to start over and grow up again and not remember any of this. I don't want Christina's time crystal or to take her place. I wish that crystal never came to me. Rosalie rested a hand on her chest, on top of that damn crystal.
If that's what you want, I think we can manage that.
I do want that. She didn't want to remember anything about what Ivarian did, and maybe he could start over too, and they could meet again and see what happened.
Once upon a time, a powerful mage wished everyone would return to their proper place in time, and wishes are powerful things. Perhaps his wish could help you get what you want.
Ran appeared in the Seeing Stone, not as the adult she had known, but the child she saw in his father's arms outside Mount Eredrin. As he rested his head on his father's shoulder, his lips moved because Ran was always talking about something. He was never quiet. I hope those words are for me. How would that work, though? Are other versions of me going to show up and accuse me of things? Because I'd like to avoid that. Rosalie needed her skirt. That one run-in with alternative versions of her was strange and disconcerting enough. She didn't need a repeat.
No, there will only be one version of you when you reset the timeline. That's why you need to do it. The reset will merge all the alternative versions of everyone from other timelines and wipe the slate clean so everyone can move forward into the future, one choice at a time.
Thank you for everything. I think it's time for that reset now. Natalie, please take me down there. Rosalie pointed to a spot to the left of the icy arrow's point that looked like the spot JC described, or it would be near enough anyway. Natalie descended, but they didn't let go when they landed. They pulled Rosalie into their arms and hugged her.
For luck,
the Versati said as they released her. Daniel hugged her next and patted her back before letting her go.
Good luck. Call me if you ever need an angel.
She winked, then stepped aside. Rosalie faced Arjanil and Azariah, and she extended her hand, figuring they weren't huggers. But she was wrong. Azariah captured her hand and pulled her into a quick hug, too.
Don't worry about Arjanil. I'll watch out for him.
Rosalie nodded when he let go. She knew he would stick to Arjanil like a burr, but Arjanil didn't seem to mind that. Arjanil shifted the crystal ball so he could give her a one-armed hug, too.
This isn't isn't goodbye. We'll meet again under better circumstances.
You really think so? Rosalie wiped away a tear that was blurring her vision.
My library's gone, so I have nothing else to do except look for you and keep him out of trouble.
Arjanil nodded to Azariah as he let go.
And I told you we'll rebuild it. The universe needs more libraries.
Azariah slung an arm around his shoulders.
You really don't listen.
I doubt this council you and Thaniel mentioned will let me build another library.
Arjanil hugged the crystal ball as he looked wistfully off into the distance.
We'll talk him into it. Don't you worry about that.
Azariah squeezed his shoulders. I hope you build it somewhere other than hell, and I hope one day I can visit its new location. Rosalie smiled for the last time in this incarnation, then walked past Natalie and Thaniel. They didn't stop her. That was good, because she might shatter if they did.
Don't I get a hug?
Guerren stepped in front of her, blocking her way. Sure, why not? Rosalie held out her arms, and he walked into them. Guerren patted her back, then let go so he could rest his fist over his heart and bow to her.
You're a brave woman, Rosalie. I wish you good luck. I'll tell Faye what you did here. You won't be forgotten.
Thank you. Rosalie wanted to tell him she'd never forget him, but that would be a lie, because she'd forget everything soon. But that was what she wanted. Rosalie touched his shoulder as she rounded him and headed for the darkness between the frozen past and the burning future. Before she stepped into that shadowy valley, she stuck her hand in her pocket and pulled out the time crystals that once belonged to Avarian, Jannar, and Hithaglir. She marched toward the rock JC described, leaving her friends behind to bear silent witness to the last act of Rosalie, ex-goddess of the present. The waist-high boulder stood between the arrow-shaped glacier and the flames of the future spreading out from the shadowy valley between them. Rosalie dropped the 3 crystals onto the hand-shaped depression in its rough top, then placed her hand over it. The ice remembers what the earth forgot. Locked in ice, the past's caught and the future's bought. I break every path to the past. They are not. Events of the past will not come again. The past is gone. Not a link remains. The present chases the future, for naught remains the same. Time moves ever onward, and I go with it. Rosalie willed the healed wound in her chest to rip open and her blood to wrap around the crystal and force it out. The bloody gem dropped onto the stone as light slammed into her. I reset the timeline. The earth remembers what the trees forgot. That time moves on, but loyal friends do not. When today and yesterday meet, we live now in every heartbeat. See you on the other side, Ran and Avarian, she thought as the icy realm whited out. Chapter 66. To Live Again.
Rosalie, where are you?
Mom yelled as leaves crunched.
I asked you not to run off without me.
Mom sounded mad, and that wasn't good. Why would she be mad? Rosalie rubbed her eyes as she sat up, and then she stared at her hands. They were small, and so were her feet, and her legs, and her arms, too. For a moment, she thought that was all wrong, but then she didn't know why she thought that. After all, she was just a little girl, but she was the best little girl. Everyone said so, and they couldn't all be wrong. Leaves crunched under her as she moved, and giant trees towered over her because this was the enchanted forest, and enchanted trees liked to loom. A shadow ran toward her through the gap between them.
There you are.
The shadows fell away, revealing her mom as she dropped to her knees next to her. Mom wore her butt-kicking leathers. Was she on a job right now? Rosalie couldn't remember anything, not why she wandered away or where she wandered away from. Were they camping in the enchanted forest? Mom liked to rough it, so maybe?
Is something wrong? You're not usually this quiet.
Mom pushed Rosalie's hair away from her face. There was a worried look in her dark eyes. I don't know. Rosalie flung herself at her mother and wrapped her slender arms around Mom's waist as she leaned into her, needing the hug more than anything right now. Mom hugged her as another shadow moved. For a moment, she feared it was a demon. Then she didn't know why she thought that. There are no demons in the enchanted forest. The shadow fell away to reveal Cat. The swordswoman wore a furry hat with horns extending from both sides, giving her shadow an oddly shaped head.
Did you find her?
Cat asked as she skidded to a halt.
Yeah, I found her.
Mom clutched Rosalie to her leather-clad bosom. Behind Cat, her partner Strella appeared, holding a broken branch. Cat turned and shooed her away.
The crisis is over. Rosalie is safe.
But dinner might be in peril. We left it roasting while we searched for her. Strella lowered the branch in her hands.
You can't blame that on me. It was your turn to cook.
Mom shifted her grip and rose while still holding her. Because you suck at cooking, you're the only person I have ever met who can burn a pot while boiling water. I still don't know how you did that. Strella shook her head as she rested the broken branch on her shoulder. The gesture reminded Rosalie of something. Strella faded into the shaft of sunlight, and for a moment, a winged angel wearing silver armor stood there, holding a giant hammer. She winked, then faded into the light, and Strella returned with another barb aimed at Mom. For that time, she made rabbit stew and forgot to add the rabbits to it. Rosalie wrapped her legs around her mom's waist as her mom followed her friends. She just couldn't let go, not while she felt so small and lost. Thankfully, Mom was strong enough that she didn't have to. She could easily carry her back to camp, and maybe Mom needed to hold her close, too. Rosalie rested her head on her mom's shoulder and yawned as she listened to Mom bickering with Kat and Strella. The patter of their voices soothed the lingering fears, and she wondered where she left Layla, the stuffed snake Grandma made to protect her.
What are you thinking about?
Mom asked as she hefted her higher on her hip. The dappled light falling through the leaves overhead brought back a memory of another place, full of books and a smiling man with dark hair and green eyes. Can we go to Mount Airdrin? Rosalie didn't know how she knew that's where the man in the room with all the books were, but she didn't doubt it. The image in her mind was so clear. Then it faded away, like it was only a dream.
Why do you want to go there?
Mom stiffened at the question. I heard they have a big library full of books, and I like books. I want to see it. Rosalie twisted a lock of her mother's dark hair around her finger. It was the same color and texture as her own hair.
I don't know, honey. I'm not allowed to go back there.
Mom glared at the enchanted trees in front of her like they did something to cause that. The silent rage radiating off her forestalled any other questions. We don't need to go there. Rosalie let the question go. She didn't know why she asked. If just the mention of that place enraged her mom that much, then it was a bad place, and they should never go there. I want to see Grandma and Grandpa. Can we see them?
Yes, we can.
Mom let the anger go as she ducked under a low-hanging branch. The acrid stench of burned meat hit Rosalie, and she wrinkled her nose. Hopefully dinner wasn't too burned and still okay to eat. Otherwise, dinner might be porridge again. Oh well. At least she had Mom, Kat, and Strella. Everything was better with them, even charred duck meat.
Chapter 67. Parting Ways. It was over now, even if it didn't feel like it. There was nothing left to do here except to stand shoulder to shoulder with his friends and bear silent witness to the woman who accidentally became a goddess, then spilled her own blood to give it up.
I reset the timeline. The earth remembers what the trees forgot. That time moves on, but loyal friends do not. When today and yesterday meet, we live now in every heartbeat.
Rosalie said before she collapsed, and a column of light shot upward from the boulder in front of her. Hopefully, that was this mysterious thing called a timeline reset. Arjen Neal still didn't understand how a timeline could lose its place or need a reset, but JC said it did, and Thaniel and Azariah believed him without question, so he kept his questions to himself. The light spread out in a blazing line a mile high as the silhouette of Rosalie dissolved into a cloud of shining motes that spun and slammed into the point of the arrow-shaped glacier like a hammer made of light, and it shattered, sending shards flying in every direction. Arjen Neal raised his arm to shield his face from those deadly projectiles, but the light wrapped around him and his friends, and the ice crystals flew away from them to land harmlessly in the snow.
Come on, if we hurry, we can catch her.
Thaniel grabbed a staring Guerren and leaped into the air, dragging the grumbling ex-war god along with her before he could complain or give her orders.
How can we catch her? She dissolved and then broke the glacier in the most astounding magical act I've ever seen, and that's saying something since I've seen a lot of magic worked lately.
Natali flapped their wings and chased after Thaniel.
That was impressive. To answer your question, her body might be gone, but her soul isn't. And that's what I want to catch.
Daniel called over her shoulder.
How can we catch it?
Natali asked as Azariah let go of him. He didn't need to hear Daniel's reply because there was only one place that all souls went after death, and it was gray and full of fog.
Shall we go with them? The Gray Between isn't the nicest place, and I'm sure Rosalie would like some company while her fate's decided.
Azariah extended his hand. True, but I don't think she'll stay long there. Arjen Neal strode to the boulder where 4 gray crystals lay.
Where you going?
Azariah followed him deeper into the light. Rosalie wouldn't want these to fall into the wrong hands. Mine might not be the right ones, but I won't misuse them. Arjen Neal gathered up the 4 time crystals and slipped them into a pocket on his robes. I don't know where they belong, but it's not here.
Shall we go now? It's a little bright here.
Azariah asked from beside him, and he was right about the level of illumination. Yes, now, who's not listening? I said I'll go where you do, and I meant it. Arjen Neal shot into the sky. Catch me if you can. Maybe Azariah would, but Arjen Neal doubted it. He'd become a fast flyer during his stay in hell. I could let him catch me, maybe another time. Right now, he wanted the wind in his wings and for this place to dwindle away and disappear from his peripheral vision forever.
Oh, so it's like that now?
Azariah laughed, then chased him through the clouds into the spangled black between realms. Fog crawled across the ground in a thick bank, obscuring obscuring it as they flew over the gray between.
I don't see her.
Maybe she succeeded, and she won a chance to start over. R.J. Neal hoped that was the case, but he didn't know how to confirm that since he had never visited the mortal world before.
Maybe. I'd still like to make sure, but I don't know how to find humans in the mortal world.
Daniel manifested a pike and poked at the fog below them like that might force it to give up its secrets.
You could ask Ms. Rhea for help. She must know by now. She's been a guardian angel a million times over.
Azariah hovered between them.
All right, I'll find her and ask. Where will you go now?
Daniel sent the pike away, and Guerren looked relieved it was gone. He was awfully quiet, as if that would make them forget about him.
I want to check on Layla. Then, I don't know. I'm not a full angel, but I'm not a demon anymore either. I don't know where I belong.
Natalie touched the circular cloud of yellow light floating above their hooded head in wonder. Neither do I. Arjen Neal rested a hand on his pocket full of time crystals.
Now who's not listening? I thought we had already settled that. We belong together, and I promised to build you a library at a yet-to-be-determined location.
Azariah elbowed him in the side.
Let me know where you build this library, and maybe I'll come to work for you. I like books, and it would be a nice change to spend some time among them.
Natalie stuck a hand out to them. There will always be a place for you at any library I build. Arjanil clasped Natalie's hand, then let the Versati pull him close for a hug. It was an awkward one, since he still held the shoestone, and that thing was as unwieldy as it was powerful.
I'll pop by too. When you absolutely need to destroy something, call me. I've got a hammer, and I like to smash things with it.
Daniel winked as she wrapped her free arm around Natalie's shoulders when they released Arjanil.
And you'll always be part of my army, so if you need someone to lead you, you know who to call.
Guerren clasped Natalie's gloved hand.
It was nice meeting you. I hope we can get to know each other better.
Azariah clasped Natalie's other gloved hand. When he let go, Natalie waved to them.
Then I'll see you all later.
Natalie flew away, likely to search for the smoke-wreathed portal to hell.
So where are you really going?
Daniel faced them.
JC wanted to talk to him, so we need to find him.
Azariah nodded at him. I hope you'll take this. I'm tired of carrying it around. Arjandil held up the seeing stone.
No need to look for me. I'm right here.
A man walked out of the fog. Light clothed him, making it hard to see what he looked like.
While you do that, I have a war god to deliver. I'll see you later.
Daniel squeezed his shoulder. Then she flew off toward the rainbow that marked the portal to the mortal world.
Should I find something else to do too?
Azariah landed in the fog, and Arjanil did too. It only seemed polite.
No, you can stay.
JC waved for him to remain. Will you take this? Arjanil held out the shoe stone.
Yes, it's done its job.
JC took it from him, and the shoe stone shrank until it could fit in his pocket. Then it vanished. What about these? Arjanil pulled the 4 time crystals from his pocket and offered them to him.
I'll take these 2. They've caused enough trouble. Thank you for bringing them to me.
JC accepted the crystals, and they disappeared into his light. You're welcome. Will we need to do this again? That was finally it. His last duty now discharged. Arjanil stood there awkwardly, wondering what to do next.
No, the link between the past and the present is broken, like Rosalie wanted. No one can change it anymore. Now, let's talk about the future. I want you to build more libraries and put not just knowledge, but all the dangerous things in them. Will you do that for me?
You were the voice I heard. You told me to build the library in hell. Arjanil stared at JC, and some of his light diminished, so he looked like a man with dark hair, dark eyes, and that same olive complexion Arjanil had.
Yes, I hear the lost souls calling out for help, and I always send help.
JC rested a hand on his shoulder and squeezed it.
Now I'm asking you for help. Many dangerous things were lost. I want you to find them and secure them somewhere safe, but that's not all.
JC let go and scooped up a handful of the gray, dusty soil, then tilted his hand so the sand poured off his palm.
Mortals live short lives, and they doom themselves to repeat the mistakes of their forebears because they don't remember the lessons their ancestors learned. But we can change that.
How? It sounded impossible to Arjanil, but he'd only met one person who was semi-mortal, and he didn't like Ivarian at all. What if I don't like any mortals? Now I'm being silly. They can't all be like him. Some must be like Rosalie, and I liked her.
Build new libraries here in the gray between, in hell, in heaven, and on earth too. Put all the things everyone forgot in them so anyone who wants to learn can come. Be they angel or demon, mortal or immortal, let all who wish come to your library and learn about good and evil and everything that came before. Let everyone learn from the mistakes of others so they may build better worlds. Will you do that for me?
That's a tall order. I'll need help. But Arjanil could imagine such places of learning, and of course he'd build them. He wanted that more than anything else. They will be refuges, too, where anyone can go to seek sanctuary. He would protect them all.
Yes, you can ask anyone you wish to help you, and if their duties permit, they can help you.
Thank you. I won't let you down. Arjanil already had a list of things to do, starting with sifting through the destroyed remains of his library in hell. hell. Whatever survived must be collected and cataloged, and a new place for them found.
Hey, wait for me.
Azariah called after him. Arjanil didn't realize he strode away. He was so caught up in his thoughts, and plans whirled in his mind, but he put them aside and caught Azariah's hand, surprising him. I'm sorry. I've got so much to do. Will you come with me? You only promised to build one library, not dozens. But Arjanil paused, uncertain what to say as he looked at Azariah. He could build all those libraries himself, but he didn't want to. Not now that he had friends and whatever he and Azariah were to each other.
I could be persuaded to build more, if it means spending more time with you.
Azariah smiled and squeezed his hand.
Where to now?
To hell, to pick through the ruins. Arjanil tugged his hand and headed for the column of smoke in the boneyard, and the portal to hell before he made a fool of himself. But his steps were as light as his heart. Soon, I'll have a library again and people to read the books I collect, and he smiled at the thought of sharing that with Azariah.
Chapter 68. One last time to the abyss. Natalie paused as bones crunched under their feet. Before them stood a wall of smoke, and somewhere inside it, the portal to hell waited. But Natalie glanced away from the smoke to the miles upon miles of fog-shrouded land, half wishing Thaniel, Arjanil, or even Guerren would run out of that fog to stop them, but they didn't, because they'd paused their fellowship for a little while as they all went off to pursue their own missions, and that was okay. I'll miss them, but I'll be back, and so will they. Natalie knew they would return as they strode into the smoke. It felt different from when they crossed that smoky threshold before. The portal swung open like a door, and Natalie knew as they passed through it that this door would open again when they wanted to leave hell, and it would let them pass back into the gray between. Tears blurred their sight in gratitude. They were no longer a prisoner of hell. I'm free, and I won't misuse that gift. The smoke dissipated as orange light cut through it. Then Natalie fell toward the sun-baked ground until their wings caught the wind. Giant cracks showed where they fought Lionestra and freed something called a sixth seal of the apocalypse. It had risen into the sky and vanished, but that was okay. I don't want to know anything more about that. It was too weird, and Natalie had experienced enough weird things to last them a century, if not more. Their flight path took them past the ruins of the Library of Forbidden Knowledge. Arjanil will rebuild it. I'll bet that's all he's been thinking about since we left that icy realm of time. Natalie hoped never to visit that realm ever again as they flew over the crushed buildings on the outskirts of the city where the Adversary built his palace. They followed the collapsed buildings right to it, then landed and retracted their wings into their back. Now for the tough part, facing their own kind again. Natalie steeled themselves and held their veiled head high as they climbed the steps to the ornate doors of the palace and pulled them open. But the long hallway lined with mirrors was empty. Where is everyone? Natalie ghosted through the abandoned palace, searching for Layla until they found a door and a dark staircase leading deeper underground. Since that was the only place they hadn't searched yet, they shrugged and padded down the stairs, hoping they weren't about to walk into a trap.
Who goes there?
Uriah asked from somewhere below. I'm glad you didn't turn on us. We weren't sure we could trust you. Natalie still wasn't sure about that, but he'd earned a measure of trust.
Natalie, is that you?
Uriah asked from somewhere below. Yes, I came to talk. Is Layla down there too? Natalie descended, taking the stairs two at a time.
Yes, I'm here. What happened with the adversary?
He won't bother anyone for a long while. Natalie smiled behind their veil and launched into their tale. As they reached the end of the stairs, that tale ended.
I didn't see that coming, but it solves the problem, I guess.
Layla floated on her back in a pool of shimmering darkness, and the tableau confirmed something Natalie had wondered. You were the sleeping angel. Natalie dropped onto a rock along the edge of the pool.
How did you guess?
Layla raised her hand, and a shimmering black liquid dripped from her fingers. The sleeping angel stopped talking to me not long before I met you, and I didn't hear from her at all after I met you. Natalie called to mind her voice and compared it to Layla's. They were identical now, in hindsight. Why the masquerade? Why didn't you tell us who you were? We wouldn't have judged you for it.
I was ashamed. I traded my wings and halo for a promise of more power, but it never materialized. The adversary duped me like he did so many others. Of course, he didn't wear that name then.
Layla covered her face with her hands as she stood up. The shimmering black liquid covered her up to her shoulders.
I became less than I was before, and he imprisoned me on the level above this one.
But you're free now and you're whole again.
Uriah sat on a boulder nearer the pool and stuck his hand into the liquid that reflected a rainbow sheen.
That's true. Did you tell the others that you suspected about me?
Layla let her hands drop away from her face and splash into the dark liquid so she could swim to shore. How could I when I only figured it out when I saw you here? Natalie touched the glowing violet pendant hanging around their neck. This was yours. Do you want it back?
No, you keep it. Consider it a gift for telling me what happened after I came down here.
Layla stopped when she reached the shore, but she didn't climb out. Thank you. Not just for the pendant, but for everything. If not for you, I wouldn't wouldn't have met and befriended 3 angels. Natalie touched the gold glow around their head, still unable to believe it was real. But it was real. Heaven had left its mark on them. And just thinking about that sunny place with blue waters and bright angels widened their smile into a full-on grin. Natalie rose. It was time to go. I won't tell the angels you were the sleeping angel. Your secret's safe with me. Natalie didn't think the other angels cared who the sleeping angel was, but they didn't spend uncounted years yearning to do her bidding in the hopes of freeing themselves from the adversary's service. I'm free of him now, and the thought ignited a joyful blaze inside them.
Thank you. Where will you go now?
Layla asked, to be polite, but she'd already turned her back on shore and waded deeper into the pool. The adversary destroyed so much while pursuing his plans. I'd like to try building something for a change. Natalie rose from the boulder, smoothed their gray robes and turned them as violet as their glowing eyes. Their hood, their veil, and their gloves colored themselves to match. The gray made great camouflage and kept them from standing out. I don't want to hide anymore, and I'm far too remarkable with a proto-halo and angel eyes to even try. Perhaps it's time to stand out.
What are you rebuilding?
Uriah followed her to the foot of the staircase. Erjanil wants to build a new library, and I want to help him. Natalie shrugged, then climbed up the stairs.
You'll need help with that.
Are you volunteering? Natalie stopped 10 steps above and glanced down at him. Uriah shook his head and backed away from the stairs.
No, I was just making an observation.
Then I'll take my leave so I can get him some help. Natalie didn't know what else to say. This place creeped them out, especially that pool, and Layla's attachment to it.
Where will you get that?
Uriah asked when Natalie reached the halfway point. Not here, obviously. Natalie kept that opinion to themselves and climbed faster. I know a few souls who might want to help. After all, they weren't the only one of their kind to follow the sleeping angel. Who knows? Maybe they'll earn a halo too, and they'd watch Layla. One slip into darkness was an accident, twice was a problem, and they didn't need another one so soon or a new Dark Lord. Hopefully Layla wouldn't succumb to darkness again, but she wasn't off to a great start if she was bathing in it. I hope she knows she's got friends who will pull her out if she gets caught in that stuff. Natalie left the palace and extruded wings from their back to take to the sky again, since that was the fastest way to reach their next destination. The spire towered over the cracked land some miles from the city. This crazy adventure began here for me, and it's a fitting place to begin a new one. Natalie landed on the narrow platform between the sharp metal points that rose above the spire's black roof, and retracted their wings as they descended the stairs into the structure. Round and round past cell doors they went. Since some maniac made the only way to travel between levels a spiral ramp, an eerie silence filled each level because the cells were empty, and the guards fled when the adversary called them. What was he planning to do with all those creatures? They might never know now, since the adversary was hunting for the firsts in that frozen place. There were other passageways and stairs, but they were all on the lower levels where the building belled out from construction projects, adding on to it over the long years of its existence. Eventually, Natalie reached another passageway and stepped off the ramp into a staircase, plunging into the ground, and the silence faded the deeper they went, replaced by the buzz of anxious voices. Natalie left the stairs and followed a passageway to a large room crammed with people, all wearing gray from head to toe, and they were arguing, of course. Natalie paused at the threshold, too conspicuous in their violet regalia to hide in a crowd, and after everything that happened, they didn't want to hide anymore. Arjan, Thaniel, and even Azariah knew what they were, and they accepted them without question or judgment or condemnation for anything. They don't care that I can perfectly mimic them. I wouldn't, though. And they didn't have to mimic everyone they encountered anymore. Their flesh no longer resculpted itself every time they looked at another creature, not since they left heaven in the company of 3 angels. I'm not a reflection of what I see anymore. I'm what I choose to be, and that's why they chose to wear violet, because they wanted to be as much like Arjan, Thaniel, and Azariah as a being who was half human and half fallen angel could be. I'm more than the sum of my parents' mistakes. I'm a unique being who deserves love, friendship, and family, and they really should say something, because hundreds of Versati turned to face them as they stood there wool-gathering. Natalie brushed away a stray tear and regarded their people as a hush fell over the crowd. The adversary is gone, and he won't be coming back anytime soon. The spire is empty. There are no prisoners to tend. The crowd erupted into questions. So many shouted that Natalie couldn't make out the questions, but they could guess what the crowd wanted to know. Natalie raised their gloved hands and tried to get control. While they waited for silence to fall, Natalie thought about what else to say. What can I really offer? Hard labor for a benevolent angel who loves books? Sanctuary for those who want it when the library is built? Sanctuary from what? My people are free since the adversary is gone.
Why did you change your clothes?
Someone else shouted something that might have been a question about the gold glow gathered around their brow like a halo or a crown. I'd rather have a halo than a crown because that would make me more like my friends. Someone else asked why their eyes changed color color, and other questions about where the adversary was and why couldn't he return. All great questions, but any answer Natalie gave would be drowned out by the crowd. Their people might dress in gray and creep around to avoid notice, but they weren't quiet unless their existence depended on it. When the crowd ran out of questions or realized they wouldn't get any answers until they shushed, they finally shut their mouths. Silence descended. Natalie waited for another beat to make sure that silence would last before telling them about meeting Arjanil and his library, who will help me rebuild it. When a thunderous, "We will," answered them, Natalie smiled behind their veil and motioned for them to follow. Then let's go build a library so wondrous angels come to visit it. Natalie turned and led the way one last time for old time's sake to the secret exit at the base of the spire. Natalie slowed and hovered over the pancaked remains of the previous library. Not one tower still stood. The gateway crushed the entire complex into the ground, leaving no stones unbroken. But Arjanil tugged aside cracked sections of the roof like he expected to find something in the ruins, and Azariah crouched in a corner sifting through the rubble while stealing glances at him. "It looks like you could use some help. What are you looking for?" Natalie descended and landed on a rock that shifted underfoot and sank as something under it moved.
Anything that we can salvage or reuse.
Arjanil said without looking up.
"You're welcome to join us,"
Azariah said, but he didn't look up either. They were making this surprise harder than necessary. "Then we'll get to work." Natalie waited for their announcement to sink in.
"What do you mean by we?"
Azariah glanced at them. Natalie pointed at the sky, filled with their people until they descended and retracted their wings. "Oh." Azariah rose and climbed over to Arjanil, who still hadn't looked at anything except the ruins of his beloved library.
"You're welcome to join us, too,"
Arjanil said as he wrestled a slab of stone covered in writing out of the rubble. Azariah rested a hand on his arm and stopped him. When Arjanil finally looked at something other than the rocks under his sandals, Azariah pointed to the Versati standing respectfully around the ruins, waiting for orders. It was too bad the ex-war god wasn't here. Guerren would have snapped out orders instead of staring in shock at hundreds of Versati, all looking to him for instructions. "I wonder how you're getting on, Guerren, and if we'll ever run into each other again. Hopefully that wouldn't happen too soon." Natalie needed to build something before that ex-war god tricked them into helping him destroy something else. Arjanil finally found his voice and confirmed that he could lead an army of volunteers just as well as Guerren. Natalie suspected that was why he and Guerren never quite got along.
"How did you pull this off?"
Azariah asked in an undertone as he watched Arjanil jump off the giant pile of broken rocks, bookshelves, and buried books that were the main library building before a magical gateway fell on it. He landed on the ground so he could speak with each volunteer individually and assess their skills. He offered them a chance to build something for someone who would accept them for who they are and not judge them for it. Natalie shrugged. Everyone deserved that. Movement caught their eye, and Natalie spun to face the motley group of demons holding on to each other as they stumbled toward the wreckage like survivors of a war. They stopped and stared like their world had ended, until Arjanil strode over to them. Since they didn't attack him, Natalie relaxed, but they'd keep an eye on these newcomers in case they meant trouble.
"It's okay, they're Arjanil's people. They used to work at the library."
Azariah relaxed too when the group of demons crowded around Arjanil did nothing except clasp his hands or fall into his arms and weep for the home they lost. The library was once their home, and soon it would be their home again. But it would be bigger and better than its predecessor. "It'll be my home too. I belong here as much as Arjanil does." Natalie followed Azariah as he picked his way down the side of the giant rubble pile to meet the rest of the library's staff. "We'll all make a home here."
Chapter 69. Another angry dragon.
Are we there yet?
Guerren asked again. No, obviously we're not. That is the portal to the mortal world, and we haven't crossed it yet. Daniel didn't fly faster toward the rainbow arching down from the clouds to touch the only grassy hill in the gray between, because she didn't know how to find Fae, and that was a problem. Guerren couldn't wander around on his own. He needed supervision, and Rosalie's suggestion about who should supervise the ex-war god made the most sense. Heaven knows I'm not babysitting him, but I'll check in periodically to see what he's up to in case he finds something worth my hammer. The likelihood that he would find a problem that required an angel of her caliber was kind of slim. But anything was possible, and JC confirmed the firsts still existed. They could be hiding in the mortal world. Now they were a foe worthy of her hammer. I would love to search for them. But she should check on Arjanil, Azariah, and Natalie and see how things were going for them, since that trio was far more likely to get into trouble than one ex-war god.
Can we hurry up? I haven't eaten anything in a long time, and I'm hungry. Plus, I need a bath. I haven't had one of those those either in a long while.
Guerren sniffed his armpits and wrinkled his nose. Daniel wondered what would happen if she just dropped him into the fog and let him find his own way. Then she remembered how his allegiance changed with his whims and thought better of it. Hopefully Faye could keep him out of trouble. If not, she could always drop him off in hell again. But no, she wouldn't do that either, since he earned a little liberty for his help to defeat the adversary twice, and on purpose too. Perhaps he'd make that a habit. Misria might know how to find Faye. And I know how to find her. Tennille smiled as a plan coalesced in her mind. Misria was never more than a thought away. Not even when she was doing her guardian angel thing, which she did entirely too much of, in Tennille's opinion. Perhaps she can take a break and help me deliver him to the ex-goddess of fate, so he can become her problem. Daniel landed on the hill and sent her wings away, but she didn't let go of Guerren as she strode through the rainbow, so he had no choice but to follow her. She didn't walk out the other side because the portal inside it opened for her, and she recalled her wings when the ground dropped out from under her feet. They fell through starry blackness for long enough for Guerren to wrap both arms around her. The spinning blue-green ball below grabbed hold and yanked them past the cratered moon, where the Watcher stood on a dusty ridge, staring at her in consternation. Daniel waved to him as she dropped into the mortal world, and that annoying itch started at her toes as she reluctantly took on flesh so she could carry Guerren. It would be hard to do that and stay incorporeal, but this realm had rules, and one had to have matter to interact with anything in this realm. The sacrifices I make for my friends. Daniel suppressed a sigh as clouds flashed past until her wings caught the wind. She thought of Misria and let their connection pull her toward her longtime friend until a green carpet spread below them, bordered by a wide blue ribbon. That must be a forest and a river. The forest stopped at a circular green field around a lonely mountain. Misria was somewhere below, so Thaniel dived for the ground, but she pulled up when a silver blur flew past her.
What are you doing here? And why do you have him with you?
Misria asked as the blur resolved into her. I'm looking for you, actually. Do you know where Faye is? Thaniel shaded her eyes since Misria hovered above her, backlit by the sun like she was some kind of sun goddess, not an archangel with a sharp tongue.
I assume you mean Faye, the ex-goddess of fate. Why do you need to find her?
Misria folded her arms, but she didn't move away from the blinding sun. I need to give him to her for safekeeping, unless you want to look after him? Thaniel held Guerren out to her friend like an offering.
Hey, I can look after myself.
Guerren glared at her as he grumbled something else under his breath about leading armies, but she still hadn't seen him do that.
Why? Can't you put him back where you found him?
Misria backed away. I could, but I don't think that's fair. After all, he did help us defeat the adversary twice. Thaniel lowered the ex-war god to a more comfortable position to hold.
Oh, really? How did he do that? You didn't mention him when I last saw you.
Misria narrowed her glowing violet eyes like she was trying to read the answer from her mind, but she couldn't do that since neither of them had that ability.
Yes, really. I'm a hero, and I deserve a hero's welcome.
Guerren kicked his feet, but Thaniel didn't know what that was supposed to do since Misria hovered out of his reach. If I tell you, will you tell me how to find Faye? Daniel gave her friend a pleading look. Faye might be easier to deal with if they both went. No way would the ex-goddess be happy about having an ex-war god underfoot, but that was probably the best place for him. Misria glanced down at the mountain below them, then nodded.
Yeah, I can leave my mortal alone for a while since his sister is there. She's also an angel. I think I told you that already.
You did, but I want to hear how that happened. Daniel tried not to grin as Misria gave in, and some of her gruffness faded.
You go first. Tell me what the war god did to deserve a second chance.
Misria finally flew away from the sun.
The war god has a name, and while we're on the subject, can you stop talking about me like I'm not here? Because I am here, and I can explain my own actions. Thank you very much.
Guerren glared at the backs of Misria's wings, because she didn't even glance over her shoulder to make sure they followed her. As if I wouldn't! I'd follow her anywhere. Daniel flew after her, and she let Guerren tell his tale. It was only fair. Hours later, after the forest faded into grassy plains and then a desert, a long structure with at least 2 levels appeared in the middle of a lot of sand and a ring of smoking mountains. A black dragon lay on his back in a pool of cooling lava and watched them from a volcano's caldera, but he closed his eyes when he saw their wings, because he recognized them as angels. Faye lives here? Daniel asked as Misria descended toward the flat roof of the pale structure. Someone fenced in the flat roof to make it a really big balcony, and a staircase led up to it from inside Faye's giant house.
Yes, I do.
Faye said as she stepped out of the staircase onto the rooftop terrace.
What can I do for you?
Laughter preceded 2 little boys running out of the same stairwell. One was dark-haired with dark-tanned skin and Faye's glowing red eyes, which meant he was probably her son or grandson. He ignored them, but his friend didn't. Meanwhile, the other boy had white hair and skin as pale as the stones under his bare feet. He had his mother's gray eyes, and he stopped in his tracks when when he saw them and stared. Hello, child. What's your name? Thaniel crouched in front of the white-haired boy and waited for an answer, even though she already knew who he was. She just needed him to confirm it.
Fair. Why don't you and Ivarian go back downstairs to play? I have some boring adult stuff to handle.
Faye made shooing motions as the dark-haired woman that pulled a scimitar from her skirt in that icy realm where the timeline once existed climbed the last steps and set foot on the rooftop terrace.
Oh, good. Morgana, can you take the boys below?
Sure, come here, you two, and I'll play a game with you.
Morgana extended her hands to the two boys as a black man with Faye's glowing red eyes exited the staircase behind her. He was obviously one of Faye's sons, and the appreciative look he gave Morgana as she bent to catch Avarian's hand spoke volumes. Faye noticed too, and she glared at her adult son, but she didn't say anything because his attraction wasn't Morgana's fault. The goddess of truth wasn't doing anything to encourage it. Oh boy, can Faye handle having an ex-war god, an ex-goddess of vengeance, and that goddess's 7 daughters under her roof with her extended family? If not, it's her problem, not mine. But I'll of course drop by to see how that works out and enjoy the drama. Thaniel caught Misria's gaze and knew her friend was thinking exactly the same thing. Maybe they could visit together. Thaniel added that to her to-do list. It was nice having items on there she actually wanted to do, rather than a ton of items assigned by the council to keep her busy. Morgana led the 2 boys down the stairs so the adults could talk in private, but Faye's other son didn't leave with them. He sat on the foot-wide stone balustrade and crossed his arms.
This is my son, Fedra. You'll have to forgive him. He's too curious for his own good.
Faye shook her head at her offspring, then resumed introductions.
Fedra, you know Misri already. This is her friend, Thaniel. For some reason, she'd better explain right now. She's got my cousin, Guerren, the ex-god of war, with her.
I can explain that. But first, who else is living here? This is a really nice place you've got, Faye. The Ring of Volcanoes is a bit much, but you always did love fire in all its forms.
Guerren turned as he took in the view.
I'm here too,
Istiana said as she climbed the stairs and appeared from inside the house, looking far more corporeal than the last time Thaniel saw her. Thankfully, Istiana wasn't fading anymore. She looked solid. Perhaps she found JC and amended her contract with the creator. Good for her. No one should suffer from the terms of a bad bargain, especially not when everyone thought they were making the best bargain possible under the circumstances. Renegotiation was good for the soul. Thaniel sent her wings away, since she wouldn't leave until she found out why Faye kept the ex-goddess of vengeance and her daughters here, and what she planned to do with them.
What happened after we left?
Sienna looked at Guerren for an answer as she strode over to stand with her petite sister, who kept glowering at Guerren like he did something to offend her. Maybe he would do something in the future, and Faye was already mad about it. That was possible, since she could see the future. I don't know if I should hope he does or not. Thaniel bit her lip to keep from asking why Faye was so annoyed about Guerren standing on her roof. She had enough talk about time to last her a long time. She'd much rather find out later when Guerren did whatever he was going to do.
I'm sorry to tell you this, but Hithaglir and Jannar are dead. I don't know what happened to Jannar after that, but I assume he's somewhere in the gray between, right now, waiting for judgment.
Guerren captured Istiana's hands and squeezed them.
What happened to Pristina and Hithaglir?
They asked, but she didn't seem surprised to hear that her brothers were dead. Maybe nothing surprised her anymore. It must be hard to know the future.
We can talk about that later. They can't come back, and no one can mess with the past anymore. That's the important thing.
Guerren squeezed Istiana's hands one last time, then let go.
What happened to Rosalie?
Faye pointed at Thaniel for the answer. She gave up Pristina's powers and returned herself to the timeline to live again. So she's probably somewhere out there right now, living a vastly different life than before all this timeline and gateway stuff. Thaniel swept her arm out to encompass the vast world beyond Faye's desert home.
She's probably a little older than Avarian is right now,
Misri added, and she sounded like she knew that for a fact. Thaniel caught her gaze, and Misri shook her head like she didn't want her to ask about that. Interesting. Well, I'll ask about it when we leave here.
Okay, that's understandable, but that doesn't explain what he's doing here.
Faye pointed at Guerren.
You wound me. Am I not family?
Guerren gripped his chest like Faye's question actually wounded him. He helped us stop the adversary twice, and the Holy Spirit removed the ban of heaven. So technically, he belongs in this world. Thaniel shrugged because she didn't know what else to say that wouldn't hurt his feelings. They obviously couldn't let him wander around on his own. He might start a war or something. Faye must have realized that because she collapsed onto the balustrade beside Fedra and stared at the blue sky above them. Maybe she also wondered what to do with him.
I'd like to hear that tale.
Fedra wrapped an arm around his mother's shoulders.
So would I.
Faye added, but she didn't look interested.
I know what you're thinking, but you don't have to worry. I won't cause any trouble.
Guerren turned both his hands palm up to show they were empty as he strode toward where Faye sat.
I find that hard to believe.
Faye rubbed her face.
I'm a changed man. Just ask Thaniel. I found my army, but I'm always recruiting new members. You could join it.
Guerren halted nodded and grinned as he stared at the sky. What was he thinking?
That's what worries me. You're welcome to stay, but there will be some ground rules, of course.
Faye rose and flames engulfed her. When they faded, she was a large red dragon that towered over them.
You won't recruit any of my descendants for any of your schemes. Is that clear?
Yes, crystal clear. You worry too much.
Guerren patted her clawed hand. Faye growled, and that was probably the best response to such a comment. Well, it's been fun, and I promised to check in on you all to see how things are going, but we need to go. Daniel gestured to herself and Misria, and her friend nodded.
You do that, Angel. Now, everyone, get out of my sight for a while. I need to think.
Faye waved a clawed hand, and Guerren ducked to avoid hitting his head.
Come with me, Guerren. I'll find you somewhere to sleep.
Bedra rose from where he sat and listened to everything, and led the way to the stairs into the house. We'll see you soon. Thank you, Faye, for letting him stay with you. Daniel recalled her wings and flapped them to get her the hell out of there before Faye spat a fireball at her.
You do that.
Faye flapped her wings too and flew toward one of the smoking volcanoes. Maybe she fancied a swim? Daniel lost sight of her when Misria caught her arm and shot toward the horizon. Where are we going now?
Away from here.
Misria didn't slow until the desert faded to grassland and the plains faded to forestry again. Where are we really going? Daniel asked. Hopefully, this time, her friend would answer.
Do you want to see Rosalie again?
Misria asked instead of answering. You know where she is? Daniel was so stunned she probably would have fallen if Misria wasn't towing her across the sky.
Yes, I think I do.
Misria flapped her wings faster, as if speed would help them reach her. Daniel sent her wings away and wrapped an arm around Misria's waist. Misria let go of her arm and slipped an arm around her waist too. They didn't fly far before she slowed and pointed down at a little girl, asleep on a pile of leaves between two enchanted trees.
That's her, isn't it?
Misria whispered as the girl shifted like she was waking up. Yeah, that's Rosalie. She's so young. Daniel stared at her as the girl glanced around. A woman called Rosalie's name as she raced through the forest. She had Rosalie's dark hair bound in a braid, but unlike her daughter, she wore leathers from head to toe and trousers instead of a skirt. Rosalie called her mom, so this woman wasn't a stranger. They didn't get a good look at her mother until the woman dropped to her knees and swept Rosalie into a fierce hug. Whoa, she looks just like Rosalie. Daniel peered down at them through the branches of the tree they stood on under a cloak of invisibility.
You mean Rosalie looks just like her mom, Robin of Larkspur?
Misria jumped off the branch and flapped her wings, taking Daniel with her since they were still holding on to each other. You sound like you don't like her. Daniel tightened her grip and resisted the urge to call her wings back. She didn't need them since Misria flew them.
I don't dislike her. I just wish things ended better with my mortal. I know Robin got the worst of it, but I wish things played out differently.
Misria sounded wistful, and that was utterly unlike her. Are you matchmaking? Daniel poked her in the ribs with her free hand. Misria laughed.
Me? Matchmake? You have the wrong angel if you think that.
Nah, I had the right angel. So where to now? Daniel watched the forest slide by below them as they flew, arms around each other. Misria sighed and kept her gaze fixed ahead.
I need to get back to Mount Erdrin and check on my mortal. Where are you off to next?
I can stick around for a while. Erginil and Azariah are grown angels. They can take care of each other without me for a while if you want me to stick around. Danielle glanced at her pensive friend, as Misria considered that.
Yes, I would like that.
Misria smiled and squeezed her waist as they flew back toward the mountain and the mortals living under it. The end?
Chapter 70. The adventure continues. Is this just a trilogy? Well, no, actually. I tried to contain the characters in the story to just these 3 books, but the characters refused to stay in the trilogy, and their story spilled over into several other books. Rogue Rescue takes place simultaneously with the end of Summon the Gods. This book is part of the Robin of Larkspur series. It's written from Robin's and Sarn's point of view, since they aren't point of view characters in the Rogue Gods Trilogy. But oh my god, they tried so hard to insert themselves into the story that they had to get their own book. So now you can read everything they wanted to say in the Rogue Gods Trilogy and join them on their side quest related to the events in the trilogy, because the Wild Hunt didn't run away and leave them alone after the Haven fell. Witness the thrilling chase in Rogue Rescue and see what Sarn does about it. The Wild Hunt will wish they never bothered him. Shards for His Gift takes place simultaneously with the middle of Storm the Gates. This book is part of the Cursebreaker series, and it covers all the events from the Crystal Prison arriving on Rand's doorstep to the trap springing on him and his family. It starts off as a cozy fantasy story that turns into an epic fantasy adventure when Vangiana appears. That wasn't Rand's fault. He was barely involved in that part, or so he says. And you'll have to read the book to find out if he's right. It's written from Sarn's and Rand's perspectives because there was too much story surrounding the crystal that Iverian and company left outside their apartment to fit in the trilogy, and Rand likes to run away away with the plot, literally, so he does that too. Needless to say, this part of the story had to get its own book. Ran is a child in this story, and he enjoys all the perks childhood brings with it. Chasing Dragons takes place simultaneously with the end of Storm the Gates. It's the direct sequel to Shards for His Gift, and it's also part of the Cursebreaker series. The book is from Sarn's and Rand's perspectives. It also shows Evarian's part in Storm the Gates in more depth, because that story arc really needed to be from Sarn's point of view since it threatens him and his son directly. There are a lot of things that are in Chasing Dragons that weren't in Storm the Gates for that reason. Meanwhile, the rest of the cast of the Cursebreaker series chase dragons, as one does in an epic fantasy world, hence the title.
Where can you read what happens after the trilogy? You can read that in a lot of places, since the characters have proposed some spin-offs and even a sequel series about the fight for the throne of hell. Here's what each character has planned so far.
The Adversary. Unfortunately, he's like a bad penny and he'll keep turning up, so we'll see him again in a future His Angelic Keeper book. Back in the first book of that series, Van ran into an angel in heaven who's still loyal to him, and there are others, so he will return, and she'll have to face him again, as will all the angels you've met so far.
Arjaniel. He will probably appear in the His Angelic Keeper series and possibly the Cursebreaker series, since those two series frequently cross over each other. Sovereign will need his help and his knowledge about the seals to find them all and lock them away to permanently stop Armageddon. JC probably had that in mind when he told Arjaniel to build more libraries. Since the libraries are such a cool thing, he'll probably get his own spin-off stories too when he's a little more settled. Right now, he doesn't want to be the main character again, so I'll give him some time.
Evarian. He's a child for now, so we won't see much of him until he's older, except for the occasional cameo.
Izariah. He originally appeared in His Angelic Keeper 1, and since he's helping Arjaniel, he'll probably show up in the His Angelic Keeper series, and possibly the Cursebreaker series.
Faye is a co-main character in the His Angelic Keeper series, so you can follow her adventures there, but she's planning her own spin-off, and it will probably involve Vangiana, Morgana, and her sisters, and Guerren, of course, since he's living with her family.
Guerren. He'll probably appear in the His Angelic Keeper series and possibly the Cursebreaker series too. But he's also planning a trip back to hell, since there's a power vacuum down there right now, and everyone wants the throne. There's a war brewing, and he is a war god, so naturally he wants to take part, and he'll rope his friends into it too, as one does.
Istiana. She might stick around at Faye's place, or she might take her son and return to Shayari, where she lives. Either way, we'll see her in the His Angelic Keeper series or the Cursebreaker series, or maybe even in Robin's future adventures, but probably not immediately. Istiana would like to take some time after this trilogy to be with her family.
Layla, she's staying close to the abyss. Since the throne room is above it, and the throne is empty at the moment, she'll be at the epicenter of the fight for control of hell. Will she stay on the good side, or will she succumb to temptation again?
Misria. She's Sarn's guardian angel, so she's always present in the Cursebreaker series, even if you can't see her. She also helps Sovereign in the His Angelic Keeper series. They might even be friends now.
Natalie might appear in the His Angelic Keeper series, but probably not the Cursebreaker series because that would involve going to the mortal world, and right now, that's not a place they want to visit. Since they are watching Layla, Natalie will get pulled into the fight for the throne.
Ran is Sarn's son. Since Sarn is the main character of the Cursebreaker series, you can find Ran there and watch him grow up into the man you met in the Rogue Gods Trilogy.
Robin stars in the Robin of Larkspur series. In that series, Rosalie is a baby, but that will change since the sequel series will catch Robin and her daughter up to the Cursebreaker series, and the two will eventually cross.
Sarn is the Cursebreaker series, so you can read about his adventures and his struggles to protect his son, who wants to be his sidekick in that series.
Daniel. She'll likely show up in the Cursebreaker series, which is great because Sarn will need some serious muscle when the Rider of the Apocalypse interrupts a joust and a fair he attends with his family in Cursebreaker jousts.
Chapter 71, Notes on the Angels. In this world, the creator God realized that having a host of angels who could take orders and carry them out and do nothing else but worship him wouldn't cut it. So he created more angels and imbued them with unique abilities. That's why Azrael is the way he is. Most of the angels from his generation are rather dramatic and see things in black and white. Everything is good or evil in their mind. They can't handle shades of gray. That's why Azrael didn't didn't tell Arginil that he was under a glamour and wasn't damned. That was too far outside his comfort zone, and it raised uncomfortable questions about what being fallen meant for an angel, so he left it alone. The generation after Azrael, which includes Arginil, Mizria, Thaniel, Azariah, and many others, were created specifically to deal with mortals and our shades of gray. They can handle complicated situations and figure out what's right, and they have autonomy and a driving need to sort them out. So that's why Mizria sometimes breaks the rules to help Sovan. That's why Thaniel couldn't leave Arginil, thinking he was damned and scarred. It raised all those questions in her mind that it raised for Azrael, but it was wrong, and she needed to fix that, then sort out the consequences afterward. So she broke the illusion and hung around to pick up the pieces. The generations after Thaniel, Arginil, etc., are even more human-like. You see that with Ran and Mirren's guardian angels. They feel emotions like us, while the older generations are more like the biblical angels. They are like hammers, and the later generations are scalpels. You send them in when you need precise work.
You've been listening to Storm the Gates, Book 3 of the Rogue Gods Trilogy by Melinda Kucsera. Subscribe to the channel so you'll be notified when a new book publishes. The Rogue Gods Trilogy is available as an ebook and paperback, and now a full cast audiobook. Click the link in the description to order your copy. If you love the Rogue Gods Trilogy, then you'll love Melinda's other epic fantasy adventure books too. They're just as full of magic and mayhem and characters who will do anything to achieve their goals. Check them out at the link in the description, and while you're there, sign up for her newsletter so her characters can talk directly to you. Thank you for listening.